So before we dive into the course, first of all, I want to mention a few things. I can't make any promises, but I can confidently say that this course will give you a job. And what I can promise is that this course will take you from zero to a React expert, a React monster. That I can definitely give you a promise. Now you might be wondering why I'm so sure about this. And the answer is simple. I began learning React.js in 2018 and started teaching it in 2001. I uploaded my first React.js course on my YouTube channel 2 years ago, or almost 2 years ago, and since then I gained extensive experience by building numerous projects and working with different companies. Now I'm eager to land you a job. Now I know there's a lot of things that I just said. Now the real question is what you can expect from this course. In this course, you are going to be learning a lot, and I mean a lot of things. So now let me explain all of them one by one in one breath. First of all, we are going to be starting from the React fundamental by building 10 projects and countless exercises. Then we will jump to React with TypeScript by building 5 projects and countless exercises. Then React hook form with 1 project, DaisyUI, ShadcnUI, Radix UI, TailwindCSS, simple hooks, advanced hooks. Learn everything about useState by building 10 projects. Every single thing I know about the framer motion and also animation in general by building 10 projects, 10 stack query, 10 stack router, and also if you guys don't know, the 10 stack framework which was just launched 3 days ago. And you will learn all of that by building 10 more projects. Then we're going to be jumping into the advanced parts like design patterns in React.js, design system in React.js, React testing, Redux toolkit with 2 full stack projects, Next.js from beginning to advanced level, React Native with projects, and also we are going to be building advanced projects. Okay, that was a lot of things that I just explained. I'm going to break them down one by one in a few seconds, but yeah, this is what you can expect from this course, and this course is still in the construction. You are watching only the first part of this course, and which is about like almost 11 or 12 hours of content. So you are watching the first part of this course, and in the upcoming series we are going to be covering the rest of these topics which I just mentioned. So yeah, I'm super excited and I hope you are too. Now finally, I want to talk about one final thing, and I promise then we will jump to the course. I've mentioned this in my previous courses, in my React Native course and also in my data structure and algorithm course, that if you don't want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, you don't have to. If you don't want to send me a money, you don't have to. If you don't want to follow me on Instagram or in X or Twitter, whatever you want to call that, you don't even have to follow me anywhere. You don't have to do nothing for me. But now if you are taking some advantage from my course, please do not download my courses. If you don't want to follow me here and there, I can totally understand like why. But if you are watching my courses and you are making a career out of that, and still if you are downloading my courses, that's not fair. Like I can't do anything about that because YouTube doesn't have the download feature. But yeah, like if you are watching my content, please do not download that. So yeah, let's get into the course, and I'm gonna make you a React monster. So now let's talk about what are the things that you have to know before jumping into this course. So you only need to know HTML and CSS. That's going to be the main prerequisites for this course. You don't have to know Sass, and this one is optional, but I will highly recommend you to learn TailwindCSS because in this course we're going to be building a lot of projects, and for the styling we're going to be using TailwindCSS. So this one is optional, but yeah, once again my recommendation will be to learn that. And also you have to know JavaScript, but in this course you can definitely skip the OOP part. You don't have to know what a OOP is to take this course which you are currently watching right now. And if you guys already saw my old React.js course, where in the world is that? Okay, let me just search for it. There we go. If you guys are wondering like should I have to watch this course before jumping into this React.js course, the video which you are currently watching right now, you don't have to watch this video. And even though I'm gonna private this video, and god damn it, you also have to know TypeScript. I forgot this one. You also have to know this TypeScript. Now let me just say that once again: HTML and CSS, TailwindCSS, JavaScript, and TypeScript. So that's the only thing that you have to know for watching this course. So now let's get into the coding. So what is React.js? React is a free and open source JavaScript library specially designed for building the user interfaces. Now there are a few buzzwords in this definition. Let me clarify that for you. So the first one we have is open source. So what is a open source? Open source refers to the type of software or basically anything where the source code is made available to the public. This means that anyone can view, modify, and distribute the code of that specific thing, and in our case, in React.js. Now, what is a library? A library is a collection of pre-written code that developer can use to perform a common task or add a specific functionality to their applications. Now, what is a UI? UI, or the user interface, is the means through which the user interact with our application. React.js was created in 2011. It uses something called the component model, which we will discuss more in detail in this course, but not right now. It allows us to build modular apps, and finally, there is a saying about React.js that learn it once and write it anywhere. So now let me break all of them one by one. React is the most popular, powerful front-end library developed and sponsored by Facebook. A component is just a piece of the UI that has its own logic and appearance. A component can be small as a button or large as an entire application. We will discuss more about components in more great detail later in this course, but not right now. If you learn React.js once, you will not only be able to build only the websites, but you can also build the mobile application, desktop, and also even the virtual reality. And there are a lot more things that you can do with React.js, so you just have to learn it once and write it anywhere. So that was just a quick intro to React.js, and now let me make a setup for our coding journey. In this course, we'll be using a VS Code for writing our code, and you're more than welcome to use any text editor that you prefer. You can use Sublime Text, you can use JetBrains products, you can use anything that you prefer, but in my case, I'm going to be using a VS Code for writing my code. Now, to install React.js, first we will need to open our terminal. After that, we have to type this command: npm create vite at latest. Hit enter. Next, we have to provide some sort of a name for our project. I'll call mine as React Demos. You can call it like anything that you want. Next, we have to select the framework. I'll choose React.js because we are now learning React.js. And yeah, I'm gonna just choose React.js. Next, we have to select the variant. For now, I'll just choose JavaScript because I know there are a lot of people who are watching this course. They don't have the knowledge of TypeScript. So if you are someone who already know what a TypeScript is, you don't have to worry about that. Like, we are going to be still using a TypeScript in this course, but not right now. So yeah, I'm gonna just choose JavaScript for now, but later we are going to be using a TypeScript in this course. Now we have to go inside that folder by using a cd command, or you can say the current directory command. Now I'm going to use the code dot and hit enter, so it's going to open there in my VS Code. Now I want you to open your integrated terminal inside your VS Code and just type this command. So you can either use npm I or you can use npm install if you wanted to. So both of them will work totally fine. So it's going to install all of the packages by which our React.js is depends on. So it's going to take a bit of time. I'm going to fast forward the video right now. Let's discuss these files and folders. So the first folder that we have is a node modules folder, and this folder has all of the module and packages by which our React.js is depends on. And later in this course, if we install any third-party packages, that will be also included in this folder. So the next folder that we have is a public folder, and public is the folder where we put all of our assets file like HTML, etc. Next, we have a src folder, and src or source is the heart of our entire project, and we're going to be spending like almost 90% of our time in this folder. So now inside this src folder, we have a few more files and folder. So the first one we have is the assets folder, and as the name suggests, that in this folder we are going to be putting like all of our assets files and folder like images, svgs, external icons, and so on and so forth. Next, we have two other files like app.css and also index.css. So as the name suggests, that we are going to be writing our style inside these files. So we are going to be providing our style for our UI inside these files. Next, we have two more files like app.jsx and also main.jsx. These are something called the component file, which we are going to be discussing later in this course, but you don't have to worry about that for now. Next, we have a gitignore file, and this is a GitHub related file. When we are pushing our code to GitHub, this file allows us to ignore a certain file or folder. For example, like this node modules folder is a huge folder, and if we don't want to push that to our GitHub repository, so we are going to be just putting the name of our node modules folder inside this .gitignore file, and it's going to just ignore that whenever we are pushing our code to our GitHub repository. Next, we have our eslint.config.js file, and this is a configuration file for our eslint. Next, we have our index.html file, and this is the most important file because in this file we have our HTML content, and we also have a div with ID of root. Our React.js will select this element and render all of our content to that specific div. Like, I'm going to show you from where we are selecting that div with the class of root, with the ID of root. Next, we have our package.json file, and this file is the heart of our project. It contains metadata about the project such as like project name, version, description, and scripts. And more importantly, it lists the dependencies and their version that our project needs to run. Okay, something which we are going to be discussing later in this course. Next, we have a package log.json file. File is automatically generated and updated when install or modify dependencies. It logs the version of all of the packages and their dependencies to ensure a consistent and reproducible build environment, something which you don't have to worry about. Okay, so next we have a simple readme.md file, and this file provides the summary of what our project is about. It usually includes information like project purpose, feature, and aims to accomplish about this specific project. We can also preview that by clicking on this icon, and here you can see, and this is how our preview will look like once we push our code to our GitHub repository. Next, we have our vite.config.js file, and this file is used to provide configuration for the Vite itself. So yeah, that was a lot about the files and folders, and you don't even have to worry about these files and folder, to be honest. And now I'm going to remove all of the unnecessary stuff from our project. Time for the cleanup. So for now, we don't need this public folder, so I'm going to select that and delete that. Next, we also don't need this SS folder, so I'm going to remove that from here. We also don't need the app.css and also the index.css as well. Next, we have to go inside this main.jsx and just remove this line of code. So I'm going to just remove this semi file. And now finally I'm going to go into my app.jsx file. I'm going to select every single thing from this file, and I'm going to just remove that from here. And next, I'm going to be just creating something called a component, but you don't have to worry about what a component is for now. So I'll just use like const app, and I'll just use my arrow function and return just h1, or you know what, not h1, I'll just return like section, which will say like hello. I'm going to save my file, and now to run this code, I'm going to have to open my integrated terminal, and now I'll just use my npm run dev. So it's going to run my code on this port right here. So I'm going to copy that, or you can just hold command or control and click on that. And we are getting this error right here. That's because we now successfully created this component, but we also have to export this so that we can use it in other files. So I'm going to use like export default and then my app. So if I save that, and now I'm going to have to refresh that. So what are we getting? We are now getting our hello right here, which is amazing. So yeah, this is how we are going to be removing all of that unnecessary stuff from our project. So what is component? Components are independent and reusable bits of code. They serve the same purpose as JavaScript function, but work in isolation and return HTML or JSX to be precise. So something which we are going to be discussing very soon. React.js allows us to make our website modular by using something called the separation of concern. So if I ask you to build this UI, so how can you go about doing that? If you are coming from HTML, CSS and JavaScript background, you will first create index.html file, then CSS file, then JavaScript file, and in the HTML file you will put all of your structure for this project. Then in the CSS file you will put all of the styling, and in the JavaScript file you will provide the functionality to it. This process is still a separation of concern, but in React.js we can do that a bit more better. In React.js, we can split this entire project into multiple components, or you can say the parts. So you can either say like components or parts. So if you want to build this project by using React.js, we will start by creating a component for the navbar, and in that we will put our HTML, CSS and JavaScript inside their specific file. Then we will create another component for a search bar, next for the menu, and also for the article, and also finally we will create a component for the card, and we will reuse that card again and again in our UI. So that was about the theory, but how are we going to make a component? To create a component, you just have to create a JavaScript function. But whenever you are creating a component, you have to keep a few things in mind. The first thing that you have to keep in mind is that the first letter of your component name should be uppercase. You can also create your component by either using the function result keyword, or you can create your component arrow function syntax as well. The final thing that you have to keep in mind is that anytime you are working with a component, you have to return some sort of a HTML from that component. Now to create a component, I'm going to go into my app.jsx file, and I'm going to remove every single thing from there because I want to start from scratch. So as I said, that components are just a JavaScript function. So if I just create a JavaScript function by using either the function result keyword, or I can also create my component by using the arrow function. So for now, I'll just stick with this function result keyword. And by the way, anytime you are creating a component, there are two things that you have to keep in mind. Number one, the first letter of the name should be uppercase and the rest of them will be in lowercase. So if I want to give my component as the name of like app, the first letter should be uppercase and the rest of them can be like anything. You can create that as uppercase or lowercase, that's totally on you, but the first letter should be uppercase. I'm going to just give it the name of like app. And the next thing that you have to keep in mind is that from the component, you always have to return some sort of a JSX. We did not discuss about JSX, not right now, but we will very soon. So I'm going to just write my h1 right here, and I'll just write like hello world. So now if I save my file, this is how we are going to be creating our component. But now we have to tell our React.js that now we successfully created this component. We want to render that to our UI. So to render that to our UI, first of all, we have to export that so that we can use that in other places of our project. So I'm going to just use like export default and then app. So as soon as I do that and save my file, now I'm going to open my terminal right here. I'm going to just use my npm run dev, and here you can see we are now getting our hello world right here from our component. So what's going on? So now we are successfully creating our component, and now we are exporting there so that we can use this component in other part of our project. So where we are using that component. So if I go into my main.jsx file right here, so here you can see we are now rendering this component right here. So first of all, we are now importing this component which we just created right here inside this app.jsx file, and now we are exporting there, and here inside this main.jsx file we are now importing this component and we are now rendering there to our UI. And as I said previously, that I want you to keep in mind this root. Now we are selecting that root right here by using document.getElementById, and we are now selecting that root which is inside this index.html file. As you can see right here, now we are selecting that root. So here you can see we have a root ID, and we are now selecting there by using document.getElementById right here. And now inside that root, like this root, we are now rendering our app component right here. So that's the only reason we're now getting this hello world right here. So if I change something inside that component, like if I go into there, and now I'm gonna just change that to like my own name maybe. Now if I save that, and here you can see I'm now getting my own name. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating a component. And let me just say that once again, anytime you want to create your component, the first letter will be uppercase and the rest of them can be either uppercase or lowercase, or that's totally on you. And also we have to return some HTML from this function. Okay, so we can also refactor this code to use the arrow function. So I'll just use like const, and I'm going to just convert this function to use the arrow function. If you prefer this way, you can also create your component by using this arrow syntax, or you are more than welcome to use this function result keyword right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with components. Welcome to the first challenge of this course. So here is the UI, and I want you to split this UI into multiple components. You don't have to write any code for that. Just get a pen and paper if you have that, but if you don't have a pen and paper, you can also use some sort of a photo editing software which would allow you to just mark a few things inside this UI and make them as a separate component. And yeah, we also have another part of this challenge which we are going to be seeing in a few seconds, but I want you to go ahead and pause the video and do this challenge by yourself. So if you can do it, then come back and watch the solution. And now I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to use a Figma for that, and if you want to use some sort of other photo editing software, you are more than welcome to do that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a component for this burger menu. So I'm going to just create a separate component, and I'm going to put like all of the structure, the styling, and also the functionality inside that component. And then I will also create a component for the navigation. So I'll just create a navigation right here. And excuse my drawing, and also my bad, yeah, you get the idea. So this is how we are going to be creating a component for the navigation. We can also split this entire navigation into multiple components, but we don't have to. Like, this is going to be enough for this navigation component. We will put our logo inside there. We will also put our search field, which will allow us to search our stuff inside this Wikipedia. And finally, we are going to be also providing our create account and also the login. And we also have these three dots, and I don't have any idea what the hell these three dots do. Okay, so that's going to be my second component. Next, we are going to be also creating a component for the banner. In some situation, we would want to show this banner, and in a lot of times we are not going to be showing this banner. So yeah, this is going to be basically my primary component, and there is a big difference between like a huge component and a small component, which we are going to be seeing inside this course, but not right now. So this is going to be my third component for the banner. Okay, and also we are going to be creating a component for the sidebar, or you can just give it the name of like aside if you wanted to, but I'm gonna give it the name of like sidebar, and I guess that's gonna be fine. Okay, and also we are going to be creating a component for the appearance, so I'm gonna also mark that as a separate component. Okay, so we can also split this entire UI into like nested component as well. We can also create a separate component for these radio button if you wanted to, but we don't have to do that. Okay, and also we are going to be creating a component for the header. So now let me just highlight that right here, just like that. So this is going to be basically our header, and finally we are going to be creating a component for our main content. So this is going to be basically our huge component which will allow us to render all of that content right here inside this Wikipedia. Okay, like once again, we don't have to create a component for all of that. We can put all of that entire logic into one component if you wanted to, but that's not going to be the ideal way to create our website or our apps. So that's why we are going to be splitting this entire UI into multiple components. So yeah, that was the part 1 of our challenge 1. Next we have to create a new file called grid.jsx, and inside that file we are going to be creating our grid component by using the function declaration syntax. After that we are going to be refactoring that code to use the arrow function instead, and finally we just have to render that into our app component. So once again, give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a components folder, and I'm going to give it the name of like not TSX but JSX, and I'm going to use my RAFC, so it's going to give us all of that code, but I'm not going to do that. I'll just create a function, and now I'm going to give it the name of like grid. It's not going to take any perimeter, so I'm going to remove that, and finally we only have to return our h1, and which will just say like grid or hello word would be fine. So I'm going to save my file. Now we have to export this component so that we can use that in other files. So I'm going to be using like export default of grid. So now I'm going to save my file. Let me go into my app.jsx component, and let's just register that component right here. Okay, so if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our hello world right here, which is looking amazing. But I'm going to go in there and refactor this code to use the arrow function. So I'm going to remove that and change that to const, and also make that as an arrow function. So now if I save my file, and still we are getting that same result, which is saying hello world. Okay, so yeah, that was our first challenge in this course. We usually create a separate components folder, and we put our components inside there. So I'm gonna just create two components with the name of like greet or greeting.jsx, and also add.jsx. And by the way, you can give it any name that you prefer. And now I'm gonna just create my greet component right here, and I'll just return my h1, which will say hello, or yeah, hello would be fine. I'm going to save my file, and now I'm going to show you extension which will help you a lot. So I want you to go into your extension area and just search for React.js, and once you do, here you can see I want you to install this extension in your VS Code. Just install this extension, and it's going to give you a lot of snippets. Okay, so throughout the course I'm going to show you a lot of snippets which you can use, but by the way, if you want to use that, so you have to install that in your VS Code. So this component took a lot of time to write. Now in this component, I'm going to just use RAFCE. Okay, so you just have to write there, and once you hit enter, so here you can see it's going to give us the entire boilerplate of our component. Let me just show you there once again. You just have to write RAFCE and hit either tab or hit enter. It's going to give us that entire component right here. So if I save my file, now that we successfully created our add component and also our grid component, and by the way, we also have to export that so that we can use it in other files. So we have to just use export default and then grid. Okay, so if I save my file, now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to register them inside our app components so that we can see them on the screen. So I'll just remove this h1 from here, and I'll just use my grid first of all. And as soon as I hit enter, here you can see it will automatically import this. So if it didn't, you have to import them manually. So now I'll just close there like this. And by the way, this is how we call our component. This is how we register our component. This is how we export them. And this is how we call them. Okay, so if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our hello right here, which is coming from this grid component. I'll remove that from here, and I'll also render my add component, and if I hit enter, so it's going to automatically import that. Now I'm going to save my file, and what are we getting? We are now getting our add right here. So we can write like anything that we want. So I'll just write like something cool, and now if I save my file, and we are now getting what something cool right here. So yeah, this is how we can create a separate component folder, and we can put our entire components inside there. Welcome to another challenge. So in this challenge, you're going to be creating 3 components and a lot of JSX inside there. So the first thing that I want you to do is that I want you to create a header.jsx file, and inside that file you're going to have to create your functional component with the name of header, and inside that header you're going to be returning the header element, and inside that header element you're going to be creating h1 which will say like welcome to my website, and also you're going to be creating underneath this h1 you're going to be creating your navigation, and that navigation will have 3 anchor tags. The first one will say home, the second one will say about, and the third one will say contact. So that's going to be the first part of this challenge. Okay, so if you want to give it a shot right now, so you can totally go ahead and give it a shot, but now I'm going to explain these two, and then I'm going to give you my solution. The next thing that you have to do is that create a footer.jsx file and create your functional component inside there, and it will only return the footer element, and inside that footer element you're going to be providing a paragraph which will say like copyright 2024, or it should be 2025, my bad. But yeah, you can provide like basically anything that you like, but in my case I'm going to specify like copyright 2024 or 25 and my website, and that's the second part. And now for the third part, you're going to be creating your main component, and that main component will just return your main element, and also inside that main element you're going to be creating your h2 which will say like main content, and now underneath that h2 you're going to be creating a paragraph, and you can like basically put anything that you prefer. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution, and basically you're going to be just importing there and putting there right here inside the app component. So now let me just show you all of that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my header.jsx, and I'm going to be using my RAFCE for that. Save my file. I'm going to remove this header from there and provide my h1 which will say like welcome to my website. Okay, so that's going to be the first thing. Next, we also have to create our navigation, and inside this navigation we're going to be creating a 3 anchor tags. So if I just use like this a and times 3, so it's going to give us this anchor tag like 3 times. So for the first one we're going to be providing a home, and for the second one we're going to be providing a about, and also for the third one we're going to be providing a contact. Okay, so if I just write like contact and save my file, so it's going to format there for me. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my app and register my header component right here. Okay, let's just import that and register that here. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting what welcome to my website, home, about, and contact. So that was the first part. Now in the second part we're going to be creating a main component. Okay, so I'll just say like main.jsx, and inside there we're going to be creating our RAFCE, or you know what, it should be a main, you know what, you can like basically give it any name that you prefer, but in my case I'm going to give it the name of like main content and change that to main. So I'm going to copy that and let me just place that right here. Okay, and I'm going to also use the h2 which will say like main content, and now underneath there we're going to be creating our paragraph which will say like this is the main content, and now I'm going to save that. Now let me just go ahead and go to my app and register my main component right in here, and now here you can see we're now getting like main context content. There we go. So now if I save my file, and now we are getting like main content, and this is the main content which is looking amazing. Now for the final component we're going to be creating our footer.jsx, and now inside there we're going to be using our RAFCE and remove this div and change that to footer. Okay, let's just provide our paragraph which will say copyright 2025 my website. So now if I save my file, we also have to register that inside our app component like so. Okay, and I'm going to register that, save my file, and now we are getting our copyright 2025 my website. So that was another challenge about the basic component. What is JSX? JSX allows us to write HTML in React.js. JSX makes it easier to write and add HTML in React.js. So this is how our JSX looks like. So first of all, we have our component, and inside this component we are now returning some HTML. Now I know a lot of you will ask me, Hussein, like, why can't we just call it HTML? Why are we calling it JSX? JSX simply means JavaScript XML. Behind the scene, we are working with JavaScript. This is just the illusion of HTML. This is not HTML code. Behind the scene, our React.js compiler will compile our code into pure JavaScript. So don't believe me? Now let me show you. Now let me write a bit of JSX so that you guys can see how we can work with JSX. So I'll just create a section, and inside this section I'll also provide a bit of ID to it. So I'll just give the name of like section, and inside this section I'll create my h1, which will say my website. Underneath this h1 I'll create my article, and inside this article I'll create h2, which will say like welcome to React.js. Now underneath this h2 I'll create a paragraph, and which will say like paragraph content or text. I'm going to also provide a class name to it, and by the way, instead of writing a class, you have to write a class name, and I'm going to tell you why, but you have to write a class name for now. And I'll just give the class name of text right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our result right here. So if I right click on there and go to my inspect element, we are first of all getting our root. And now inside this root, we have our section with the ID of section. We have our h1. We also have our article, and inside this article, we have this h2. And we also have this class. We are now providing a class name, and here you can see we are now getting a class. This is a JSX rule, which I'm going to explain in a few seconds. But yeah, here you can see this is how we can write HTML inside our JavaScript function. So to combine all of that, this is how we can create our component. Now let me show you how our React.js convert all of this HTML to JavaScript. And to show you that, first of all, you have to go into this babel.js.io, and inside there you have to place your HTML content. So I'll just copy my HTML content from here, and now I'm going to just place it right here. And what are we getting? We are now getting JavaScript. So if I copy there, and instead of providing this section and article and stuff like that, I'm going to just remove there from here. I'll just provide my return statement, and now I'm going to place this content right here. I'm going to also remove this stuff. Let's just remove them. I'm going to also select this comment and hit Control D or Command D and Command D, and I'm going to just remove that from here. So if I save my file, now I'm going to zoom out a bit, and first of all I'm going to also copy this line of code, and I'm going to have to put that at the top. And you don't have to worry about this code. We are not going to be writing our code like this. You don't have to worry about this coding. So I'm going to save my file, and now if I go into my website and refresh there, once again we are getting this same result like my website, welcome to React, and paragraph content. So if I go into the section, we have our ID, we have our h1 article or h2, and also our paragraph with a class of text right here. So if you weren't using JSX, so we are going to have to create our component this way. Like, come on, look at this redundancy. We are now using some -JSX and providing a section to it, then we are providing ID and children, and there are a lot of things going on. So instead of writing all of them, I'm going to totally remove them from here, and I'll just replace them with this return statement, and I'm going to also remove this first line. So this is what a JSX is, and this is the power of React.js and also JSX in React.js. Welcome to another challenge. So in this challenge, you are going to be practicing JSX. So first of all, I want you to create a file with the name of welcome message.jsx, and inside that file, then you have to create a component with the name of welcome message. Inside that component, you will have a div, and inside that div, you will have your h1 first of all, and inside that h1, you're going to be providing like hello world. Underneath this h1, you're going to be also creating a paragraph which will say like welcome to learning JSX. And finally, you have to import in the app.jsx and render that to the DOM. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now I'm going to give you my solution. I'm going to create a file with the name of welcome message.jsx, and inside there we are going to be using our RAFCE to create this component right here. And first of all, we have our div, and now inside this div we are going to be defining our h1, which will just say like hello world. And now underneath this h1, we're going to be creating our paragraph which will say like welcome to learning JSX. I'm going to save this file. Now let me go ahead and go to my app.jsx file and register my welcome component right in here. Okay, so I'll just close there like so, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting hello world and also welcome to learning JSX. So yeah, that was our second challenge. Whenever you're working with JSX, there are a few rules that you have to keep in mind. I'm going to show you their rules, but first of all, I'm going to remove this article from here. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting my website, which is looking amazing. So the first rule that you have to keep in mind is that from one component you are allowed to return only one parent. Like there can't be multiple parents. So what am I talking about? Let's suppose if I just move this line of code into new line, so what are we getting? We are now getting an error. It is saying that you are not allowed to create multiple parents. Like this is a parent and this is also a parent, or I can just write a div, and here you can see still it's going to give us that error right here. And why is that? Because as I said that our React.js compiler will compile our code to JavaScript, and that's not allowed in JavaScript. Anytime you're working with JSX, this is the first rule that you have to keep in mind, that from one component you are only allowed to return one div. And now inside this div you can do anything, like you can create any amount of nested stuff. So you can create your h1, you can write anything inside there. Even inside this h1 you can write a div and you can write anything inside there underneath there. But you have to keep in mind that from one component you have to return only one parent, and anything you write inside that parent will totally work. Okay, so that's the first thing that you have to keep in mind. The next thing that you have to keep in mind is that in JSX you have to close all of your tags. In HTML, like that wasn't necessary. If you want to work with like images, so you would just create your image and you don't even have to close that if you don't want it to. But in JSX you have to close there, as you can see right here. So if I just remove there, it will give us that error right here, like JSX element image has no corresponding closing tag. Like you have to close there, and that doesn't matter if you're working with the image or if you're working with the divs. So I'm gonna just remove that from here, and here you can see it's gonna also give us that error right here. And we can also make it as a self-closing tag if you wanted to, but you have to keep in mind that anytime you're working with JSX, you have to close all of your HTML tags. Okay, so that's the second thing that you have to keep in mind. The third thing that you have to keep in mind is that anytime you are working with the classes, you are not allowed to provide a class by using the class keyword. Instead of a class, you have to provide a class name. So what am I talking about? I'm going to just write h1 and I'll just say like hello. And now if I just provide a class right here, I'll just write a class. And now here I'm going to just say like my class, and here you can see it's not going to give me any error. Now if I save my file, and now if I refresh there and go into my console, now it's going to give us this error like invalid DOM property class. Did you mean class name? Because our JavaScript compiler will now think that you're defining some sort of a class. As we learned in our OOP section, like object-oriented programming section in our JavaScript course, JavaScript will think like you are defining some kind of a class, and like the polymorphism, inheritance, and all of that concept that we learned. Okay, so JavaScript will think that you're defining that class, but we are not defining that class. We are just providing a class to our element. Okay, so to provide a class, we have to use our class name instead. So if I just remove that, and if I change there to the class name, and now if I save my file, and now if I refresh there, and here you can see that error is now gone. So yeah, that was the third thing that you have to keep in mind. And now the fourth thing that you have to keep in mind, anytime you are working with the forms, in some situation we also want to provide a label for our input field. Okay, so I'll just use like form, and I'm going to just remove this action because we don't need that. And now inside this form, we will just create our label. So if I just create my label, in some situation we would want to provide our for attribute to it. So if I just write like name, and I'll just use my name inside there, I'm going to create my input field which will say like text would be fine. I'll also provide a bit of placeholder to it. So enter your name. I'm going to save my file, and now if I just refresh there, and what are we getting? We are now getting like invalid DOM property 4. Did you mean the HTML4? Because now once again, our JavaScript compiler will think that you're creating some sort of a for loop. Okay, so we are not creating a for loop. We are now providing just a for property or the for attribute to our label. So instead of providing a for, we have to write our HTML4. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and now if I refresh there, and here you can see that error is now gone. I can write anything I want. So yeah, that was a few rules about JSX that you have to keep in mind whenever you're working with the JSX. In this series, we learned a few rules about JSX, and we're going to be exploring more throughout this course, but now I'm going to just make you recall those rules. Okay, so the first thing that I want you to do is that I want you to create a file with the name of JSX Rules.jsx. Inside that file, create a component or a functional component with the name of JSX Rules, and then inside that JSX Rules component, you're going to be creating a div, and inside their div, first of all, you have to write h1 with the title of JSX Rules, and now underneath there, you're going to be creating a three paragraph, and one paragraph will say like JSX must return a single parent element, another paragraph will say like JSX element must be properly closed, and the third one will say like JSX attribute are written using a camel case. Like instead of using a class, we're going to be using a class name. This is the most simplest challenge. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can do it, then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. Now let me create my component with the name of JSX Rules.jsx. I'll just create my functional component right here, and now inside this functional component, the first thing that we have is our div, and now inside this div we have our h1, and I'll write like JSX Rules, and now underneath this h1 we are going to be creating a paragraph which will say like JSX must return a single parent element. Okay, that's going to be the first one. We're going to be also creating another paragraph which will say like JSX element must be properly closed, and come on, this should be a clause, and also we have a JSX attribute are written using a camel case like so. So I'm going to save my file. We have to remove them, and yeah, that's our simple exercise. Now we have to register this component inside our app, so I'll just register there right here. Okay, so we have our JSX rules, so I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting those rules right here. So we have our JSX rules. So yeah, that was another challenge in this course. Now let's talk about expression in JSX. So with JSX, you can write your expression inside the curly braces, and the expression can be a React variable or property or any other valid JavaScript expression. JSX will execute that expression and give you the result. Okay, so here you can see I have my app component, and now inside this app component I have a paragraph, and now inside this paragraph I'm now writing 2 plus 2 as it is without providing any curly braces, nothing to it. So it's going to give us the result of 2 plus 2 as it is. Why is that? Because our React.js will treat it as a text, but now if you wrap that inside the curly braces, it's going to give us the result of 4. And why is that? Now React.js will treat it as a valid JavaScript expression, so it will execute that expression and it's going to give us the result of that. And we are not just limited to write 2 plus 2. We can also create some sort of a variable, and we can put our values inside there. Then we can use that inside our UI. We can even also create a function. We can also embed that function inside our UI and also the classes as well. So now let me just show you all of that in action. Now let's discuss how we are going to be embedding dynamic content in our JSX. So first of all, I'm going to just create my paragraph. Inside this paragraph, I'll just say like 2 plus 2. And now here is a question for you. What do you think will be the result of this code? So if I save my file, I want you to give me the answer. And the result will be 2 plus 2. Why is that? Because we are not wrapping this code inside the curly brace. But now if I wrap that inside the curly brace, we now entered our JavaScript word. So if I save my file now, and here you can see now it's going to give us 4 right here. Why is that? Because now we are running this expression inside the JavaScript. So our React.js compiler will compile this code, and it will think like this is a JavaScript code, so it will execute this code. So if I just write like 2 plus 2 is equal to, outside from this curly braces, now it's going to give us like 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. Okay, which is amazing. So that's the first thing that you have to keep in mind. Next, I'll just create a variable with the name of like my name, and I'm going to store my name inside there like Hussein WebDev. And now underneath this paragraph, I'm going to create my h1 right here. And now let's suppose if I want to dynamically render my variable name inside this h1, how can I go about doing that? Well, so if I just write like my name, if I save my file, I'm now getting my name right here, but I want to get this value like Hussein WebDev. So how can I go about doing that? To do that, we have to wrap this variable name inside these curly braces, like the curly opening brace and the curly closing brace. So if I save my file, and now it's going to give us Hussein WebDev right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be rendering our variables dynamically inside our JSX. We are not limited to just render our expression and also our variable name. We can also provide arrays if you wanted to. So I'll just create like paragraph. I'll just say like my friends list, and now inside this list, I'm going to first of all open and close my JavaScript world, and now inside there we are going to be creating our array which will say like Alex. We also have John, and also Wahid, and something like that, and Jordan. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting like my friend list. We have Alex, John, Wahid, and also Jordan right here, which is amazing. Now I'm going to create a function, and I'm going to execute or embed this function dynamically inside my JSX. So I'll just use like multiply. It's going to take the parameter of A and also B, and it's going to return like A times B. Okay. And now underneath this paragraph, I'm going to create yet another paragraph which will say like 2 times 2 is equals to, and now we are going to be entering our JavaScript word. And now inside this JavaScript word, we are going to be executing our function which is a multiply. And for the perimeter, I'm going to pass 2 comma 2. So if I save my file, and what are we getting? We are now getting like 2 times 2 will gives us 4. So if I change that to like 2 times 10, save my file, it's going to give us like 2 times 10 will gives us 20, but here I'm writing like 2 times 2 and now it's going to give us 20. So if I just change that to like 2 times 10, and now the label is totally correct. Like this is going to be the label and this is going to be the actual value which we are now getting from the JavaScript. I'm going to undo that. And the final thing that I want to show you about the embedding is that we can also embed a special class into our JSX. So I'll just create a special and I'll just write like simple class or something like that. Now I'm going to create a paragraph. I'm going to provide like this is a special class or something like that. And inside this paragraph, what I want to do is that I want to create my class name, and I'm going to just remove these quotes from here, and I'm going to provide my curly brace. And now inside these curly braces, I'm going to copy this simple class name and I'm going to just place it right here. So if I save my file, and now watch what happens. So if I select this class right here, so what are we getting? We are now getting our simple class, and now this simple class is coming dynamically from our JavaScript word right here. So I can totally change that to like anything I want. So if I save there, and here you can see it's going to give us like anything I want. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our stuff by using a JavaScript, and this is how we are going to be embedding there to our JSX by using these curly braces. In this challenge, you are going to be practicing the dynamic content in React.js. So the first thing that I want you to do is that I want you to create a file with the name of greetings.jsx, and inside there you have to create your functional component with the name of greetings. So inside that component, you are going to be returning a div that is containing the h1, and that h1 element will dynamically display the greeting message. Like basically you have to create a variable with the name of like hello world or hello or gracias or something like that, and you have to render that greetings dynamically inside this h1. Next, create a paragraph element that dynamically display the current date. So if you can do this one okay, I'm gonna show you the solution, but yeah, at least give it a shot. If you can do it, like doesn't really matter. Okay, and yeah, here are more instruction if you care about them. And next you have to create a component with the name of product info, and inside that product info component you're going to be returning a div, and inside their div use the product object, in this case not just a product but the product object that contains the following properties, like name will be set to laptop, price will be set to like 1200, availability will be set to in stock. So once you do that, then render your component to the app.jsx, and that's going to be it. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. So I'll just create my greet.jsx component. I'm going to be using my RAFCE, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to greet. So I'll use like greet, which will say hello, and underneath there, or you know what, let me just show that right here. I'm going to be using h1, and I will just render my greet right here. So I'm going to save my file. Let me go ahead and go to my app and register my greet right here, and now I'm going to save my file. And here you can see we're now getting our hello right here, which is looking amazing. We also have to render the date, so I'll just use like date, and now let's just use our new date, and now render there right here. So I'm going to just provide like date as a label, and here we are going to be rendering our date, and now we have to access the get date method on there. So now if I save my file, now it's going to give us like the date is 19. So that was the first portion of this exercise. Now let's just create another component with the name of product info.jsx. JSX, there we go. We're going to be also creating our functional component, and this functional component will have our product. So I'll just write like product, and that's going to be an object. So we're going to be providing the name as a property, and that's going to be set to a laptop. We're going to be also providing the price, and price will be set to like 1200. And also the availability will be set to in stock. Availability in stock. Okay, so now we have to save our file. Now that we have to render the name, price, and availability totally dynamically. So how can we go about doing that? I'm going to remove this name, and now here inside there we're going to be using our h1. Let me just provide a label of name, and now we are going to be using a product.name right here. Now if I save my file, first of all we have to register this component. So I'm going to be using like product info, and hit enter, save my file. It's going to give us a laptop. Now I'm going to go in there And the next thing that we have to do is that we also have to render the price and also the availability. So I'm going to basically duplicate that 2 times and change the label. So I'll just change that to price and also provide a dollar symbol there. And we also have to change the name to the price. Okay, and also we have to remove this name and change that to availability. So I'll just place this availability right here because I can't spell that. Okay, so I'll just write like availability here, save my file. And now we are getting the name of the laptop, also the price, and also the availability, which is now set to in stock. So now if I change like any of these values, so instead of 1200, I'm going to change that to like 1500. Now it's going to totally render there dynamically. And we can also change that to like computer instead. And now it's going to give us a computer. Okay, so yeah, that was our challenge about the dynamic content. Now let's talk about list in React.js. So in React.js, you will render your list with some type of loop. The JavaScript map array method is generally the preferred method to use for the list. So here you can see we have our component right here, and now inside this component we have our numbers array. And now if you want to iterate over through each number inside this array and render there to the DOM, so we are going to be using first of all the curly braces, and now inside these curly braces we are going to be getting our numbers list, and then we can use our map method on there. And now inside this map method is going to take a callback function, and we are going to be passing a number and also the index. And now inside there we are going to be using the UL and LI to render our numbers to the DOM. So this is how we are going to be doing all of this. So now let me show you that in action. Now let's talk about how we can work with list. So first of all, we have to create a list. Then we are going to be working with the, I'll create a numbers list, and inside this numbers I'll put like 1 2 3 4 5. And now we have to iterate over through each item inside that list and do something with that. So in my case, I'm gonna just iterate over through each item inside this list, and I'm gonna render there to the DOM. So to do that, first of all, we are going to be using like some sort of a main or section or anything like that so that we can work with that. So then we are going to be entering into our JavaScript world so that we can use our JavaScript array method like push, pop, reduce, filter, map, and all of that methods. In this case, I'm going to copy the name of this numbers array. And now if I just use dot, so here you can see we have all of our JavaScript array method, like we have add, concat, copy within, entries, every field, filter, find index, flat map, and we have a lot of them. But in this case, I'm only interested in the map method, and now here we are going to be passing our callback function to it. So I'll just use like number would be fine. And now for this callback function, here you can see, I want you to notice that now in this case we are providing a parenthesis, we are not providing a curly braces. So I want you to keep that in mind. So now we are providing these parentheses, and now if I hit enter right here, I'm gonna just write my UL. And now inside this UL, I'm going to write my LI right here. So now inside this LI, a lot of people will think that we are going to be just copying this number, and we have to just place it right here and save our file, and that's going to be it. Let me just say that once again. We are now iterating over through each element inside this array. We are now rendering that to our browser. But now watch what happens. Here you can see we are now getting a number, and we are not getting our numbers right here. So to get these numbers, we have to once again enter our JavaScript world. So I'm gonna have to remove that, or you know what, we have to just wrap that with these curly braces right here. So if I just wrap that with these curly braces, save my file, and now we are getting 1 2 3 4 and 5. But there is still a problem. Now you might be asking like, what's the problem? If I go into the console, what are we getting? We are now getting an error. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. And why are we getting this error? We are now getting this error because later in this course we are going to be learning about something called the state, and state will allows us to mutate or change these values. Like let's suppose if I want to remove something from this array, or if I want to add a new element to this array, so how can I go about doing that? So to do that, for that we are going to be using a state. We are not there yet, so we are not going to be discussing a state right now, but you have to keep in mind that anytime you want to change something inside this array, we have to first of all provide a label for that place. Okay, so like let's suppose if I want to either remove or update or something inside this array, I'm gonna have to first of all provide some sort of a unique label to it. I'll just write like 10 for this first one, and then 20 for the second one, and 30 for the next one, and so on and so forth. So this is how we are going to be providing a unique label. So anytime we remove something from this list, our React.js will know from where we remove that specific thing. So to do that, we are not going to be providing our unique things right here for each element inside our array, but instead we are going to be providing that for the parent. So we are going to be using a key right here, and that key will always be unique. Like you have to provide a unique thing for each element inside this array. Okay, so if you provide like one for this one and also one for this one, it's going to give you an error. Like it's going to still say each child should be unique. Okay, so now I'm going to copy that and now I'm going to place that right here. And now if I save my file, now if I just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting 1 2 3 4 5, and we are not getting that error. So this is how we are going to be iterating over through each element inside our list, and this is how we are going to be providing a unique key or a unique identifier for each element inside this list, and this is how we are going to be rendering there to the DOM. Now I'm going to just remove all of that stuff from here, and I'm going to also remove this number from here, and I'm going to replace that with this huge array. And here you can see we have our users info array, and now inside this array we have a few objects. So we have an object 1 2 and a lot of them, and inside this object we have a username, we have the email, and also the location. So we have username of Hussein, then we have some sort of a test email, and we also have a location, and then we have the same thing for each object inside this array. So now I want to iterate over through each element inside this array, and I want to render the username, email, and location for each user inside this user info. So how can I go about doing that? Well, to do that, we are going to be once again using our map method. So first of all, we have to go inside to the JavaScript world, and then we have to use our user info. And what is a user's info? User's info is that array, and now we are going to be iterating over through that array. Okay, so I'll just use like dot map method, and here I'll just provide a user as a perimeter, and now inside there we're going to be using our UL, and as I said that we have to provide a unique value trade. So in this case I'll just provide like math.random, and now it's going to give us like a random number each time we render our content to the browser. Okay, so now inside there I'll just use my li. We have to go inside to the JavaScript world once again, and we can use our user and then dot, and here you can see we have our username, location, and also the email. So if I just select my username, save my file, and if this is the first time you are working with React.js, this may look a bit crazy to you, but trust me, if you did a bit of practice, you will get there. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our usernames right here for each person. Now I'm going to duplicate this line of code, and instead of providing this username, I'm going to hit Control and space, and now we can select the location. I'm going to duplicate there once again, and now I'm going to hit Control and W once again, and now I'm going to select my email. Okay, so I'm going to save my file. Now let me go back, and this is how our entire code looks like. And first of all, we have our array. Inside this array we have our objects, and inside these objects we have our username, email, and also the location. And now we are iterating over through each item inside this array, and we are now only rendering the username, location, and also the email. And here you can see we are now getting the username, location, and also the email. So we can also change that to the username, email, and then location. And now it's going to give us the same result right here, which is amazing. But there is an optional thing that I want to do. If you don't care about that, you don't have to worry about that. If you don't know what a JavaScript destructuring is, you can go ahead and watch my JavaScript video about that. I have a complete course on JavaScript, so if you take that course, you would be fine. So now I'm going to destructure this value. If you can destructure that, you don't have to worry about that. Now I'm going to remove these users from here, and I'm going to provide my curly brace right here, and I'm going to destructure the username, also the email, and I'm going to also destructure the location as well. And now I no longer have to use these users again and again. I'm going to select that, hit Control D, and I'm going to remove that from here. Okay, so now if I save my file, and now if I refresh there, still we are getting that same result right here. But now we no longer have to provide that user dot again and again for all of these properties. So yeah, this is how we are going to be destructuring the properties from this array. Welcome to another challenge. So in this one, you will practice how you can render a list of data. So the first thing that I want you to do is that create a user list.jsx file, and inside there create a user list component. Create a users array with the following object, like this object right here. Each user will have the ID, name, and also the age. Then use a map method to render each user to the DOM. Okay, so that's going to be the first portion of this challenge. In the next portion, you're going to be creating a product list file, and inside that file you're going to be creating a product list component, and inside that component you're going to be creating a products array, and inside this array you will have like these objects which will represent different objects. So we have ID for the object, the name, price, and yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. And now finally you have to register that inside the app component. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm gonna give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna create my user list.jsx component. Inside them, I'm going to be using my array-fce. So the first thing that we want to do is that we want to create our users array. So I'll just use like const users, and that's going to be set to this array. And now inside this array, we're going to be creating different objects. For each object or for each user, we're going to be providing the ID, and also we're going to be providing the name. In this one, that's going to be set to ls, and I'm going to also provide the age of 25 to there. Okay, so now I'm going to duplicate that a few times, and I'm going to change the ID to 1 to 2 and also to 3. I'm going to also change the name to Bob and this one to Charlie. Change the age to 30 and also the age to 22. So that's going to be my users array, and now inside this array we have a few users right here. Now I want to iterate over through their users and I want to render them to the DOM. So how can I go about doing this? So I'll just remove this users list, and inside there we are going to be using our curly braces. So we are now entering the JavaScript word. So now we are going to be using the users, which is our array. So now inside there we can use our map method. So I'll just provide a user, and now here for each user we are going to be rendering the div. First of all, let's just write a div, and I'm going to also close this div right here, save my file. And for this div we are going to be also providing the key, and the key which we are going to be setting will be user.id. And this ID is coming from each of the users right here. So we have a ID 1, 2 and also the 3. So that's done. Now inside this div we are going to be also creating our h1, which will say name. Okay, so for the name we are going to be using like user.name. I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to age. Okay, and also change this label to age as well. So now I'm going to save my file. Let's just go ahead and go to our app and register our users list right here. So I'll use like users list, save my file. And here you can see we are now getting each of the user right here. So we have Alice, Bob, and also Charlie. So that was the first thing. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our product list.jsx component. Inside there we are going to be using our array-fce, and inside there let's just define our products here, and that's going to be set to array. In this array we'll have a few objects, and each object will have the ID, the name. So I'll just write like iPhone or maybe phone would be fine. And I'm going to also provide the price of, I don't know, just a random arbitrary price like, I don't know, 699 or something like that. I'm going to duplicate that a few times and change that to 2, and also change this one to 3. And I'm going to also change the name of that to like laptop. Instead of providing a phone, I'm going to change that to headphones. And let's just also change the price to like 1200, and also change the price to 199. I'm going to save my file, and this is how we're going to be defining our list of objects. Okay, so now we have to iterate over through there. So if you want to iterate over through there, we're going to be using a products.map method, and it's going to allow us to iterate over through each element. Okay, so now inside there we're going to be using our div. Let's just close there like so. Save my file. We are going to be also passing our key to there, and key will be coming from each of the products. So we are going to be providing like product.id, which is coming from this product, and each will have different IDs. So that's why we are now providing there, because that's going to be a unique one. So that's why we are now providing there. So now I'm going to just use like h1 for the name, and I'm going to provide like paragraph.name, and I'm going to also change that to price and change the label to price as well. So let's just provide a dollar symbol. I'm going to save my file, and now let me go ahead and go to my app component and register my product list right here. Save my file, and I'm going to comment this line out. And here you can see we're now getting different product, like we have a phone, laptop, and also the headphones. Oh, we are providing a dollar symbol twice. I'm going to have to remove that in one area. So I'll just remove that from here because we are already providing that as a string. So I'm going to save my file now, and now that's looking better. So yeah, that was our map method practice or challenge. Now let's talk about the props. So props or properties are argument passed into React components, and props allows us to pass data from the parent component to a child component. Props are passed to a component via the HTML attribute. So here you can see I have my app component, and now inside this app component I'm going to be calling my user component. And now let's suppose if I want to pass some sort of an image path from the app component, which is a parent component, to the user component, which is a child component. So I'll just write an image, or you can also write an img. You can give it any name that you like, and then you have to write an equal to sign, and then you have to specify the path. Okay, so we can also specify the name, we can also provide the image as a number, we can also provide the isMarried flag as a boolean, and we can also provide hobbies as an array. So this is how we are going to be passing our data from the parent component to the child component, and now to receive that data from the parent component inside the child component. So this is how we are going to be doing there. First of all, we are going to be taking a props as a parameter inside our component, and then we can use their prop, and then we can use the dot notation to access all of that data. So I can use like prop dot image, so it's going to give us the image, and now I can use prop dot name, prop dot age, and also prop dot isMarried, and also prop dot hobbies. Okay, so it's going to give us all of their data from the parent component to the child component. So now let me show you all of that in action. Now let's talk about the props, like how we are going to be passing our data from the parent component to the child component. First of all, we are going to have to create our child component, and then inside that child component we are going to be getting our prop. Okay, so I'll just create my user component, and inside this user component I'll just return my section right here. So if I save there, now we have to call or register this component inside this parent component. So I'll just use my user component right here, and now we are going to be passing our data from this parent component to this child component. So how can you go about doing that? To that, we are going to be using a props, and if you are coming from the HTML background, you already use props, but you didn't even know you are using it. You've already used this image tag, and now here you can see these are the props for this image tag. Like, we are now providing a source, and we are also providing the alternative text for this image props. So you already use these props, but you didn't know that you were using a prop. Okay, so now if you want to pass some sort of a data from this parent component to this child component, so we are going to be using a prop. Now we can provide any kind of data that we like. So I'll just provide like name, and now I'll just write like Hussein WebDev. And by the way, this prop can be anything, and this value can be also anything. Like, you can provide banana right here, and you can provide like orange if you wanted to. That will work exactly the same. So I'm going to just undo that to name, and now I'm just passing name from the parent component to this child component. So now if I want to access that name inside this child component, so I'm gonna have to use my props right here. So I'll just use like props, and now I'm gonna log these props to the console. So I'll just use my props right here, save my file, and now watch what happens. So if I just refresh there, what am I getting? I'm getting a name with the value of Hussein WebDev. And where is that coming from? That is coming from this user prop right here. So once again, if I change that to like banana, and now if I save there, I'm now getting that banana right here. So if I just refresh there, I'm now getting that banana. So yeah, this is how you're going to be passing your data from your parent component to the child component, and this is how you're going to be accessing that. So now we have to use that. I'm going to just remove that from here, and now inside this section I'll just use my h1. I'm going to provide the label of name, and here we have to render that inside our JavaScript. So we are going to be using like props dot name right here, because this is the name of our prop. If I save that, and I'm now getting the result right here. Now I'm not only limited to provide the strings, I can also provide like anything I want. So I'll just use like age, and age will be set to 18, not 18, 22. And I'm gonna also provide the boolean value like is married, and that's gonna be set to false. We cannot see that not right now because we are now rendering that to the UI, so we will not see the result of that. But later, very soon, we're going to be also discussing about the boolean values for the props as well. You will see that very soon, don't worry about it. We can also provide the list if you wanted to. So I'll just use like coding, and I'm gonna also provide like reading, and also the sleeping. So if I save that, so it's gonna format that this way. So I'll just remove that from here, and now we have to access that right here. So I'm gonna just provide like this is my name and age, and I'm gonna render my props.age right here. I'm gonna also render my is married boolean flag. So I'll just use like is married, and here I'm gonna pass my props.is married, and now underneath then we are going to be providing our h4 of hobbies, and here we have to just render our hobbies right here. Come on, if I can type it today, like props.hobbies. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our name, age, and also is married, but we cannot see the value of that. As I said that we will very soon, but this is just a boolean value, and we cannot see that not right now. And we also have our hobbies, and hobbies are coding, reading, and sleeping. In some situation, we would also want to provide our images. So I'll just provide yet another prop for the image. And here I'm going to just pass my own image, which is coming from my GitHub repository. If you have your own image, you can totally provide there. And now we also have to render there right here. So I'm going to be using my image tag. Instead of providing this course, I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to just render there dynamically. So I'll just use like props.image or img, and I'm going to also provide some text for this alternative text. So I'll just use like props. I guess name would be fine. So if I save there, and I'm now getting this amazing guy, but this is super huge. So I'll just have to provide a width of 200 would be fine. Save my file, and here you can see I'm now getting this card right here. So I'm now getting my image, the name, age, and everything right here. So this is how we are going to be passing our data from this parent component to this child component, and this is how we are going to be accessing their data by using the props, and this is how we are going to be rendering their data by using the props. Now there is one thing that I want to do, which is called the prop destructuring, but if you don't know what a destructuring is, you can either go to my JavaScript course and watch what a destructuring is, or you can just read about that. You can ask from ChatGPT if you wanted to, but you have to learn about the prop destructuring. So because I'm going to be using a prop destructuring right now, so I'll just remove these props right here, and I'm going to just destructure my name, age, and also is married flag, and also the hobbies. So now I no longer have to use these props again and again. So I'm going to select one, hit Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D, and remove that. And now if I save my file, and here you can see everything is still working the way we expect them to work. Okay, so now we are destructuring all of that properties, and now we are using that inside our component. So yeah, that was it about the props, and that was it about the props destructuring. Time for the props exercise. So in this exercise, you are going to be creating a products.jsx file, and inside there you're going to be defining the functional component with the name of person, and it will take two props. So it's going to take the person name, and it's going to also take the person age. Okay, so now inside that person component, you're going to be using the h2, which will display the person name, and then you're going to be using a paragraph which will display the person age. So that's going to be the first portion of this exercise. Now in the second portion, you're going to be creating a product.jsx file, and inside there once again you're going to be defining the functional component with the name of product, and now inside there's going to also take two props. So you're going to be providing the product name and also the product price. So you're going to be using h2 to display the product name, you're going to be using a paragraph to display the product price, and finally you have to just import that to your app component, and that's going to be it. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. So I'll just create like person.jsx component, and I'm going to be using my RAFCE inside there. And let me just go ahead and go to my app, register my component here. So I'll just use like person, import there, and close there. Now I want to provide a prompt to this person. So how can I go about doing that? I'm going to provide the name, and name you can provide like basically any name that you prefer, but in my case I'm going to specify my own name, and also I'm going to provide my age, which will be set to 22. So now that we successfully provided these prop right here, so the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go ahead and go to this person, and we have to use those props. So to use that, we're going to be using a props, and here first of all we have to use our h2, not h1 but h2, and we're going to be using a props.name because we are now only interested in this name right here. So that's how we are going to be rendering that name. Next, we also have to create a paragraph which will render the prop.age. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting the name and also the age right here. So that was the first portion of this challenge. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our product.jsx component. I'm going to be using the RAFCE, and once again we have to go to our app and register our product component right here. It's going to also take two props, so we're going to be providing the name, and name will be set to iPhone, and I'm going to provide the price of like a lot of price. I don't know, maybe I guess that's going to be fine. So now let's just save this file and go into our product, and we are going to be getting that props by using this props object, and we have to use our h2 to render the prompts dot what? I forgot the name and also the price. So I'll just render the name, and also we have to use our paragraph, and which will say prompts dot price. Okay, so now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting Hussein and also 22 as the age, and we're also getting the name of iPhone and the amount of price. So that's cool and everything, but the next thing that we have to do is that we have to destructure the name and the age, and we have to use the inside this component. So to do that, I'm going to remove this props, like I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to provide the name and also the age. we no longer have to use this props dot again and again. So I'm going to select there and hit Control D. So it's going to select there twice and remove there. Now if I save my file, and once again here you can see the result is exactly the same. And next we have to go into the product and remove this props from there, and we're going to be providing or destructuring the name and also the price. Okay, so now I'm going to select this props once again and hit Control D and remove there, save my file, and now we are getting exactly the same thing. So yeah, this is how we are going to be providing a props. This is how we are going to be destructuring there, and this is how we are going to be using there inside our components. Now in some situation we would want to pass our data from our parent component to our child component by closing there. So what do I mean by that? Let me just zoom in a bit. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a components folder, and I will provide my card.tsx, not tsx but JSX inside there. Now let me use my RAFC, save my file, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to call my card component right here, but I'm not going to call my component like so. I'm going to close them manually like that. And now inside there, what I want to do, I want to write my h1, which will say like my card, and I will also provide a paragraph which will say like this is some content for card 1. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and now let me go back. So here you can see we are now passing this data to our card component by closing there. But now the question is, how in the world we are going to be accessing that data? So to access that data, there is something called the children, which will allow us to access their data from the parent component to the child component. So I'll use like props, and here I'll just use like props.children. So if I use that, now let me use my npm run dev. So it's gonna start my server. Let me just write a localhost right here. And what are we getting? We're now getting like my card and also that same paragraph text right here. Okay, so we can also destructure them by just removing these props and destructure our children. So now we no longer have to specify these props dot, and now we have to save our file, and here you can see we are still getting there. And yeah, I'm gonna just duplicate that like a few times. So that was for the 1, and I'm gonna just duplicate that like 2 times. So this is going to be my card 2 and then card 3. And yeah, we are now getting all of their data from our parent component, which is this app component, and we are now passing that to the card component, and this is how we are going to be accessing them by using the children. Now let's talk about the conditional rendering. So conditional rendering allows us to dynamically display different UI component or content based on a specific condition. This enables us to create more interactive and responsive user experiences. So there are a few ways to conditionally render our UI. The first way is to just use the if and else statement, and also we have another ways like using the ternary and also the AND operator. So now let's talk about the first one, which is the if and else statement. So here you can see we have two components, like we have the valid password component and we also have the invalid password component. Now we are going to be creating yet another password component, and then we are going to be calling there inside our app component. And now inside this app component, we are going to be passing the isValid prop to it, and that's going to be set to true. Now we will receive that prop inside the password component, and then we are going to be providing our check. So if our isValid prop is true, we are going to be rendering the valid password component. So if that's not the case, we are going to be returning the invalid password component. So we can use that by using the if and else statement, and we can also refactor this code to use the JavaScript ternary. So to use that, here you can see I'm going to comment all of that code out, and now I'm going to be using my ternary operator. So if isValid prop is equal to true, we are going to be rendering our valid password component. But if that's not the case, we are going to be returning the invalid prop component. Here is another example. I have a cart component, and now inside this cart component, I have my groceries. And now here I'm going to be checking if groceries.length is greater than 0, and then we are going to be displaying this UI. But if that is not the case, like if we don't have any content inside the groceries list, then it's not going to show us anything. So without wasting any time, now let's get into the coding. Now let's talk about how we are going to be rendering our UI based on some sort of condition. So to do that, I'm going to create 3 components. So the first component I'm going to create will be a valid password component, which will only return like h1 valid password. I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to change that to invalid password, and also the component name to invalid password as well. Okay, so that's going to be my first 2 component. Now I'm going to also create a component for the password itself, and here inside there we're not going to be returning anything. I'm going to call this component my password component right here inside my app component, and I'm going to also give it the prop of isValid, and that's going to be set to true. Now inside my password component, I'm going to also destructure that prop, which is the isValid prop. Now inside this password component, I'm going to be checking if is valid. So in that situation, we are going to be returning the valid password component. And if that's not the case, we are going to be returning the invalid password component right here. So now let me just say that once again. First of all, we are creating two components like the valid password and also the invalid password. And we are also creating a password component which is taking the prop of is valid. Now that is set to true. And based on that prop, we are now checking if that is set to true, render this component. If that is not set to true, then render this component. So now in this case, the is valid is set to true. So it's going to give us the result of valid password component, which is the valid password. And here you can see we are now getting the valid password component. Why is that? Because is valid is now set to true. So it's going to give us the valid password component right here. But now if I make that as false, so now let me just change that to false. And now we are getting an invalid password component right here. Because our is valid prop is set to false, so it's not going to render this UI. Instead, it's going to render this UI right here. So that was the first way we can render our components based on some sort of a condition. Now we can totally refactor this code to use a ternary operator. So I'm going to comment this line out, and you know what, I'm going to also comment that line out, and I'll just return like is valid. And if that's the case, we're going to be returning the valid valid password component. And if that's not the case, we're going to be returning the invalid password component right here. So if I save that, that's going to work exactly the same. So if I change that to true, and it's going to give us that valid password component. Now I can also refactor that a bit more if I wanted to. So I can totally remove this coding. I can also remove this return statement. And I'm going to also remove these curly braces from here, save my file. And this is how we are going to be conditionally rendering our UI. Now let me give you one more example by using the AND operator. So I'm going to just remove all of that coding from here. And now I'm going to create a separate component with the name of card. So I'll just give it the name of card, and I'm going to remove that from here. And this is how we are going to be creating our component. And I'm going to also call this component right here inside my app. So I'll just remove that and render my card component right here. So if I save that, and we are now getting our card right here, which is looking amazing. Now inside this card component, I'm going to provide my items right here. So const items, and we will have a few items right here inside this component. And now let me just place this item right here. So we have a few items inside this list. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this card from here, and I'm going to just write my h1 card, and I'm going to also pass my card emoji right in here. Now underneath that, I'm going to conditionally render my UI. So I'll just check like items dot length. So if the items dot length is greater than 0, and we are going to be rendering over h2. So I'll just use my h2 right here, and I'm going to say like you have items dot length. We're going to be checking the length of our items and then items in your cart. So if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like you have 4 items inside your cart. So if I just remove like one of them, I'm going to just remove that, save my file. Now it's going to give us like you have 3 items inside your cart. And now if I completely remove every single thing from this cart, so now this condition is false, like items.length is no longer greater than 0, it is equal to 0. So we're not going to be getting this result right here. So if I save that, and it's going to only give us the card which is coming from this h1, but it's not going to give us this result as you can see right here. So if I just undo that, and let me just get that back, save my file, and now we are getting like you have 4 items inside your cart. Now underneath that, I'm going to just render my items right here. So I'll just use like ul, and now inside this ul I'm going to provide my h4, and let's just provide like products or something like that. Now underneath this h4, I'm going to go into my JavaScript once again, and I'm going to be using items.map method, and here we are going to be passing our specific item. And now inside there we are going to be passing our li, and which will just say like item right here, and we are going to be also passing a key to that. So for the key I'll just use like key met.random. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our item right here, like we have a wireless earbuds, power bank, new SSD hoodie, and stuff like that. But if I remove every single thing from here, save my file, we are only getting these products. We are not getting our item. That's because we are not rendering anything right here, because our cart is totally empty, and we are also not getting anything. That's because this condition is false. So if this condition is false, we're not going to be getting this UI. Time to tackle the conditional rendering challenge. So the first thing that I want you to do is that I want you to create a weather.jsx file, and inside that file you're going to be creating a functional component with the name of weather, and it will take the prop of temperature, and then I want you to use the if, else if, and else statement to conditionally render different messages based on the temperature value, which we are going to be specifying in a few seconds. So if the temperature is below 15, display it's cold outside. And if the temperature is between 15 and 25, then display it's nice outside. And if the temperature is above 25, then display like it's hot outside. So that's going to be the first portion of this challenge. Now in the second challenge that we have to do is that we have to create a user status component, and inside that component it will also take two boolean prop. The first one will be logged in, and the second one will be is admin. So use the and operator to display the message for admin and also for the normal user as well. So if the login and also the is admin, both of these props are true, which means like the person is admin, so then I want you to display like welcome admin. So if that's not the case, and if only the login is true, then display like welcome user. So that's going to be the second portion. Now for the final one, you have to create a greetings.jsx file. Inside that file, you're going to be creating a functional component with the name of greetings, and it will also take what do we call it, the prop of time of the day. You can provide like morning or afternoon or evening or something like that. Then I want you to use the ternary operator. So if the time of the day is equal to morning, then display good morning. So if the time of the day is equal to afternoon, then display good afternoon. And finally, you have to just import all of that component inside the app.jsx and check out the result of there. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my weather.jsx component, and we're going to be using our RAFC inside there. We can define like let temp, and temp will be equals to 26 for the first one. Okay, and now here the first thing that we have to do, or you know what, we don't even have to provide all of that. Let's just remove that from here. We're going to be using our if, else if, and else statement. So let's just provide for the condition like temp. So if the temperature is less than 15, so in that situation we're going to be rendering what do we call it, it's cold outside. Okay, and if that's not the case, so what do we have to do? We have to check for the temperature. If temperature is greater than or equal to 15 and temperature, come on, temperature is less than or equal to 25, so in that situation we're going to be rendering this h1 one more time, and it will say like it's nice outside. Okay, and finally if that is not equal to anything, so we are going to be just returning, or you know what, we also have to specify the else if one more time, and for this condition we're going to be providing like if temperature is greater than 25. So in that situation we are going to be returning our h1 one more time, and we will say like it's hot outside. Okay, so now I'm gonna save my file, and then we have to register this component inside our app.tsx file. So I'll just use like weather tsx or JSX to be precise. So I'm gonna save my file and check this out. So it's gonna give us like it's hot outside. But now if I change that to like, I don't know, maybe 15, and now if I save my file, so here you can see it's gonna give us like it's nice outside. And now if I change that to like, I don't know, maybe 3 would be fine. So if I change that to 3, so it's gonna give us like it's cold outside. So that was the first portion of this challenge. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our user status.jsx component. So I'm going to be using my RAFCE inside there, and also I'm going to go into my app, and let's just comment this line out, and I'm going to render my user status component, and it's going to take two props. So it's going to take like logged in, and I'm going to set that to true, and then is admin, and I'm going to also set that to false. I'm going to save my file, and now let me go ahead and use those props inside this component. So we are going to be just taking the props, and let's just provide our check. So I'm going to remove that from here, and we're going to be checking there if prop dot logged in, LOGGED logged in, and props dot is admin. So in that situation we're going to be returning like h1, which will say like welcome admin, because if the user already logged in, and if the user is also an admin, so we're going to be showing like welcome admin. So if that's not the case, so we're going to be only showing like h1, which will say like welcome normal or welcome user. Okay, so I'm gonna save this file right now, and we already registered there right here. So here you can see it's gonna give us like welcome user. And why is that? Because logged in is set to true, but is admin is set to false. So that's why we are now getting like welcome user. But if I change that, instead of a false, I'm going to change that to true and save my file. Now it's going to give us welcome admin right here. So that was the second portion of our challenge. And now for the third and final one, we are going to be creating our greeting.jsx component. Let's just use our RAFCE, save my file, and register there right here inside my app. So I'll just use like greetings and close there. It's going to also take the prop of time of day, and I'm going to set that to morning. Okay, and let's just go ahead and go to our component. Inside this component, we're going to be receiving our props once again, and instead of providing this return statement, we're going to be using our ternary operator. So I'm going to be using like if props.time of day is triple equals to morning. So in that situation, we are going to be rendering our h1. Let's just write our h1. God damn, what the hell am I doing? And which will say like good morning. And if that's not the case, come on. If that's not the case, so we are going to be rendering h1 one more time, and which will say like good afternoon. And I'm gonna save my file, and we also have to return there. So let's just check this out. Here you can see it's gonna give us good morning. That's because we are now providing the time of the day as morning. But if I change that to like afternoon, come on, afternoon, and save my file, so it's going to give us like good afternoon. So let me go there, and we can also destructure our prompts. So we can just destructure like time of day, copy there, and we no longer have to provide our prompt dart. So let's just save there, and it's going to still gives us that same result right here. So yeah, that was our challenge about god damn it, that was our challenge about the conditional rendering in React.js. There are a lot of ways to style our component, but in this specific section we are going to be only learning about the basics. But later in this course we are going to be also learning about the popular libraries like Radix and DaisyUI, TailwindCSS, ShadcnUI and stuff like that. But for now we are going to be only learning about the basics of styling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create my section, and inside this section I'm going to just write my h1 inline style. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our inline style right here, which is looking amazing. So if I want to change the color of that, or if I want to provide some sort of a styling for that, so I can just use a style attribute and equal to, and then double curly brace, not a single but double curly braces. You have to keep that in mind. First of all, you're going to be opening your curly braces, you're going to be opening double curly braces, and then you're going to be closing double curly braces. And now inside there you can write like all of your CSS styling right here, which you've already learned in my HTML and CSS courses. So I'll just write like color, and I'm going to just write like black, not black but red. So if I save there, and here you can see we are now getting our red color right here, which is looking amazing. And now I'm going to also provide a background color to it, but there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. In CSS we write our background color like this. First of all, we write a background and then dash and then color. But this is not a CSS. You're not currently working with the CSS. You are working with the React.js. So you have to keep in mind that you're going to be writing your CSS in one line like a background color. But this is not accurate. Here you can see we are also getting this suggestion like background color as a camel case. So if I click on that, anytime we have some sort of a property which have two names like background and also the color, so we are not going to be providing spaces, we are not going to be providing a dashes, and we are also not allowed to write that in lowercase or in totally uppercase. We have to write that as a one word, and also we have to write that as a camel case, just like this. And now I'm going to just provide a value for that, so I'll just use like teal, and I'm going to also provide a bit of padding to it. So padding will be 2 rem or something like that. And yeah, I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our styling right here. I'm gonna just change the color of that to like white, and now that's looking better. So this is how we are going to be providing our styling inline. So first of all, you have to provide a style attribute, and then double curly braces opening and double curly braces closing, and you also have to keep this rule in mind. So that was the first way. Now we can also extract all of that styling from here, and we can put then some sort of an object, and then we can reference that object inside the style. So I'm gonna go to the top, and here I'll just create my variable with the name of like styles, and now I'm gonna just place my styling right here. But first of all, we have to wrap that inside these curly braces like as an object, and then we have to place our styling there. I'm gonna save my file, and now I'm gonna copy the variable name from there, and we have to just place it right here. But in this case we are not going to be writing double curly braces, we are going to be only working with the single curly braces. So there's our JavaScript word right here. Now inside this JavaScript word, we are now rendering or styling totally dynamically. So if I save my file, and here you can see if I just refresh there, that's gonna still work exactly the same. So I can just change the color of that to like crimson or something like that, and here you can see it's gonna still work right here. So that was the second way to style our component. Now let me show you one more way. So I'm gonna just remove all of that content from here and also this h1. So if I save my file, and now I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna remove this component folder from here, and I'm gonna create my file, which will be index.css file. Okay, and now inside this index.css file, we're going to be placing all of our CSS, like body will be set to this color, and also we are providing a display flex and all of that kind of stuff, which you've already learned in my CSS course. So here you can see we're now providing all of our styling. Now I'm going to go into my app.jsx component, and inside there, now if I want to use all of that styling, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import that in this component. So I'm going to be just using like import, and then we have to write a string, and then we have to go one level up above. We have to just write index.css. So if I save my file, and now if I hold control and click on there, it's going to bring us to this index.css file right here. So now inside this section, I'll just use my h1 and I'll just write like separate file for styling or something like this. So if I save there, and now we are getting this result right here. So now all of our styling are now successfully applied to this component. So I can totally comment this line out, and now it's not going to give us any styling, and I can totally uncomment there, and here you can see we are now getting all of our styling. So yeah, this is how we are going to be styling our component by using an inline and separate object and also index.css file. And now let's talk about the icons, like how we are going to be adding icons in our project. To do that, there are a lot of icons libraries for React.js, but this one is a bit popular one, and this is a React.js icon library. So first of all, we have to install this library inside our project, then we will be able to use that. So now I'm going to go into my React icons, and here you can see we have like a lot a lot of icons right here. So to install that, we are going to be using this command. So I'm going to just copy there, and now I'm going to open my terminal right here and just close every single thing. I'm gonna just place my command right here, which is npm install react icons --save. So if you don't want to provide this --save, you don't even have to do that. Okay, so I'm gonna just hit enter right here, so it's gonna install that inside this project, and here you can see that's now successfully installed. And as I mentioned in the beginning of this video, that if we install any third-party libraries or packages, that's gonna be available inside this node module. So I can totally search for the React icons. So you know, if I just search for the icons, and here you can see we have our React icons right here. So if I open there, here you can see we have like a lot of icons. So this is how we are going to be adding that to our project. And now let's talk about how we are going to be using that inside our project. So to use that, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import that specific icon which you want to use. So I'll just go ahead and search for a specific icon. So I'm going to go to the home. There are a lot of icons. I'm going to search for the cart, and here you can see it's going to give us a lot of cards right here. Let's suppose if I want to use this card, I'm going to click on there. Now I can totally copy there, and here you can see this is how we are going to be importing there, and now we can totally use that by using this icon. So I'm going to copy that from here. Now let me just place that right in here, save my file, and now if I go there, refresh there, we have to run our terminal. So npm run dev. Now if I refresh there, so here you can see we're now getting our icon. Now I can search for something else like I don't know, computer or something, and it's going to give us this computer. I can totally copy there. I'm going to go to the top, and I'm going to just place it right here. I'm going to copy there from there. Now let me just place the here and close it, save my file, check it out, and we are now getting our computer right here. So yeah, that was it about the styling and also about the icons. Welcome to the styling challenge. So in this challenge, I want you to create a style card.jsx file, and inside there you're going to be defining the functional component with the name of style card, and use the inline style. Here the keyword is use the inline style to style your component. So by using the inline style, you have to change the background color to light blue, also provide a padding of 20 pixel, provide a border radius of 10 pixel, and also change the color of the text to like dark blue or something like that. Okay, so that's going to be the first portion of this challenge. And now for the second portion, we are going to be creating our profile card, and now inside this profile card component, we are going to be defining our style by using the object. and here the keyword is the object. Okay, so inside that object we're going to be defining our style. Like the background color will be set to light gray, the padding will be set to 15 pixel, border radius will be set to 8 pixel, and text color will be set to totally black. Okay, so apply those styling by using inline CSS, and also by using the object. Okay, and then finally for the final portion you're going to be installing the React icons by using this command, and then you have to render this FA beer icon. That's gonna be it. You can also provide the size to there like 30 pixel, and you can also change the color. And yeah, finally you have to render the inside your app component, or register the inside your app component so you can see the result. So now let me just go ahead and create my component right here. So I'll start by defining the style card.jsx component. Let's just use our RAFCE, go back and go to my app component, and inside there we are going to be registering our style card like so. And inside this style card, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to show all of these stylings. So set the background color to light blue, and also provide a padding, radius, and change the color of there. So I'm going to remove this stuff from here and provide a style and use my double curly braces inside there. Once we have to change the background color, so I'll use like background color, and for the background color we are going to be providing like light blue, and also we have to provide the padding, and padding will be set to 20 pixel. We're going to be we are going to be also providing the border radius, not border right, but radius. Border radius will be set to 10 pixel, and we are going to be also providing the color, and the color will be set to dark blue. Okay, so I'm gonna save my file. I'm gonna also provide my h1, which will say like style, or yeah, style card. We're going to be also providing a paragraph which will say lorem 20, or maybe lorem 30 would be fine. So if I save my file, and now let me check this out. So we are now getting this style component by using the inline style. So that's looking amazing. I'm gonna also go ahead and go to my components folder one more time, and we're going to be defining our profile card.jsx inside there. I'm going to use my RAFCE, go to my app component, and comment this line, or I'm not going to comment this line out. I'm going to be using a profile card and render there right here inside this component. Now for this one, we are going to be defining these styles to it. First we have to change the background color to light gray. We also have to provide a padding, border radius, and also text color will be set to totally black. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define all of that styling by using my style object. So I'll use like styles, and inside there we're going to be providing our background color, and let's just provide our light gray inside there. We're going to be also providing a padding which will be set to 15 pixel, and the border radius, radius, border radius will be set to 8 pixel. And let's just provide a color, and that's the default color which will be set to black. And now we have to use the styling inside our card. So how can I go about doing that? Well, we just have to provide a style and one curly braces, not twice but only one curly braces, and we have to render our styles inside there. I'm going to remove this profile card and provide my h1 which will say hello world, and now underneath there let's just provide our paragraph which will say like lorem of 30. So I'm going to save my file, and now we are getting a gray card and also this card. So both of these stuff are now totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to install the React icons. So I'm going to stop my server, and I'm going to be using npm I, or you can also use npm install if you wanted to, but I'm going to use like npm I and then React icons. Now they're successfully installed, so I'm going to run my server once again and go into my components folder and define another component which will say like icon component.jsx. So I'll use like RAFCE inside there, and here the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the FA component, or FA beer component. So we are going to be grabbing there from the React icons, and we are going to be grabbing there from the FA. So I'll just use like FA beer, and I'm going to render there right here inside this component. So I'll use like FA beer and just render that here, save my file, and now we are getting, oh, we are not getting there. Let me just refresh there. We should be getting there. Oh, we are not. Oh, that's because we did not render our component here. So I'm going to use like icon component, there we go, and save my file, and now we are getting this beer icon right here, as you can see. Now let me just duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to also change the size of that to like 30. save my file. So it's going to give us like a bit bigger beard now in this case. I can also change the color of that to provide a color attribute to it. So I'll just use like gold and save my file. And here you can see we are now getting a gold beard. So yeah, that was it about for the styling challenge. Now let's talk about how we are going to be adding events to our elements. So to do that, first of all, we are going to be creating our button component. And now inside this button component, we are going to be only returning just a simple button which will just say click. And now I'm going to render that inside my app. So I'll just use my button and save my file. And here you can see we are now getting our click button right here, which is not doing anything for now. So now if you want to attach an event handler for this button, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to write the on, and here you can see we have a lot of events like on abort capture, on animation end, and there are a lot of events right here on blur and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write my on click event handler, and I'm going to just pass some sort of a function right here. So now inside this function I can just log to the console like you clicked me, and now I'm going to save my file. And now if I open my console right here, now I'm going to click on this button and it's going to give us like you clicked me right here. Why is that? Because now we are attaching this event handler and we are just logging to the console like you clicked me. We can also extract this logic to a separate function. So I'm going to extract that from here. And now we can just totally create a separate function like const handle click. And now we can just log to the console something like math.round and then math.random. And let's just divide that by 10 or multiply that by 10. So if I save that, now I'm going to copy that and we are going to be passing the reference of that function to this on click event handler. So if I save that, now if I refresh that, and anytime I click on this button, it's going to give us a random number between 1 through 10. Okay, so yeah, this is now working. That was the first example. Now let me give you one more example. So to do that, we are going to be creating yet another component, or you know what, let me just remove that component from here, and I'm going to create my copy component. And then now inside there, we are going to be just returning only the paragraph, and which will just say, come on, let's just return a paragraph which will just have like lorem of 20. And I'm going to save this file right here. Now I'm going to attach my on copy event handler right here, and we are going to be also creating this function like copy handler in a second. So I'm going to copy there, and now let me just create this function inside this copy component. So I'll just use like const copy handler, and now inside there I'll just log to the console like stop stealing my content. So if I save there, and now if I just refresh there, we are getting some sort of error. That's because instead of that button, I'm going to have to provide the copy right here. I'll just remove that and change that to that copy function, copy component, save my file. And now if I just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting our text. But if I just select some portion of this text, right click on there and copy there, it's going to give us that warning like stop stealing my content, which is looking amazing. So this is how we are going to be working with the on copy event handler. Now let me give you one more final example, and I guess that's going to be here. So I'll just remove that component from here. I'm going to also remove this copy from here. And now let me give you the move. So not movie, but just move component. And now inside them, we are going to be returning once again our paragraph, and that paragraph will have the content of like lorem 20. And now I'm going to be attaching my on mouse move. Okay, so when somebody mouse over or hover over this text, so we are going to be firing some sort of an event. So to do that, I'm going to just provide my move handler function, which we are going to be creating in a second. Now let me just create that function right here. So we can either create that by using this function result keyword, or we can create that by using the arrow function. So it's not going to take any parameter, and we are going to be alerting, and I'll just say like mouse move event fired. And now underneath that, we can just log to the console like mouse move event fired. That same thing. So if I save my file, and now if I just refresh there, but first of all, we are going to also have to register there inside our app. So let's just register there right here. So if I save my file and watch what happens. So whenever I hover my mouse over to there, first of all, I'm getting like mouse move event fired. If I click on OK, we are also getting in the console like mouse move event fired. So this is how we are going to be attaching different kind of events to our specific elements. In this section, I'm going to be introducing two topics at once. First, we are going to be learning about the stat, and then we are going to be jumping into the hook. So now let's talk about what is a stat and why you should even care about that. So stat is a way to store and manage the data that can change over time and affect how the component renders. we defined state by using something called the useState hook, which allow you to set the initial value and provide a way to update that state. So that was just a quick definition of what a state is, but now here is a keyword, the useState hook. So now what is a hook and why you should even care about them? So hooks are a new addition in React 16.8. They let you use state in other React.js features without writing a class-based components. So back in the day, not that long ago, we were using a class-based component like everywhere. Nowadays, we only use functional-based component and nobody use a class-based component. So hooks were introduced in the React.js 16 version and they allow you to manage your state inside the functional component. So that's the only theory that you have to keep in mind about the hooks, and there are a lot of hooks which we are going to be covering throughout this series. But now in this section we are going to be learning about what a useState is and how it works. So now let's talk about what is a useState. So useState hook allows us to track the state in the functional component, and state generally refer to the data or the properties that need to be tracking in our application. So that's the only thing that you have to keep in mind about the useState. So how the syntax will look like. So here you can see, first of all, we are going to be using our useState hook, and then we are going to be using the array destructuring. And first of all, we have a data which we are going to be providing inside our useState, and then we have a function which allows us to change that data inside our useState. Okay, so you know what, that's a lot of theory. Now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about the state and the useState hook. So to do that, first of all, we have to import the useState in our project. So this is how we are going to be importing there. And now let's use the useState hook inside our project. So I'm going to be using like const counter, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to 0. Okay, and now I'm going to just log this counter to the console. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting two things. The first thing that we are getting is the initial value which we specified inside this useState right here, and the second thing that we are getting is a function which will allows us to change this initial value. Okay, so if I specify like my own name like Hussein WebDev, and now I'm gonna save there, and now if I just refresh there, what am I getting? I'm getting Hussein WebDev as my name, which is the initial value for my state, and I'm also getting this function which will allow me to change this value. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind. So the best and the convention way to use this useState is to destructure that by using the array destructuring. Why is that? Because this is not an object, this is array. So in this situation we are going to be using the array destructuring to destructure our initial value and also this function. So we are going to be destructuring this initial value to use this somewhere, and we are going to be also destructuring this function to change the value of this state. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this counter, and I'm going to be using the array destructuring syntax right here. So now here you can pass anything that you want, but in my case I'm going to just give it the name of like count, and then we have to provide the comma, and we're going to be also destructuring that function as well. So to destructure that, the convention is to use the set and then provide the name for your initial value. So now in this case we specify this count, so we are going to be passing our count right here. So if we were like passing some sort of a apple maybe, so we are going to be passing like set apple. So this is just a convention. If you want to follow there, you totally can, but you don't have to. This should be an apple. There we go. Okay, so now I'm working with my count, so I'm going to just pass my count right here, and then the convention I'm going to follow will be the set count. There we go. And the initial value I'm going to specify only 0 right here inside there. And now if I save there, the next thing that I want to do is that I want to render what I currently have inside this state. So I'm going to just write my h1, and here I'll just pass my count variable which we are now destructuring from our useState. So if I save there, and as you can see right here, we are now getting the 0, which is looking amazing. So if I change that to like, I don't know, maybe 100 and save there, and now we are getting this 100 right here. So that's amazing. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to somehow change the value of this initial state. So initially we specify the value of 0 to there, but now you want to change that to like, I don't know, maybe 1 or 100 or something like that. So to do that, we are going to be creating our button. So I'll just create my button right here, and I'm going to just pass like plus right here, or I can just say plus, but you know what, that plus symbol would be fine. And I'm going to be attaching the event handler on there, which will be the on click. So when somebody clicks on that button, so we are going to be firing this function, which is the increment function. So I'm going to copy the name of this function, and now let me just create this function right here. So I'll just use like const increment, and this function will only take this set count. And remember, this set count is a function which will allows us to change the value of our counter or our initial state. Okay, so I'm going to just execute this function right here. And now how we are going to be changing the value of our function. So if I just write like count plus 1, and now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our button, and now if I click on there, anytime I click on there, it's going to increment my counter by 1. So let me just refresh there, 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now I can also duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to just change there to minus, and I'm going to also create a function for the decrement. So decrement, and I'm going to copy their function name. I'm going to duplicate this line of code. I'm going to place the name of my function, and instead of a plus, I'm going to change there to minus. So if I save there, now we have our decrement button as well. So if I click on there, anytime I click on there, it's going to decrement my counter by 1. Now I know a lot of people will ask me like, Hussein, can we change the value of this count without using this set count? So you know what, let me just do that. I'm going to remove that from here, and now let me just use my count plus 1 instead of providing that set count and stuff. So I'll just use like count minus 1, and now I'm going to save my file. So if I save my file and refresh there, now if I click on there, here you can see behind the scene this counter is updating, the UI is not updating. Why is that? Because this set count method will allow us to change the value of our state, and anytime we change the value of our state, our component will re-render. I want you to keep that in mind. Anytime we change the value of our function, or not a function but a state, by using the set count method or any set method, it's gonna re-render our application. But now in this case, it will not re-render our application. It will still change the value of our state, but it will not re-render our application. Okay, so this is not allowed. This is a big no-no in React.js. You cannot change the state of your application without using the set method. Like, you have to use this. So I'm gonna copy there, and now let me just wrap there like so. Okay, so I'm gonna also use my set counter right here, and let's just close there like this way. So I'm going to save my file, and once again if I click on this button, so it's going to increment there, and this one will decrement or decrement there. Now let me give you one more example of how we are going to be updating our array of content. So once again, we are going to be importing our useState, and then we are going to be creating our state. So I'll just use like useState, and the initial value I'm going to specify array right here. So for the first one, we are going to be providing Alex, and I'm going to also provide a John as my friends, and I'm going to store that inside my variables, and I'm going to be also using my array destructuring. So I'll just use like friends and also set friends right here. This is just a convention. If you want to follow that, you are more than welcome to follow that, but if you don't want to follow that, you don't have to. Now inside this section, I'm going to be using my friends. Now let's just iterate over through each friend, and we're going to be providing our friend right here, or just a f would be fine. And now inside there, we're going to be using our li. Let me just use my li right here, and we are going to be rendering our friend. Okay, so for the key, I'm going to pass like math.random, and that's going to be fine. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting Alex and also John, which is looking amazing. So now the next thing that I want to do is that I want to add a new element or add a new friend to this list. So how can I go about doing that? To do that, I'm going to just create a button right here, and now I'll just give it the name of like add new friend or something. Friend would be fine. Come on, friend, there we go. And I'm going to be attaching the event handler, which will be on click. Add one friend would be fine. So I'm going to copy there, and now let me just add that friend by using this function. So I'll just use my add one friend, and here we are going to be creating our arrow function. And now in this case, to mutate this array or to change something inside this array, we're going to be using our set friend. So I'm going to just call this function right here, and now inside there, first of all, we're going to be getting like all of the friends which we currently have. We don't want to change the existing data inside this array, but we want to add yet another new friend. So this is how we are going to be cloning the existing data inside our state or our array, and then we're going to be adding a new one. So I'll just pass like my own self, like Hussein, WebDev, and now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting like add new friend button, and now if I click on that, so it's going to also add that right here. So this is how we are going to be updating or mutating our array. Now let me show you how we are going to be removing a specific person from this list. So to do that, I'm going to just create here another button which will say like remove one friend or something, and I'm going to also paste the on click event handler on there, which will say like remove friend. Okay, so I'm going to copy there, and let me create that function right here. So I'm going to be creating my remove function, and let's just use our set friend one more time. And now here we're going to be using our friends, and now we're going to be using a filter method because we want to filter out that specific person, and then we want to just remove that. So I'll just pass like my callback function right here. So if that specific friend is not equals to John, we only want to remove that John. So we don't want to remove anything else, we only want to remove this John. So if I save my file, and now here you can see we have like Alex and also John. So if I add there, now it's going to remove this John from this list. So if I click on there, and here you can see it's going to remove that John. So this is the second way. Now let me show you the final way, which is how we are going to be updating a specific friend. So yeah, let me just show you them. I'm going to create a button, and which will say like come on, update one friend, and I'm going to also attach my event handler on there, which will say like update one, or update one friend would be fine. I'm going to copy there, and let's just create that function right here. We're going to be still using our set friends, and now here we have to specify our friends.map because we want to iterate over through all of the friends that we currently have. And now we just have to use like if friend is equals to Alex. So in that case we just want to change his name to like Alex Smith or something like that. But if that's not the case, we only want to provide that specific name. Okay, so here we are using a ternary operator like if our friend is equal to Alex, so we just want to change his name to Alex Smith. But if that's not the case, so we just want to return all of the overall friends. Okay, so now I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we have like Alex, and we also have like Hussein WebDev. So if I just refresh there, add my own self, and now I want you to notice this Alex. So if I click on update one friend, so it's going to change the name of this Alex to Alex Smith. So this is how we are going to be using a useState with array of content. Now that was about the number. We also learned about how we are going to be updating the array, but now let's talk about how we are going to be updating the object. So I'll just use like import and then useState. I'm going to import that right here, and now let me just use like const movie, or just movie would be fine, and then set movie. Okay, so we are going to be using our not transition, god damn it, useState, and here we are going to be specifying our object. And for the object we're going to be specifying like the title of the movie, which will be one of my favorite movie, Equalizer 3. And then we're going to be also providing our ratings for that. So ratings will be set to 7. I'm going to save my file. So this is how we are going to be initially providing our content for our state. And now let me render there right here to the UI. So I'll just use like h1, and here we're going to be using like movie.title, and then we are going to be also using paragraph of movie.rating. So if I save there, so here you can see we are now getting the movie title, and we are also getting the rating. So I'll just change that to ratings. There we go, and change this one to the title. Now that's looking better. So now the next thing that I want to do is that I want to create a button which will update the rating of this movie. So I'll just write like change rating, provide my own click event handler, which will say handle click. I'm gonna copy there, and here we're going to be creating that function right here, const handle click. And now inside this function, we are going to be updating only the ratings, nothing else but only the ratings. So to do that, first of all, we are going to be making a copy of our state. So to make a copy of our state, so we can use like copy movie, and now here inside there we can use ... and movie. Like we want to take the title and also the ratings. So this is how we are going to be making a copy of our movie. Then we can specify the comma and what thing you want to change. So I'll just write like ratings, and then we want to change there to 5. So this is how we are going to be making a copy of our movie, and this is how we can change a specific thing inside that movie or inside that object. Okay, and now we are going to be using our set movie, which is the function which allows us to change this state. And I'm going to specify my copy movie right here. If I save my file, and here you can see if I click on this button, so it's going to change the ratings to 5 right here, which is amazing. But this is the longer way of doing things, but we can totally refactor this code to use a shorthand. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and I'm going to just cut that from here, and instead we are going to be using the object. I'm going to use ... movie and then comma ratings, and I'm going to just specify 5 right here. So this is just a shorter way of writing all of that stuff. So I'm going to just refresh there and click on the change rating. So it's going to also change the ratings to 5, and let's just remove that from here, and now that's looking better. We can also remove these curly braces, we don't need that. That's looking cool, and yeah, that's looking better. So that was how we are going to be using the useState with object. But in some situation we would have like array of objects. So how can you go about doing that? we are going to be using our useState first of all, and inside there we are going to be passing the array of objects. So inside each object we're going to be passing the ID, which will be set to 1, and title will be like, I don't know, some sort of a movie name like Spider-Man. And I'm going to also specify the ratings to there, and rating will be set to 3. I'm going to duplicate there and change the rating to 6, and change the movie title to Superman, and also the ID will be set to 2. So now in this case we have array of objects right here, and now if you want to modify there, how can you go about doing that? So to do that, first of all we have to store that in some sort of a state. So I'll just use like movies and then set movies, and that's going to be equals to this useState function right here. So if I save that, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to iterate over through each element inside this array, and we have to render that. And I'm going to just go into my section, and inside this section I'll use my movies.map, and I'm going to only pass my m for the movie, like for each of the movie. And now inside there we are going to be using our li. Let me just use them manually, and I'm going to pass my movie.title, or not movie but just the m.title would be fine. And I'm going to also provide the key, and that will be like math.random, and provide my random key to it. Now underneath there we're going to be creating a button which will say like change name, and we're going to be also attaching the event handler on there, which will say like handle click. I'm going to copy that from here, and let's just create that function right here. So I'll just use like const handle click, and in this case once again we're going to be using the set movies, and it's going to allow us to change our state. And here we're going to be passing our movies, and I'm going to be using the map method to iterate over through each movie, and let's just use our m for each of the movie. So if m.id is equals to 1, so in that situation we just want to change the movie. First of all we are going to be making a copy of all of the movies, and then we only want to change the title to John Wick 4 or maybe 5 would be fine. And now outside from there, what am I doing? Okay, so now outside from there we are going to be closing our ternary operator and just provide m right here. So now let me just explain this code. First of all, we are now iterating over through each movie, and we are now storing there in m, and now we are checking if the movie ID is equals to 1. We are only checking the first movie. So if that's the case, so what do we have to do? We have to make a copy of our entire state movies, and we only want to change the name of the first movie to John Wick chapter 5. Okay, so if that's not the case, we just want to return all of the movies. That's exactly what we are doing right now. If I save my file, and let me just refresh there, and if I click on the change name, it's going to change there to John Wick chapter 5. So yeah, this is how we are going to be iterating over through the entire list array of state, and now this is how we are going to be mutating that state, or changing that state, or updating that state. So that's cool and everything, but now in some situation we would want to share our state into other component. So how can you go about doing that? First of all, we are going to be importing our useState, and then I'm going to just create some sort of a state like count, and also the set count, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to 0. Now I'm going to go ahead and create a few components. So I'll just create my components folder, and we have our component1.jsx, and we also have our component2.jsx. And now inside this component 1, I'm going to be using my RAFCE, save this file, and inside the component 2 we are going to be using our RAFCE2. And now I'm going to go into my app component, and we have to import our component, component 1, and we also have to import our component 2 as well right here. I'm going to save this file, and now inside this section I'm going to call my component 1 first of all, and let's just execute there. And I'm going to also call my component, component 2, and I'm going to also execute there. Now I want to share this state into these components. So how can I go about doing that? Well, to do that we are going to be using our prop system. So we can just say like count, and count will be that count, or that initial value of this state. So we are now passing our state from the app component, from the parent component, to the component 1, and also to the component 2 as a children component. Okay, so I'm going to also pass my own click handler as a function name, and here we're going to be also passing our function inside this. So I can just say like set count, and here I'm going to be just passing like count plus 1. I'm going to save this file, and now I can totally copy all of that stuff from here, and now I can totally paste that right here. So I'm going to save my file. Let me just say that once again. We are defining our state inside the app component, and we are now sharing there with the component 1 and also the component 2 by using these prop system. Okay, so now inside my component 1, we can now totally destructure there, and we can totally use our state from the app component inside the component 1. And to do that, I'm gonna first of all destructure my component. So I'll just use like count and also the on click handler right here, which is a function name. And now inside this component 1 div, I'm gonna just remove that and just write my paragraph and say like count. I'm gonna render my count inside there. I'm gonna also provide my button, and which will just say like increment, and I'm gonna pass my own click event handler on there, and then I'm gonna pass my handle click right here. I'm gonna copy there, go to the top, and here we have to just use our handle click. When somebody use them, we are going to be firing this function. Okay, so let's just execute this, save my file, and let me just show you. So here you can see we are now getting this from our paragraph. Now if I click on this, so it's gonna just update my count right here from the component B, from the child component. We are now updating the parent component. So that was the first way. Now I'm gonna go into my second component or a component 2, or you know what, I'm gonna just copy this stuff from here. I'm gonna place it here inside this component 1. I'll provide my paragraph and render my count inside there. Let's just provide our button and increment here as well, and let's just use our own click event handle click event, copy there, go to the top and use my const handle click, and we are going to be passing our on handle or on handler. Okay, so I'm gonna save my file, and now here you can see we have two components and they are updating each other. So if I click on there, and it's gonna update there right here. So why is that? Now our state is available inside the parent component, and we are now updating there from the child component. So this is the result that we are getting. So if I click on the increment, it's gonna increment there right here. So this is how we are going to be sharing our state by using the prop. I know we learned a lot about the use state, but still there is one final thing I want to talk about, which is how we are going to be passing an arrow function or just a function is the initial value for our use state. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my components folder, and I'm going to create a component with the name of example1.tsx, not a tsx but just a JSX, and I'm going to be using a RAFCE, and yeah, I'm going to render this component right here like example1, and I'm going to just render it there, save my file. Check this out, and here you can see we are now getting our example1 right here. Let's just remove this TailwindCSS, and now let's start working on this. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my state. So I'll just create a state with the name of count and also set count. It's going to be equals to this useState, and for the initial value, now we are going to be passing a callback function. Okay, just like that. So this callback function will only runs when our component first renders. So like any logic I put inside this callback function will only run on the first render. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to specify my initial count. So I'll use like initial count, and it's going to be equals to some sort of a 10 value, and I'm going to also return this initial count from this arrow function. So now let me just save there. Next we have to render there, so I'm going to just remove that from this UI, and I'm going to write my h1 which will say count, and here we have to render our count. Next we also have to create a button which will allows us to increment our counter. Okay, so I'll use like on click, and here we're going to be passing this increment function. So I'll just use like const increment, and inside this function we're going to be only using the set count and provide my previous count value to there. And next, come on, what the hell am I doing? Next we have to just use our previous count and plus only 1 to there. Now I'm going to save my file, and as soon as I save my file and refresh there, and here you can see it's going to give us 10 value as the initial value for this count right here. So now I can totally increment there, and I can do whatever I want to do with that. So yeah, that was the example number 1. Now let me give you one more example, which will be example 2.tsx JSX. What the hell am I saying? Let's use our RAFC inside there. Also I want to render that inside my app component, so I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to render my component 2. Okay, component, okay, component 2 or example 2, not a component. So I'll use like example 2 and close there, save my file. Check this out. So here you can see we are now getting our example 2. So now the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my random number. So I'll use like random number, and also set random number is going to be equals to this useState once again, and for the initial value we're going to be passing this callback function right here. Okay, so now inside this callback function I'll just use like math.floor, and here I'm gonna also provide like math.random, and then times 100 would be fine. So now if I save my file, oh, it should be just equal to sign. Okay, so it's gonna give us a random function whenever this component first renders. So I'll just remove that from here, and I'm gonna write my h1, which will say like random number, and then I'm going to render my random number. Okay, like so. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us a 0. Let me just refresh this. It's going to give us 72. Refresh that once again. So anytime I refresh this, it's going to give us a random number. Now underneath this h1, I'll create a button which will say like generate new number, or generate a new random number, or something like that. And when somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be firing this function which is a generate new random number. Now let me copy that, and I'll create this function right here. It's going to be an arrow function, and I'll just pass like new number, and that new number will be equals to math.floor, and also we have to specify math.random times 100 one more time, like 100, like so. And finally we're going to be setting that to our random state. So here we have to specify our new number, and now if I save my file, and whenever I refresh my page, it's going to give us a different random number. So I can also click on there, so now it's going to also give us a different random number. So that's also done. Now let me give you the final example, like example 3.jsx. I'll use my RAFCE inside there, like RAFCE, save my file, go into my app, and render this component right now, like example 3, and close that. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to define my state. So I'll just provide like name and set name, and it's going to be equals to the useState. So let's just use our useState, and for the initial value, we are going to be passing an arrow function. So first of all, we have to save some sort of a name to our local storage. So I'll just use like variable with the name of like saved number, or saved name to be precise, and that's going to be equals to the local storage. And here we want to use like get item, and we're going to be getting our item from our local storage if we have that. But if we don't have that, let's just use like saved name. If we have the saved name, so we just want to parse that, and we want to get that from our local storage. And if that's not the case, we just want to set the initial value to empty string. Now let me go to the UI and change that to my h1, or yeah, h1 would be fine. And here I'll just say like your name, and here we have to render our name, like this name right here. So now underneath this h1, I'll create an input field with the type of text, and I'm going to also provide the value, and the value will be coming from this state, which is a name. And when somebody tries to change something inside this, we're going to be firing this handle change function. And now I'm going to also provide a placeholder which will say like enter your name. Okay, and finally let me create a button which will say like clear name, and whenever somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be firing this handle clear function, which we're going to be creating in a few, or you know, let me just create that. First of all, we're going to be creating this handle change function, then we're going to be creating that clear function. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to fire this handle change function. It's going to take an event, and here inside this event we're going to be setting the name to event.target.value. Now I'm going to also use the useEffect. So whenever our component first renders, so in that situation we just want to set our item, which will be a name, and we want to provide our json.stringify inside there, and provide our new name to there. Okay, so I'll also provide a dependency array, and for the dependency array we are going to be providing a name. And now finally let me also create this handle clear function, and then inside this clear function we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but I will just write like set name, and the initial value will be empty string. Okay, so here you can see we have our name and stuff. So now let me open my console, go into my application. Oh my god, this is super white. I don't know why, but yeah, let me just right click on there and force that to a dark. God damn it, this is super white. So let me just go into local storage, and here whatever I type inside there, it's going to be putting it right here, but that value will be also stored inside my local storage. So whenever I refresh there, and here you can see that value will still be here. So now whenever I click on this clear name, so it's going to clear this out. So the whole point of this section was that we can also specify an arrow function, or just a function, to our useState. Welcome to the useState challenge. So the first thing that I want you to do is that I want you to create the counter.jsx file, and inside that file you're going to have to create the counter component, and use the useState to manage a simple counter state. So first you'll have to initialize the state by providing a 0 value to there, then create a button to increment your counter by 1, display the value of that counter so that we can see the result. So this is going to be the first portion of this challenge. So in the next portion, you're going to have to create the to-do list.jsx file, and then you have to create a component with the name of to-do list. Then use the useState once again to manage a simple state or array of to-dos inside that state. Initialize the state with empty array, then create a form to add a new to-do item in that list. Then display the value of that to-do list, and that's going to be the second portion. So now for the third one, you're going to have to create your profile.jsx file, and inside that you're going to be defining the profile component. Once again, you're going to be using the useState to manage the object with the user profile information. So initialize the state with object containing the name and age, and provide the input field to update the name and also the age. Then finally display the updated information inside that component. So now for the fourth step, you're going to have to use the useState once again and create a shopping list.jsx file, also the shopping list component. Then use the useState to manage the array of object where each object represents a shopping item, for example like the name and also the quantity. So initialize the state with the empty array, and also create a form to add a new item to that array, and then finally display the list of shopping items. Okay, so yeah, this is how you're going to be importing there for your app component so that you guys can see everything. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. Now I'm going to give you my solution. Let me create my counter.jsx file, and I'm going to be using the RAFCE. Save my file, go to my app and register there right here. Let's just write our counter, hit enter, and just close this. So I'm going to save my file. I'm going to also run my server, which I'm already doing. So let me just do that once again. And now we are getting our counter, which is looking amazing. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to make a state. So I'll just use like useState. And as soon as I do this, so it's going to import there from the React.js. For the initial value, I'm going to specify 0 to them. And I'm going to be using the array destructuring to destructure the count and also the set count out of there. Now we are going to be using the count to show the initial value. So I'll just use like paragraph, and I will say like you clicked, and let me just render my count right here, count times. There we go. And also I'm going to provide a button which will allow us to change our state. So I'll just provide the name of like increment as a label, and whenever somebody clicks on that button, we are going to be firing this function which will allow us to change our data. So we are going to be using the set count, and now we are going to be providing the updated value. So I'll just write like count plus 1. Now let me just save my file. And if I click on this increment, so it's going to just increment my counter by 1. Okay, so that's cool, but we can also decrement our counter. So let me just change that to decrement, and instead of providing a plus, I'm going to change that to minus. So now I'm going to save my file, and now if I click on this decrement, so it's going to decrement my counter by 1. So yeah, that was the first portion of this exercise. Now we're going to be creating a to-do list. So I'll just create a component or a file with the name of to-do list, list.jsx. I'll use my RAFCE inside there, save my file, go to my app and register there right here. So I'll use like to-do list, come on, like so, and close my file. And here you can see we're now getting our to-do list, which is looking amazing. So the first thing that we want to do is that you want to initialize our state. So I'll use like useState one more time, useState, there we go. And for the initial value, we're going to be specifying empty array inside there. Now let me just destructure my to-dos and also set to-dos out of there. And now underneath there, we're going to be also handling our form. So for form input, we're going to be creating a state for there like input value, and then set input, come on, input value as well, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to empty string. Now let's get into the UI. So I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to create my h1, which will just say like to-do list. And now underneath this h1, we're going to be creating a form, and we're not going to be providing any action to that. So I'll just use like on submit. When somebody submit there, we're going to be firing a function which is called the handle submit, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And now inside this form, we are going to be defining our input field. For the value, I'll specify the input value, that state which we've already defined right here. So I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place the here like so. And I'm going to also provide the placeholder which will say like add a new to do. I'm going to save my file right now, and we are not getting anything. That's because we did not register this component anywhere. So I'm going to go ahead and register there. Oh, we already did there, but why aren't we getting anything? Oh, you know what? We've provided this function, but we did not create this function. So that's why we are now getting that error. Underneath this input field, we're going to be defining our button, which will say like add to do, and the type will be set to submit. So it's going to allow us to submit our form. So now underneath this form, we would also need to render our to-dos. So for that, I'm going to be using a UL, and for this UL, we're going to be defining our to-dos. And now let me just iterate over through all of their to-do. So I'll just write like to do and also the index right here. Okay, and inside them, we're going to be defining our li. And here we are going to be just providing our to do so that we can see our to do. We will also provide the key, and that's going to be set to that index which we are grabbing. We cannot see anything. That's because like we have to create this function. So I'm going to copy there, and let me just create this function right here. So I'll just use like const handle submit. It's going to take the event object. I'm going to also provide my curly braces, and let me just use like e.prevent, come on, prevent, prevent default, to prevent the default behavior of that. And we are going to be also first of all checking the input value, and let's just provide our trim method on there. Like if you have empty spaces, so just totally remove them. Now we are going to be getting our set to do's like this one, and we are going to be changing the value of this. So how are we going to be doing that? To do that, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to make the copy of the existing item which are available inside this to do. So how are we going to be doing that? You guessed it, we are going to be using dot 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 and to do's. Next we have to provide our updated value. So for that updated value, we are going to be using like input value, and now underneath that we are going to be also emptying out our input field. So I'll just use like set input value and set that to empty string. Now that's done. So if I save my file, the next thing that we have to do is that we also have to bind another function right here to this input field. So when somebody change this, I'll use like on change, we're going to be firing this function which will be a handle change. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me define my function right here. So let's just create our handle change. It's going to take the event object one more time. Let's just provide our equal to sign there, and now we are going to be using like set input field, not that one. We're going to be defining our set input value, and it's going to take that event.target.value, like anything we specify inside this input field. So it's going to take that, it's going to show up right here to the input value. So now I'm going to save my file, and now let me write like I don't know, like walk the, come on, oh my god, walk the dog. Let me click on the add to do. So it's going to add that right here. You can also write like I don't know, and click on there. So it's going to add that right here to this to do list. So yeah, that was another example of this to-do list. Next, we have to create our profile. So I'll just create a component with the name of profile.jsx. I'll be using the RAFC inside there. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to initialize my profile or my state with a value of profile. So I'll use like useState, and the initial value will be set to this object, and I'm going to specify the name. Name will be set to totally empty string. We're going to be also providing an edge, and edge will be also set to totally empty string. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to destructure a few things out of there. So we are going to be destructuring the profile and also the set profile from this useState. So that's done. Next, we have to go ahead and remove this profile from there. And I'm going to be using h2, and I'll say like user profile. And now underneath this h2, we're going to be creating our div, and inside their div, let's just provide our label. And we're not going to be providing any HTML4 values to this. So I'll just remove that from here. And I'm going to only say name. And now inside this label even, we are going to be defining our input field. Okay, so the type will be set to text. We're going to be also providing the name, and name will be set to name. And let's just provide the value, and value will be coming from the profile.name. Okay, so which is this profile.name, which will be coming from there. And when somebody types something inside there, we're going to be firing this function which will say like handle change, ching, there we go. So we're going to be creating this function in a few seconds, but you know what, I'm going to first of all take care of the rest of these labels and stuff. Okay, so underneath this div, let me define another div. We're going to be once again providing a label. We're not going to be providing an HTML4 value to them. And inside this label, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to provide my edge, and let's just provide our input field right here. So the type will be set to number. I'm going to provide the name of edge, and I'm going to also provide the value, and value will be set to profile.edge, which will be coming from my state. And when somebody change there, once again we are going to be firing this handle change function in a few seconds, which we are going to be creating. Okay, so now underneath this div, we're going to be using our h3, and I'll use like profile information. And now underneath this profile information, so I'll just like render all of that values which I'm going to be providing in my input field. So I'll just write like name, and I'm going to use like profile.name, and also I'm going to be creating a edge, and here we are going to be rendering the profile.edge. So now let me just save there, And finally, let me just create this handle change function, and that's going to be it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write like handle change. It's going to take the event object, and inside this function we are going to be destructuring like the name and also the value out of this event.target value, target. There we go. And we're going to be also using the set profile, and here we have to specify the previous one. So we are going to be using like previous profile, and it's going to take that event, it's going to take this callback function. So first of all, we have to spread out the previous profile, and now we have to specify the new one. So we are going to be taking the name, and we have to provide the new value to there. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and that's going to be it for this entire profile. Let me just show you this. So I'm going to refresh them. Oh, first of all, we have to register them into our app component. So I'm going to comment this to-do list, and I'm going to register my profile component. There we go. Save my file, and now we are getting our profile component. So first, if I specify some sort of a name like Hussein, and it's going to add there right here for this name right here. I don't know, like 20 or 22 or something like that. So it's going to automatically add there right here for this profile information. So that was another one, and now let's talk about the final one, which will be the shopping list. So I'm going to comment this line out, and let me just go ahead and create my shopping list. So come on, shopping list.jsx. I'm going to be using my RAFCE, save my file, go to the app.js, and use our shopping list and render there. Save my file once again, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to initialize all of my state. So I'll just create like items and also set items, and that's going to be equals to useState, and the initial value will be set to empty. Now we're going to be also creating one for the name. So set name is going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to empty string. We're going to be also creating one for the quantity, and also set quantity. There we go. It's going to be equals to the useState, and we're going to be providing the empty string inside there. Now let me just go ahead and go to the UI and remove the shopping list from there. I'm going to write my h1, which will say like shopping list, and underneath this h1, let's just create our form. We're not going to be providing any action to there, but we are going to be providing the onSubmit handler, and when somebody submit there we are going to be firing this function. Okay, so let's just create our input field inside there. The type will be text, and we're going to be also providing a placeholder which will say like item name or something like that, and we're going to be also specifying the value, and value will be coming from the name. So I'm going to copy there, and let's just provide there right here. And when somebody try to change them, we are going to be firing this function. So I'll just use like set name, and I'm going to write like event.target.value. So I'm going to save my file, and that's going to be it for this first input field. And now we can totally duplicate this. So I'm going to select there and duplicate them. Here we have to change the type to number. We also have to change that to quantity. So quantity, there we go. We also have to specify the value like quantity, and also the set quantity. There we go. Okay, so that's going to be it. Now underneath that, we are going to be also creating a button which will say like add item, and here we have to specify the type, which will be set to submit in lowercase submit. There we go. Now that's cool and everything, but the final thing that we have to do is that we have to show our shopping list. This is how we are going to be creating our shopping list. We are going to be providing a name of our item. We are going to be also providing a quantity, and when somebody clicks on this button, so it's going to add there, but we also have to show that quantity and also the name. So to show them, we're going to be using our UL, and inside this UL, we are going to be using like items.map, and we have that items which we have declared up above. We have all of that items right here. It's going to take the item, and it's going to also take the index as well. And inside there, we are going to be providing our li, and it's going to take the key, and key will be coming from the index. And for the value, we are going to be using like item.name, and then we are going to be also providing the quantity quantity, and quantity will be item.quantity. There we go. Or you know what, let me just change there to semicolon. So I'm going to save my file. Next, we have to create our handle submit function, which we've specified right here. So let me just go ahead and create that. I'm going to be using like handle submit. It's going to take the event object. Inside there, we are going to be preventing the default behavior first of all. And now inside there, let's just check if we don't have the name or if we don't have the quantity. So in that situation, we are going to be only returning like nothing basically. So we just want to stop our execution there. If that's not the case, and if we only have like either the name or the quantity, so in that situation, we are going to be creating our new object, which will say like new item. item, there we go. And we're going to be creating our new item object. It's going to take the name. We're going to be also providing the quantity, but in this case we can also just write like quantity just like so. We can even remove one of them if you wanted to, but now in this situation we are going to be converting our quantity to a number. So to convert that to number, we are going to be using the parse integer, and here we have to specify our quantity. So now let me just save there, and this is how we are going to be creating our new item, and we have to now set there to this set items. So I'll just go ahead and use my set items. This is provide our previous items, and here we are going to be using, first of all, let's just clone our previous items. And come on, what the hell am I doing? Let me just clone this previous item and also provide a comma there and use my new item right here. Okay, and also we are going to be clearing the input field, so we are going to be using like set name and also the set quantity, and let's just provide empty string for all of them. Now that's totally done. I'm gonna save my file. Check this out. So we have our shopping list, so I can just write like computer, and that's gonna be like 3000 or something like that. I can't even speak no more. God damn it. Let me click on this add item. Now it's gonna give us the name of the item, and it's gonna also give us the quantity, and quantity is that much. So I can just write like basically anything I want, and I can add that, and here you can see I'm now getting that same result. So yeah, that was a huge challenge, but I hope that was worth it. Because useState is the most important thing in React.js, and you have to make sure that you master the useState. So that was a huge challenge about the useState, and you even build like 3 or 4 challenges, or maybe a projects to be precise. So I can totally uncomment all of them, and now let me show you all of them. Here you can see we can now increment and also decrement. We can also add a new to do. We can also just provide a name and also the age if you wanted to, and shopping list, you name it. Okay, so we would be totally getting our value, which is now added. So now let's talk about the React portal. So what do I mean by React portal? React portal is a feature that allows you to render a child component into a DOM node that exists outside the hierarchy of the parent component. So this can be useful for scenarios like whenever we are creating a model or tooltips or drop-down menus where you want to break out of the usual parent-child structure and render in a different part of the DOM. Okay, so you can think about the portal is just like the Rick and Morty portal. Okay, so which will allow you to go to anywhere inside your DOM. So that was just a basic theory, and now let's get into the coding, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So to learn about the React portal, first of all, we are going to be creating a components folder, and inside this folder we are going to be defining our copy input.jsx file, and inside this file we are going to be creating our array.fce, save my file, go to my app, and render this component right here. Okay, so I'll use like copy input and close that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to just make a simple component. So I'll just create a state with the name of like input value. Come on, input value. It's going to also take a set input value. So we're going to be setting that to the use state, and for the initial value we're going to be providing only empty string. Okay, we're going to be also creating yet another set for the copied, and then set copied like so. It's going to be equals to the use state once again. And for the initial value we're going to be specifying false to there. Okay, that's also done. Now let's get into the UI, and I'm going to remove this copy input text from here, and I'm going to create my input field inside there. God, this keyboard is super fast. I'll provide the value, and the value will be coming from the input value which we are creating up above. And whenever somebody try to change something inside this, we are going to be firing this function and providing our set input field right here, and the initial value will be set to event.target.value. And yeah, I guess that's going to be fine, but we're going to be also creating a button which will say like copied or copy would be fine. Okay, so whenever somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be firing this copy or handle copy function. So now let me copy there and create this function right here. So I'll use like const handle copy, create this arrow function right here. So we're going to be using like navigator, navigator. This is a JavaScript function, so we have to use like clipboard property on there, and you want to write text to there. Okay, so I'll use like write text, and here we have to specify our input value, and also we want to use the then method because we're going to be delaying there. Okay, so let's just use our then method, and inside there we're going to be providing a set copied and provide true to them. We also have to use our set timeout, and here we have to specify our callback function, and for this callback function we're going to be providing our set copied, which will be set to false. You want to just set that to false, and also you want to provide 2 seconds of delay to there. So now let me just save my file and check this out. So here you can see we have our input field. I can type whatever I want to type inside there. If I write like Hussein WebDev, and now if I click on this copy, and if I go into the new tab and place it right here, so here you can see we're now getting our Hussein WebDev right here, which is cool. Now the next thing that we want to do is that we want to create our pop-up content.jsx component, and I'm going to be using my RAFC inside there. So let me just paste this copied as a prop to this function. So here I'm going to be rendering my pop-up component. Let's just close there, and we're going to be passing this copied as this copied prop right here. Now let me go ahead and grab there by using the destructuring. So now let me just save my file, and now I'm going to change that to a section. So I'll just write a section right here. What the hell was that? This keyboard is super fast. So now let me just change that to a section. God, SACTIO, and there we go. Okay, and I'm gonna also change this label, and here we have to check if we copied the content, so which means you want to show this UI. So I'll use like div. Inside this div I'll write like copied to clipboard, like so. Okay, so now let me just save my file, but I also want to provide a bit of styling to this, so I'll use like style, and here for the style we're going to be providing a position, and position will be set to absolute, and we also want to provide a bottom, and bottom will be set to only 3 rems. Now let me go ahead and check this out. So now let me just refresh there, and if I type anything inside there and I click on this copy button, it's going to show us this copy to the clipboard, and then it will disappear. Let me try there once again. If I click on this copy, so it's going to show us this copied content, and then it will make it disappear. So yeah, that's cool and everything, but now let me show you the DOM tree. If I open my console, I mean like the element, let me go to the body, let me also go to the root. So here you can see all of our content. Let me just zoom in a bit. All of our content is now available inside this root, and this root is coming from this index.html file. So here you can see we have a div, and inside this div we have the ID of root. We are now selecting there, and we are now rendering all of our content to that root right here. But let's suppose if we don't want to render our content to this div, so let's suppose if we want to render our content to the body or somewhere else, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? So to do that, you guessed it, we are going to be using the React portal. So first of all, we are going to be importing the React portal. So I'll use like import and then create portal, and we are going to be getting there from the React DOM, not from the React.js, but from the React DOM. Okay, so first of all, you have to import this create portal, and now to use them, this is how we are going to be using them. So now let me just call this create portal right here. And here the first thing that we have to do is that we have to specify what content you want to render. Trying to render the h1 or any kind of content that you want to render. That's going to be the first parameter. Next, you also have to specify where you want to render them. So I'll just use like something else, but first of all, I'm going to go ahead and go into my index.html file, and here I'm going to just render like some sort of a div which will have like pop up content or something like this. So here you can see I define my own div with the ID of pop-up content. I'm gonna copy that from here, and now let me go ahead and provide a comma there once again. So I'll just provide a comma here, and now we have to select that div. So I'll use like document dot query selector, not selector all, but just a query selector, and inside this query selector we want to access that div which we just created right here. So first of all, we have to provide this pound symbol, and then we have to specify this pop-up content. So now if I save my file and refresh there, and what are we getting? We are now getting this pop-up content. Now if I expand there, inside there we have our section. So inside there, here you can see we have our section, and this section is currently empty because we did not copy our content. So here you can see if I just type something, and as soon as I click on there, it's going to render my content right here, and then it will make it disappear. So you know what, let me provide a bit more delay to this. So let's just change that to 5 seconds would be fine. So now if I save my file, and now let me just paste like Hussein WebDev, and now if I click on this copy, and here you can see if I expand there, and yeah, we are now getting this div. Let me try that once again, expand there. Yep, we are now getting this copied to the clipboard. So yeah, this is how we are going to be rendering our content to another part of our DOM by using the React portal. So we've already seen keys in the list section, but I want to explain there a bit more. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder, and inside this folder I'm going to create a switcher.jsx, and I'll just write my RAFC inside there and register there right here inside my app component. Switcher, there we go. Now let me go ahead and go to my component, and first I'm gonna create a state with the name of SW for a switcher, and then set SW. It's gonna be equals to this useState once again, and we're going to be providing the initial value of false to there. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm gonna render my dark and light mode. So I'll just provide there like so. So I'll use like SW if we have there. In that situation, we want to provide one UI, but if we don't have there, we want to provide another UI. So I'll just write like a span, and this span will say dark. Okay, but if that's not the case, we want to provide yet another with the text of light to it. Okay, so now let me just save there. So that's also done. We also have to provide a BR for a breaking, and now underneath that, we're going to be creating an input field with a type of text, and now underneath this input, we want to create a button, and which will say like switch, SWITCH, and when somebody clicks on this button, we want to change that. So I'll use like set switch or set SW to be precise. Let's just provide our S and not S. You guys already know all of this stuff, so let me just explain that once again. Here you can see we are now rendering this content totally dynamically. Then we have a BR, then we also have an input field and also a button which allows us to switch between the dark and light mode. Okay, so this is how it will look like. So if I click on this, it's gonna make it dark. If I click on there once again, so it's gonna make it light. Let's suppose if I type something inside this input field, and if I click on this switch, and here you can see that input field will stay the same. Even though we change that to dark, but this input field still have this value. So to make that totally unique, so for that we can provide a key. So what I'm going to do is that here I'm going to pass a key, and this key will take our state, which is a SW. So if that is the case, so we are going to be providing a dark, but if that's not the case, we are going to be providing a light. Now we are providing a unique value to this specific input field. So if we have some sort of a value, so if our input field is set to true, it's going to make it dark, but if that's not the case, we are going to be getting a light. This is now set to dark. Let me change that to light, and if I type something inside this input field and click on this switch, here you can see that value is now successfully gone. We are not storing them in some sort of a local storage or in some sort of a database, so that's why value is now successfully gone. Okay, so now if I type something inside this input field once again, so it's going to remove all of that value from this input field. Okay, so this is how we are going to be making our specific element or a component totally unique by providing a key to them. If I change that to something else like I don't know, like placeholder or something like that, let me just write a placeholder. Okay, and now if I save my file, and here you can see it's now set to light. If I type something inside there and switch there, that value will still be there. Why? Because we are using a placeholder and not a key. So if I convert that to key, and if I type something inside this input field, so it will remove that from here because this input field is no longer that old one. Okay, so this is how we are going to be making it unique. Now let's talk about the useEffect hook. So useEffect hook allow you to perform a side effects in your component. So some example of what side effects are like fetching the data, directly updating the DOM, and also logging something to the console are also considered to be a side effect inside your component. So anytime you want to do some sort of a side effect inside your component, like for instance, if you want to fetch some sort of a data inside your component, so in that situation, we are going to be using the useEffect hook. So how the syntax will look like? Here you can see we are now first of all using our useEffect hook, and now inside this useEffect hook, we are now providing our callback function to it, and then inside that callback function, you can do anything you want to do. But there are a few things that I want you to keep in mind when working with the useEffect. The first thing is, here you can see we are not providing any array. That array is something called the dependency array, which I'm going to be explaining in a few seconds. So anytime we don't specify the dependency array, so in that situation, that callback function will call on every single render. I want you to keep that in mind. Whenever we don't specify the dependency array, which means like that callback function which we are now providing inside our useEffect will be fired on every single render. Next, let's talk about the useEffect with conditional. So you cannot wrap your hook inside the conditional statement. If you want to use the conditional statement, you're going to have to use that inside the useEffect hook. Okay, so also keep that in mind. Now the final thing that I want you to keep in mind is that anytime we specify the empty dependency array for our useEffect, it will only fire that function which is available inside our useEffect hook on the initial render. Like when our component first renders, it will call that function, not when our component changes. But if we create some sort of a state and we provided the value of that state, so anytime that state changes, that component will re-render and that callback function will fire. Okay, so I know that was a lot of theory, so now let's get into the coding and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about yet another hook, which is called the useEffect hook. So we set up the useEffect hook to run some code when our component renders for the first time and whenever it re-renders, and also when some sort of a data changes inside our component. So how are we going to be making a setup for that? The first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab our useState and also the useEffect. Okay, so we are going to be importing our useEffect from the React.js, and now we have to use that. But before we use that, I'm gonna also make a setup for my value. So I'll just use like value and also set value, and that's gonna be equals to the useState, and we're going to be providing the initial value of 0 inside there. Now I'm going to be using my useEffect hook, and now inside this useEffect hook it takes two arguments. The first argument it takes is a callback function, and the second argument it takes is a dependency array, which is something I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. But now let's talk about this callback function. Now inside this callback function you can write any kind of logic that you like. You can even use your document.title, you can log something to the console, you can fetch some sort of a data, you can do anything you want to do inside this callback function. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use my console.log, and I'm going to just write like call useEffect right here, and I'm going to also use my document.title, and that's going to be equals to increment, and I'll just provide the value which I've already set up inside my state right here. Okay, so I'll just call there. Now the next thing that I want to do is that I'm going to just remove this f from here, and now inside there I'll just use my h2, and I'm going to also render my value inside there. And also I'm going to just create a button to increment my counter, so I'll just use like click me, and I'm going to also provide the onClick event handler to that, and let's just pass our callback function inside this. So I'll just use like set value, and here we are going to be passing like value +1, which is just incrementing there. So here you can see I want you to only focus on this useEffect right here. Now inside this useEffect we are not providing our dependency array. We are just creating our useEffect, or we are just calling our useEffect, and we are just passing our callback function to there. Okay, so now if I save the changes and if I refresh there, here you can see we are now getting this result which is like called useEffect twice. And why are we getting there twice? That's because here you can see we are using this strict mode. So if I just remove this strict mode from here, save my file, and now if I refresh there, I'm only getting this message once, not twice. So that's also something, if you want to keep in mind, you can totally keep that in mind. So yeah, so here you can see now anytime I change something inside my component, that callback function will fire every single time. Okay, so here you can see if I click on this button, and it's going to give us that message once again. If I click on there once again, and here you can see my title is changing, and also I am getting this result right here inside my console. So why is that? That's because we are not providing any dependency array right here. So when we are not providing any dependency array to our useEffect, it will run this code every single time whenever our component re-renders. So I want you to keep that in mind. But now I'm going to also provide my empty dependency array right here. So if I just use like comma, and I'm going to also provide my empty dependency array, and now if I save my file, and now let me just refresh there, here you can see we are getting our call useEffect on the first render. But now if I click on this button, we are not getting our result right here. And here you can see the title, it is also not incrementing, and we are also not getting any more results. Why is that? As I said, that once we specify this empty dependency array, we didn't specify nothing inside there, like this dependency array is totally empty. So in that situation, this callback function will only fire once. Once our component renders, this callback function will fire, but not again and again. But now in this situation, I'm going to also copy this value, and I'm going to also place that right here. So if I save my file, and now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we have our callback function call once again. And now if I click on this click me button, we are getting there. Now I know a lot of people will ask me like, Hussein, what's the point of providing this value? And we can also just remove the, and it's going to also give us that same result right here, like we are getting this result right here inside the console. And also our title is also incrementing. So like if I click on there, here you can see both of them are working exactly the same thing, like, don't they? Now, now if we specify this value right here, and anytime our component changes because of this state, this callback function will fire. But if we have some sort of a other state, and that state is also re-rendering our component, this code will not fire. So now let me just give you the example of that. I feel like I'm confusing you. So you know what, let me just say that once again. Now that we specify the value of this state, and anytime that state changes and our component re-renders because of this state, this callback function will fire. But if we have some sort of a other state and our component rendered or re-rendered because of that other state, this callback function will not fire. So now let me give you an example of that. So I'll just use like const and then something and then set something, and that's going to be equals to this useEffect one more time, and we're going to be providing the initial value of 0 to there. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to also write like increment by something. Okay, and now instead of providing the set value, I'm going to change that to like set something. And now if I save my file, and here you can see if I just refresh there, and I want you to keep in mind, here you can see it's going to give us that value for the first render, and now if I click on the click me, it will re-render my component because of this state right here. We are now providing this value right here. But now if I click on this increment by something, nothing is happening right here. And why is that? Because here you can see we are only providing this value, which is a state value, and whenever our component changes because of this value, so then this callback function will fire. Okay, and whenever our component changes because of something else, this callback function will not fire. So if I also copy there, and if I just write a comma here, and I'm going to also provide this something right here, save my file, and now let me just refresh there. If I click on this button, it's going to fire. If I click on this button, it's going to also fire. Okay, so yeah, keep that in mind. And now the final thing that I want to show you is that the conditional statement. So I'm going to just remove that from here. And now if I just use like if value is greater than 0, I want to wrap this entire hook inside that conditional statement. So if I save my file and watch what happens, so here you can see we are getting our UI, but now if I click on the click me button, we are getting our error right here, and that's a huge error. You know what, I'm gonna go to the top. React has detected a change in the order of the hook called by app. This will lead to a bug and errors if not fixed. For more information, go to this link. Okay, so we are not allowed to wrap our hook inside the conditional rendering. If you want to use some sort of a condition, we have to use that inside the useEffect. So if I just put that inside this useEffect, I'm going to also put that inside this useEffect. And now if I save my file, and now if I just refresh there, and now I can click on there, and everything will work totally the same. So yeah, that was just the basics of useEffect. I'm going to remove all of that stuff, and now let me show you how we are going to be fetching a data by using our useEffect. So I'll just save my file. Now let's get into the data fetching. So to fetch our data, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create some sort of a state where we're going to be putting our data. So I'll just use like data and then set data, and we're going to be using our useState once again. In the initial value, I'm going to specify empty array right here. Okay, now underneath there, I'm going to be using my useEffect one more time, and now inside this useEffect, I'm going to just pass my callback function. And now here, I'm going to pass my empty dependency array right here. This empty dependency array just simply means that this callback function will run only once. Okay, and now inside there, we are going to be using our asynchronous function. So I'll just create my asynchronous function, and I'm going to give it the name of like get data. You can give it any name that you like. I'm not going to be providing any parameter to that, and I'll just use like await, and we are going to be fetching our data from this resource. If I go to this JSON placeholder.typei code, and here you can see this is a website of that. You can learn more about that if you wanted to, but the one we are interested in is by getting this data. So I'll just copy there, or you know what, I'm gonna just go into the to-dos. So I'll just use that right here, and I'm going to provide my to-dos and hit enter, and here you can see it's going to give us a lot of to-dos right here. So we have like ID, you know, let me just zoom in a bit. So we have our ID, we have the title, and also the completed flag for all of these data. And by the way, this is array, so that's why we set up our use as our array right here. I'm going to copy this link, and now I'm going to go into my file right here, and we're going to be placing that inside our fetch. Okay, so I'll just place it right here, and I'm going to also store them in some sort of a variable like const res or response would be fine. And now underneath there, I'll just convert that to the JSON. So it's going to give us like response. I'm going to change that to the JSON and store that in the data variable. Okay, so now I can log the data and I can do a lot of things with that data, but I'm going to just provide a conditional statement like if we have the data and the data dot length, like if you have some sort of a data, so in that situation we are going to be taking our state, which is a set data, and we're going to be using that right here. And now let me just run them. We're going to be taking that data as a return value and we are going to be putting that inside our set data. Okay, now that we successfully created our function, but now we have to call that right here inside there. So if I just use like get data and I'm gonna just execute there, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data by using the useEffect. Our data fetching logic is now successfully done, so I'm gonna collapse that right here. Now that we successfully get the data, but the next thing that we have to do is that we have to render that data to the DOM. So I'm going to be using like UL, and inside this UL I'm going to use my data because this is the state where all of our data is located. So we're going to be using there, and we already know that there is, come on, let me just go into the to do, that is array, and inside this array we have a lot of like objects right here. So we're going to be iterating over through there, and to iterate over through there we are going to be using the map method, and I'm going to just paste like item or to do would be fine. Okay, so now inside each of these to do we're going to be using our li, and now I'll just render like come on, I'll render like to do dot title, and I guess that's going to be fine. I can also provide the ID of like math dot random, or I can use like to do dot id, which is this ID. Hopefully it will give us, so we have our ID right here, so we can also use that. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of the to-dos ID. So now let me just refresh there, and everything is working the way we expect him to work. So we are now getting the ID, but we can also get the body. Okay, we don't have the body. So if I go into, let me just go back. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the post, and now inside this post we have our body. So I'm gonna copy there, I'm gonna go in there, and here I'll just change there to posts, or yeah, post would be fine. So if I save there, now I can successfully get the body as well. So if I just duplicate there and change that to the body, and we are getting an error, so we have to wrap that in some sort of a section. I'm gonna cut that from here and also place that here, save my file, and now if I go there, refresh there, god damn it, I'm not getting any body. Each charge should be a unique key. God, cut that from here, put there for the section. You don't need that right here, so I'll just remove the. Okay, save my file and refresh there. We're only getting the title, but I guess we're not getting the body. So if I just write like body and dash dash, yeah, we are getting this body right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be getting the title, and this is how we are going to be getting the body. So this is how we are going to be using the useEffect to fetch the data, and also we learn a lot about the useEffect. Welcome to the useEffect challenge. So in this one I want you to create the useEffect component, then use the useEffect to log message to the console whenever the component first mounts. For example, when it runs for the first time. Then in the second portion, you're going to be using the useEffect one more time. Create first of all the counter effect component, then use the useEffect to update the document title whenever the component value changes. Like first you have to initialize the count to 0 value by using the useState, then render a button that increments the count, and use the useEffect to update the document title whenever the component changes. And finally you're going to be using the useEffect to fetch the data. So first of all you have to create a component with the name of like fetch data effect, and then inside that you're going to be using the useEffect to fetch your data from this endpoint, like from this API, which is a JSON placeholder.typeicode.com and /post. So yeah, give it your best shot. If you can do it, then come back and watch the solution, and I'm going to give you my solution. So first of all, create a component with the name of like basic effect.jsx. I'm going to be using my RFC inside there. Let's just go ahead and go to my app and register my component right in here. So I'll use like basic effect and close there. So if I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our basic component, or basic effect rather. Now the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my useEffect from the React.js, and I'm going to be passing a callback function to there, and inside there let's just use our console.log, which will say like basic component mounted right here. We're going to be also providing an empty dependency array, and watch what happens whenever the component first renders. So I'll just write like h1 and check the console to see the message. So we're going to be checking the console right now. So let me just go ahead and go to the console. Let's just refresh them, and now we are getting a basic component mounted for the first time. And why is that? That's because of this empty dependency array. So that was the challenge number 1, and let's just remove that. I'm going to create another component which will be a counter effect.jsx, and let's just use our RAFC inside there and register my component right here, which will say counter effect, and I'm going to place that right here. And inside this component, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my count, and also set count is going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to 0. Now I'm going to be using the useEffect one more time for the side effects. So now inside them, we're going to be also passing a count right here, like whenever our component changes because of this state. So watch what will happen. So I'll just use like document.title, and that's going to be equals to this template literal, and let's just provide our count and the count value from our state. So I'll just use like $sign and then this count. And now for this UI, I'm going to remove that from here, and I will just write like count here and render my count totally dynamically. Now we are going to be also creating a button which will say like increment, and here whenever somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be firing this function which will be the set count, and here we have to specify count plus 1. I'm going to save my file right now and watch what happens. So here you can see, I want you to notice this area right here, this title. So whenever I click on this increment, it's going to change the counter to it, and it's going to also change this count title right here to add. So if I just click on there, and here you can see it's going to increment my counter by 1. So that was the second challenge. Now for the third challenge, we have to create our fetch data component. So I'll use like fetch data effect.jsx.jsx, and let me just use my RAFC inside there. Let's just create our state so that we can store our data inside there. So I'll just use like post and then set post, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and we're going to be providing the empty dependency array, or not dependency but empty array, just for holding our data. Now we are going to be performing the side effects. So for that we have to use our useEffect, and here we are going to be providing our empty dependency array right here, and now we are going to be defining our function which will allow us to fetch our data. So what am I even doing? What the hell? Let's just provide our asynchronous function, and we are going to be providing first of all the response, and let's just use our await, and we're going to be fetching our data from this URL, and also we have to convert our data or response to JSON. So we're going to be storing them in the data, and finally we have to store them inside our state. So we're going to be using like set post and put our data inside there. Now underneath this function we are going to be calling it. Okay, so now if I save my file and call them, and it's going to give us the perfect response. So we have to also render their data to the DOM so that we can see them. So I'm not going to do anything crazy, so I'll just write like first post title, and here underneath this h1 we're going to be iterating over through all of the posts. So I'll just use like post.length is greater than 0. So in that situation we're going to be using our h2, and I'll just write like post, and we just only want to get the first post. We're not interested in all of them, and we only want to get the title out of there. But if that's not the case, we are going to be rendering or lowering ... So now if I save my file, first of all we even have to register. So I'll just go to my app and comment this line out and register my fetch data effect component there. Save my file. Now we are getting this title and yeah, this body as well. So now if I refresh there, it's going to give us the loading for a brief second, as you can see, and then it's going to give us the data. This is how we are going to be fetching a data by using the useEffect, and this is how we are going to be performing more side effect by using the useEffect. So now let me just uncomment all of that, and now we can increment something, and we can also check out the logs and stuff like that. So now let's talk about the famous problem with React.js, which is called the prop drilling. So what is a prop drilling and why should one care about that? So here you can see I have a component hierarchy right here. So I have a different component like app, card, header, navigation, user, date, time, and so on and so forth. And here inside the app component, I have a data. Suppose if I want to pass that data from the app component to the date component, so how can I go about doing that? So to do that, there are a lot of ways to do that in React.js, which we are going to be learning throughout the course, like by using useState and also using the context API and also Redux toolkit. And there are a lot of ways, but now let's talk about the prop drilling. We are going to be drilling this data into multiple components. So we are going to be taking that data and we are going to be passing that data into all of these components by using the props. So how are we going to be doing that? So I'm going to pass my data from the app component to the card component by using the prop. Then I'm going to pass that to the users component, and now finally I'm going to pass that to the date component, and then there we can use that. But imagine if you are working with like Google or maybe Facebook or some big companies, they would have like a lot of components, and I mean like a lot. They would have like 1,000 component, if not million component. So what you will do is that you will just pass your data by using the props, and you will just drill your data. Now there is a solution for that. I'm going to show you that solution in a few seconds, but first of all I want to show you the prop drilling in action, then we will jump into the solution. So now let's talk about the prop drilling in action. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my components folder, and inside this folder I'm going to create my component a.jsx, and also component b.jsx, and finally component c.jsx. And now I'll just go into my component A, and I'm going to use my RAFCE, and I'm going to go to the component B. Let's just use our RAFCE, and also to the component C. So now inside my app component, I'm going to just create some sort of a variable with the name of like name, and I'm going to give my name inside there. So I'm going to save this file. Now we have to pass this name data into this component C. So how can you go about doing that? So to do that, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to call our component A, and now let's just render them. We have to pass that name as the prop for our component A. So I'll just provide my name right here. I'm going to save that. Now inside my component A, I'm going to destructure there right here, and also we are going to be just passing there into the component B. So I'll just use like component B, and I'm going to hit enter, so it's going to auto import there. Now we're going to be taking that prop of name, and we're going to be passing that to our component B. So I'll just write like name right here, so I'm going to save there. Now I'm going to go into the component B. I'm going to also destructure there right here. I'll just use my name, and finally we have to use that inside the component C. Okay, so I'll just close there right here, and I'm going to also pass that as a prop so that I can use that inside my component C. So I'll just go to my component C, and I'm going to just destructure there right here. I'll just destructure my name, and now let's just use there right here. So I'll just use my h1, and now I'm going to just render the name right here. So if I save my file now, so now we are drilling this name as a prop to all of these components. Like first of all, we are passing that to component A, then to the component B, then to the component C, and finally we are now rendering there inside the component C. So that's going to be a lot of process. And let's suppose if you are working with some sort of a bigger company, and you're going to have to pass your data as a prop to all of these components, and that's going to be a nightmare. So to solve this problem, we are going to be learning about the Context API. So now let's talk about the Context API. Context API is a feature that allows you to manage and share state across your component tree without having to pass prop down manually at every level of your component tree. It is useful for scenarios where you need to share data or function across many components, especially when these components are deeply nested, something which we just saw a few seconds ago. So for that we use a props, but in this situation we are not going to be using any props. We are going to be using something called the Context API, and now let's get into it. So that was the basic theory about the Context API, and now let's refactor our prop drilling to use the Context API. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to have to import my context. So I'll just use like create context, and we're going to be importing that from the React.js. So now that we successfully import that, so the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create the instance of that. So I'll just use like create context, and now we're going to have to store then some sort of a variable. So I'll just give it the name of like data. You can like basically give it any name that you like, and I'm going to also export that so that I can use this context anywhere inside my project. So that's good. Now the next thing that I want to do is that I want to wrap my entire application to use this context. So how can I go about doing that? I'll just wrap that by using my data, which is now holding the value of my context. So I'm now calling this data right here, and now I'm going to just close that. And once I close there, and I'm going to also wrap my component A inside there, then we have two properties. So if I just write like dot, it's going to give us consumer, and it's going to also give us the provider. So provider just simply means it's going to allow us to provide our value or our data into multiple components. So I'm going to just choose this provider, and here we just have to use our value, and inside this value we have to pass that data which we want to pass inside our component. So we no longer have to use all of these props. So I'm going to just remove that from here. I'm going to copy my name from there, and I'm going to just put that right here. So if I save my file, and we also have to just copy this one, and we have to place it right here, So this is how we are going to be using our prop. First of all, we have to import there, then we have to create an instance of there, then we have to use the provider property on there, and this provider property will allows us to provide our data into multiple components. So we no longer have to drill our data into multiple components by using the props. So I'm going to go into my component A, and we no longer need this name right here, so I'm going to just remove there. Let's just remove there. I'm going to go into the component B. I'm going to also remove that from here. Let's just remove that from here. And now inside the component C, I'm going to also remove that from here. But now the question is, how are we going to be receiving that data now that we pass that data right here into this component? But how in the world we are going to be receiving that or consuming that? To receive that, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our context. As I said, like, we are going to be using this export so that we can use this context inside multiple components. So now we are going to be importing that. So I'll just use like import my data, and if I just hit enter right here, so it's going to import that from my app component. And now we have to use that inside our component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to also remove these divs from here, and instead I'm going to replace that with this data. And if I just write the dot, so what are we getting? We are now getting the provider, and we are also getting the consumer. So this consumer will allows us to consume their data or receive their data. This is how we are passing the data, and this is how we are going to be receiving that data. Now this consumer take a callback function, so we are going to be passing our function inside there to get our data. So I'm going to just write these curly braces right here, and I'm going to just provide my function. It's going to take the parameters, so I'm going to just specify the parameter of name, and now let's just create our callback function. Now inside there I can just return like h1, and now inside this h1 I can use my name right here. So if I just write a name, save my file, and if I just refresh there, and here you can see I'm now getting my name. So if I go ahead and change that to like I don't know, John or something, so here you can see we're now getting what John. So that's looking cool, like we are totally receiving this data. But now the question is let's suppose if I want to provide like multiple data, so how can I go about doing that? I'm gonna go into my context once again, and I'm gonna just duplicate there, like we are creating one more instance of our context, and I'm gonna just rename that to a data1. You can like basically give it any name that you prefer, but in my case I'm gonna just rename that to data1. I'm gonna save this file, and now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to just create some sort of other data so that we can pass that data into our component. So I'll just use like age in this case, and I am 22, so I'll just put my 22 age right here. Okay, and now if you want to pass that into our component, so in that situation we are going to be using our data1 and then dot, and we have our provider, and this provider will allows us to pass our data. So I'm going to just wrap that right here, and once again we are going to be using our value, and in this case we are going to be passing the age as a value right here. We already provided the name, but now in this case we are going to be passing the value. So now that we successfully pass this data, we have to go into our component C, and we have to consume that data or grab that data. So I'm going to just comment this line out. And now if you want to consume that data or receive that data, so now inside this data1, what do we have to do? We have to just use our return statement, and now inside this return statement, once again we are going to be using our data1 inside there. So if I just hit enter, so it's going to auto import that right here. Okay, so now we have to use there, and once again we are going to be using our consumer property inside there, and now inside this data1 consumer we are going to be once again using a callback function. So I'll just use like age, and now inside there I'm going to just use my h1 right here. First of all, we have to return there because we are using curly braces, and I'm going to write like my name is, and then I'll just put my name inside there like name, and I'm going to also use like, and I am age years old. There we go. So if I save my file, and here you can see I'm now getting like my name is John and I'm 22 years old. So this is once again not a good way to pass our data, but at least it is better than the prop drilling. Okay, so we are passing our data, we are receiving our data, but now if you want to receive that data, we're going to have to use this callback function and all. So to solve the problem, so to solve even this problem, we are going to be using the useContext hook. So now let's discuss about the useContext hook. Now let's talk about the useContext hook in React.js. So useContext hook allows us to access the context value provided by the context object directly within the functional component. So context provides a way to pass the data through the component tree without having to pass prop down manually at every level, something which we just saw a few seconds ago. So now we only care about the use context hook, and now let's get into it. So now let's refactor this code to use our context hook. So what I'm going to do is that first of all we have to import our use context hook right here. So once we successfully import that, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to call that right here. So I'm going to use like use context, and now inside this context you have to keep in mind from where your data is coming from. Is that coming from the data or the data one, which we are already creating right here? Like we are creating our create context instance, and now we are passing our data by using either the data or the data one. So now in this situation we have to tell our hook like from which context our data is coming from. So in this situation I'm going to copy this data and I'm going to just put that right here, and I'm going to store that in some sort of a variable like username or something like that. So this is how we are going to be getting our data by using this use context. We no longer have to provide all of these callback function and return statement and all of that. So I can also use that for the data one. So I'll just use like edge, and I'm going to use my use not state but use context once again, and I'm going to just pass my data one inside there. So now I can totally remove all of these codes. So I'll just remove there, and here you can see we can just use like our h1, and now inside this h1 I can use like my name is, and then I'm going to just pass my username right here, and I am age years old, and now I'm going to save my file. We have to write uppercase A and save my file, and here you can see I'm now getting like my name is John and I'm 22 years old. So this use context is very helpful. So this is how we are going to be passing our data, and this is how we are going to be receiving our data by using the use context. So yeah, that was it about the use context hook. Time for the context challenge. So the first thing that I want you to do is that I want you to create the user context.jsx file, and inside that file create a user context and also the user provider, which will allow you to hold the shared data. Next, you have to use the use context to access that data. So once again, you're going to have to create the user profile.jsx component, and inside that component, you're going to have to use the use context to access that data. Okay, and then finally, you're going to be updating that data. So once again, you're going to have to create the update user.jsx file, and inside that file, you have to define the component. Then use the use context, which will allow you to access that data and somehow update that data. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now I'm going to give you my solution. So inside this src, I'm going to create a file with the name of userContext.jsx. And inside there, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import my create context and also the useState as well. Next, we have to define our context. I'm going to be using create context and execute there, and I'm going to also store there in some sort of a variable. So I'll just give it the name of like user context, and now underneath there we have to create our provider. So I'll just use like const user provider, and that's going to be equals to this children, and it's going to take the children, and also inside this component we are going to be defining our useState, and the initial value will be name. So I'll just write like John Doe, and we're going to be destructuring the user and also the set user out of this useState. Okay, so now underneath that we're going to be returning our user context, which we've already created right here. We are going to be calling there, and now inside this context we already know that we have a property called dot provider. So I'm going to just write provider, copy there, and also place it right here. And now inside there we're going to have to pass some sort of a data. So now in this situation we're going to be passing our user, and we will also pass the function which will allows us to change that user. So I'll just write like user, come on, value first of all, and here we have to define our user, and now I'm going to be creating a function which will allows us to change that state. So I'll just use like const update user. It's going to be a function which will take like a new new name would be fine. Now I'll just write like set user, and here I'm going to provide the name, then we will just provide the updated name. Okay, so now we successfully created this function. So I'm going to copy the name of there and place it right here, and here we also have to provide their children, which we are now taking as a prop. So I'll just write their children, and that's everything that we have to do. And finally we also have to export this so that we can use the in other file. So I'll use like export the user context and also the user provider so that I can use the in other component. So now that's done. Next we have to create our component. So I'm going to go into my component folder, and I'm going to create my user profile.jsx. Okay, so inside there we are going to be using the use context to access the data from our context, and we are going to be also importing the user context, like from which context we want to get that data. Now let me create my component right here, and I'm going to just give it the name of like user profile. And now inside this component we have to access the data from our context. We're going to be using the use context to access that data. From which context? From this user context, which we've already specified or defined right here. Okay, so that's done. Now I'm going to destructure only the user. We don't need this update user right here. We are only interested in this user which we are now providing right here. Okay, we want to get that user, so I'm going to remove this user profile from here, and I'm going to write like h1 user profile. And now underneath this h1 we are going to be creating our paragraph, and here we have to render our user dot name. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be fine. So now if I save my file, let me just run there, npm run dev. It's not going to give us anything because we have to define there inside our app. So I'll just write like user profile, profile, there we go. Now let me just save my file and refresh there. Still we are not getting anything. I don't know why. Let's just open my inspect element, go to the console, and we are getting some sort of error. Cannot destructure a property of user context as it is undefined. Oh, and my bad, here we also have to write our user provider so that we can provide that in our entire application. So I'll just write like user provider, and now you will be successfully able to get their data. So here you can see we're now getting the user profile, and we're now getting the data from the context inside this user profile component. So that's the second thing. Now for the final thing, we have to create our update user.jsx component, and let me just remove that from there. And here once again we are going to be importing the use context, which will allow us to get that data, and also the use state, and which will allow us to create our state. And we're going to be also importing the user context from our context, which we've already defined a few seconds ago. And I'm going to be using my RAFCE to define my component. And now inside there we're going to be destructuring the update user from where? From the use context. We want to destructure there from this specific user context. And now underneath there we are going to be getting the new name, and let's just write like set new name, and that's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to empty string. Now for this UI I'm going to remove them and write my h2, which will say like update user name. And now underneath there let's just create our form, remove the action because we don't need that, and provide the on submit. And on this submit we are going to be firing this function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And we will also have to create our input field. The type will be set to text, the value will be set to new name, which we are already defining right here. And when somebody types something in this input field, so we are going to be firing this function which will say like set name, or set new name rather, and we are going to be getting our data by using the event.target.value. Okay, and now outside from there we are going to be also providing a placeholder to there which will say like enter new name. Now let me just save my file, and now underneath there we are going to be also creating a button which will say like update, and the type will be set to submit. Okay, so now let me just create this handle submit function right here. So we are not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be providing our event object, and now inside there we are going to be preventing the default behavior. Okay, and also we are going to be checking if new name dot trim. Let's just write our trim. So if that's the case, we are going to be using update user and provide our new name to there. And we're going to be also empty out our input field by providing a set new name and set there to empty string. Okay, so now let me just save my file. And now if I type something inside that component, but first of all we have to register there right here like update user. And now let me just say so here you can see we are now getting our data from another component. And now if I write like I don't know, my name, if I click on the update, so it's gonna update that data, but we are getting some sort of error. New update is not defined. Okay, god damn it, instead of a new name I specified the new update. So now let me just change that to a new name, save my file and refresh there. If I write my own name once again, click on the update, and here you can see it's gonna update their name. If I write like something else and click on the update, so it's going to change there to something else. So yeah, that was our challenge about the use context, and also and also just about the context. Now let's talk about the useReducer hook. So useReducer is a hook that is similar to the useState hook, but it is designed for more complex state object or state transitions that involves multiple sub values. So it allows you to manage state in the functional and immutable way I know the definition sounds a bit scary, and trust me, the syntax is more scarier than the. But throughout the course, I promise I'm going to give you a lot of practice about the useReducer hook. So now this is how the syntax will look like. First of all, we have our useReducer, and we are now passing the reducer function and also the initial value for there. And we are now destructuring the state and also the dispatch. So what is all of that even mean? So now let's talk about the useReducer initial state. So this is the starting value for the state when the component first renders. We are going to be passing some sort of an initial value to that. So if you are building some sort of a counter app, you're going to be passing a 0 value or 10 value or anything like that. Next, we have a reducer function. This is a function that describes how the function should change based on some actions or some conditions. So it takes the current state and the action as an input and return a new state value to us. Okay. So this is how our useReducer will look like. But now let's talk about the things which we are going to be destructuring from the useReducer. So the first thing that we have is the state, and this is going to be the current state value which you can use inside your component. And then we have a dispatch function, and it is a function you can call to send action to the reducer function, which then updates that state. So I know it may sound a bit scary and difficult, but trust me, it's not. So you know what, now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Let's use the useReducer in action. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to grab my useReducer from the React.js. Next, we have to use there. So to use there, we are going to be using the useReducer, and it takes two parameters like the reducer function and also the initial state. INITIAL. I can't spell the initial. So this is how we are going to be using the useReducer function. And now we are going to be destructuring two things. We are going to be destructuring the state and also the dispatch function. So now let me explain all of that right now. First of all, we are providing the initial state, which we are going to be creating right here. Like what will be the initial value of our entire state. So if you are building some sort of a counter app, so we are going to be providing the initial value of 0 to there. So I'm going to just write like const initial state. And now inside there, we are going to just provide like count, and that count will be set to 0 because we are just creating a simple example of a counter. Next, we have a reducer function, and we are going to be creating that reducer function right here. So I'll just write like const reducer, and this reducer will take two things. It will take the state and it will also take the action. So why do we have to provide the state and also the action? It will take the state, like what thing we are updating, and then how we have to update that thing. Okay, like what are we updating and how are we updating? So that's the only thing that you have to keep in mind. So now let's use what we will update and how we will update that. So to use that, we can either use the if and else statement, we can use the ternary, but in this situation we are going to be using the switch and cases. Okay, so I'll just use like switch, and if I just hit enter, so it's going to give the state cases for free. Now I'm going to be using action, and then I'm going to provide a type. We are going to be using this action by using this dispatch function, but you don't have to worry about what a dispatch is for now. So if this action type is equal to increment, so we are going to just provide like increment. So in this situation, we only want to return every single thing which is already available inside our state, like we are creating a copy of our state, and then we only want to update the count, and we want to update there by first of all accessing state.count and then +1. I'm going to save my file, and now let me just say that once again. This reducer function will take the state and action, and if that action type is equal to increment, so in this situation we are going to be creating the copy of our entire state. Like let's suppose if we have some sort of other stuff like notification, is that on or off or something like that, so we are going to be making a copy of that. And now in this situation, if the action type is equal to increment, we are going to be only updating this count. And where is this count coming from? This count is coming from this state which we are going to be providing for our dispatch function, and this state already has the count of 0 value right here, and we only want to increment there by 1. Okay, so that's going to be for the increment. Now let's talk about the decrement. So I'm going to just remove that from here. I'm going to also provide yet another case for the decrement. And if you want to provide some more state, you are more than welcome to use that if you wanted to. But in my case, I'm going to only return first of all dot my state once again, and then we are going to be changing our count, and our count is coming from the state.count, and we are going to be just decrementing there. Okay, so you just have to keep that in mind. So I can just totally remove these spaces, I guess. I'm going to save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. So that's cool. But now I'm going to also take care of the reset. And I guess we don't need, yeah, we do need them. I'll provide yet another case for the reset. Like we are going to be also providing some sort of a reset button to there. So in that situation, we are going to be once again returning all of our entire state, and we are going to be just changing the count to 0. Okay, so that's cool. And for the final thing, we are going to be just returning the state overall. So I'm going to just cut all of that, and here you can see this is how we are going to be creating or defining our reducer function. So now these steps are now successfully done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to take care of the state and the dispatch. We use this state to show the data into our UI. Okay, so how that's gonna look like, here you can see I have my div, and now inside this div I'll just create my h1 right here, and in this situation I'm going to be using like state, which is coming from this useReducer. We're now using this state, and now inside this state we have the property of count. Like if you have some sort of other property like notification or is dark or something like that, we're going to be accessing there. But now in this situation we only have the count, so I'm going to access there right here. So now initial value for my count is set to 0, so we are going to be getting a 0 value right here. Okay, so I can just put some sort of a label like count right here, save my file, and now we are getting this count, and this is how it's gonna allows us to access our data inside our JSX. Now let's talk about this dispatch function. This dispatch function will allows us to change your state, like actually change your state. This will allows us to provide some sort of a rule. If that rule is equal to increment, so we are going to be incrementing. If that rule is equal to decrementing, so we are going to be decrementing, and so on and so forth. So these are just a rule. Now we are going to be using that rules inside our dispatch function, and this dispatch function will allows us to actually change our state. Okay, so I'm gonna just create a few buttons right here. So I'll just use like button, and now inside this button I'm gonna just provide my plus symbol right here. You can also write like plus if you wanted to, but in my case I'm gonna just write like plus, and I'm gonna also specify the on click event handler, and when somebody clicks on that, we are going to be firing our dispatch function. And now inside this dispatch function we are going to be providing the type, and if that type is equal to increment, so you already know what we have to do in that situation. We are now providing a type, and that type is, if that type is equal to increment, like if this action type is equal to increment, we're going to be incrementing that. Okay, so I'm gonna also create yet another button which will just say minus, and when somebody click on that button, we are going to be just using like dispatch function once again. Let's just provide our type, and we are going to be providing the decrement right here, DECREMENT. There we go. I'm going to save this file, and finally we're going to be creating yet another button for the reset. So I'll just write a reset right here, and when somebody click on this button, we're going to be firing this dispatch function once again, and we are going to be providing the type, and type will be set to reset. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and that's all the thing that you have to do for the useReducer. Okay, so if I click on this increment button, so it's going to just increment my counter. If I click on this decrement button, so it's going to decrement my counter. And finally, if I click on the reset button, it's not going to do anything. I don't know why. Here you can see we're now providing a re and without the e, reset. So now if I click on this button, it's going to make it as a 0. So if I decrement that like a lot of time, and if I click on the reset, that's working, and also the increment is totally working. So yeah, this is how we are going to be taking care of the useReducer function, or hook to be precise. Alrighty, so time for the useReducer challenge. So first of all, I want you to create the counterReducer.js file, and inside that file define the reducer function that will manage a simple counter state. Next, you have to create a file with the name of counter.jsx, and inside that file create a functional component with the name of counter. Then use the useReducer hook to manage the state of that counter. And then for the third step, modify the counterReducer.js file to add more action which will allow you to increase and decrease by a specific amount. Then update that counter.jsx file to increase and decrease the count by a specific value using the input field. So finally you have to register the inside the app.jsx file, and that's gonna be it. So once again, give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And I'm gonna be creating my what do we call it, counterReducer.js file. Okay, so inside this file we are going to be first of all defining our initial state. So I'll use like initial state, and that's going to be equals to the count, and count will be set to 0. Now underneath that we are going to be creating a function, and I'm going to give it the name of like counterReducer. It's going to take the state and also the action, and here we are going to be using like once again the switch and cases. So for the switch, we're going to be providing an action.type. So if that is the case, we're going to be providing the first case like increment. So if the case is increment, we're going to be returning the count, and let's just write state count to access our data from our count, and we are going to be incrementing them by 1. But if that's not the case, and if the case is set to decrement, we are going to be using the return statement one more time. Let's just use your return, and we're going to be getting the count by using the state.count once again, and let's just remove 1 from there, like decrement 1 from there. So I'm not going to go ahead and create a UI for that. I'm going to also create that other state as well. So I'll just use like case and increment by amount. Come on, increment by amount. There we go. And I'm going to use like return, and let's just write count state.count plus action.payload. I'm going to write payload like so. I'm going to also duplicate there and change that to, instead of an increment, I'm going to write like decrement, D-E-C-R-E-M-E-N-T, decrement by amount. Once again, instead of writing a plus, I'm going to change that to minus. And for the default value, I'm going to only return my overall state. So that's going to be our entire function, which will allow us to change our data. So that's how we are going to be creating our counter reducer. And now underneath them, we are going to be exporting the initial state and also the counter reducer function from this file. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to my component and create my counter.jsx file. And I'm going to define my RAFC inside there. Go to my app and register there right here. So I'll use like counter and hit enter. So it's going to register there. And let me just see how it looks. So this is how it looks like. And yeah, we are getting somewhere. Go to my counter one more time. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to get my useReducer and also the useState function from our React.js. We're going to be also getting a few things from our reducer file. So we're going to be getting first of all the counter reducer and also the initial state. Come on, initial state from this counter reducer. Now let me use my useReducer to define my dispatch function and also my state. So I'm going to be using like useReducer, and for the initial value I'm going to write like counter reducer and also the initial value which we've already defined. Okay, so here we're going to be destructuring the state and also the dispatch. That's going to be equals to this useReducer. Now underneath there, we're going to be also creating a state for the form. Okay, so I'll use like input value and also set input value. Okay, so that's going to be equals to the useState, and here we are going to be providing only 0 right here. Okay, so now let me save there. Next, let me take care of this UI. So I'm going to go there and write h2 and provide my counter value. So I'll use like state.count to access that value. Let me just save my file and check this out. So here you can see we are now getting count, which is now set to 0. So that's cool. But now we have to increment and also decrement there. So I'm going to be using like button, and which will allows us to increment my counter, and another button which will allows us to decrement my counter. Okay, so I'm going to just write like on click event handler. When somebody click on there, we are going to be firing like handle increment and also handle decrement. Okay, and now let me create this function right here. So we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be creating like handle increment, and that's going to be equals to this arrow function. Come on. That's going to be equals to this arrow function, and we are going to be calling the dispatch function and provide the type of increment to there. Now let me just duplicate this line of code and change that to decrement, and also change the function name to handle decrement. So I'll just write like handle decrement like so. So now this function will allows us to change our data. So now if I click on this one, so it's going to increment my counter. And now if I click on the decrement button, it's going to decrement my counter. Now we also have to provide our input field, which will allows us to change the data by providing our value. So I'll just write a div, and inside this div we're going to be providing an input with a type of number, and also the value will be set to input value. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the on change handler, and here we're going to be passing our arrow function, which will take like set input value, and I'm going to write like event.target.value. That's also cool. But now underneath there, I'm going to be creating a button which will say like add, and I'm going to also create yet another button which will say subtract. Okay, and here we have to just write like on click event handler. When somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing like handle increment by 1. Let me just write like increment by 1 or by amount would be fine, and we are going to be also providing handle decrement by amount. And now let me just create these two functions. So I'm going to copy the name of there and define there right here, const handle increment by amount, and here we're going to be providing our dispatch, and for this dispatch, for the type, we're going to be providing increment by amount, and we also have to provide our payload. Come on, payload. And for the payload, we have to provide our input value, but first of all we have to convert that to number. So if you want to convert that to numbers, so you can use the number constructor, or you can also just use a plus, and it's going to also convert that to number. Okay, and now underneath I'm going to use like set input value and change that to 0. So it's going to clear the input after the dispatch. And now if I save my file, and it's gonna only work for the first one, it's gonna give us an error because we also have to create this function which is handle decrement by amount. So I'm gonna copy the name of that, and basically I'm gonna just duplicate this entire function and change the name of that to handle decrement by amount. And I'm gonna also change the name of this one to decrement by amount, and the rest of them will be the same. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see I can just write like, I don't know, maybe 100. If I write that and click on the add, so it's gonna add that 100 right here. And if I just write like 200 and click on a subtract, so it's gonna remove 100 from there. Now it's gonna give us minus 100. I can also increment my counter. I can also decrement my counter. So yeah, that was our complex counter and also our challenge about the useReducer. If you're hearing a construction voices in the background, I'm sorry about that, because here in my house a construction work is going on and I don't want to delay this video no more. So now let's talk about the useRef. So what is a useRef and why should anyone care about that? UseRef hook provides a way to access and interact with the DOM element or to persist value across render without causing a re-render. So this is going to be the most simplest hook in our hook list. So now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Alright guys, now it's time to use the useRef inside our component. So I'll just use the useRef right here, not reducer, useRef. There we go. We're going to be importing that from the React.js, and now we have to use that. So I'll use like useRef, and for the initial value you can specify any kind of value. So I'll just write like now because I don't want to specify any value to that. And next we have to use this. So to use that, first of all we are going to be storing that in some sort of a variable. So I'll just use like const element, and we have to just equal to this useRef. So now I can totally log that to the console, so I can use like element right here. If I save my file and go to my console, let me just refresh there. So what are we getting? We are now getting this object with the property of current, and which is initially set to null. So this current property will allows us to manipulate our DOM or to do anything with our DOM. So I'll just change that to like input element, because we're going to be creating our input element right here. So I'm going to change that to input element. You can like change that to basically anything that you want. So in my case, input element would be fine. I'll just create my input element right here, and the type will be set to text, and I'm going to be using the ref property, and this ref property will allows us to use this ref inside our specific element. So I'll just use like my input element right here, and now if I save my file, and let me just log that to the console once again. So I'll just use like input element, and now if I save my file and refresh them, okay, so here you can see we are now getting our input, and we are also getting our current property. And if I expand this, so that current property is now pointing to this input element right here, as you can see there. So if I expand this, so we have like the value property. We have a lot of things that we can do with this HTML element. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to create a button right here which will just say like focus and right Hussein. Maybe you can basically manipulate your DOM however you want, but in my case I'm going to just focus and write Hussein inside that input field. Okay, so I'll just use my arrow function, and inside this arrow function I'm going to be creating a function which will be a focus input, and I'm going to execute this. So now let me just create this function right here. I'll write like const focus input, and now inside there we are going to be using our input element dot current property, and then we are going to be using this focus method which is coming from the DOM. Okay, so we have to just use command focus. We have to just use this focus method, and as soon as I save my file and refresh there, and now if I click on this button, it's gonna focus my input element right here. Now I can basically do anything I want to do with this element. I can change the color, I can like provide something inside there. So now let me show you like how we are going to be writing something inside this. So I'm gonna access my input element, then I'm gonna write my current property which is already coming from the useRef, and I'm gonna get the value, and that value will be set to like my own name. So I'm gonna save my file, and now let me just refresh there. And now once I click on this focus and write, so it's gonna first of all focus our input element, and it's gonna also write this name right here. So if I change that to like something else, like I don't know, John Smith or something like that, save my file And now if I click on this, so it's going to write this John Smith right here. So this is how we are going to be using the useRef, and we are going to be very rarely using this useRef, but I don't know. That was a useRef. Time for the useRef hook. So I want you to create a component with the name of focus input.jsx, and that component will focus on the input field when the button is clicked. In the second part, I want you to create a timer.jsx component and just implement a simple timer where the timer interval is stored using the ref. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my focus input.jsx, and let's just create our RAFCE, save my file, and let's just go ahead and go to my app and store there right here. So we have a focus input, and I'm going to execute them. Let's just check this out. Yep, it's working. Now the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my useRef from the React.js, and the initial value will be set to null, and I'm going to store that in the input ref as a value. And now we have to use that inside our UI. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my input field with the type of text, and I'm going to also provide the ref, and here the ref will be that input ref which we've already stored right here. Guess we are going to be copying that, and now let me just place that right here. And I'm going to also provide the placeholder which will say like click the button to focus, or yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. And now underneath that, we're going to be creating a button which will say like focus input, and I'm going to also attach the on click event handler, and we are going to be creating this function in a few seconds. So now let me just create this function const focus input. And inside this function, first of all, we are going to be checking if we have the input ref dot current value. So in that situation, we are going to be taking that input ref, and we are going to be grabbing the current property of that, and then we are going to be calling the focus method on that. So anytime we click on that button, it's gonna focus our input field. So now let me just show you that. So now if I click on that, it's gonna focus this input field right here. So that was the first portion of this challenge. I'm gonna close that, and now let me create my timer. So timer.jsx RAFCE, and now we have to also store there or register there inside our app. So I'll just write like timer and hit enter. So it's gonna grab there from my timer file. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to grab a few things. The first thing I will grab is the useRef. From the React.js, we would also need the useEffect and also the useState. Okay, so now let's just use all of that hooks inside our component. So I'll just first of all create my count and also set count, and that's going to be coming from the useState, and the initial value will be set to 0. We're going to be also creating our interval ref. So I'll just write like interval ref, and that's going to be equals to the useRef, and the initial value will be set to null. And now let's just use the inside our component, but first of all we also have to create our timer so that we can work with this. We are going to be using our useEffect because in this case we are going to be working with a side effect, and for the dependency array we are going to be setting that to empty dependency array. Now I'm going to get my interval value or interval ref, and here we are only interested in the current property. So I'm going to grab my current CURRENT like so, and that's going to be equals to the JavaScript built-in method which is called the set interval, and here we are going to be passing a callback function, and I'm going to also give it like 1 second would be fine for a timer, and I'm going to write like set count, and here we have to specify our previous count, and also we have to add 1 to our previous count like so, and that's going to be it. And finally I'm going to also write like the cleanup function. So I'm going to just return that cleanup function right here. So we're going to be using like clear interval, and here we have to specify our interval ref one more time, and we have to provide that current property in there. Okay, so now we are totally done with all of that value. Next we have to use the inside our component. So I'm going to remove them, and I'll write my h1 timer, and here we have to render our count and then seconds. And now underneath that we are going to be also creating a button which will just say like stop timer. Okay, so it's going to allow us to stop our timer like a pause button, and whenever we click on this, so what do you want to do? We just want to fire this function which will be a clear interval, and here we have to specify our interval ref and then dot current value in there. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting like their timer. Let me just refresh there, 1 2 and so on and so forth. We are now getting our counter or timer, not counter, which is working totally fine. And now if I wanted to stop there or pause there, I can click on the stop timer, so it's gonna pause my timer right here. Okay, so yeah, that was the second portion of our challenge, and that was it about the useRef challenge. Now let's talk about the custom hooks. So custom hooks are a JavaScript functions that starts with the prefix use, for example useFetch, useForm, and so on and so forth, and can call other hooks within them. They allow you to extract and reuse logic that involves state or side effect, making your components more readable and maintainable. So here you can see I have a home component, and now inside this home component I am now fetching the data from the to-dos, and then I'm sending that data to my state. Okay, so this is okay, like nothing is wrong in this component, but now we can extract all of that logic into our own hook so that we can reuse that hook again and again, and we no longer have to write all of that code again and again. So to do that, first of all, we are going to be creating a function. I will give it the name of like useFetch, and it's going to take the URL, and then we're going to be defining our state for that, and then we will use our useEffect. And now inside this useEffect, we are going to be using our fetch. Then we are going to be taking that URL from the perimeter, and we are going to be passing that to the fetch. Then we can convert that data to the JSON, and finally we can push that data to the set data. Okay, so this is how the syntax will look like. This is just a basic example, but throughout the course we are going to be seeing a lot more than that. So now to use that hook inside our component, this is how we are going to be doing that. First of all, we are going to be importing our hook, and then we are going to be passing the URL from which we want to fetch our data, and then we can just destructure the data and we can use that inside our component. So this is how the useFetch will look like, and now let me show you all of that in action. First of all, I want to show you the problem, and then I'm going to show you how we can refactor our code to use the custom hook. Okay, so I'm going to just create like, first of all, my state. I'll just write like const data and then set data, and that's going to be coming from the useState, and the initial value will be set to null. You can write like array if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to write like null. Next we have to fetch our data, and to fetch our data we are going to be using this useEffect for the side effects, and it's going to take the dependency array of totally empty array because we only want to render this content once. And then I'll just use like fetch method right here, and I'm going to provide this URL. We are going to be fetching our data from this URL. Now let me just use my then, and it's going to take the response, and we are going to be converting that response to JSON. And also let's just use our then one more time to get the data, and I'm going to just use like set data, and we're going to be passing our data to there. Okay, so this is how we're going to be fetching our data, and this is how we're going to be pushing our data to our state. Now inside this div we're going to be just rendering our content, so I'll just use like if we have the data, then we are going to be iterating over through that data. So I'll just use like item or to do would be fine. I'll use my to do, or you know what, item would be what the hell. And I'm going to use my curly braces, and now we have to return this paragraph, and I will just use like item.title, and I'm going to also provide the key right here, and the key will be item.id right here. So if I save my file, as you can see right here, we are getting all of their title, which is working totally fine. But now let's suppose if you want to use this same logic in a lot of components. So first of all, we are going to have to create this state in all of that component, then we have to use this useEffect in all of that component, then we have to fetch our data, change that to JSON, and finally we have to push this data to our state. And that's a lot of work. And now to extract all of that functionality to a single function, this is how we are going to be doing that. So I'll just create a file. I'm going to give it the name of like use, because we are creating a hook. So I'll just give it the name of like usefetch.jsx. Okay, and now inside this usefetch.jsx, and now inside this useFetch method, I'm going to just first of all import my useState, because we already know that we are going to be using some sort of a state. And we will also import the useEffect as well, because we already know that we are going to be using this useEffect as well. Okay, so now that we successfully imported that, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to just create our function. So I'll create like const, and you can basically give it any name that you like, but the convention is to use the use. Okay, and then you can give it like basically any name that you like. So I'll just give it the name of like useFetch, and it's going to take the URL, because as you can see right here, we are going to be providing some sort of a URL. So it's going to take that URL right here, and now let's just create our function. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my data and then set data, and now we are going to be storing them inside the useState, and the initial value will be set to null. Okay, so that's the first thing. Next, we have to create exactly the same useEffect like this. So I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place that right here, and instead of providing all of this URL, I'm going to cut that from here. I'm going to copy this URL as a perimeter, and we're going to be passing that to the fetch. Finally, we just have to return our data so that we can use that in other component. So I'll use like data right here, and this is how we are going to be creating our custom hook. So finally, I'm going to have to export that so that I can use that in other component. So I'll use my useFetch, and now I'm going to save my file, and now we have to use this useFetch inside our app component right here. So I'm going to remove all of that from here. I'm going to also remove this one. I'm going to also remove that. Save my file, and here you can see this is how our component will look like. But first of all, we have to use this useFetch inside this component, and this is how we are going to be using that. First of all, we have to import the useFetch, and now we have to use the I'll use like useFetch, and it takes that parameter of URL right here. So we have to provide that URL right here. It is now providing this data as an array, so we can totally destructure that as our array. So I'll just use like data, and this is how we are going to be destructuring our data right here. So now if you have the data, then we are going to be iterating over through all of that data, and we are going to be taking the ID, we are going to be providing the as a key, and we are going to be also taking the title, and we are going to be providing the as our JSX value. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting exactly the same result right here, which is amazing. And now you can fetch your data by using this hook in all of your component. If you have some sort of other component, you can totally change this URL if you wanted to, and you can create a custom hook for the form and for the validation and for everything. Like basically for everything you can create a custom hook. Now let's talk about the useId hook. So the useId hook in React.js is used to generate a unique IDs for a component. So yeah, it is as simple as that. So now let's get into the coding, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a components folder, and inside there we have to create a unique ID.jsx. I'll use my RFC inside there and register my component inside the app like unique ID and close there. Test this out, and here you can see we have our unique ID, which is looking cool. So the first thing that we want to do is that we want to import that unique ID. So I'll use like useId and hit enter. So it's going to import that from the React.js, and now we have to use that. So I'll use like useId and call there, and it doesn't take any parameter, nothing. Now that we have to store that in some sort of a variable, so I'll store the inside like ID. It's going to be equals to this useId. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my label first of all, like label, and now for this label we want to provide our ID. So we're going to be using that ID totally dynamically, and now I'm going to just write like email, and also I'm going to create my input field. In this input field will have the type of email. We're going to be also providing an ID, and the ID will be set to, once again, you guessed it, that ID. Okay, so now if I save my file and test this out, so now let me go ahead and go to my inspect element and go to, let me just click on this one, and here you can see it's going to give us that unique ID right here for the HTML4, and it's going to also give us that unique ID for this specific ID attribute. Okay, so that's also done. But now let's suppose if I want to create another input field, so I'll just write like first of all the label, or you know what, let me just copy this entire thing from there and place it right here and change that to some sort of a, I don't know, password or something like that. I'm gonna also change that to password, and then watch what happens. So if I save my file and refresh there, and here you can see this one have the ID of R1, but now if I select this password, it's gonna also have that ID of R1. Why is that? They are not totally unique. So now I know a lot of people will think that if you want to make them unique, so we have to just duplicate that and change that to like ID2 and then specify that ID2 there. So I'm going to copy that and place that here and also place that here. Save my file, and now if I select the password, here you can see this one have the ID of R1 and this one have the ID of R5. But now the question is, should I duplicate my code for every single input? No, of course not. This is not the better way. So I'm going to remove that from here. And instead, we can provide a prefix. So I'll just write a dash, and then I can write like whatever I want to write. I can write like email. So I'll just write an email here. I'll also provide the email here. And now for this one, we're going to be providing a password. And also for this one, we're going to be providing a password once again. Now let me just save my file. We're not getting anything. That's because we're using the ID2. So we have to change that to just ID and ID. So now if I save my file, and here you can see if I click on the password, so here you can see we're now prefixing there for the email and also for the password. So now let me go ahead and go to my app. I'll just create a paragraph which will have a lorem, and now underneath this paragraph we are going to be calling our component once again. Now let's just close this. So if I close that and save my file, and now if I click on this component, so now here you can see this component have the RF. Let me just show you there. This component have the unique ID of RF, and this component have the unique ID of RH right here. that was just a quick hook which I want to cover. Okay, so time for the 10 beginners level projects. So in these projects, we are not going to be using any TypeScript. So we are going to be only using React.js with JavaScript. So basically that's going to be it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just make a setup right here. I'm going to open my terminal and let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to use npm create read at latest. I'll give it the name of like project demos, or yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. I'm going to choose React.js and also JavaScript, not TypeScript but JavaScript. I'm going to go into my projects demo and I'll use like npm I to install all of the dependencies. That's done, so I'm going to open my VS Code right here. I'm going to also open my terminal and use npm run dev to start my server right here, and let's just remove these boilerplate. So I'm going to remove this public folder. I'm going to remove the assets, also this app.css and index.css as well. Let's just remove every single thing from there. I'm going to use my rafce inside there and also remove this index.css, and you know what, I'm going to also remove this strict mode right here. Save my file, and now this is how everything looks like. First of all, let me just show you there, and here you can see we are now getting our app, which is looking amazing. Okay, so time to build our first project. So I'm going to create my folder with the name of components, and inside there we are going to be creating our counter.jsx, and let's just use our rafce, save my file and use that counter right here. Okay, so I'm going to be using my counter, hit enter, save my file, and this is how our counter looks like right here. And now let's begin with importing a lot of stuff. So I'm going to be importing first of all the useState, like obviously we would need some sort of a state, and also we are going to be importing the style.css, which I guess I did not create. So now let me create there right here inside this src folder. So I'm going to create like style.css, and I'm going to place all of the css that I've already written for this project right here. So basically we're not going to do anything crazy, but we are going to be just centering every single thing, and yeah, you get the idea. So if you want to get all of these styling, you can totally go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and you can get all of their styling from there. So now the first thing that I want to do is that I want to make a state setup. So I'm going to use like count and then set count, and now let's just use our useState, and the initial value will be set to 0. Okay, so now I'm going to save my file, and the next thing that I want to do is that I want to make this UI a bit better. So I'll provide a class name to this div, a container class. Okay, so inside there we're going to be creating our h1, which will be just, I'm going to also provide a class name of that to like a number, and also here we are going to be rendering our count. So if I just use this, save my file, here you can see we are now getting our 0 right here, which is looking amazing. And you know what, first of all, let me just even wrap that in something like so. And the next thing that I want to do is that I want to create my buttons container, like the increment button and also the decrement button. So I'll use like buttons container. This is going to be my class name. And now inside this buttons container, I'm going to be creating two buttons. One will be for the increment and another one will be for the decrement. So this one will be for the plus and this one will be for the minus. So I'll use like decrement. There we go. And now if I save my file, and I'm gonna have to copy the increment styling and place this, save my file, and now they are looking better. So the next thing that I want to do is that I want to duplicate that, and I'm going to be using the on click event handler on both of them. So for the first one, when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing the increment function, and when somebody clicks on the second button, like the decrement buttons, we are going to be firing the decrement function. Okay, so now let's just register this function right here inside our component. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create this function like const increment, and now here we're going to be using like set count, and the count value will be just +1. Like this is going to be the increment function, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to change that to decrement and also change that to minus. So I'll use like decrement. Now if I save my file, and now if I click on this plus button, it's gonna increment my counter, and now if I click on this decrement button, it's gonna decrement my counter. So yeah, that was our first simplest project ever. The next project that we are going to be building will be a to-do list application. So I'll just use like to-do.jsx, and I'm going to use my rafce inside there, and I'm going to also go ahead and go to my style sheet and remove every single thing from there and replace the styling right here. And if you care about these styling, you can totally go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and grab all of that styling from there. Okay, so now I'm going to save my file, and now we have to register this component right here inside our app component. So I'll use like to do, and now if I hit enter, and this is how we are going to be registering this component right here. Okay, so if I just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting our to do, which is looking amazing. So now inside this to do, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my useState. Come on, import useState, and we would also need to provide our style sheet. So I'll use like dot and provide our style.css right here inside there. Next, we have to create two state. One will be for the to-dos and another one will be for the input. So I'll use like const to-dos, come on, to-dos, and then set to-dos, and that's going to be equals to the use state. And we're going to be providing the initial value of empty array inside there, because here we're going to be storing all of our to-dos. Next, we have to create our input field. So I'll use like input and also set input. Here we're going to be grabbing like all of the data from our input field and we're going to be storing there inside our use state, and the initial value will be set to empty string. Now I'll remove this to do from here, and I'm going to also provide the class name of container to there. And now inside this container, first of all, we are going to be creating our input field and the type will be set to text. I'm going to also provide a placeholder which will say like new to do or type new to do, whatever you want to call there. I'll also provide the value, and the value will be coming from this input field right here. So we're going to be copying there and I'm going to place that right here. And when somebody change or when somebody types something inside this input field, so we're going to be firing this function and we're going to be changing the value of there. We're going to be getting all of the value from the target.value and we're going to be setting there to our input field. Okay, so now let me show you how that looks like. So here you can see we have our input field right here and I can type like basically anything I want. So this is our basic input field. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to create a button which will allow us to submit or to do. So I'll use like button which will say submit, and when somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be firing this function which is a handle submit function. I'm going to copy them and now let's just create that right here. I'm going to use const handle submit, and here inside there we are going to be using the set to dos, and for the set to dos we are going to be providing our to dos, and now as a callback function we are going to be using the to dos, that parameter which we are now taking for this function, and we are going to be using the concat method on there. And here we have to specify these value like text, and text will be equals to this input field, like anything we want to type, anything the user type inside this input field, that's going to be set to the text property. And also we have the ID, and basically we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but I'll just register a random ID right here by using math.floor. You can also use the UUID if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to just use like math.floor and also math.random times 10. Let's just use our times 10, and this is how we can set up our handle submit. I'm going to also clear out the input field. Okay, so I'll use like set input, and here we have to provide our empty string right here. Okay, so now I can type something if I wanted to, but I cannot see that right here. And why is that? That's because we did not render all of our content to our UI. So if I click on that, here you can see that input field is now successfully removed, but yeah, we cannot see the data. And now if you want to see that data, so underneath this button we are going to be creating our UL, and this UL will have the class of like to-dos list, and now inside this to-dos list we are going to be iterating over through all of the to-dos. Okay, so I'll use the map method on there, and here we're going to be passing our text and also the ID which we are going to be destructuring from all of their to-dos. Like as you can see right here we have a text and also that ID which we are going to be destructuring from this function, and we are going to be using there inside. Okay, so I'll use like there, and inside there we are going to be using our li, and here inside this specific li I'm going to provide a class name of to do to there, and also the key will be set to that ID which is already randomly generated by using this math.floor and also this math.random. Okay, so we are going to be specifying there for this key, and also inside this li we are going to be creating our span, and this span will take our text. So we are going to be rendering our text inside this span, and we will also have a button which will only say X or remove, whatever you want to call there. Now let me style this button by providing a class name of close to there, and I'm going to also provide the on click event handler when somebody clicks on this button. So we are going to be just firing this function which is a remove to do, and we are going to be specifying ID to there. Okay, so now let me just create this remove to do right here. So up above underneath this handle submit we're going to be also creating our remove to do. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use like remove to do, and it's going to take the ID, and now here we are going to be passing the set to dos right here, and that set to dos will take that to dos as a parameter, and we're going to be iterating over through that to dos by using the filter, and then we will just provide a t for a specific to do, and then we can grab the t.id, and if that t.id does not equal to that id, so we are going to be removing only that specific to do. Okay, let me just say that once again. We are now iterating over through all of the to-dos by using this filter method. We are now filtering out all of the to-dos, and if that t, like that specific t id, is not equals to that id which we are taking as a parameter from this function, so in that situation we are going to be removing that specific to do. Okay, so now the functionality is totally done. I'm gonna go ahead and just add a few to do, like walk the dog, and if I click on the submit, okay, everything is now gone. I guess I did something wrong. And I realized that I forgot to include the return statement right here, so we only have to write a return. And now if I save my file, and let's just refresh that, and I'm gonna just write like walk the dog and click on the submit button, so it's gonna add that right here. Then I can write like, I don't know, record React.js course, submit, and now I can totally remove that by clicking on these icons here, and I can totally remove that if I wanted to. Okay, so yeah, that was our to-do list by using React.js. Welcome to the project number 3, and in this project we are going to be using the useEffect to fetch our data from the meals.db API. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create my meals.jsx, and I'm going to use my RAFCE, save my file, and register there right here. Okay, so I'll use my meals and save my file. Plus, I'm gonna also go ahead and go to my style sheet and remove every single thing from there and place these new styling right here. Once again, for the final time, if you care about this styling, you can totally go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and grab all of the styling from there. I'm not gonna say that anymore. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna first of all import a lot of things, but I also forgot to tell you that in this project we are not going to be using the fetch API. We are going to be using the Axios library to fetch our data. So if you guys don't know what Axios is, you don't even have to worry about that. But if you already know what Axios is, so yeah, congratulations. We are going to be using like npm I and then Axios to install that in our machine. Okay, so now it's going to install that. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to grab that. So I'm going to use like import Axios from Axios, and we would also need the useState and also the useEffect to provide our side effect and fetch our data. I'm going to also provide my what do we call it, my style sheet right here. So we have a style.css, and now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our meals, which is looking amazing. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to make a state in which we are going to be storing all of our items or our meals. So I'll use like items. You can give it the name of like meals if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to only give it the name of like items, and then set items, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and that's going to be equals to the empty array, because here we are going to be storing all of our meals. And now underneath that we are going to be using the useEffect, and here let's just provide our callback function to that and also our empty dependency array right here. Now I'm going to be using Axios, and for this Axios we have a get method, and this get method will allows us to get our data or to fetch our data from some sort of a URL. So URL, which is the mealdb.com/API, then JSON version 1.1 filter.php $c is equal to seafood. We're going to be grabbing our data from this API, and I'm going to also use the then. Okay, so I'll just provide a then right here, and for this then we are going to be providing our res. And now inside this res, first of all I'm going to just log this res to the console. So I'll use like res.data and then .meals. So now if I save my file, and let me show you all of that. If I open my console right here, and inside this console we have like all of that data which we are now fetching from that meal.db. Okay, so we have a ID, we also have the stir meal, and we also have this thumbnail. I can copy that and place that here and hit enter, and now here you can see we are now getting the meal image and so on and so forth. So yeah, this is how we are going to be fetching our data. But now let me just send this data to these items right here. So I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to be using like set items, and I'm going to use like res.data.meals. So this is how we are going to be sending our data to our state. And now I'm going to also provide a catch statement, like in some situation we will get some sort of error, so then we don't want to do anything crazy with that error, so I'll just use like console.log of that error. Okay, so that's going to be for our catch statement. So this is how we are going to be fetching our data. Okay, so now fetching our data is done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to render that data, and to do that I'm going to remove these meals from here, and I'm going to provide a class name of items container, which I already set up inside my style sheet. And here we're going to be providing a function which will be items list, and it's going to allow us to render all of that items to our DOM. So I'll use like const items list, and that's going to be equals to items.map, because we want to iterate over through all of that items which we already pushed to our state. Okay, so first of all we want to iterate over through all of that items, and here we have to destructure all of that properties which we are going to be using in this project. So I'll use like stir meal and also stir meal thumb and also the ID of that specific meal. Now outside from there, what I want to do, I want to just use my return statement, and inside there I'm going to be using a section with the name, not a name, but with the class of card. And now inside this section we're going to be using our image, and for this source we're going to be providing our stir meal thumb. Okay, which will be the image of our meal. Okay, and now for this alternative text, I can just write like my stir meal. It doesn't really matter. And now underneath this image, we can create our section, and I'm going to provide a class of content today. And now inside this section, we're going to be creating our paragraph, which will be a stir meal. And we would also provide another paragraph with the pound symbol. You don't even have to do that. That's just for a label. And we would just render our ID meal right here. Come on, ID meal. There we go. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our image, also our title, and also that specific ID. So if I just remove that pound symbol right here, let me just remove that, save my file, and here you can see we are no longer getting that pound symbol, and this pound symbol is just for the label or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so this is how we are going to be fetching our data, and this is how we are going to be rendering that data by using the useEffect and also the Axios library. Next, we are going to be building a calculator. So I'll just create a calculator.jsx file, and I'm going to be using my RAFCE, save my file, and register that calculator right here. Okay, so first of all, we have to import that. I'm going to also go ahead and go to my style sheet and remove every single thing from there and place my new styles right here. Okay, so now I'm going to go into my calculator. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my useState, because obviously we would need some sort of a state. We will also import our style.css, save my file, and now inside this calculator, we're going to be using our const and input value, and then set input value, and that's going to be equals to our useState, and the initial value will be just empty string. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to my JSX and provide a form right here. I'm going to also remove this div and provide our form there. And now inside this calculator, first of all, I'm going to also provide a class of calculator to it. So calculator, and I'm going to also provide the name of cal could be fine. And now inside there, we are going to be creating our input field with a class of value. And for the value, we're going to be providing our input value right here. Now underneath there, we are going to be creating a lot of span. So I'm going to go back and let's just create our span with a class of, or you know what? Yeah, we will provide a num and also the clear class, and here we just have to specify our C right here for the clear, and when somebody clicks on that, we are going to be firing this clear function. Okay, so let's just create this clear function right away. Now underneath this thread, we are going to be creating our clear function, which will just allows us to clear out our input field. Okay, so we're going to be only providing our empty state inside there. And now underneath this span, we're going to be creating a lot more spans. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a span, and yeah, here we just have to provide a / and I'm going to just duplicate that like a lot of time. Okay, let's just remove that and change that to the star and 7, then add 9 minus 4 5 6 and then plus. I'm going to also provide the on-click event handler on them, so when somebody clicks on each of them, we're going to be firing the something called the display function, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. It's going to take some sort of a perimeter of symbols. So I'm going to copy all of their symbols and I'm going to provide them as a string value right here. Plus will be a special one, so we're going to be using like class name, and I'm going to provide a class name of plus to it. Now underneath there, we're going to be once again creating a lot of spans, so I'll just use like span time. Okay, so if I just hit tab, now I'm going to have to save there, and I'm going to use like 1 2 then 3 then 0 0 0 then dot, and also come on, just a dot. And we also have to provide our equal to sign. I'm going to provide my multi-cursor selection right here, and I'm going to use my own click event handler. Like when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this display function, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. And here we have to provide all of that values right here. I'm going to copy there and provide there as a string value. Okay, and for this final one, which is a equal, so I'm going to provide a class name of there, which will be set to num and also equal right here. Okay, so now here for this one, we're not going to be using a display. I'm going to provide a calculate function right here, so which will say like calculate and remove all of that execution from here. But you know what, we have to execute there. Now I have to create two functions. One will be for the display and one will be for the calculate. So for this display function, we are not going to be doing anything crazy. So let me just create that right here. We are going to be using like display. It's going to just allows us to display our value. So it's going to take some sort of a value which we are already specifying right here, like all of these values. Okay, so it's going to take some sort of a value, and then what we want to do with that value is that we want to use our set input value, and here we have to provide our input value from our state and also we have to just combine or add that perimeter value of value to it. Okay, so it's gonna allow us to like render all of that data, and here you can see this is how it looks like. I can type any kind of data right here, and now the final thing that I want to do is that I want to just provide a calculate function. Okay, so it's gonna just allows us to calculate our value. Now underneath there, we're going to be creating yet another function for calculate. It's not going to take any parameter, but we are going to be using the set input value, and here we have to specify the eval method or function, which I'm going to show in a few seconds. And inside this eval, we're going to be providing our input value right here. So now if I save my file, and now let me just test this out. So if I just provide like 2 plus 2, and if I use this equal to sign right here, it's going to give us 4. And now if I just provide like 5 plus, I don't know, maybe 10, so it's going to give us 15. And I can also use like 2 minus 1, so it's going to give us 1. And I can also use like 2 times 2, it's going to give us 4. 2 times 2, there we go, it's going to give us 4. And now I can use like 5 divided by, or you know what, not 5 but 6 divided by 2 is going to give us 3. Okay, so which means like everything is working inside our calculator. But how is it working? It is working because of this eval function or eval method, whatever you want to call that. And I'm going to go ahead and go to my JavaScript eval method, and this is a bit scary method. Okay, so here you can see we have two variables like x and y. X is holding the value of 10 and y is holding the value of 20, and we also have another variable which will take a text, and here you can see we are now providing that x and y as a string value, and now it's going to give us the result of that. Okay, so if I go ahead and try this out, and as you can see right here, we're now getting 200. And you know what, let me just show you that. If I just copy all of that, come on, I'm gonna, god damn it, oh my god, it is not it is not allowing me to copy that. Let me just copy that and open my console right here and run that code right here. So let's just refresh there, clear this out, and we have, god damn it, we have to first of all write like allow pasting. And now I can just provide like all of their text right here, clear this out. Here you can see we have our x variable and y variable, and then we are providing a x times y, and now we are using the eval method, and then we are providing our text value which is like x times y. And now I can just use like result right here. So if I just use like result and go back and hit enter, so now it's going to give us the result of that string value. Keep in mind, whenever you are using that, keep this statement in mind. Executing JavaScript from a string is a big security risk. Like, you are not allowed to use this eval method in the production ready apps. We are using them because we are only working with just a simple calculator app, but you are not allowed to use this eval method on a bigger project, especially if you are working with some sort of a company or with someone else. Okay, so keep that in mind. So this is how our calculator worked right here. Time for the fifth project. So now in this project we're going to be building a toggle background color. So let's just create this. So I'll use like TOGGLE toggle background color.jsx, and inside them I'm going to be using my RAFCE. And let me just go ahead and go to my style sheet, move every single thing from there and provide my style right here. Okay, so we are just selecting the body and section. We are also styling the button and also the h1. Okay, so that's going to be a lot of fun. And now inside this toggle function, first of all you won't have to register there right here. So I'll use like toggle background color, save my file, and we have to grab our state first of all. So I'll use like imports useState. We have to import that from the React.js, and we also have to import our style.css inside there. First of all I'm going to be creating 3 states. So I'll use like background color and then set background color, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and we are going to be providing the initial value of white to there. Now I'm going to also create another one for the text color and set text color right here. That's going to be equals to the useState, and for the initial value we're going to be providing like 1b 1b 1b. Okay, kind of a grayish color, and we're going to be also providing a color for the button style as well. So we can use like set button style, and now we have to provide the initial value of totally white to there. Okay, so now that we successfully created our state, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to use the inside our UI. So I'll just remove that from here and provide my style right here. So I'll use like style, and for this style we're going to be using the background color come on, let's just provide our background color, and that background color will be equals to that color which we've already set up inside our stat. Next, we're going to be providing a color, and that color will be now equal to this text color. So we're going to be copying that, and now let me just place that right here. And now inside them, we're going to be creating our button which will allow us to toggle our classes or colors to be precise. So when somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be firing the handle click function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. But now let me provide a styling to that. So for the style, we are going to be providing a button style which is now coming from this stat right here. And we are going to be also providing a color which will be also set to the text color, and also we are going to be providing a border, and here we are going to be using the ternary. So I'll use like 2 pixel solid and then that text color which we've already defined up above. Okay, so now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now grabbing that text color from this stat. Okay, so that's going to be just for the functionality. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to provide a label, and here we're going to be rendering our label totally dynamically. So if our background color is equal to this color which is like 1b, come on, 1b 1b 1b, so in that situation we are going to be using the black theme as a label. We are going to be providing a black theme as a label for this button. But if that's not the case, so in that situation we are going to be providing like white theme. Okay, just like so. Let me just show you that and refresh that. You cannot see that because everything is now totally set to white. And now underneath this button, we're going to be creating a section for our content. So I'll create a section with a class of content, and inside this content we're going to be using our h1 which will just say like welcome to, come on, to a, and then we're going to be providing our br and real world dot dot dot. So now if I save my file and refresh that, we cannot see anything. I don't know why. Let's just go ahead and go to our console. We are getting this error because we have to create our handle click event handler. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and copy the name of that, and let's just create that right here. We are going to be taking care of all of the state. I forgot to do that, so I'll just create my function with the name of handle click, and when somebody call this function in that situation, we are going to be taking our set background color, and we're going to be providing the ternary value right here. So if we have the background color and if that is equal to white, so in that situation we're going to be using this color which is 1b 1b 1b, and if that's not the case, we're going to be toggling that value to totally white color. Okay, and now let's just take care of this text color which we have right here. Okay, so the initial value will be set to this 1b 1b, and we have to just revert that back. So I'm going to provide like text color, and if that is equal to this 1b 1b 1b, in that situation we are going to be changing the color of that to like FFA31A. And if that's not the case, we are going to be changing the color to 1b 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 once again. Okay, so that's going to be it for the text color, but we also have to take care of this button style. So we're going to be just using that, or you know what, set button style would be fine. And we have to check if background is equal to totally white. So in that situation we're going to be changing our color to 1b 1b 1b, and if that's not the case, we're going to be using a totally white color. So here you can see we have our text like welcome to the real world. If I click on this white theme, it's gonna first of all change the background color, also the text color, and it's gonna also change this text value. So let me just zoom in a bit like that, and now if I click on this, so now it is saying like white color, and now if I click on this, so it's gonna give us like black theme right here. So yeah, that was our color or toggle background color. Okay, so time for another project. We are going to be building a hidden search bar. So I'll use like hidden search bar.jsx. Inside them I'm going to be using a RAFCE, comment this line out, and grab our hidden search bar. Save my file, go to my style sheet, remove every single thing from there, and paste the new ones. Check this out in the browser, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. So the next thing that I want to do is that I want to grab first of all my stat. So I'll use like useState, and we will also need to grab our CSS. So I'll go to my style.css. We would also need to install third-party library which is called the React icons. I'm going to be using npm I React icons, and now if I hit enter, so it's going to install that in my machine right away. Okay, now that's successfully installed. So we are going to be only grabbing the FA search icon from the React.js, or from the React icons to be precise. Now inside this hidden search bar, we're going to be creating two inputs. So I'll just use like show input, and also the set show input. That's going to be coming from the useState, and the initial value will be set to false. I'm going to also create a bg color, and also the set bg color, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to totally white. Now I'm going to change there to a section instead of a div. Let's just change there to section, and I'm going to provide a class name of container today, and also the style of this style which we are already specifying for our input. Okay, so I'll use like background color, and also that's going to be equals to our bg color right here. So now if I save there, we are going to be also providing the onClick event handler, and when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function, and we will create this function in a few seconds. And now inside there, we are going to be first of all checking. Okay, so if we have the show input, in that situation we are going to be providing some UI, and if that's not the case, we are going to be providing another UI. Okay, so I'll just hit enter right here, and if that show input is equal to true, we are going to be providing an input field which will have the type of text, and also it will say like a placeholder of search ... But if that's not the case, we are going to be using our FA icon, FA search icon. We're going to be grabbing there, and we're going to be attaching the onClick event handler on there, and when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be using like set show input, and the initial value will be set to true. I'm going to save my file, and now it's time to create this handle click. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create the right in here. Okay, we're going to be first of all changing the background color to totally 1A 1A 1A, and also underneath that we're going to be checking if e or event.target.class name is triple equals to the container, which in this case is equal to the container. So in that situation, we're going to be using like set show input, and we're going to be providing the value of false to it. Like here you can see we're now providing the value of false. Here we also have to provide the value of false to that, and we're going to be also changing the background color to totally white color. So now I'm going to save my file and check this out. Here you can see we have our icon. So now if I click on that, it's going to also change the background color, and it's going to give us this input field right here. So now if I click on somewhere else, so it's going to remove that, and it's going to give us this icon. So yeah, this is also a simple project which I want to share with you guys. It's time to create a simple testimonials project. So I'm going to create my component first of all .jsx, and use my RAFCE and create my testimonial right in here, baby. Change the style, remove every single thing from there, and place a new styling. And here we have to go ahead and go to our testimonial. First of all, we have to check how it looks like, and yeah, it is looking great. It is looking great. That was a great start. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my useState, and also I want to grab my style from the style.css. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my current index, and also set current index first of all, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to 0 because obviously we want to start from a 0. And then we're going to be creating a lot of testimonials. So we have a few testimonials, we have a variable, and now inside this variable we have our array, and now inside this array we have a few objects like object 1, 2 and 3, and inside this object we have a code, and also the author who said that code. So we have like, this is the best product I've ever used, and also I highly recommend this product to everyone, and this product has completely changed my life. So yeah, these are my testimonials, so I'm going to hide them from here. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to use the inside our UI. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide my testimonial as a class to this div, and also I'm going to create a div with a class of testimonials and then dash quote. And inside there, first of all, we are going to be grabbing all of the testimonials which we already have right here, and we have our array, so which means like we can grab the index from there. So I'm going to use like brackets, and here we're going to be passing our current index which is coming from this state right here. So basically it's going to start from the 0 because we are providing the initial value of 0 today. So it's going to give us like testimonial of 0, which means like we're going to be getting only the first testimonial right here, like this testimonial. So that's done. I'm going to go ahead and copy my testimonial and place there, I mean like current index, and place that there. And we are only interested in getting the code, not the author, but only the code. Okay, so we're going to be getting there. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this code right here. And now the next thing that I want to do is that I also want to show the author. So to show the author, we are going to be using like that div once again, and I'm going to just change the class name to author. And now inside there we are going to be just providing a dash, and here we have to use once again our testimonials, and we are going to be once again providing our current index. And now in this situation we are going to be grabbing the author from there. So here you can see we are now getting our Janie Doe, and yeah, that's looking amazing. Now the next thing that I want to do is that I wanted to create two buttons. The first button will just gives us the previous state, and the next will gives us the next state. So I'll just create a div with the class of testimonials nav, and now inside there we are going to be creating two buttons like prev and also the next button right here. Okay, so let's just use our on click event handler on there, and when somebody clicks on there we're going to be firing like handle prev, and also we're going to be firing the handle next click right here. Okay, so I'm gonna copy there, and now let's just create there right here. Come on, const handle prev click, and now inside there we're going to be using the set current index, and let's just provide our current index plus our testimonial. Come on, our testimonial, and we're going to be only decrementing one from there. Then we have to divide all of there by using our testimonials.length. Okay, so now if I save my file and let's just refresh there, oh, it's gonna give us an error because we also have to create this handle next function right here. So we are going to be also creating there right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just duplicate this in, or you know, I'm not gonna duplicate there. Let me just create my const handle next click function right here, and now inside then we're going to be using our set current index one more time, and we're going to be providing our current index plus one once again. Then we will divide there by testimonials dot length. Okay, so now if I save my file, and here you can see we have our previous button and we also have our next button right here. So if I click on this previous, I mean like next button, so it's going to give us a next product. And then I can also click on this previous one, so it's going to give us that previous product right here. So I can go on and on, so it's going to give us all of that next product, and then I can go on and on the previous state, so it's going to give us that previous items right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be getting the next, I mean like the previous state, and this is how we are going to be getting the next state. And we can also remove these curly braces from here, and I guess I'm gonna have to leave there for this one. So let's just save my file, and here you can see I can click on the next, it's gonna give us the next item, and I can also click on the previous, it's gonna give us the previous item. So if you have like a lot of codes, you can totally get like a lot of different results right here. So yeah, that was our basic testimonial project in React.js. Okay, so time for the accordion project. So I already changed the styling, and I also have this utils folder, and now inside this utils folder I have this content.js file. And now inside this content.js file we have our accordion data. We are now exporting this, so which means like we are going to be using that in other files. Here you can see we have our array, and now inside this array we have our object. It's gonna have the title, which will say like what is HTML, and then the content, which will just like clarify like what is a HTML. Then we have like what is a React.js, what is a Node.js, what is a Golang, and so on and so forth. And you are more than welcome to provide more data to there if you wanted to. So yeah, this is how we are going to be exporting there so that we can use that in other files. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my accordion component right here. So I'm going to use like accordion.jsx, and let's just use our RAFCE, save my file and go to my app and register there. But we are not going to be registering our component like that. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to get our content, which is accordion data. Come on, if we can get there, we have our accordion data. God damn it, we have to use our import, and we are going to be grabbing something from, let's just go ahead and go to the utils, and we are going to be grabbing our data from that content. Okay, so the data will be that accordion data. Now we have to copy it. We have to create our div with the class of accordion, and inside this div we are going to be iterating over through all of that data, because we already know that this is array, so which means like we can use the map method on there. So I'm going to use the map method right here, and we are going to be destructuring the title, and also here you can see for each object we have the title and also the content right here. So we are going to be destructuring them, and the next thing that I want to do is that I want to call my accordion component right here, and we are going to be passing two props to it. So we are going to be passing the title as the prop to this title, I mean like to this accordion component. We're going to be also passing a content to there, and we are going to be passing this content as a prop. So we are now getting all of the title and all of the content from this accordion data, and we are now passing there to our accordion component. So I'm going to go into my accordion component right here, and now let me just destructure there. So I'm going to use like title and also the content. So this is how we are going to be destructuring them. But the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab our useState, and we also have to grab our style sheet. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my style.css, and that's gonna be it. Okay, so yeah, now the next thing that I want to do is that I want to just make a state, so which will give us like is active, and then set is active. That's going to be equals to the use state, and for the initial value we're going to be providing a false state to there. And now for this return statement, I'm going to remove this accordion and change this div to our section. And now here for this section we're going to be first of all providing a class name, and that's going to be the accordion card. We will also provide the key, and key will be math.random. You can like basically provide anything there, like you can use the UUID if you wanted to. Now inside there we are going to be creating our div with the class of header, and when somebody clicks on there we're going to be firing our function which will say like set is active, changing that to like is active. Like once again that is now set to false, so now here if that is set to false it's going to change that to true, and if that is set to true it's going to change that to false. Okay, and now inside this div we are going to be creating yet another div which will just say like my title, and now underneath this title we are going to be providing our paragraph with the class of icon. And here if it is active, so if it is active, in that situation we are going to be using this dash, but if that's not the case we are going to be using this plus symbol right here. Let me just save that, and here you can see we have our accordion right here. So if I click on there it's going to change the icon to minus, and if I click on there once again so it's going to change there to plus. Okay, so this step is now done. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to take care of this content as well. So I want to show the content, and I also want to hide the content. Okay, so I'll just create a div with a class of content, and inside this content we're going to be checking if it is active, and then we're going to be creating our paragraph. Let me just create my paragraph right here. I'm going to provide a class name of card info, and for this card info we are going to be rendering our content, but if that's not the case we're not going to see anything. Okay, so now let me just show you there. We have to click over here. You can see this is how my UI looks like, but if I want to see the content of like what is React.js, so I can totally click on there and I can read the content. I can totally uncollapse them and so on and so forth. So yeah, this is our basic, or the most basic accordion component in React.js. Time for the 9th project. So now in this one we're going to be building the form validation. So I'll just create a form.jsx, and let's just use our RAFC, save my file and render my form right in here. Save my file. Let's just go ahead and go to our style sheet and remove every single thing from there and provide our new style right here. And check this out. Our form is looking cool, but our code will not look cool because we're gonna have to create a lot of state, and then we have to keep track of all of that state, and that's because we are not using a form validation library, which we will learn in this course but not right now. It's called the React hook form. We will learn that very soon but not right now. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import my useState, save my file, but I don't know. Here you can see we are getting this data. God damn it, what the hell am I doing? God, go to my app, comment this line out, save my file. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a lot of state. Like the first state will be for the username, and then set username. That's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be just empty string. Let's create for the email, and then set email. That's going to be equals to the useState, and once again empty string. Let's create for the password, and then set password. Is going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be empty string. Create for the confirm password, so confirm password, and then set confirm password is going to be equals to the useState, and let's just provide our empty string right here. Next we have to create a lot of state for the errors, so I'll create like state for the username error, username, and then also create one more for the set error username, and it's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be empty string. Okay, let's just create for the email one, so error email, and also set error email, and it's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be empty string. Create for the error password, and then set error password, it's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be empty string. Let's just create one more for the error confirm password, confirm. Yep, that's correct. We also have to use our set error confirm password right here, and it's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be empty string. Okay, now underneath all of them we're going to be also creating for the color. So I'll just provide like const user color, and then set user color is going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be empty string. Okay, let's create for the email color, and also set email color is going to be equals to the useState, and that initial value will be empty string. Let's create for the password color, and also set password color is going to be equals to the useState and empty string. Let's just create for the final one, which will be a confirm password color is going to be equals to set confirm password color. It's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be empty string. Okay, that was a lot of states. Okay, so now let's just keep track of all of their states. But first of all, we have to build our UI, then we're going to be jumping into all of that stuff. So I'm going to just change that to like a React fragments, and inside these React fragments, we're going to be creating our div with the class name of card. Okay, so now inside this card, we're going to be creating our card image, and yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. Now underneath this card image, we're going to be creating our form, and we're not going to be providing any action today because we don't want to send our data to any server, and we're going to be using our input field. This input field will have the text and also the placeholder of name. Okay, so the style, I'll just provide like the style will be set to border color, and the border color will be equals to the user color, which we've already specified right in here. Okay, and for the value, I'm going to provide the username as the value, and I'm going to also provide the on change event handler when somebody change or types something inside there. So we're going to be using our set usernames. Come on, set username, and here we have to specify our event.target.value. So if I save my file and check this out, so here you can see we are now getting our image, and also we are getting this input field right here, which is looking amazing. So the next thing that I want to do is that I want to show my error if we have one error. Okay, so I'll just use my paragraph with the class of error, and here we're going to be using like error username. Okay, and now underneath there we are going to be creating our input field. So I'll just create an input field with the type of text, and also the placeholder will say email, and we are going to be providing some sort of a style, and that style will say like a border color, and the border, come on, border color, and the border color will be equals to the email color. Okay, which we've already specified up above. And for the value, we are going to be passing an email as a value, and when somebody types something inside this, we are going to be getting this event, and also we are going to be using our set email event.target.value inside there. Save my file. So now here you can see we have our email field right here, and now underneath there, once again we are going to be using our paragraph with the class of error, and let's just render our error email right here. We are going to be creating yet another input field, and that's going to be exactly the same thing, but in this case we are going to be providing a password, and we also have to change that to password, and this one to email right here. So for the style, I'm going to provide the style of the border color of, come on, border color, there we go, and the border color will be equals to the password color. And now we are going to be providing a value, and the value will be set to password. Okay, so when somebody types something inside there, we're going to be using our set password, and here we have to specify our event.target.value. Save my file, and here you can see we have our password field as well. And now underneath there, we're going to be once again rendering our error. So I'll create a paragraph with the class of error, and which will say like error password. And now underneath this paragraph, finally we are going to be creating an input field for the confirm password. So I'll just provide a password once again, and we are going to be providing a placeholder which will say like confirm password, and also the style will be equals to that border color once again. So I'll use like border color, color, and the value will be a confirm password color would be fine. There we go. And also I'm going to provide the value of confirm password, and here we are going to be providing the on change event handler when somebody tried to change something. So we are going to be calling this function which is like set confirm password, and provide our event.target.value inside there. Now underneath there, we're going to be creating our paragraph with the class of errors once again, or just error, and here we are going to be rendering our error confirm password like so. Now underneath there, we are going to be creating our button with the class of submit btn, And also we're going to be providing the onClick event handler. When somebody try to click on this, we're going to be using our validate function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So let's just create this validate function, and that's going to be here. I'm going to go to the top and create my validate function right here. Const validate is going to take the event, and inside there we're going to be using like event.prevent default. Come on, prevent prevent default, like so, and provide our checks. So if we have like a username dot length is greater than add, so in this situation we're going to be using like set error username, and we're going to be setting that to empty string. And also for the set user color, we're going to be providing a green color to there. And if that's not the case, so in this situation we're going to be using like set error username, and for the error we're going to be specifying like username must be 8 letters long, or letters. And also for the set user color, we're going to be changing that to red. So if I save my file and check this out, so if I just like provide like 2 s's and click on there, it's going to give us like user must be, or username must be 8 letters long. Okay, so if I just provide like some random stuff and click on there, it's not going to give us that error, and now the line is set to green. Okay, that's cool. Now we also have to provide a validation for the email. So underneath there, we're going to be checking like if email.includes this at gmail.com. So if that's the case, we're going to be using like set error email and set that to empty string, and also set email color will be set to totally green. But if that's not the case, in this situation we're going to be using like set email color, and we have to set that to totally red once again, and we have to use our set error email and change that to like email should be or should have at gmail.com, or yeah, at gmail would be fine. So if I save my file and if I just specify something, and here you can see we are now getting this error right here. So if I just use like at gmail.com or something, click on there, and now it's going to give us that green line right here. Now underneath there, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to also take care of the password. So I'll use like if password.length is greater than add characters not a asterisk. So I'll use like set error password and change that to empty string, and also set password color and change that to totally green color. And if that's not the case, we're going to be using like set error password and provide like password should be 8 letters long. And underneath there we're going to be using like set password and change that to red. So if I save my file and if I only provide like 1 2 3, and now if I submit this, this error like password should be 8 letters long. So if I just specify something else, click on that, now it's going to give us the green. And now for the final validation, we're going to be checking the confirm password. So if our password is not equal to this empty string, so and password is equal to the confirm password. Okay, so we're going to be using like set error confirm password, and we have to change that to empty string, and also we have to use our set confirm password color, and we have to change that to totally green. Okay, so now underneath there we are going to be also providing the else clause. If that's not the case, we are going to be using like set error confirm password. God damn it, set error confirm password. We have to provide this error like passwords didn't match. God damn it, we have to wrap that in double quotes like so, otherwise we are going to be getting an error. Change that, and we are going to be also using like set confirm password and provide our red color right here. So if I save my file, let me just refresh that, and if I just write like 1 2 3, and also if I just write like 2 2 2, click on that, it's going to give us an error. And now if I write like 1 2 3 and also 1 2 3 inside there, it's not going to give us any error for the last one, but it will give us error for this one because the password should be 8 characters. Okay, so yeah, this is how our validation will look like. So if I click on there, it's going to give us an error. And now if I specify like some sort of a name, like my own name, Hussein, or Hussein WebDev rather, test at gmail.com, and then test 1 2 3, test 1 2 3 4 5, and test 1 2 3 4 5. It's going to give us a green lines right here. So yeah, that was our basic form validation in React.js. Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to YouTube channel. So in this video, we're going to be creating this project by just using React.js, which means like we're not going to be using any backend services like MongoDB, Mongoose, and Express.js and all of that kind of good stuff. But instead, we are going to be just building this project by just using React.js. So this is not a huge project to be honest, but we are going to be rendering a few components and we are going to be learning about how we can do a filtering in React.js. So like we can filter items through search, and we can also filter through these buttons right here, and also these what do we call it, custom radio buttons and all of that kind of stuff. So let me just show you what this project is all about. So let's suppose if I want to search for a specific product, like I don't know, I'm going to search for this one. So if I just type the Nike, so I'm going to just write like Nike. So here you can see it will now give us all of the products right here which Nike has. So I'm going to just write space, and then I'm going to just write for Zoom, and here you can see it will now give us this specific product which I'm searching for. Okay, so I'm going to just clear that, and here you can see it will now give us their products once again. And now if I just click on this Nike, and here you can see it will now give us all of the products which Nike has. And now if I click on, and by the way, all of this data is totally random and they aren't specific to Nike and Adidas, and you can provide a specific products for them, but for me I just put a random images of shoes and sandals and stuff. Okay, so you will find a link in the description below. If you click on it, it will bring you to my GitHub repository and you can download all of the code, or you can download their db.js file, and then you can grab like all of their arrays of data. Okay, so if I just click on this Adidas, it will now give us all of the products of Adidas, and once again all of these products are totally random, like I don't even know the names of these. And here you can see we just specified the amount of stars they get, and also the reviews they get, and the previous price and the new price, and you can change that however you want. And I'm going to also show you how you can provide that functionality in this app as well. If you click on the vans, so it will now give us all of the product which these vans have. Okay, so this is the second filtering, this is the first one, this is the second filtering. Let me just click on this all products right here, and here you can see it will now give us all of the products. If you click on this all one more time, so here you can see it will now give us all of these products. If you click on the sneakers, and here you can see it will just give us their sneakers. If you click on the flats, it will give us flats. If you click on the sandals and it will give us these shoes, they aren't sandals. As I said, like all of the data is totally random, but you can specify like different kind of images for the sandals, and I'm going to also show you how you can do that. If you click on the heels, so here you can see it will now give us heels, and you can also filter through different kind of prices. Like if I click on this all, it will now give us all of these products which these prices, like random prices we have. If you click on from 0 through 50, it will give us all of their products which has this 50 what do we call it, 50 price right here. Let me click on 50 through 100, it will now give us all of the products which are 50 through 100, and we have 150, and we also have over 150. So here you can see the prices, and you can also change that however you want. Alright, so that's that. Now you can also filter through the colors if you want to. So I'm going to just click on all, and here you can see it will now give us all of the colors. But if I want to just get the black color, I'm going to just click on black, and here you can see it will now give us all of these black color, and I mistakenly put this one right here inside a black color as well. But anyways, that's also awesome. You can also change that if you want to. And now I'm going to click on a blue, it will now just give us blue products. And now if you click on a red, it will just give us red products right here. If you click on green, it will just give us these green products right here. And finally, if you click on a white, so here you can see it will now give us all of the white products right here. I'm going to click on this all products one more time, it will now give us all of these products right here. And so this will be a good build, and this project will help you master different kind of techniques in React.js, like different kind of ways to filter through a data using just React.js. So we are not going to be using any Redux toolkit and all of that kind of stuff, but we are going to be just using React.js and also React icons for these icons. And we are not going to be also using any bootstrap, React bootstrap, and also we are not going to be using what do we call it, TailwindCSS and all of that kind of stuff. For styling, I'm going to be using CSS, just a pure CSS if you don't want to write it. So you can also get all of the styling from my GitHub repository. And by the way, all of the code will be available in the description below. You just have to click on that link, which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and there you can just search through different commits, or you can also get all of the code if you want. Or if you want to follow along with this video, feel free to do that. Go back first of all, and I'm going to just write code, and then I'm going to just write advanced filtering, and now I'm going to hit enter. So here you can see it will now open this project right here inside this window right here. Okay, so I'm going to just zoom in a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit better, and I'm going to just hide that up above from there. All right, so here you can see my sidebar is right here. If that annoys you, so you can just, I don't know, you can just right click on it and send it right here. Or, you know, I'm going to just stick with this setup right here, because for a lot of developers that would be preferred way to go. And what I will do is that I'm going to just remove this app.css file, and also this index.css, and not this index.js file, but just this logo SVGs and all of that kind of bad stuff. Not bad stuff, to be honest. So now I'm going to just go inside, and I'm going to remove this JSX from here, and I'm going to just write h1. Let me just write h1 right here of hello world right here. Okay, and I'm going to also remove this logo from up above, and also this app.js or app.css file. I'm going to remove the web vitals from here, and also the React strict mode as well. Remove this one and also this one. Now I'm going to save my file, and now what I will do is that I'm going to close this one out, and I'm going to just write npm start to start my project right here. Okay, so I'm going to just wait for it to start my project. It will not. Okay, would you like to run the app in another port? Okay, we've already opened this one, so I'm going to just close that in a few seconds. So I'm going to just close that in a second, and then I'll come back. Now let me just close that, hit Control C. Now I'm going to just use npm start, so it will now just start this project right here inside this window. And what we are seeing is this hello world right here, which we've wrote inside this app.js file right here. Okay, I'm going to just close this one right here from here. Alright, so that's that. The first thing which I would do is that I'm going to create a folder right here, and I'm going to just give a name of like db, and inside this db folder I'm going to just create a new file. I'm going to give a name of like data.js, and inside this data.js file I'm going to grab a lot of things. So I'm going to just grab that, and I'm going to show you where you can find that. Here you can see I have all of this data right here inside this project, and you can find all of this data in my GitHub repository. So it's not much, but here you can see we are just getting this data array, and inside this data array we have just a few objects right here, and we are storing the image property, and we are just specifying different kind of images to it, and we are also providing a title for a specific product, and we have a star, which is just an icon which we are going to be installing right here. And I just provide a class of like rating star, and here you can also see we have reviews, and I just provide like 1 2 3. You can provide how many you want. Then we have a previous price, and the previous price is this one, or used to be this one, and the new price is $200 or something like that. And we have a different kind of companies like Nike, and we have I don't know, different kind of companies like Vans and Puma and stuff like that. And then we have different kind of colors, and also different kind of categories like sneakers and heels, and I don't know, there was a lot of them. So what I would do is that I'm going to copy all of that content, and I'm going to place it inside this project right here. So I'm going to just save this file, and this is a lot of items right here, and you can specify more if you want to. And now I'm going to just cut this data.js file right here, and I'm going to close this db. And what else do we have to do? The first thing I would do is that I'm going to just create a components folder where we are going to be storing just or custom components. You will see that just in a second. So I'm going to just write components. There we go. And we are going to be creating a few components right here. So I'm going to just write button.js, and I'm going to also create a new component. I'm going to give a name of like card.js. Then we have another one which is input, uppercase input.js. There we go. And I'm also using this extension card. Let me just open that extension. This ES7 and React and Redux. So let me just click on that. And I'm also using this extension if you guys don't know about that. So feel free to check on my React.js course, or you can just quick Google search like what is that extension I was talking about. So now I'm going to just close that, and I'm going to also place this import statement right here, and let me just import it right here. So let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to use RFC. and I'm going to just cut there. I just like it that way. If you want to put it right here like this import statement right here, so feel free to do that, but in my case I just kind of want to work with this kind of structure, so I like this structure. I prefer this structure, and yeah, you can choose like export statement just in one liner, but in my case I'm going to be using like this. And now I'm going to just write like RFC, and I'm going to remove that. Let me just copy it, and I'm going to place this input right here at the bottom. So now we successfully create this card component, input component, and that button component, but we are not going to be using it right now. So say bye-bye to this components folder right here. So now the next thing which we are going to be creating is that we are going to be creating a navigation section, then we are going to be creating a product section, then recommended, and inside there, or not inside, but we are going to be also creating a sidebar. So let me just create a new folder. I'm going to give a name of like navigation. There we go. And now inside this navigation, I'm going to first of all create a nav.js component, and I'm going to also write like a nav.css right here as well. Okay, so I'll just write like RA or RFCE, and I'm going to remove them, and I'm going to just write my navigation right here. Okay, and I'm going to also import my CSS inside this file one more time as well. So I'll just go one level and then nav.css. So we're going to be placing all of our CSS inside here. So what I'll do is that I'm going to render this component to the browser. So I'm going to just use it right here, remove that, and I'm going to just write a nav right here, hit enter, and it will now grab this nav from the navigation component right here. And I'm going to also change the name of it to like navigation. There we go. I'm going to hit enter right here, and I'm going to close it manually. So now if you save our file, so here you can see we are now just getting nav right here. Okay, so everything is working the way we expect them to work, and yeah, that's cool. But what else do we have to do? We have to create another component or another folder for products. So I'm going to just write products. Inside this products, I'm going to create two files. The first one will be just products.js, and the second one will be products.css. So the same things will apply right here as well. Remove them. I'm going to cut this component, export products. There we go. And now I'm going to also import this what do we call it, products, not this one, but products.css. There we go. Okay, so that's also cool. But now what I'll do is that I'm going to use my React fragments, because I'm going to be rendering a lot of components right here, and I'm going to just use products. Okay, and it will just import it by default if you're using a Visual Studio Coder. So that's going to be awesome. So here you can see we have navigation and products, and you probably know all of these stuff. And I'm going to close this one as well. Now let me just create one more, which will be recommended. So recommended, there we go, RECOMMENDED, there we go. I'm going to copy this one name because it's kind of a long name to type. So we have recommended.js and we have recommended.css file. So I'll just write RFC, remove that, copy it, and then we have recommended, there we go. I'm going to also get my import statement of let me just copy this name. It's kind of a long name to type, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna just write recommended.css, and also let me just grab it from not React down, but recommend RECOMMENDED. Okay, it's not helping me in this case, so I'm gonna have to import it. Import recommend. There we go. Recommended. Come on. From go up level and recommended, and we have recommended. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we have this recommended right here. Anyway, so that's cool. I don't know why I just closed this file, but now let me just create a sidebar, and inside that sidebar we are going to be creating different kind of folders. So I'm going to just write sidebar, and inside this sidebar I'm going to be creating different kind of folders, and inside that folders we are going to be having different kind of categories of components. So I'm going to just write category, and inside this category I'm going to just write category.css, or not just css, js would be fine. I'm going to copy them, and we are going to be also creating category.css as well. So I'll just write RFC, remove that, and come on, cut that, and category. And yep, let me just grab my category.css. There we go. Save my file, remove both of them, and now inside this sidebar folder I'm going to be creating one more folder, and I'm going to just give a name of like colors, uppercase colors, there we go. And inside this colors folder, what I will do is that I'm going to be creating two folders, or one component, and one will be for styling, like colors.js, and we have another colors.css. Is that color? Yeah, I write a colors, there we go. So cool. Anyway, so I'm going to just remove that statement, copy it, and then we have colors. Okay, it's kind of a little bit challenging for typing and talking, so sometimes it's kind of challenging. So I'm going to just save my file, remove both of them. Okay, so let me just save that file. Let me just create one more folder inside there, and I'm going to give a name of like price, and inside this price I'm going to just give a name of like price.js, price.css. there we go. And now let me just write RFC, remove them, and let me just cut it from here, give a name of price. Let me just import my let's just go one level up above, price.css. there we go. And now let's just remove that, and now here you can see our folder structure is now totally complete. Inside this navigation section, first of all, I'm going to start from JSX. So I'll just write navigation as the navigation tag, and inside this navigation I'm going to just write a div with a class of nav container, because we are going to be placing our input inside their container, and as a type will be set to text. We are going to be changing that, and we are going to be also taking care of that on change event handler and stuff later on. But in this section, enter your search shoes will be fine. All right, that's cool. But I'm gonna also give a class of something like, to style it, I'm gonna just give a class name of like search item, or search input would be fine rather. Okay, so that's going to be for this div, and inside this div we just put our input tag right here. And now underneath this div, what we have to do is that we have to create another one, so which will be a profile container. So this is kind of a useless one, but hey, we are going to be also putting it. And I forgot to install React icons. Here we are going to be using icons, so I'll just create a new terminal. I'm going to open new terminal, and I'm going to just use npm install. If you guys can see it, npm, oh, come on man. What I will do is that, let me just go back so you guys can see it. I'm gonna just drag it right here and say bye to this one. Now let me just zoom in a bit. So I'm gonna just install it by using this PowerShell. I'm gonna use npm install react icons. Okay, hit enter, so it will just install in a few seconds. Alright, so here you can see we successfully installed this React icons. So I'm going to just close this PowerShell. And now the first thing that you have to do is that we are going to be grabbing a few fonts. So I'll just grab like FI and then heart. And I'm going to just import it first of all as FI heart, kind of an awful name, from React icons. And we are going to be grabbing this one from FI. And we would also need to import these fonts, which is AI, a lowercase I, and then we have outline, and then we have shopping cart, and then we have AI outline user add. Okay, so I'm gonna just grab that from React icons and go to AI. So I'm gonna save my file, and now I'm gonna use it right here. So here you can see we have this first anchor tag right here. I'm gonna use it right here. So we have FI heart. Okay, I'm gonna just use that, and I'm gonna close it. Not like that, but just let me write a / and here what I will do is that I'm gonna just give a class of nav and also icons as well. And now let me just save that. Underneath this anchor tag, I'm gonna create one more anchor tag, and it will go to nowhere. And inside that, what I will do is that I'm going to use my AI outline user edit, or whatever kind of font you have. Okay, so now I'm going to add that. I'm going to just write, I guess this shouldn't be a user edit, but it should have to be a shopping cart. There we go. And I'm going to also provide a class to it like nav icons. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate them. And now I'm going to change this icon name to AI outline user edit. There we go. Okay, so it will go to nowhere. I'm gonna just provide a / right here, and I'm gonna save my file. And what are we getting? Okay, AI outline shopping cart is not defined. Let's go to the React icons. Alright, so here you can see we have this React icons right here. I'm gonna just search for a shopping cart. There we go. And now let me just grab that, and I'm going to put it right here. Okay, so the name was totally awful. And the second one we have is I don't know, outline user edit or something like that. I guess this one will be fine, so I'm going to just click on him and I'm going to place it right here, save my file, and now let me check out. And we have, okay, so I'm just made a typo. I'm going to copy it from there and I'm going to place it right here, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting these icons and we have this input box right here. Alright, so now let me just provide a little bit of styling to it. So I'm going to just close this one, and inside this src, what I will do is that I'm going to just create index.css file for just a resets. So what I will do is that I'm going to just provide a different kind of resets. You can fast forward if you want to. So I'm going to just provide margin, box sizing will be set to totally border box, font family will be set to sans serif, and we are going to be selecting all of our anchor tags, and text decoration will be now set to none, and color I'm going to just pass like RGB of 0, not 0 but 97. If I can get 97, I'm going to copy that, place it 2 times. So I'm going to remove that comma from the bottom, and now I'm going to select every li which we have inside this app, and I'm going to just remove them. Like a list style will be just removed, and then I'm going to be creating this buttons class for later buttons. Once we are going to be jumping into the buttons, so we are going to be using this class, and that will be magic. So I'm going to just provide a background of transparent, and then we have a border. I'm going to set that to none, and border 0.6 pixels solid and totally CCC, just a lighter border. And I'm going to also provide border radius, not this one but border radius will be now set to 5 pixel, and then we have a color of 33232 one more time. Okay, so this is going to be the color, and cursor will be a pointer. We are not going to be using this buttons, not right now. And then we have to go to in this nav.css file. Let me just highlight this. So I'm going to just go inside this nav.css file. I'm going to click on them, and I'm going to just start from the navigation. First of all, I'm going to be selecting this navigation container right here. Okay, so I'm going to just select that, and I'm going to provide display of totally flex, and border for the, not border radius but border for the bottom, I'm going to provide 2 pixel of solid f3 f3 f3. So this is going to be the color which I'm going to be providing. Justify content will be now set to space, space around was totally fine, and align items was totally set to center. And I'm going to also provide a little bit of padding all around, and then we have a z index of 999 because we are going to be using a display of, what do we call it, display of flex. So now let me just write margin of 2 pixel, and now let me just save them. And here you can see we are now just getting these icons right here, and we are just getting this input box. So now let me just go back, and 100 would be fine. Okay, so you can increase or decrease that if you want to, but in my case that's going to be totally fine. Now let me get all of the inputs which we currently have. Let me just remove this one from here, and I'm going to provide a padding of 12 pixel would be fine, and then 20 pixel. And border, I'm going to remove all of the borders from here, and then we have a background of this f7 f6 f6 one more time. Okay, so then we have the outline of none, and then we have a margin for the right of 20 pixel, and border a radius I'm going to provide is like 5 pixel will be fine, and position will be set to totally relative, and width will be 14 pixel will be kind of awful voice I just made. 14 go back. All right, so that's cool. And now let me just get my nav icons, which are all of these icons which we provide these classes to it. You probably noticed that, but I don't know why I showed that. 1.5 for rem, and then height will be 1.5 for rem, and we have a margin for the left, and it will be now set to 2 rem. So if you save our file, and that's looking more than awesome. Here you can see we have our input search field, and then we have this, I don't know why we didn't specify color to it. We have to provide some sort of a color to it. Input, and I forgot to include some sort of a color to this. Anyways, we will change that later. We don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, we can change it right away. Not input, but icons. Let me just change the color of them to, I don't know. Yep, that's looking, yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. So this is our first navigation section. So that was it about this navigation section. So the next thing which we have to do is that we have to jump into this product section, and this product section will be responsible for all of the products where we are going to be rendering all of our products inside the cards and stuff. So later we are going to be creating a component for cards, but for this case we are going to be just rendering a few items. So I'm going to just write a section right here, and I'm going to just give a class of like card container, CONTINER. Sometimes I made a lot of mistakes, so that's why I'm just double checking these spellings. Alright, so that's the card section. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create a section for a card. So now inside this card section we have to render our image. So for this case I'm going to go to my database right here. My database, my DB file. So I'm going to just copy this image from here, and I'm going to just place that image right here. As alternative text I'm going to just write like shoe. And now underneath that, what do we have to do? We also have to create a component, or not a component but card details section. And now inside this card details section I'm going to just write h3 of the card title. I'm going to also give a class of like card title, and now I'll just put some sort of a title like, I don't know, shoe. And now underneath that I'm going to also provide different kind of section, not different kinds of section, but just a section with the class of card reviews, REVIEWS. There we go. And now inside this card's reviews, what do we have to do? We have to get our star. So I'm going to just click here, and I'm going to just write star. Okay, so let me just get this one. I guess this one would be fine. Okay, I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to just place it right here, and like so. And now what do we have to do? We have to also grab it from our React components. So not React component, but from React icons. So I'm going to just write from, and then React icons, and now I'm going to go to the AI. Okay, so now if you save our file, here you can see we are now getting our shoe, we are getting the title, and we are also getting our star. But we would need 4 star for this one. So 1 2 3 4. And now if you save that, here you can see we are now getting 4 stars right here. Okay, so that's cool as well. And I'm going to also provide a span of total reviews. So I'll just give a name of like, not name, but class of total reviews. And now I'm going to just put like, I don't know, 5 reviews or 4 reviews would be fine. Okay, so underneath this section, what we have to do, we have to create a new section with the class of card and then price. And now inside this card price we have to put our price right here. Okay, and now inside this price we are going to be writing our del, and we are going to be rendering some like different kind of price, like I don't know, $300 would be $300 would be fine. So that price is deprecated. Now we have to add a new price. So I'm gonna just add new price of like $200 or something like that. And let me just put a dollars. Oh, you know, we're not going to be adding any dollar sign and stuff like that. Now let me just get my bag. So I'm going to just write bag, and now we have to just search for a bag, which is, I guess this bag would be fine. So I'm going to, oh, you know, like this one would be fine. Copy that. I'm going to paste it right here, like React component less than, come on, less, oh my goodness, less than sign. And now we have to grab it from a React icons. Okay, so I'll just write import and then get this from React icons /bs. So now if you save our file, and now let me just refresh my browser to render that component. So here you can see this was a previous price, this is a new price, we have 4 reviews, and we have this bag right here. So now it's time to style this component, and then yeah, that's going to be it for style. So that's going to be it. So I'm going to just go inside this product.css, and I'm going to first of all select my card container. Okay, so I'll just write display of flex wrap will be now set to wrap, margin for the left will be now set to 20 rem, and now I'm going to also provide a margin for the top of 2 rem, and also the z index will be now set to -2 right here. I'm going to also select my card. I'm going to provide a margin of 20 pixel, and border will be now set, not just, come on, what the hell, border will be now, come on, border will be now set to 2 pixel, solid ed. Okay, and I'm going to also provide a padding of 20 pixel, and cursor will be pointer, and also I'm going to just select my card image. Okay, so did I provide a card image name to it? I didn't. So let me just provide a card image. So I'm going to save this file. I'm going to also save this, oh, you know what, I'm not going to save this file right now. I'm going to provide a width of 13 rems, and I'm going to also provide a margin for the bottom of 1 rem. There we go, that's cool. And I'm going to also select my card title, and the margin for the bottom I'm going to just provide 1 rem as well. And now underneath that, I'm going to select my car reviews. There we go. REVIEWS. Let me just double check. Sometime I made a lot of typos, so that's why I'm double checking it. So I'm going to just provide a margin for the bottom, like 1 rem would be fine. And I'm going to also provide a display of totally flex. And underneath that, I'm going to be selecting my rating star, which I forgot to include. But we will provide different kind of colors to it. So like yellow color will be fine, D5A, B55. This is going to be the color which I'm going to be using for a star. I'm going to copy this class from here. And I forgot to include it right here because we are going to be putting all of these icons inside our data file. We already have that, but we will take care of that later in the refactored section. So now let me just remove these stuff from here like so, and we just provide this classes to it. Yep, that's cool. Save my file, and now I'm going to refresh it, and I don't know why it's not working. That's because we didn't import it correctly, I guess. We did import it, but I don't know what's going on. Let's just refresh our browser. Why it's not working? Yep, that's because we didn't save this file, so we have to save it. And here you can see we have our recommended shoe, and we have this card right here. Okay, so now that's cool. We have these yellow colors, and we take care of all of them. Now let me just take care of their total reviews, which is this total reviews. Where is that? Total reviews. All right, there we go. So we are going to be taking care of that. And I'm going to just provide a font size of 0.9 rems to it. And I'm going to also provide a margin for the left of 10 pixel. Okay, so then I'm going to just write card price, and display will be totally flex, and justify content will be now set to space around, and align items will be now set to center. Okay, so finally we have to take care of this bag. Not this bag, but we have to take care of, let me just provide a class of bag icon, or icon, just a singular. I'm going to save this file, and we have to get that icon right here, and we just have to provide a color of 535353. So if you save our file, let me just save it, and here you can see this is how our component will look like right here. So we can duplicate that component again and again. So let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to just select this section right here, and I'm going to just provide a little bit of items to it. So I'm going to just duplicate that. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that, but here you can see all of my items will be placed right here. Let me just select all of these items through here. I just kind of wanted to show you like how all of my items will look like. Duplicate that. And now let me just refresh my browser, and here you can see this is how all of my products will look like right here. Okay, and everything is working like the way we expect them to work. Everything is a-okay, but now we have to refactor. We are not going to be refactoring our code, not right now, but we will refactor all of our code later. But I just kind of want to render some items so that we can see something first of all. And yeah, that's going to be it for this section. And once again, we are going to be refactoring all of these code at the end of this video. Not at the end, but just in a few seconds. But we have to take care of the other stuff, but we cannot work with them all at once. We'll have to take care of them one by one. So we are going to be removing all of these JSX from here, and we are going to be just providing a results, just a results variable, and that's going to be it, I promise. We are going to be removing all of these JSX from here. Anyway, so that's a product section. Alrighty, so that was a product section. So I'm going to just close both of them from here, and I'm going to go to my recommended. So I'm going to just open my recommended.js and also this CSS right here. So what I would do is that I'm going to just remove this recommended section from here, and let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And what I would do is that I'm going to first of all using my React fragments, and then I'm going to be using my div right here, and then I'll just put some sort of a title to it like h2 of RECOMMENDED. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna place it right here, and underneath this h2 what I'll do is that I'm going to use my recommended buttons right here. Okay, and now inside there we are going to be placing a few buttons. So I'll just write button, and we are not going to be providing any stuff, or you know what, I'm going to just give a label like all products. Okay, so we have all products, then we have Nike, Adidas, and Puma. I'm going to remove them. I'm going to provide Nike or Nike. Some people call it Nike, and some people call it Nike, whatever. Then we have a Puma, and then we have a Vans. There we go. I'm going to also provide different kind of class, not different, but we are going to be providing a class to it, and the class will be just buttons right here. So if we save our file, and you will not see that, I don't know why you will not see it. Let me just refresh my browser, and you have to see that somewhere. I don't know why it's not working. We messed it up something, I bet. And yep, we did. Okay, we are getting that recommended section right here at the bottom, but we should have provided it right here. I'm gonna go to my app, and then what I'll do is that I'm going to just place this recommended section up above this product section or component. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of these buttons right here, and also this title right here as well. So now the next thing that you have to do is that we have to take care of the styling. So what I will do is that I'm going to just select my recommended RECOMMENDED, and then we are going to be providing recommended flex and display of flex, and I'm going to also provide a margin to the left of like 20 rems, and also I'll just select my recommended title, and also I'm going to provide a margin for the left of like 20 rems, and margin for the bottom I'm going to provide 20 pixel will be fine, and I'm going to also provide a margin for the top of 20 pixel, and font size will be now set to 20 pixel as well. So if you save our file, refresh it, nothing is going to happen because we didn't use these clauses. So I'll just copy this class name, which is recommended flex, and I'm going to just place it right here inside, or you know what, not inside but inside these items. So we just provide recommended buttons. I don't know why I did that. I don't have any idea why I did that, but it should have to be a recommended flex. So now if you save that, and here you can see it will now just push all of our items right here. And what else do we have to do is that we have to also provide a recommended title right here. So I'll just provide a class of recommended titles. So if we save our file, and here you can see it will also push this title right here, but that's not looking that cool. Let me just go inside this index.css file right here, and I'm going to just scroll down, and I don't know why that didn't apply it, so I'm going to just cut this styling from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. So I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see this is how my buttons look like, and we can also change this font family if you want to. So I'll just go to my font, index.css, and I'm going to just select everything. We did provide font family of sans serif, but I don't know why it's not working. You know, I'm going to just close it from here, and I'm going to provide it right here. So I'll just provide font family of sans serif right here, save my file, and let's just refresh it. Okay, I just put it in the wrong way. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to place it right here. So font family of sans serif, and that's looking cool. And here you can see we have our buttons, we have our search fields, and we have a few items right here. Alright, so that was it about recommended section. So now the next thing which you have to do is that inside this sidebar, I'm going to be creating one component given name of like sidebar.js. I'm going to be also writing a sidebar.css file as well right here. Okay, so inside this component, like inside this folder, but outside from this category, color, and price components right here. So I'll just also write a RFC, remove them, and I'm going to just cut it from here, and then let me just grab my sidebar right here. I'm going to zoom in a bit, and now I'm going to go, first of all, let me also get my import statement from here, like sidebar.css, and now I'm going to go inside this sidebar, like this app right here, and we have to use it right here. And I'm going to be placing it at the top, so I'll just give a name of like sidebar. And now I'm going to save my file. I am going to go inside here, and here you can see we have this sidebar right here. Okay, so we are going to be placing all of our content right here. So what else do we have to do? You know what, first of all, I'm going to be writing my kind of forgot the name of this one. What do we call it? Okay, fragments, there we go. I forgot the name of it. Now let me just create a section. I'm going to give a name of like sidebar. And now inside this sidebar, I'm going to be creating a div with a class of logo container. And here we are going to be just running h1, and I'm going to just place like cart logo or something like that. I'm going to place it right here, and that's going to be fine. Underneath this div, I'm going to be creating, or you know what, let me just get my category. See it, come on, category. If we can get, we can't, so we have to import it manually. So I'm going to just go and category, come on, it's not helping me in this case, I don't know why, but let's go inside this category, and then category. I'm going to copy that, copy this category, and what else do we have to do? We have to just place it right here. So we have our category. I'm gonna duplicate that 3 times, just 2 times, not 3 times, and I'm gonna change that to price, and then we have to change that to price, and we have to go to the price. I'm going to change that to colors, and I'm going to remove them, and let me just put my colors, and inside these colors we are going to be just providing that color. So I'll just copy this price from here, and I'm going to just place it right in here, and I'm going to also copy these colors, and I'm going to paste it right here. So I'm going to just zoom out so you guys can see everything a bit better. So now if you save it, here you can see we are now getting category, we are also getting a price component, and also our colors component right here, and here we are also getting our logo. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to style our component. So that's cool. I'm gonna go inside this sidebar, and I'm gonna just style it. So I'll just write sidebar dash title, zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just provide a font size of 22 pixel, and I'm going to also provide a font weight of normal, and margin for the bottom I'm going to just provide like 20 pixel. Okay, so then I'm going to be selecting my sidebar, and I'm going to just provide a 15% of width to it. You can just specify however you want, and then I'm going to just provide a position of fixed to it. Height will be 100%, and then we have a border. To the right we have 2 pixel solid, and we are going to be reusing E5, E5, E5 one more time. Okay, so the Z index I'm going to just provide 3 to it, and display will be set to totally flex in this case, and flex direction will be now set to column, and align items will be also set to center. Okay, so that's that. Now if we save our file, and this is how it looks like right here. This is how currently stuff looks like, but we have to put this underneath. So we have to now select our logo container, and we have to put our margin for the bottom. We are going to be just writing 4 rem, and also we have to select our logo container one more time and select our h1, and margin for the top I'm going to provide 1.3 rems to it. So if you save our file, and that's looking totally awesome right here. So here you can see we are almost getting there. We have our what do we call navigation, we have this component, we have all of our products right here, and then we have all of our categories, price, and colors right here. So now we have to take care of each of these components one by one. So now we are totally done with that. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to take care of this category component. So I'm going to go inside this category component, and what I will do is that first of all, I'm going to just remove this category from there, and I'm going to just write h2 with the class of sidebar title right here, and I'm going to just provide category, and I'm going to go back so that you guys can see everything a bit better. Inside this div we are going to be writing a label right here, and I'm going to also provide a sidebar label container class to it. Okay, so we are not going to be providing any HTML4 attributes to it. Inside this label, what do we have to do? We have to just write input with the type of radio instead of text, and we also have to give them some sort of a name of like test would be fine. Yeah, that's going to be fine. And then we have to finally write our class, like spend with a class of check mark. There we go, and we have to specify a label for it. So if you just save our file, and here you can see we are now getting this one what do we call it, checkbox or check mark right here. We're specifying that, oh, but we are not getting it. Okay, we are getting it right here, but we have to take care of the styling. But before we getting into all of that, we have to duplicate this JSX right here, and once again I'm going to be refactoring all of the JSX into multiple components, but for now I'm just writing all of these JSX so that we can see our markup right here. Okay, we're going to be also formatting, like refactoring all of this code again and again. So I'll just duplicate that, I don't know, like 3 times, not 3 times but 4 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and now I'm gonna just change these labels to something else, like I don't know, we have all, then we have our sneakers, SNEAKERS, there we go. And then we have, instead of sneakers, instead of all, we are going to be also providing flats. And then we have a sandals, so sandals, there we go. And then finally we have our heels, so heels, save our file. And yep, that's looking totally a-okay. So for now, I am going to be writing a lot of CSS right here. But if you don't want to write a CSS, so you can just go to my GitHub repository and you can grab all of these CSS from there if you want to. So the first thing which I would do is that I'm going to be selecting my sidebar, and then sidebar title, and I'm going to be providing a font size of 22 pixel. And font weight will be totally normal, and margin for the bottom I'm going to just provide 20 pixel right here. And then I'll just provide my sidebar items right here, and I don't know what the hell I just did. I'm going to close that. And now inside there I'm going to be providing a margin for a top of 20 pixel. And now I'll just go up a little bit down, and sidebar label container. Inside there we are going to be writing display of poly block, and we have position of relative because the other one was fixed, and then we have padding for left, and I'm going to just provide 35 pixel for the padding left. Margin for the bottom I'm going to provide 12 pixel, and then we have cursor and set to pointer. Then we have just one webcat user, what do we call it, select, there we go, and we're going to be set that to none. Then we have Moz for Mozilla, and user select will be now set to totally none. Okay, we want to just remove that. Then we have MS user, and then select, we are going to be also removing that. And finally we are going to be writing a user select, and that will be set to totally none. Save our file. We are totally getting there, but that will take a little bit of for a while or something. That will take a little bit of a while. So I'll just write a sidebar and then label container one more time, and I'm going to be selecting my input field. I'm going to be providing a position of totally absolute, opacity of 0, cursor will be set to totally pointer. And now let me get my check mark, which is, I guess, check mark. Was that a check mark or something? Check mark, there we go. I'm going to place it right here for double checking. Position or totally absolute, top 0, left 0, height will be 20 pixel, width will be 20 pixel, and also the background color will be set to totally EEE, 3 times E. And border radius will be set to 50%. There we go. And we are going to be also taking care of that sidebar label container. And once we hover over each the input, we want to select or check mark. Okay, so then we are going to be also writing a background color of totally CCC. That's fine. Duplicate that. And what we are going to be doing is that once we checked, instead of hover, I'm going to remove this hover from here, and I'm going to just provide this checked on the input. So once we checked or checkbox, so we want to just change the color to 2199, what do we call it, 96 F3, kind of a blue color but not that much blue. And we're going to be saving them. And here you can see this is how currently things looks like right here. So if you click on it, and yep, that's looking totally a-okay. I'm going to just go back, and now let me just select my check mark one more time, and I'm going to be using my After Studio selectors. So content, nothing, position, absolute, and we have a display, and let's just remove them. Okay, and now I'm going to just use sidebar items, not sidebar items, but label container. I'm going to be selecting my check mark. Let me just get my check if that's checked. So what do you want to do? You want to select our check mark, and we want to use our after selector on it, and we want to just provide a display of totally block to it. In this case, in this after case, we provide a check mark of display of none. And here we are just specifying, like once that's checked, like that input is checked, so you want to just provide display of block to it. If you save our file, I'm going to click on it. You cannot see that, you will see that just in a second, but let me just get it. Sidebar label container, let me just get that. Let me get my check mark, and I'm going to be using my after selector right here. The top will be set to like here I'm specifying different kind of widths. You can increase or decrease that how you want. 6 point, what do we call it, 6.4 pixel, and then we have a width of 7 pixel, height of totally 7 pixel, and then we have a border radius of 50%. Just a totally rounded, so that's why we are providing that. And now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting that white circle right here. So if you click on it, and that's looking more than okay. Okay, so that's fine, but the final thing which you have to do is that we have to get this line right here from somewhere. So we are going to be just writing a line. We are not going to be using this line right now, so I'm going to just provide 3 rems, and border color will be now set to just like F7, F7, come on, F7, F7, there we go. And yeah, that's totally fine. Server file, nothing is going to be changed. Alright, so that was totally cool. We are totally getting there, but the second thing which you have to do is that we have to take care of their price component and color component, and then we are going to be refactoring all of our project, and finally we are going to be providing our functionality to this project. Alright, so that's that. Now let me just take care of their price, and then we are going to be taking care of their colors. So it's not going to be looking that awful. We are going to be going into these colors, we are going to be taking care of their colors a little bit later. Or yeah, can we take a color? I don't know, I'm gonna go with this price, and price will be fine. Now I'm going to remove this price from there, and I'm going to just provide a class name of ML to it. Okay, for margin left, or yeah, margin left will be fine. And then we have h2 of that same title, sidebar, and title, and then we have a price title as well, because we are going to be just providing a little bit of styling to their price title. And now I'm gonna go inside there, and I'm going to copy a little bit of code from it. So I'll just copy this label from here, and I'm gonna place it right here. So this is going to be for one time, and then I'm gonna just duplicate this label, what do we call it, JSX, a few times. So we have for all, then we have for $50, we have for 100, 150, and we have a 200. Okay, so I'll just provide a test of, like, I don't know, test of 2. So I'm going to just select one, hit Control D, Control D, Control D, or Command D, whatever, and I'm going to change the label, to a name, to totally test 2. And here this one will be set to all, and now this one will be now set to 0. I'm going to just provide $0-$50. Okay, so just $50 will be fine, and I'm going to copy their pattern, and I'm going to just duplicate it right here, and I'm going to just change the values to like $100. 100 will be fine, and this one will be now set to $50. Okay, and this one will be now set to $100, $1,000, and this one will be $150, and this one will be finally over $150. So server file, and here you can see we are now getting all of these prices right here, totally fine. But I'm gonna go inside this this price styling, and I'm gonna just select my price title like so, and I'm gonna provide a margin for the top of 20 pixel, and I'm gonna also provide I'm gonna select the ML, and I'm going to provide a margin for left of 20 pixels server file, and that's looking a bit better. Alright, so that's also done. So now the next thing which you have to take care of, this color component. So I'll just close these files from here. I'm going to go into my color component. I'm going to select my color.css file as well, and I'm going to do that same copying and pasting one more time. And once again, I'm going to be refactoring all of that code from scratch. So here I'm going to remove these colors from here, and then what I would do is that I'm going to just pass all of these JSX right here. Okay, so we have that same label. I'm going to change this all. The first one will be all. Yep, the first one will be all. The second one will be black color. Let me just remove these labels. Oh, we can't do that. So this one will be now set to black, and this one will be now set to blue. Then we have a red category like so, and then finally we have our white categories. We have white, but we also have a green one as well. So let me just write green, and then finally we have white server file. And let's just see here, you can see we have all category, black, blue, red, green, and white finally. And here I'm going to be also passing my color title. So we have a color title right here, semi file, and now I'm going to go inside this color title right here. I'm going to select this color title, and I'm going to just provide a margin for the top of 2 rems, and I'm going to also select all class, and here we are not using this class, but we will very soon. So I'm going to just use linear gradient, and I'm going to provide blue and crimson. Okay, so if you save our file, nothing will happen, except here we are getting just all of these components right here. So now it's time. Alright, so now we are totally done with these components. So now it's time to do a huge refactoring in all of these components, because currently our code is looking more than messy. Like, we have all of these components right here, but trust me, this is like totally a mess. We have to create a component, like separate component for buttons, and we are just reusing that input again and again. And we also have this color, we are reusing it here, we are reusing it right here, and our code is like totally a mess. So now let's just refactor all of our code. So before we getting into the refactor, first of all, we have to ask ourselves a few questions, like where we are repeating all of our code. So now what I'll do is that I'm going to go inside this product section right here, and here we are reusing this component, not a component, but this JSX like a lot of time, like more than a lot of time right here. Okay, so what do we have to do? First of all, I'm going to just select this one right here, and I'm going to just select it through this section right here. Okay, so I'm going to just select it and cut it. I'm going to just cut it, just right click on it and hit this cut button right here, or you can also use this shortcut, which is Control or Command X. I'm going to remove all of the rest of this content right here. So I'm going to just remove all of this content through this section right here. Okay, so now we successfully remove that content from here. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to go inside this component folder, and we have to find this card.js right here, and we have to just place all of our JSX which we copied right here. Okay, and this is also like really messy still, but now if we save our file, but instead of copying and pasting all of our JSX one by one, what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be getting this card, and we are going to be just rendering just this card. Okay, so I'm going to just save my file, and it will give us an error. That's because we didn't copy it and we didn't place this right here. So if you save that, and it will still give us error because we have to import that card from that card component card. So if you save that, and here you can see card is not defined. Where is that? Let me just refresh it, and here you can see it will now just gives us one card right here. So instead of copying and pasting all of these JSX, now we convert all of that coding into one component, and we can just reuse this component like how many times we want. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now gives us all of that items right here. So this is just a first refactor, but this is also not a great refactor, to be honest. We will come back here one more time. So let me just refresh it, and this is how it looks like right here. So this is just a first refactor for this card component. So we just already created this component, and we are just reusing that component again and again. So this was the first refactor. So now the next refactor which we are going to be doing is this input fields right here. So that's going to be totally simple, and here let me just open this category right here. We are repeating all of our labels right here, and input like label and input and all of that kind of stuff right here. And we are also repeating it inside these colors. We are repeating it inside this price component as well. So what do we have to do? We have to come up here, and inside this input tag, what do we want to do? We are going to be just going into one of them, and I'm going to just copy this single label from there, and I'm going to just replace it with this div. Okay, so I'm going to just zoom in a bit so you guys can see it a bit better, and now I'm going to save my file. So here you can see we are just getting like what do you call it, sidebar, and we are just providing a sidebar. And by the way, this is not going to be the final refactor. We are going to be still refactoring this component, but I just kind of want to show you like the second way of refactoring or writing this code. Okay, so we are going to be still passing a lot of props, and we are going to be doing that once we jump into state management and all of that kind of good stuff. But for now, here you can see we just specify this input and this label right here inside this input container. So what we have to do, I'm going to just get my input container, but before I do, I'm going to remove all of these inputs from here and this input from here as well. Oh no, we are not going to be removing that, but here we are going to be just rendering our input container. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are just getting all, and we can just duplicate that like a few times, like we have 4 times or 5 times right here. And here you can see we are now just repeating all of our component one by one right here. Okay, so that's totally okay, but we will have to take care of their labels and stuff, but that's totally normal. So now let me just use that component, like that input component. So I'm going to just use input, and I'm going to close it, and it will not import it because there was 2 level up above. Okay, so input like so, and then we have to go to the components folder, and then we have to go inside this input. So if you save our file, let me just duplicate that. We will take care about that a few seconds. So here you can see we are now reusing that component right here one more time, and now it's time to go inside the colors, and we have to remove this JSX from here. So I'm going to select it, save a by to all of them, and I'm going to get my input container right here. Okay, so not like so, but let me just close that, save my file, and here you can see I messed up something because I removed the label, and I shouldn't have done that. So we have this input title. I'm going to leave this all from here. We didn't specify a color to it or label to it. Let me just specify some sort of a label to it so that we can differentiate between components. So sidebar, title, and then we have color title as well. So I'll just provide colors, save my file, and here you can see we have all of these colors. But now I'm going to just remove this label from here, and I'm going to just get my input from there, save my file, and we have different kind of inputs, and here you can see everything is now totally reusable. Anyways, so that was just a little bit improvement inside our code. So we just like really refactor our code like a little bit, but there is also going to be a huge refactor inside all of these input component and all of these button component and all of that card component. So we will have a huge refactor later, but for now I just kind of want to grab all of that code from one component, and so that we can reuse that component again and again. So now it's time to provide a little bit of functionality to our app, and then we are going to be then we are going to be refactoring all of our component to the final version of that refactoring. Okay, alright, so now it's time to provide functionality to our app. So here what I'll do is that I'm going to do a little bit of weird thing, which a lot of people won't like it, but I will do it anyways because I don't want to repeat myself again and again. So what I'll do is that I'm going to treat this app component as a store if you are coming from a Redux world. So which means like I'm going to be placing all of my state inside this app component, and then I'm going to be providing that state to these components by using a prop. So if you don't like this approach, totally a-okay, like you can go to each of these components and then you can create your separate state, and then you can change it there if you want to. But for me, I'm going to treat this app component as a store if you're coming from a Redux world. So the first thing which we have to do is that I'm going to just write first of all selected query right here, or not query but category. Okay, so then we are going to be just writing set selected category, and it will be now set to the useState right here, and by default I'm going to be providing a null value to it. So I'm going to just provide a little bit of spacing in there, and now that's there. But now the next thing which we have to do is that we are going to be writing our input filter. First of all, we are going to be taking care of that input filter, then we are going to be jumping into the radio buttons. So what I will do is that I'm going to just create my query, and then I'll just use like set query, and it will be now equals to the useState, and by default I'm going to be providing like totally empty value to it. And now what else do we have to do? I'm going to be creating a function which will be really useful for a lot of functions for a lot of things to be precise. So I'm going to just write handle input change. So whenever this input changes, like whenever user passes some data into this component, into this search field, so what do you want to do? We want to get our event right here, like wherever the user type, and we are going to be passing it right here. So event, let me just write it, event, come on, event.target.value, there we go, target, there we go. So now we successfully create this one. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to get all of our data which we have inside this db folder right here. Okay, so we are going to be getting all of that data, and we are going to be iterating over through that data. All right, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to import it. So I'll just write like a data base right here, and I'm going to just import my little database. So we have a data, I'm going to give a name of like products. Okay, so products will be fine, and I'm going to go one level, and I'm going to go to my db folder, and then we have our data right here. You can give any name you want, but in my case we are storing a product, so that's why I give a name of products right here. You can give a data if you want to, but here we are going to be iterating over through all of these items which we currently have inside this array, and then we are going to be performing different kind of filtering on title, on what do we call it, on previous price, and also on a company, and also on a color, and on a category as well. Okay, so that's going to be awesome as well. So now the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to just write fill third items. There we go, and it will be now equals to products dot items, not items but products dot filter, because filtered, there we go, because we are going to be iterating over through all of these items right here, each of these items. And what do we want to do with that? We are going to be just specifying over each product, and I'm going to just set that to like one liner, so that product dot title. In this case, we are just iterating over through all of these data right here, like all of these items right here, and we are just taking care of this title, like we are just getting this title from all of these items right here which we currently have. Okay, so we are just using that, and then let me just convert that to lowercase as well. So it doesn't matter if you provide like uppercase, so it will just by default convert it to lowercase. And now I'm going to just provide index of, and then here I'm going to be specifying my query, like whatever the user type, and I'm going to be also converting that to lowercase as well. And if that's not equal to -1. Okay, so I just messed it up here. Let me just cut that from here. I'm going to paste it right here. So if that's not equal to -1, so we want to get all of that items, and we just store that inside this filter items right here. Okay, so now underneath that, so that's going to be it for the input filter. So I'll just specify different kind of separators right here. I'm going to copy that, I'm going to paste it right here. And now let's take care of the radio filters. So we have these radio filters right here. Okay, so now let me just filter all of the data. Well, once the user click on these each what do we call it, this each radio filter. Okay, so what do we have to do? First of all, I'm going to be just writing const handle change, and it will be now equals to event. And here what are we doing? We are going to be just setting the set category, selected category, which we are specifying right here. So we have selected category, and then we have a set selected category, and by default we are just specifying the null value to it. Okay, so I'll just execute that. And here what do you want to do? You are just specifying event.target.value right here. Okay, like whatever, like whichever kind of input the user selects, so you want to get the value from that each event right here, like whichever kind of what do we call it, custom radio selector user selects, so you want to get the value from that selector. Okay, so that's how we can get that, and we store that value inside this handle change event right here. So that's going to be awesome as well. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to create a filter for what do we call it, a buttons. So buttons, so once we click on each of these buttons, so what do you want to do? We want to provide a filter for that. Okay, so const handle, I'm just creating all of that functions right here, okay, which we are going to be passing into our components by using a props very quickly. So I'm going to just write set selected category. Once again, we are just selecting that selected category right here, and we are just changing that state, like when somebody clicks on it. So what do you want to do? You want to just get the value from there. So I'll just write like event.target.value. Okay, so that's simple. That was simple, like how to filter data. And this is also simple, like when somebody clicks on each of these items, so you want to filter through all of that data. Okay, so that's going to be totally fine. So now the final thing which you have to do, not a final thing, yeah, this is going to be the final function which you are going to be creating inside this app component. So I'll just write like function, and here this is going to be the main function where we are going to be doing all of our filtering. So I'll just write filtered data. So this is going to be the name of my function. And what are we getting? We are first of all getting all of the products, and then we are going to be providing a selected, like whichever kind of thing is currently selected. Are we selecting something inside this category, or inside this price, or inside this color, or we are clicking on something right here, or we are typing something inside this input field? Like what are we doing? That's why we provide this selected prop or perimeter or whatever you want to call it, and then we are specifying our query right here. Okay, so now let me just write like let filter data, like filtered products. So filtered products and will be now equals to all of our products. Okay, so this is going to be it for our products. Now here let me just write a comment for myself, like filtering input items. Okay, so now let's just take care of that filtering item. So I'm going to just specify if we have some sort of a query, like if we selected something. So what do you want to do? We are just going to be selecting that filter data, not filter data, but this filter products. I'm going to just specify it right here, and it will be now equals to filter items. So filtered items right here. Okay, so which we are getting from these filter items. Let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. So here what we are doing, if we have some sort of a query, so we are going to be just setting this filter data, like all of the product, through this new array which we are getting from this filter items right here. Like we are iterating over through all of that item, and we are just specifying it right here, and this filter data, like all of our data, will be now set to that filter data if we specify something inside this input. So that's going to be happening. Okay, so this is going to be it for the filtering items, filtering input items. And then underneath that, then we are going to be also writing a selected filter as well. So let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now here what I'll do is that I'm going to just write selected. Okay, if something is selected, so where is that selected coming from? That selected is coming from right here. We are going to be executing this function, and we are going to be providing our, first of all, our products. Then we are going to be specifying like whichever kind of thing is selected. Are we selecting something from a category, or from a price, or from a color, or like which kind of selector do we have? So this is going to be selected filter, which we are going to be writing. So we already have our filtered products, which is right here, and it will be now equals to filter products one more time, and then we are going to be using our filter method right here. So we are going to be iterating over through this filter method right here. We can specify just a singular thing right here, but here what I will do is that I'm going to use my ESX magic. So perimeter destructuring, so I'll just write category. We are going to be getting our category from this data right here. So we are going to be getting our category, we are going to be getting our color as well, like this color. From all of these items, we are going to be also getting our company, we are going to be also getting our new price, and we are going to be also getting our title. So now let me get all of that from all of this data right here. So what I'll do is we already selected our category. Let me just get my color, and let me just provide my company. There we go. COMPANY. Did I spell company correctly or no? Let me just put it right here, and that's awesome. Okay, so that's that. Now we are going to be also providing a new price to it, and then we are going to be also getting my title right here. So we have let me just show you. So we have this new price right here, and we also have this title right here. Anyway, so that's looking okay. Oh, we are writing this curly braces, like extra curly brace. We should not have done that. We are going to be writing our equal to sign. And now what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be just writing category, and it will be now equals to selected right here. Okay, and if you weren't doing this, instead we are going to be just doing is like we were doing like product dot I don't know, category, and it will be now equals to that selected. So we will have to do that, but now we already destructure our data right here, so we don't have to provide this product dot category, product dot title, product dot color, and stuff like that. So I'm going to just remove excuse me, so I'm going to just remove that product, and we are going to be writing, I don't know why we are getting this error, I'm not sure about that. Now we are going to be writing our code like this, like category is equal to triple equal to selected, and then we are going to be also checking the other stuff. But if we weren't writing this code, like if we weren't destructuring our items right here, so we would have to write first of all products to be precise, and then we are going to be selecting our category, then we will write like products dot color, and then products dot company, products dot new price, products dot title. We don't have to do that. We are going to be just destructuring all of that. So I'm going to remove these products from here, and now we are going to be writing our or statement, and color will be now triple equal to selected. And now let me just write one more or statement. Then we have a company, and company will be also set to selected. And then we have or statement, then we have a new price will be also set to selected. Let me just write one more statement of or, and title will be equals to selected. So now if you save our file, and I am still not getting all of that. I don't know why we are getting some sort of error or something. I guess we are getting some sort of error, but I'm not sure about let me just close it right here. Something was wrong in here, so I'm going to now finally paste this code right here, and now I'm gonna save my file. And yeah, that's going to be it for a selected filter. So now the final thing which you have to do is that we have to return something right here. So that's going to be it for this if statement and also for this selected filter. The final thing which you have to do is that we have to return this filter data, and we are going to be iterating over through that data. So we have this filtered products. I'm going to use a map method right here to iterate over through all of that items. And here what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be destructuring a few properties. So I'm going to just destructure that img, and by the way, we are destructuring all of their properties, and their properties are coming from all of these items. Like we are currently iterating over through all of these items, and we are getting the image, the title, the star reviews, and all of that kind of stuff. We are destructuring right here, and we are going to be reusing it right here inside this card component, and we will refactor all of this card component in a second. But for now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just destructure that stuff. So I'm going to just write image, title, star, and make sure the spelling is totally correct. I will also do my best to write the spelling correct. So I'll just write new price, and then we have a new, not new price, but yep, the new price. Yeah, the new price is totally okay. And then I'll go back from here, and I'm going to use my curly braces, but I don't know why we are getting this nasty error. And here we are going to be rendering our card component. So here you can see it will now just import it right here at the top of the file. So now it's time to provide all of these data into this card component as a prop, and then we are going to be reusing it inside this card component. So I'll just first of all start with the math.random, and I'm going to just close this component right here, and that's going to be fine. Okay, so here I'm going to just save this file so that I get that formatting. So that was it for the key. And do not write code like this, but in this case I'm not using any uid and stuff, so I just write math.random. I'm going to just write image, and it will be now set to image. And now what else do we have to do? We are going to be also writing a title, and title will be also set to title. And I'm going to also provide a star, and it will be also set to star, the destructuring version of that star to be precise. And now let me just get these reviews, and finally we have our new price right here, and we are going to be also providing a new price to it. Now if we save our file, so what are we currently doing? First of all, let me just review all of that stuff which we are currently doing. Okay, so now here you can see we are just first of all getting like these two. Let me just cut that from here, and I'm going to place it right here like so. First of all, we are specifying this state into this useState hook right here. So we have selected category, and then we have set selected category, then we have a query and set query, and by default we are providing the default value of null and empty string right here. So then we are creating that function for the input filter right here. So like when somebody, okay, so new price is not defined. We do have this new price. Let me just come in here, and then we have pre-price. Now I'm going to set that to preview price, and now let me just check him out. New price is not defined. Let me just refresh my browser. Still not defined. Okay, so we are going to be copying it from here. I forgot to include it, save my file, and now new price will be defined right here. Anyway, so that's a great story. But hey, here you can see now if somebody types something in the input, we are going to be getting their value. Then here we are iterating over through every single character of that user, like whatever the user type inside this input box right here, we are iterating over through that, and we are just getting our filtered items. Then we have our radio filter, and we are just iterating over through all of these filters. Like if the user click on this one or in this one or in this one, we are just getting the value of them. Or and then we have this handle click, and which will be responsible for these buttons right here. And then finally we have this function right here, and inside there we are going to be just specifying 3 parameters. So we have this products parameter, then we have selected and query parameter, and we are going to be specifying the values in a just in a second. But here you can see we are just declaring a variable, and we are specifying it into the products, like whichever kind of products the user provide. And then what we are doing is that we are just providing that filter for our input item, and then inside there we have this filter products. So what is a filter products? Filter products are all of the products which we are specifying right here, and it will be now equals to filters filtered items, and then we are providing a filter for the selected items, like for these kind of buttons right here. We can just write this code without a destructuring, but I write this code with destructuring because I don't want to write like code like this, like product dot and stuff like that. Then we don't have to just write a product, so then we can just remove that and we can just write like product. If you wanted to, we can still write this code and that will be totally valid code, but I don't like this approach. I want to use destructuring, so that's why I destructure all of that code right here. Okay, so this might look a little bit confusing for some developer, but for me that's totally awesome. For me that's totally okay. And then finally we are just returning all of our filtered products right here. So now it's time to call this function. So we've created this function. I'm going to just call this function right here. So I'm going to just call this function right here, and I'm going to provide a few values to it. So I'm going to first of all providing a products, which is our database right here. So we are getting all of their products from this database right here. And now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to also provide this selected category, and we have this selected category right here. Okay, so like whichever kind of thing we selected, so we are going to be specifying it right here. And then finally we have our query, and we have this query right here for this stat right here. Okay, so now we successfully call this function. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to store in some sort of a result variable. You can give this variable like any name you want, but for me that's totally okay. So now let me just save my file. That was a lot of writing and that was a lot of explanation. So now the final thing which you have to do is that we have to provide all of that stat values, like these functions and all of that kind of data, into this each component right here, so that we can reuse all of that data inside this component. So for sidebar, what are we going to be passing? We are going to be passing this handle change right here. So where is that handle change? We are going to be specifying this handle change for this sidebar. So like whenever I click on this button or this button or this button, I don't care, like whichever kind of button the user click on, we want to select and we want to get that value, and we are specifying that inside this set selected category. So what we have to do, I'm going to just pass my handle change into handle change as a prop. So now what I will do is that I'm going to come inside this sidebar right here. Let me just go inside this sidebar and I can destructure that. So I'm going to just use my destructuring method right here, and we can log that into our console if you want to. So I'll just write handle change, and now let me just open my console right here, and now let me just refresh it, and here you can see we are now getting that function right here. So we have event.target.value. We can execute that function, but we are not going to. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that from here. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to pass this handle change from there. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to place it in both of these area as a prop. So I'll just pass it as a prop right here. Okay, so now if you save our file, so we have that function available inside this category, we have that function inside this price, and we also have that function inside this colors. So like let's suppose if I want to go to the colors, I mean like that price, and we can destructure it right here, and we can also console log it, save my file, and let's just refresh it, open my console right here, and here you can see we have that function available inside each of these components right here. So I'm going to just remove that from here. So now we have this function available in all of their components. So now the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to remove it we are not going to be removing it from here, but now that you know that we are just passing that stat value, like whenever we change something, so we are just passing it inside the sidebar, and then we are also passing it inside each of these components right here. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to come to our input container right here, I mean like input component right here. So I'm going to just zoom in a bit, and here what I will do is that I'm going to specify a few items, like a few parameters. So I'll just provide like handle change first of all. So this is going to be the first case. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to provide this handle change right here. So the next parameter I'm going to be providing is the value, is like which kind of value we are going to be specifying inside this input container. Then after that, I'm going to be also providing the title, like which kind of title we are going to be using inside this component, and then the name and also the color. Okay, so a color, we are not going to be using it for that much reasons, but we will pass it right here. Okay, so we have this sidebar label container right here. The next thing which I will do is that I am going to use this handle change. I'm going to copy there, and now once we change something, so we are going to be calling this method like handle change right here, and we have the type of radio, that's completely fine. Now we have to what do we call it, control this component. So if you want to control this component, so we are going to be also passing this value to it. So I'm going to just pass this value right here. And now the final thing which you have to do is that we also have to copy this name from here, and I'm going to place it right here. So let me just place it right here as a name, and yeah, that's completely okay. But now the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to specify this color. So I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to also provide a style to it. And then here what I will do is that I'm going to just provide a background color of this color right here. And now the final thing which you have to do is that we have to remove this all from here, and I'm going to copy this title from here, and I'm going to just paste it right here randomly. So if you save our file, let me just remove this space from here, save my file. And here you can see we are getting these things, but that's not working, and that's not cool, Hussein. So what do we have to do? We have to go inside, first of all, a sidebar right here, and then we have to go into the categories, and we are reusing these inputs right here. So the first thing which you have to do is that you know what, I am going to remove all of them from here, and I am going to just first of all write a label. And the first one we cannot change, so that's why we are going to be writing it manually. So sidebar label, you can check that in your spare time if you want to, but I don't want to check it right now. But we can change it, like I think of every possible way, but we can change it right now. But I'm going to change that to radio. So the first all, we have to specify that to like manually. So we have this handle change which we are getting from this as a prop right here. So we have access to their handle change, you already know that. And now what else do we have to do? We are going to be specifying the value of nothing, because we are going to be selecting everything, and the name will be now set to test. Okay, so that's that. I'm going to be also providing a span to it with the class of check mark, and now as a label I am going to provide all. Okay, so if we save our file and let's just refresh, so here you can see it will now give us all right here. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we are going to be reusing our basic input. So I'll just write input right here, and now let me just close that, and here we have to specify all of our props. So I'm going to just provide like handle change, and I'm going to copy this handle change from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to provide a value for this input field. So we have a sneakers right here, and I'm going to also provide a title of sneakers as well. Underneath that I'm going to be also providing a name of like I don't know, man, test would be fine. And I'm going to just duplicate this component like 1 time, then 2 time, and 3 time. Okay, so we are not going to be changing this one. We are also not we will change this one, so we have to change that to from sneakers to flats, and also this one to flats as well. Okay, and test would be fine. So you will have to just change this value to just I don't know, sandal would be fine, and this one will be also sandals, and that's going to be fine. And then finally we have a hills, and we have a heels right here. Okay, so now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting sneakers and flats, sandals, and heels. So this component is now totally reusable, like we can reuse this component anywhere inside our program. Anyway, so that's done. Now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to go inside a price tag, so this price one right here. And first of all, I am going to just get my handle change right here, and I am going to just remove this component from here. Okay, and I'm going to also copy you know, I just removed that right here, so I'm going to just copy this component, because we cannot do anything, we have to just specify it manually, value and stuff like that. So this one will be for all, we have a test and this one will be test 2, and we have everything we need, and that's cool. Anyway, so that's cool. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to just get our input tag right here, which we've been already using, but I just deleted that. But we are going to be first of all providing a handle change, and then we have our handle change right here. Then we have a value, and it will be now set to 50. Then we have a title, and as a title I'm going to just specify the string of like $0 to 50. Okay, so now finally I'm going to just provide a name of like test2 right here. Okay, so now I'm going to save my file. I'm going to duplicate that a few times, so let me just go back, and I'm going to just duplicate that to like, I don't know, 3 times. So 1 2 3, and I'm going to just change the value inside them. So it will be now set to 100, and this one will be now set to 50, 100, like so, and this one will be now set to 150. This one will be set to 100 and 150. Okay, so then finally we have a 200 right here, and then let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to just specify or $150. Okay, so if you save our file, and now here you can see it will now give us all of that labels right here and all of that products. Anyway, so that's going to be awesome as well. So that's working the way we expect him to work. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we also have to go to the colors as well. So I'm going to just go to the colors. So I'll go to the price one more time, and I'm going to copy that from here, and I'm going to just replace it right here. Okay, so underneath that I'm going to get my input, and let me just close it manually. Come on, like so, and we have to specify these values. So we have a handle change will be now set to handle change, and are we getting it or not? We are not, so we have to destructure it from the top. And now what we have to do, we have to just specify value of black, and the title will be also set to black, and then we have a name of test1. Okay, so this is going to be the test1, and then we have a color of totally black one more time. And now I'm going to duplicate them, I don't know, maybe 1 2 3 4 times maybe. So I'll just write 1 2 3 4. So I just duplicate that component 4 times right here. So this is a black color. I'm going to just replace that to blue color, and also this color to totally blue as well, and also the color will be set to blue. And I'm going to also change that to from a black to, what do we call it, red would be fine, but the title should be uppercase. And I'm going to select it one more time, and this one will be set to green, and this one will be also set to green. And I'm going to finally select it to I don't know, white would be fine. So I'll just select it to white. The title would be white, but we cannot see the title. And you know what, I just realized that the final one we also have to create it manually, so like we cannot do anything for this one as well. So we have a label with a class of sidebar, and then label and container as well. Okay, let's just remove the HTML from here, and I'm going to just specify what do we call it, our input area right here, and I'm going to just change the type to like radio, and on change will be now set to handle change. There we go. And now after that I'm going to also provide a type of radio. We already provided type of radio to it, didn't we? Yep, we did. The value will be now set to totally white, and also I'm going to provide a name of test1 as well. So now underneath this input area, what do we have to do? We have to write our span with the class of check mark, and we also have to specify some sort of a styling into it, so like an inline styling. So I'll just write background will be now set to totally white, and I'm going to also provide a border of 2 pixels solid totally black. Okay, so now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting all of these colors right here. So if you click on it, and all of that colors right here, but we cannot see that white one. We can change the label of that if you want to, but you know what, I'm going to change that color to something else. Like I'm going to also provide a color of white to it, not white but black would be fine. So if you save that, and you know what, I'm going to remove that from here, and as a label, where is that span check mark, and then we have a white. Where is our white text? Did we just put a white text or something? Okay, we have to put it right here. So I'm gonna just place my white text, And now here you can see we are now getting it right there. I didn't know, like, okay, so now it's totally working. So we have white, green, blue, red, and all of that, but we also have to specify our all right here. So I'll just provide class name of all right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just provide all right here. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now uses that linear gradient right here. Why is that? That's because we already declared the styling inside this all inside this color.css file, and this is how we can specify, and this is how we can provide. Alrighty, so that was a huge refactor. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to take care of this card and render appropriate card, like based on the user selection or whichever kind of filter the user perform. Alright, so next thing which you have to do is that we have to pass appropriate data to each of these components. So what I will do is that I'm going to first of all pass my query into this navigation. So I'll just write query, and I'm going to also provide like handle input change. So I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to place it right here. So the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to provide our handle change event right here into this component. So I'll just provide it as a prop. So we have handle change, there we go, and not a handle change, but handle click to be precise, not a handle change but handle click. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to place it right here as well. So the final thing which you have to do is that we are going to be passing all of our filter data into this products component, and then we are going to be iterating over through that component, and then we are going to be rendering each of these items right here, like the appropriate image, the title, and all of that kind of stuff. So here you can see we just have our results right here. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to place it right here as a prop. But let me just show you like what is this result. So I've already write all of the code for it, but here what we are doing is that we are getting all of that data from that item, from their database which we have right here. So I'm going to just open there real quickly. So here you can see we have different kind of images, different kind of title, we have star, reviews, new price, previous price, new price, company, color, and all of that categories right here. So here we are just destructuring all of their data from each of that component, and we are passing all of their data to this card component as a prop. So here you can see we have image, we have title, and all of that kind of stuff right here. We are passing all of their data dynamically into my card component, so we will have access to all of their data dynamically inside my card component. So what I will do is that I'm going to just save my file right here, and now the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to go into my products section right here, and I'm going to just remove all of this stuff from here. I'm going to remove that. The next thing which you have to do is that we already passed this result right here, so I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to destructure it right here. So I'm going to just destructure that, and I'm going to just pass it right here. Okay, so if you just pass it right here, if you save our file, nothing will happen. So now the last thing which you have to do is that we have to go to this card component, and we have to just refactor the elements. So let me just show you that. I'm going to just remove that from here. I'm going to save my file, and now I'm going to go into my card component right here. So now here you can see we have like the same image right here, we have the same title, we have the same reviews, and all of their same and all of their previous price and all of their new price right. Like here you can see we have hard-coded data into all of these card component, and we don't want that. We want to render a dynamic content into these components, so like dynamic image and all of their title and rating and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to refactor this component from scratch. So now if you want to refactor this component, first of all I'm going to go into my app component, and I'm going to just copy them like this destructuring. I can type it manually, but it will take a lot of my time, so I'm going to just place it right here. Okay, so we already destructure all of their data which we are passing to this component as a prop. So here you can see we just destructure image and all of that kind of data. So the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to leave this class and all of that alt right here. I'm going to just select my image, and I'm going to just remove them. And here what I will do is that I am going to just copy this img, and I'm going to just paste it right here. Okay, so now if I do that, and if I save my file, and let's just wait for it. So here you can see it will now just render all of their dynamic content right here, like all of their images right here. All right, that's cool. So the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to provide that title right here. So I'm going to just pass my title in here just for random data. And now the next thing which you have to do is that here I'm going to just remove this shoe and I'm going to replace it with my title. Okay, so now if you save our file, so here you can see we have this different kind of titles right here. And don't worry, I'm going to change the fonts and all of that kind of stuff just in a second, but I just kind of want to provide different kind of data into it dynamically. So next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to just remove that star from here, I mean like that icon, and I'm going to just replace it with star. Okay, so I'll just copy that 4 times. You can provide 3 or 2 times or whatever. So I'm going to just paste it 4 times. I'm going to save my file, and here we are getting this black color. What was that class I provided? I forgot the name of that class. Let me just go back. Okay, so it's this class. So I'm going to just copy that from one component. I'm going to delete it. Then I'm going to go into my data and I'm going to select my, okay, I'm going to just select that and I'm going to hit Control D and I'm going to select all of these items right here. So we already provide this style, but I don't know why it's not working. Class name of that. Let me just pass it manually. I guess I messed up something in it. Oh, I just write ratings instead of rating. I just provide S in here. So I'm going to just save my file and I'm going to save this file as well, but it will just remove these stars. You know, I'm going to just render it dynamically. So I'll just write star, not start, but just star, and 4 times. You can provide 3 times if you want to, but for me 4 star would be totally fine. Okay, so we are totally getting there. The next thing which you have to do is that I am going to also provide reviews right here. So I'll just write like reviews in here, and then finally as a label I'm going to remove this label from here. Or you know what, I'm going to just remove this label and I'm going to just pass my new, not new, but previous price, and here I am going to just render my new price right here. So if you save our file, and here you can see we have our previous price and we have a new price right here for each of these items right here. Okay, so we have all of this dynamic content right here. You can provide more than that if you want to, but for me that's totally okay. So here you can see we already pass our what do we call it, or filter functionality right here. If I just click on a sneakers, it will just give us sneakers. If I click on a flats, okay, we don't have flats. Okay, so I'm gonna go into my flats, this component. Where is the category? So I'm gonna just go into category very quickly, and instead of flats, I'm gonna just change that to flats, flats, I bet. And I'm going to change this one right here as well. So if you save our file, and now let me just refresh that, I'm gonna click on flats, it will give us flats, sandals, and I'm not pretty sure about, are these sandals or I guess these are all sneakers, but I don't know. I just put a random data in here. I don't have any idea about all of these stuff. So heels, then we have all of the items right here one more time. Then we have from $0 to 50. Here you can see we are just getting the $50 items, then we are getting $100 item, then we are getting 150, and then finally we have $200 of items right here. So if you click on all of the colors, so here you can see it will just gives us all of the colors right here. If you just want a black color, so I'm going to just click on a black and it will now give us black color right here. If you just want to get a blue, we have red, we have green, and we also have a white color right here. Okay, so that's looking cool, but now I'm going to just click on all of the products. So that's not working. We have to take care of that really quickly. So that's in this recommended component. So I'm going to just copy the name and I'm going to go into there. Did you saw like how much fast I came into this component? That's because you didn't take my Visual Studio Code course. So you gotta go into that course and you have to take that course. Oh, and this is totally my guarantee that by the end of that Visual Studio Code course, if you took that course, you are going to be calling yourself as a Sonic coder. I don't want to go that much fast in the recording because a lot of people get confused like, Hossein, how did you get this fast into this component and how did you write this code that much fast and all of that kind of stuff. So that's why I don't want to just go that much fast in my recording. So trust me, like when I'm working on my personal project, I just go like crazy. And if you're a programmer and you sit just with me, you're going to be calling me a crazy because I type like a you know what, that's another story. I'm going to just leave that. Anyways, I'm going to go into my app component right here, and here you can see we just pass this handle click right here. Like whenever somebody clicks on this component, so what do you want to do? Here you can see we have handle click right here. So we are just getting their data and then we are just filtering it right here. Okay, so you already know all of that stuff, but now let me just get there, which is handle click. But you know what, I'm going to just remove there. But first of all, let me just create a component, separate component for these buttons. They aren't looking that cool. We already built that component, but I forgot to refactor this component. We just write a button right here, so I'm going to just take care of that. I'm going to just provide a few what do you call it, I'm going to just pass a few values. Like I'll just pass these values like on click handler, and I'm going to also provide a value to it. It will take some sort of a value, and I'm going to also provide a title for this button. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just replace it with this button right here. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to just write on click, like when somebody clicks on this button, we just want to fire this parameter right here, this parameter event right here, which we are passing. And the next thing which we have to do is that we also have to pass our value, which we are getting dynamically, and I'm going to also provide a value to it. Okay, and then I'm going to just give them some sort of a class name, like buttons would be fine. Okay, that's going to be totally fine. And I'm going to just pass the title finally, so I'll just write title, title. There we go. Now we create this component right here, so now let's just reuse that. Instead of these buttons, I'm going to use my own. So what I'll do is that I'm going to remove that. You know what, I guess I'm going to leave that first one. I'm going to just leave them. And now let me just get my own buttons. So buttons, there we go. And now I'll just provide on click handler, which we are taking, and then we are going to be just passing our handle click event right here. And I'm going to also provide a value of Nike. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to close that, otherwise it will give us is there buttons or button? Okay, buttons. Anyways, I am going to just close it manually like so. But why it's giving us this nasty error once we hover our mouse over to it, identify unexpected. I'm going to close that. And yep, that's cool, but why it's giving us an error anytime I want to pass some sort of a value to it? So I'm going to pass some sort of a value like Nike. Now it's not giving us any error, and I'm going to also pass the title of Nike as well. Okay, so that's cool. So I'm going to just duplicate that for Adidas, Puma, and Vans, and I'm going to just remove this title. I'm going to select that, hit Control D, and add IDS, there we go. And I'm going to just select Nike, hit Control D, set that to Puma, and then we have Nike one more time. I'm going to change that to Vans. Anyways, that's cool. And for this button, we cannot do anything with it. You know what, I'm going to also duplicate. Let me just remove this one from here, and I'm going to duplicate this one. So instead of a value, I'm going to just remove this value right here, and I'm going to just pass empty value, like empty string, and I'm going to also pass my all products as a label. So now I'm going to save my file, and now let me just refresh that. We are not getting any kind of error. Now I'm going to click on Nike, and then I'm going to click on products, and now it's working. Alright, so now we are successfully done with all of our project, but we just have to provide a little bit of styling for this typography and stuff. Anyway, so I'm going to click on all of the product, then sneakers, flats, sandals, heels. Click on all of the product, then we have 0, 50, and 100, and over 100, and then we have all of the colors. Then we have black color, blue color, red color, green color, and white. Black color, blue color, red color, green color, and white color. Okay, everything is working. I'm going to click on all of the products. Then we have a Nike, Adidas, Puma, Vans. I'm going to click on all of the products one more time, and let's suppose if I want to get this one like Nike Zoom Freak, so I'm going to just paste the name of him like Nike. It will give us all of the product of the Nike, and then we have Zoom. Alrighty. So this one is not working, and I don't know why. You won't believe me, this error took me a lot of time to figure out like where in the world is I'm doing something wrong. Here you can see I just write this expression right here. I'm going to cut that from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. So I'm going to save my file finally. And now let me just search for something like Nike Zoom Freak. If I just write Nike right here, so it will give us all of the Nike products. I am going to just search for a Zoom. It will now just give us Nike Zoom Freak. And let's suppose if I want to get this one, like let me just copy all of the name, and I'm going to just place it right here. So it will now give us this item right here. So this bug took me a lot of time. You know what? So finally, what I'll do is that I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to select all of their stuff, and I'm going to provide font family of sans serif to it. And let me just refresh that. And why it's not taking all of that? So we have access to this index.css right here. I bet we didn't use that in here, so that's why we are not getting all of that stuff. Let me just use import, and then we have our index.css. So now if we save our file, and here you can see everything is working the way we expect them to work, and everything is looking a-okay. So finally, let me just test this for a final time, and then we are going to be done for this project. And if you are watching this video in my React course, so then we are going to be done with our React course. Anyways, I'm going to just click on all of the products. It will give us all of the products. If you click on a sneakers, and then we have flats, sandals, heels, I'm going to click on a 0, 50, 100, and over 100. I'm going to click on this one, but I just figured out one more bug, and that is occurring right here. So we have to go into a sidebar, then we have to go to the category. So here what we are doing is that we are just providing a test right here and test for all of them. That's cool. I'm going to go into the price, and here we are just specifying test2 right here. That's also cool. But now I'm going to go into the colors, and we are specifying test2 right here. So I'm going to just select that, hit Control D, and you know what, I'm going to just specify test3 right here. I'm going to copy that. Now I'm going to just select my test1 and all of them, and here I'm going to just specify test3 if you save our file. And now let me just check that. I'm going to click on this one, click on this product, and now that's totally working. So if I want to just get like blue, I'm gonna get blue, then red, then green, then white. Okay, so that's also working. Let's suppose if I want to just get this product, so I'm gonna just copy that, and I'm gonna just place it right here. So here you can see it will now give us just this one product right here, and I'm gonna just click on the sneakers and stuff, and I'm going to just click on a Nike, then we have Adidas, Puma, Vans, and all of these products. Alright guys, so now we are going to be using a TypeScript with React.js. So if you guys don't know what a TypeScript is, I have a complete course on there right here. So this is going to be like more than a crazy course. Like if you care about learning TypeScript, this is going to be the last course for you to learn. Okay, so yeah, learn there and then come back to this video. And now we are going to be learning about TypeScript with React.js. So to do that, first of all, we have to make a setup. So I'm going to open my terminal right here. And now I'm going to be using npm create with at latest. Now if I hit enter, now we have to give it some sort of a name like ts demos or something like that. In this case, I'm going to be choosing React.js and also TypeScript. We are not going to be choosing JavaScript. We're going to be choosing TypeScript. So if I just hit enter, now we have to go into this ts demos. And now if I hit enter, and now I'm going to be using a code dot to open there right here. Next, let me open my terminal, and I'm going to be using npm I to install all of the dependencies. And all of their dependencies are now successfully installed. So here you can see we have our src folder, and now inside this src folder we are now using JSX extension right here. You can either use TS or you can also use TSX instead of a JSX. Now we are working with TypeScript, so for that we have to use a TSX. So I can just clean up every single thing we don't need there. So I'll just remove all of that, and let's just save a byte to this one. And I guess that's going to be fine, but I'm going to have to remove this index.css file from there. We have to go into the app, and I'm going to just remove every single thing from here. And let's just use our RAFCE, and that's going to be fine. I'm going to also remove this public folder because we also don't need that. And now if I save my file and open that inside my browser by using npm run dev, and here you can see we are now getting our app. So the setup is now totally done. Next, we are going to be learning about component props in action. So to do that, first of all, we are going to be creating a component. So I'll just create a components folder, and inside this folder I'm going to create like user.tsx. We are now working with TypeScript, so we have to specify tsx as extension. And now inside that we are going to be using our RAFCE to create our component right here. Save my file. Now I'm going to go into my app component, and now I'll just remove this app, and instead of that app I'm going to just replace that with this user. We are going to be importing that totally directly, and now if I save my file, and we are now getting our user right here, which is amazing. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pass a few props to it. So I'll just use like name, and name can be anything like Alex or Hussein or something like that. I'm going to also specify the age of 20 to him, and also the is student. Is he a student or not? So I'll just specify true value, and as soon as I do that, I'm now getting this error right here. So if I hover my mouse over to there, it is now telling me that the type this prop which you are specifying right here is not assignable to the type intrinsic attribute. Okay, like you have to do something about that. Like you're providing these props, but you're not using them inside this component. And to use them, you already know how we are going to be using them. So we can just use like props right here, and now we can totally use that right here inside our component. So I'll just use like I don't know, maybe h2, and we are going to be using like props.name. First of all, let me just duplicate that a few times. Props.age, and also is student right here. So if I save my file, and as you can see, we are now getting Alex and also 20, and we cannot see the is student because this is a boolean value. And now here, if I hover my mouse over to there, it is giving me an error like perimeter props implicitly has any type, like, which simply means you are not using any TypeScript. So if you want to use TypeScript, you got to do something about that. So I want to use TypeScript, so for that I'm going to have to specify a type for the name, for the age, and also for the is student. And why is that? Because we are now passing this data and we are not providing any type for that. So to provide a type for that, we are going to be annotating our prop like this. Okay, so I'll just first of all take care of the name, and name is a string value, which I already know because we're now specifying a string value. And now we know that we also have an age, and age is a number, and also we have a is student property, which is a boolean. Okay, so as soon as I provide that and save my file, here you can see we are no longer getting that error. And why is that? Because we are now explicitly telling our compiler that the name should be a string, the age should be, come on, let me just get there, age should be a number, and also the is student should be a boolean value. So that's why our TypeScript compiler now know which type to use. So now if I save my file and just refresh there, we are still getting that same result, and we are not getting any errors inside our VS Code. Now that's the first way, but in some situation we would also want to destructure our values from these props. So how are we going to be doing that? Well, we already provided a type for that. We just have to destructure all of that value. So I'll just remove these props and I'll just replace them with these curly braces. You want to destructure the name, the age, and also the is student right here. So as soon as I do that, here you can see I'm now getting like cannot find name of prop, like we are not using a prop, so that's why we are getting this error. So I'm going to select that first one, hit Control D, and remove that. So as soon as I just remove that, save my file, this is how my formatting will look like. I know it seems a bit crazy, but yeah, this is how we are going to be destructuring our data, and this is how we are going to be providing a types for our data. So I want you to keep that in mind. So this is just a basic way of providing our prop. Now let me show you how we are going to be extracting all of their types into either a separate shape or a separate type. Okay, so I'll just cut that from here, and I'm going to also remove that from here. And once again, we are getting all of that errors right here. So to do that, we can either create a type. You already know how to create a type if you are coming from my TypeScript course, but if you don't know how to create a type, you should go ahead and watch my TypeScript course. Now I'll just create my type, and I'm going to give it the name of like user shape. You can basically give it any name that you like. And now inside there, we are going to be just passing our types right here. So we are now creating our user shape, but now we have to tell our component that we want to use this user shape. So I'm going to copy that from here, and I'm going to just annotate my component props to this user shape. So as soon as I do that, I'm going to save my file and refresh that, and still we are getting that same result, and that errors are now successfully gone. So that's the first way. Now I can totally comment this line out, and we can also create an interface for this. So I'll just use like interface, and I'm going to give it the name of like user shape one more time, and we're not going to be using any equals to sign because we are now working with the interface. And now inside there we can use like name will be a string, and age will be a number, and also we have the property of is student. Come on, is student, and that's going to be the boolean value. So as soon as I do that, save my file, and here you can see we are getting the same result, and we are no longer getting their error messages right here. This is how we are going to be working with the prompts with the component. But now in some situation, we will also want to use the children. So now let me just remove that from here. I'm going to call my component as this way. So we want to pass some sort of a JSX inside there. I'm not going to do anything crazy, but I'll just put a paragraph which will just say like hello, which means like we want to use our children right here. So to use them, for that we are going to be using our children. So we have to destructure our children right here. Come on, children. I'm going to copy that, and we have to replace that with this h1 or maybe h2. And we have to render our children right here. So if I save my file, still we are getting this error right here because this children has no property and it is not available inside this user shape. So I'm going to remove that from here, and I can just write like children. And now what will be the type of this children? Like this is not a prop, this is neither a string nor a number or boolean or undefined or anything like this. So what in the world we are going to be specifying for this children? So we are going to be using something called the React node. Okay, so if I just use like React node, and if I hit enter, so it's going to auto import there right here, as you can see. So if I save my file, here you can see we are not getting any errors, and here you can see we are getting what hello. But now I want to see like what is inside this React node. So if I hold my control or command, and if I click on there, so it's going to brings us to, you guessed it, index.d.ts, which means like it's gonna brings us to types file. Like this file only includes the types, nothing else than there. So this React node can either be a React element, either a string, number, iterable, portal, boolean, null, undefined, and there are a lot of things that you can explore in this file, but I will never recommend you to like explore this file. There are a lot of things going on right here. Okay, so I'll just remove that from here. And this is how we are going to be specifying our React node for our children. Now this is the modern way of providing our shape for our prop, but there is also another way you will find like in the documentation or somebody else code. So I also want to show you there, so which is called the FC or functional component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to go back to my old prop. Like we have the name, age, and also the student. I'm going to save that file. I'm going to also remove that from here. We also don't need these children, so let's just remove that and also remove this. Okay, so we only have this user shape, and I'm going to uncomment there right now, save my file. Now I'm going to also destructure my name, age, and also the student property right here. And now let me show you the older way of providing a prop for our TypeScript. So this is how we are going to be doing there. First of all, we have to provide our colon, then we have to write a FC, which will be coming from the React.js. As you can see right here, FC like a functional component is coming from the React.js. And now we have to write like less than sign, and here we have to specify like a user shape, and we have to close there. And once you close there, and if I hover my mouse over to there, it is saying like all destructure element are unused, like you are not using that inside your code. And now to fix this problem, we are going to be using that. So I'll just use like h1, I'll write my name, and then age, and then finally is student property right here. So if I save there, and here you can see this is yet another way of providing a prop to our component. Welcome to the React TypeScript first challenge. So in this one, I want you to create the button component, which will take three prop like label, on click, and disable. So label will be just the label for our button, and the on click will be a function which will be executed whenever somebody clicks on our button. And also the disable will be a state, like we can indicate either the true or false, and it's gonna make our button either disable or enable. So then finally you have to import that component inside the app.tsx file and just run there and make sure that you didn't get any errors. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and now I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my component, and inside this component I'll just create my button.tsx in this case, because we are now working with TypeScript, so we're going to have to create this tsx. Now I'll just write my rafce, save my file, go to my app and register that component right here. So I'll just write my button and close there like so. As I mentioned, it's going to take three prompts, so I'll just provide a label, and the label will be set to click. So I'll just write a click right here, and also the on click event handler. In this case, we're going to be passing our arrow function, and I'll just say like console.log and click like so. And I'm going to also pass the disable state, so disabled, and for the disable state I'm going to set that to false. Now that we successfully provided our prop, we have to get that prop inside our component. So how can you go about doing that? And this is how we are going to be consuming or accessing that props. I'll use the prop, and here we also have to define a type for there. So I'll just use like label. For the label, that's going to be a string. We are going to be also passing the on click event handler, and that's going to be a function, so we have to just provide a void right here, because we are not going to be returning anything from there. And also the disable state, and for the disable that's going to be a boolean value, so we also have to annotate there. Now we have to use that inside our UI, so I'll just remove this button and replace that with this button, actual button right here. And here we are going to be passing like prop.label, and also we have to provide the on click event handler. And for the on click event handler, we are going to be using like on click like so. We are going to be also passing the disable. Okay, and that's going to be equals to that prop.disable. So I'm going to save my file, open my terminal, and use npm run dev. So it's going to run there inside my browser. So that's cool and everything, like we are getting our button, we're not getting any errors right here, but we can also refactor this code to user destructuring. So I'll just remove these props and I'm going to write like label and on click event handler and also the disable stat. We no longer have to provide these props and darts. I'll just select one and hit Control D and remove them. Now let me just save my file, and this is how my code looks like. And yeah, we can click on our button and it's going to give us like something inside our console, as you can see. Welcome to the reusable prop typing with React.js and TypeScript challenge. So the first thing that I want you to do is that I want you to create a file with the name of types.ts inside the src directory. Then define the info type and extend the admin info list inside the types.ts file. So what is the info type? This type represents the base information shared by all users. It includes essential properties like ID, name, and email about a specific user. And yeah, that's going to be the first portion of this challenge. And in the next portion, you're going to have to create a component with the name of user info, and that component will display the user information based on the info type. Then create an admin info component, and that will display the user information and additional admin detail based on the admin info list type. Okay, and finally you have to import all of them inside the app.tsx file and just see like if you got some sort of error or not. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just give you my solution. So I'm going to remove that and create first of all my component user info.tsx and also admin info.tsx. So I'll just create like RAFC inside this one and also the RAFC inside the admin info component. Now let me go ahead and go to my app and register both of that component right here. So I'll use like user info and grab there. I'm going to also use the admin info and also grab there right here. Now let me create some sort of a data. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my user, and that user will have the ID, and that's going to be set to like 1, and also have the name, which will be like, I don't know, John Doe, and also the email will be set to john@gmail.com. So that's going to be just for a normal user. We're going to be also creating one for the admin, and the admin will have the ID of 2, and also the name will be set to Jenny Smith or something. And also we're going to be providing an email, and that's going to be set to jenny@gmail.com. Okay, and now we are going to be providing a role, and the role will be set to admin. Come on, admin, like so. And we are going to be also providing the last login. So I'll just use like new date, and it's going to give us the last login. Now here you can see we've defined our data, and now we are going to be passing that data, but we also have to create a type for this data. So how can you go about doing that? I'm going to show you how we can do that, but now let me just pass this data as a prop. So I'll just write like user and user, and I'm going to also specify the admin, and which will be set to this admin data. Okay, so now let me go ahead and create my types right here inside this src folder. So I'll just create like type or types.ts, and here we're going to be defining our types. Like, let me just show you all of that, like so. The ID is now set to 1. So first of all, I'm going to just define like type of info, and this is going to be a type. So the ID is now set to number, so we are going to be providing a number. And also, come on, I forgot to include the equal to sign. I thought I was just creating some sort of object. Anyway, so the name is set to string. Also the email is set to string. Okay, now underneath there we are going to be also defining another type, which will be the admin info list type, and that's going to be coming from the info. Like, we want every single thing that the info have, and we also want to attach this new one. So for the role, here you can see we already get all of their data or all of their types from this info, and now you want to attach the role and also the last login. A role will be set to string, and the last login will be set to date. Okay, and finally we have to export that so that we can use that inside our file. So I'll just export that, but we have to explicitly tell it like this is a type. So I'll just use like info and type of admin list info right here. Okay, so now that we successfully created them, we also exported them, but now we have to use them inside our file. Okay, so to use them, I'm gonna grab first of all my info and also the admin list or admin info list to be precise. And we also have to annotate this list or this user with our type. So I'll just use like info, and I'm going to also provide my admin right here. So I'll use like admin list or admin info list right here. Okay, so now that's totally done. Now let me just go ahead and go to my component and grab all of their data. Let me just zoom in a bit, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my info from my types file, and here we're going to be defining our own type. So I'll just use like type user info prop will be fine, and that's going to be equal to the user, and for the user we are going to be defining all of their type. So I'll just use like the older way of providing a prop. So I'll use like React. Let me just get there, and I'm going to use like FC for functional component, and here we're going to be providing our user info prop, and I'm going to close that. I'm going to also destructure the user, like all of the data which we are now providing for this user, and we have to render them inside this component. So I'll use like h2, which will say like user info or information would be fine, and underneath that we are going to be creating our id, which will just use us like user.id, and I'm going to duplicate that a few times. So we have a name, and we also have the email address. So I'm going to just change this value to like name, and also change this id to email, and that's going to be fine. We'll be doing exactly the same thing for the admin info component. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to grab my admin info list. Okay, so once we grab them, I'm going to create my type of admin info props, and here we're going to be using like for the admin, we're going to be providing like admin info list, like this one right here. We're going to be placing it here. Okay, now I'm going to also use my React. So I'll just use like React .fc for the functional component, and I'm going to provide my admin info list right here. It's going to also take the perimeter, or not a perimeter, but the prop of admin. So we have to take that, and we have to use that inside our component. So I'm going to remove them, and I'll use like h2 of admin information like so, and provide a paragraph with the id of admin.id, and just duplicate that a few times to the name, and also email, and also the role, and finally we have to just replace that with, oh, you know what, yeah, we have to write like admin.last login, and from there we are going to be getting like two locale string. Okay, and I'm going to execute there. Instead of providing the id, I'm going to just change that to a name, and I'm going to also provide the email here, and also the role, and finally we are going to be getting the last login like so. I don't know why we're getting this error. Does not exist on what type. Let me just grab that and put this one right here. Now that's successfully gone, and this should be locale string. Now let me save my file and check this out. So here you can see we are now getting the user information, and we are also getting the admin information, and anytime I save my file, it's going to give us a different second right here, which is cool. But now we are no longer getting any errors, and we are now successfully providing our types for each of the component prop. Okay, so now let's talk about the reusable types. So to show you that, first of all I'm going to be creating my components folder, and we would have like user info.tsx, and I'm going to also create yet another component which will be for the admin info.tsx, and I'm going to go into my app component. But first of all we have to write our RAFCE inside this component, and also inside this component as well. I'm going to go into my app component, and first of all I'm going to be importing my user info component and save there, and I'm going to also import my admin info component and save there as well. I'll just provide a bit of label right here like h1 and user info, and then I'm going to select this down hand, and I'm going to also copy there, and now let me just place it here, and let's just change this one to the admin info. So I'm going to save this file, and as you can see right here, first of all we have our user info component, and then we have our admin info component right here. So now I'm going to pass a bit of prop to it. So I'll just use like username, and username will be Alex. Let me just write a Alex right here, and we are going to be also specifying the email like alex@gmail.com, and I'm going to also provide the age, and age will be set to 20, and I'm going to also provide a location, and location will be, I don't know, Earth, and also United States. I'm going to save this file, and now I'm going to copy every single thing from this component. Let me just place it right here to the admin component as well. So we are providing a name of Alex, we are also providing an email, age, and also the location. You know what, let me just change this location to something else like Mars or something, and unknown. And I'm going to also provide the admin property, and this will be a totally unique property. Like this component does not have the prop of admin, and this component has the prop of admin right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into my user info component right here, and first of all I want to create my info. So I'll just write like type of info. You can create interface if you wanted to. So it's going to take like a username, and username will be a string. We're going to be also providing an email, and email will be a string as well. Let's just provide an age, and age will be a number, and provide a location, and location will be a string of array. So now we have to use that inside our user component. I'll first of all destructure my username, then email, and then age, and also the location, and we will annotate them with this info component, not a component but a type. Now if I save my file, it's gonna say that we have to use all of these props inside our component. So to do that, I'm gonna change this div to the UL, and now inside this UL we are going to be defining a few LIs like li for the username, and also let's just duplicate there a few times for the email and also for the age. And now I'm going to use my json.stringify so we can see the value of this location. So I'll just provide like location, and now I'm going to save my file, and I'm getting some sort of error, LOCATION, there we go. So now if I save my file, we are getting all of that data, which is looking amazing. I'm going to basically copy every single thing from this component. Now let me just place that inside this component right here. Save my file. Now we also have to destructure the username, email, and also the age. Copy there and place that right here. So now I'm going to copy this info. We're going to go into our admin component, and now let me just place that here, and instead I'm going to change that to a info, like for the admin component info. I'm going to copy that, and now let me place that. And as you can see right here, we are not getting any errors. But if I go into my app.tsx component, here you can see we are getting this error, like this admin is not defined. So if I go ahead and go to my admin component, and if I just use like provide a comma and provide my admin right here, save my file, now it's going to complain like, Hussein, you have to register there inside your a info type. So to do that, I'm going to use like admin and provide a string right here. So here you can see that error is now successfully gone. But did you notice one thing? We are now repeating ourselves. We are copying this type and we are now placing there right here just because of this one admin. And why are we doing that? That's because this admin is unique to this component. We can totally use it right here. So if I just copy there, and now I can totally use my admin right here, save my file, that's totally done. And because of this admin prop, we are now copying the entire thing and we are now placing there right here. So if you don't want to use that, so for that we are going to be using the reusable component inside the TypeScript. So how are we going to be doing that? To do that, I'm going to go into my users info, and I will just provide the export right here. So if I just provide this export, so which means like I can totally use this type anywhere I want, in any component I want. Okay, so now if I go ahead and go to my admin component, I can totally remove that, and now I can import my info right here. So if I hit enter right here, so it's going to import that from the user info. I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place it right here, save my file. Once again, we are getting an error for this admin. So to fix that, we have to define another type. So I'll just use like admin info list. And we are going to be using first of all the info, like all of the props which are already available inside this info. We also want to use all of them, and we are going to be providing an and now we have to define our new one. So we also want to use the admin, and admin will be a string. Okay, so if I copy that, and now let me just place it right here. Come on, let me just place it right here, save my file, and as you can see right here, those errors are now successfully gone. So this is how we are going to be defining the type for our prop in one component. We just have to export that. This is how we are going to be importing that. And now later, if we decide to add some more prop, so this is how we are going to be attaching that by using this AND operator. Okay, now the final thing I want to show you is that you can explicitly type up type right here, which means like we are now telling our TypeScript compiler like this is going to be some sort of a type. This is not a component, this is not some sort of a data available inside a other file. These are types. So now we are telling our compiler like these are types, so it's gonna treat it as a type. Okay, so yeah, that was the reusable component. And next we're going to be learning about the useState types. Okay, so now let's talk about how we are going to be using our types for our useState. So to do that, I'm going to create my components folder, and I'm going to define my counter.j, not JSX but TSX right here. Let's just use our RAFCE, save my file, and register that counter inside my app. So I'll just use like counter, and now let's just register there right here. So if I save my file, and as you can see, we are now getting our counter, which is looking amazing. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to define my count. So I'll just use like const count, and then set count will be equals to the useState, and we are going to be providing the initial value of 0 to that. Okay, so it is not complaining, but if you want to provide a type for our useState, this is how we are going to be doing there. So if I hover my mouse over to there, and as you can see right here, this is a generic function, which means like we can provide more types at once. And if you guys don't know what a generic function is or generics are, so you should definitely go ahead and watch my TypeScript course, and there I explain generics in a more great detail. So I'll just specify the type of number right here, and here you can see we can specify the number, we can specify the string, we can provide like undefined, we can provide null if you want, we can provide any kind of type. So I'm going to just specify like number, and this is how we're going to be defining a useState inside our TypeScript component. Okay, so now we can totally use that, we can do like basically anything we want to do with this. So I'll just use like counter app, and inside there we are going to be creating our count as a paragraph, and I'm going to specify count as a value. Underneath that we are going to be creating our button, which will just say increment, and also we are going to be creating a component, and let me just duplicate that and change that to decrement, and let's just provide a bit of the on click on there when somebody clicks on there. So what do we have to do in that situation? We're going to be using our set count. In the first case we are going to be incrementing our counter by 1, and in the second case we are going to be decrementing our counter by 1. So now if I save my file, and as you can see right here, I can increment my counter and I can also decrement my counter. So yeah, this is how we are going to be providing a type for our useState. Welcome to the useState challenge with React.js and TypeScript. So the first thing that you have to do is that you have to define a state variable by using the useState and type that explicitly. So I would recommend you to create a counter component by using the useState and annotate that with a number. Okay, so if you can even do this one, you don't even have to do the first step, to be honest. Now for the second step, you have to create a user profile component, and then inside that profile component, you're going to be defining your state by using the useState, which will hold the object with the user information and type it accordingly. Okay, like basically you're going to be creating some sort of an object which will have like the username, age, and some sort of location or something like that. You can put like basically any kind of user information if you wanted to. Next, you have to create a to-do list.tsx, define a state variable for the to-do list item, and type that accordingly. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just give you my solution. So I'm going to create a user profile. Oh, you know what? We're not going to do that, not right now. First of all, let me just show you the counter component. So I'll just create like const count and then set count. Come on. Set count like so, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be 0. And now if you want to annotate that with a number, so this is how we are going to be doing that. So we can also just write our h1, and here we are going to be defining our counter or count to be precise. And next we have to create our button, which will allows us to increment our counter. So I'll write like on click, and when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing this function. So I'll just use like const increment function, and inside this function we are going to be using the set count. And let's just provide our previous previous count would be fine, and then previous count plus 1. So now if I save my file, and I'm going to use my npm run dev to run there, and here you can see we are now getting our counter. If I click on this, so it's going to just increment there by 1. So that was the easy part. Now we are going to be also creating our user component, and we are going to be typing there. So I'll use like user profile dot not JSX but TSX in this case. Let me just use my RAFCE inside there, go to the bottom, and here we are going to be rendering our user profile component like so, and this is how it will look like right here. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to define my state. So I'll just use like useState, and here we're going to be passing an object, and first of all I'm going to pass like a name. We're going to be also providing an age of 0, and the email will be set to empty string. Okay, so I'll just annotate there with the interface, or you can also create the type if you wanted to. So I'll just create an interface, and the interface name will be user profile, or user profile state or something. So I'll write a name which will be a string. I'll also write the age which will be a number, and also the email which will be a string. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this user profile. You know what, user profile state would be fine. So I'm gonna copy them, and now let me put there right here, or annotate there here like so. And what I want to do is that I want to create my profile, and also set profile, and it's going to be equals to this useState. Next we have to use there, so I'm going to remove this user profile, and I will just write like user profile inside the h2, and I'm going to also write the input field, and inside this input field the type will be set to text, and I'm going to also provide the placeholder of name to there, and the value will be set to profile.name. And I'm going to also provide the onChange event handler when somebody changes something or types something inside this input field. So we are going to be firing this function which will say like update name. This is the function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, and it's going to take the event.target.value and it's going to pass the for this function. And you know what, I'm going to just create this function right away. So yeah, I'll just do that right now. I'll use like const update name. It's going to take the name and we will annotate that with a string, and inside there we are going to be using a set profile. It's going to take the previous profile, and here we just have to use like first of all we have to copy our previous profile. Come on, previous, previous, or prev profile to be precise, and we're going to be also providing a new value to there. Okay, so this is how we're going to be defining our update name. And let me just see. So if I just type something, but I cannot submit there, so that's why we cannot see there. Anyways, you will get there in a few seconds. I'm gonna also define yet another input field. So I'll use like input with the type of number in this case, and here we're going to be providing the placeholder of age to them. I'm going to also provide the value, and for this value we are going to be using like profile.age is greater than 0. If that's the case, we're going to be getting like profile.age, but if that's not the case, we're going to be setting there to empty string. And also when somebody change or types something inside there, we're going to be firing this update age function which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. And I'm going to paste like event.target.value inside there. And now underneath this input field, we're going to be defining yet another input field. So I'll use like input, and the type will be set to email. We're going to be also passing the value, and value will be coming from the profile.email. And when somebody types something inside there, we're going to be firing the event object and creating this update email function in a few seconds. And I'll use like event.target.value. Finally, we have to render our content. So I'll use like h3, and here we're going to be writing like profile summary, and underneath them we're going to be creating our paragraph. And first of all, let me just render my profile.name, and I'm going to duplicate there like 3 times. So we have a profile.age and also profile.email. Okay, so let's just change that to age and change this one to email. And yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. But we also have to create this update age and also the update email. So I'm gonna just create there right here. Const update age, and it's gonna take age as a parameter, and we will just annotate that as a string. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be using like set profile, and here we have to provide our previous profile. And inside there we are going to be first of all cloning our previous profile, and then we have to just provide a new value to that. Okay, so we are going to be passing an age, and now we want that age to be a number. So we can convert this age to a number like so by using this number constructor, or we can just write a plus, so it's going to also convert that to a number. And now underneath them we're going to be also defining our update email. So I'll use like update email, and it's going to take the email as a parameter, and there's going to be a string, so we also have to annotate them. And I'm going to use like set profile, and here we once again we have to provide our previous profile, and then we're going to be making a clone of there by using previous profile, come on, profile, and I'm going to also provide the new email to there. Okay, so that was a lot of talking. So let me just see. Here you can see we have our user profile. We don't have nothing for the name. For the age we have like only 0, and for the email we don't have anything. So if I just write like my own name, and it's gonna add there right here for this name. I can also change the age to like 22, and I can also provide the email like test@gmail.com. It's gonna add there right here. So this is going to be my profile summary. So that's done. Now it's time to create our to-do list application. So I'm gonna go ahead and create my to-do .tsx or to-do to-do list.tsx would be fine. I don't know what the hell am I thinking of right now. So let's, oh my god, you know what, to do would be fine. So to do.tsx is fine, and I'm going to write my RAFC inside there, and I'm going to go ahead and go to my app and register there right here. So let's just write our to do and register there. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to write like to do's, or yeah, to do's would be fine, and then set to do's, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be just empty array. I'm going to also create an interface for that, because we're going to be creating our to do's which will have an interface of to do. I'm going to provide the ID, and ID will be a number. I'm going to also provide the task, and the task will be a string, and the completed will be set to boolean. And now let me get this to do interface, and we have to annotate our state to there. So let's just write our to do, and here we have to annotate there like so. And now let me go to the UI and change this UI. So I'll use like h2 to do list, and underneath there we're going to be creating a button which will say like add to do like so. And for this button, when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing this function. So let's just use like add to do, and we're going to be providing god damn it add to do, and we're going to be providing a new to do inside there. Let me just create this function right away. So I'll just create that right here, and yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. So let's just create there add to do, and it's gonna take a task as a parameter, and we will annotate there as a string. Okay, so inside there, first of all, we are going to be creating our new to do, and I'm going to also annotate there with this to do, and here that's going to be equals to this object. So it's going to take the id, and id will be coming from todos.length plus 1. So that's going to be just basically my id, and we're going to be also providing a task which we are taking as a parameter, and we're going to be providing there for this function. And I'll also provide the completed, and that's going to be set to false. Just like I'm going to have to provide a commas instead of providing that whatever that was. Let's just provide a set to do's, and finally we have provided a previous to do, or to do's will be fine. And here we have to just make a clone of previous to do's. So let's just write our prev to do's, and I'm going to add my new to do to there. Okay, so let's just hide this one. I'm going to put that at the top. We are going to be rendering our to do, so I'll use like ul, and I'm going to iterate over through all of the to-dos by using the map. And it's going to take a to-do as a parameter, and inside there we are going to be using our li to render over each to-do. So for each of the to-do, I'm going to write like to-do.task, and then I'm going to write like is it completed or not. So I'm going to use like to-do.completed, completed. God damn it. So just to-do.completed. If that's the case, completed. If that's the case, we're going to be just writing like completed. But if that's not the case, so we are going to be setting there to empty string. Okay, and I'll also provide a key. So I'll just write like to-do.id as a key. I'm gonna save this file, and finally let me go into my app.tsx. We already provided all of that, so let's just test this out. So here you can see we have our add to do. I'm gonna click on that, so it's gonna just add a new to do anytime I click on that. So yeah, that was our example about the useState, and we learned a lot about how we can annotate our useState. So that was it about for the count example, for the user profile example, and also the to-do list example as well. Now we are going to be covering 3 topics at once, like useRef, forms, and events, like how we are going to be providing up types for the useRef, forms, and also for the events. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder. Inside this component folder, we are going to be providing our form.tsx, and inside there I'm going to just use my rfc save my file, and we also have to register there inside our app component. So I'll just use my form, and if I hit enter, so it's going to grab that from my components folder. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to define my state, which will be like submitted, and also set submitted data, and we're going to be storing that inside the useState. And for the initial value, I'm going to specify the name, and name will be set to empty string. We are going to be also providing an email, and email will be set to string, and we also have a password, and password will be also empty string. So now we can create a separate type for all of them. To do that, I'm going to be using a type, and I'm going to give it the name of like form data, and inside there we are going to be defining a name which will be a string. I'm going to also provide the email which will be a string, and also the password which will be also a string. Okay, so I'm going to copy this data right here, and now we have to annotate our useState with this data. I'm going to be using my form data, and now let's just annotate our useState with that data. So now that's totally done. Next, we are going to be also using the useRef. So I'll just use like const name, and we are going to be using a useRef for that. And if I hit enter, so it's going to auto import there from the React.js. We don't need the reducer, so let's say bye bye to that. And the initial value will be set to null. Okay, and I'm going to just duplicate that a few times. So I'm going to just change the variable name to like email, and also to the password as well. So now we have to specify a specific type for this useRef. So we are going to be using this useRef inside our form and inside our specific HTML input element. So we have to tell our useRef that we are going to be using this name, email, and password inside the HTML input element. Okay, so I'll just use like HTML input, and if I hit enter, and here you can see we are going to be using our type on the HTML input element. So I'm going to copy that from here, let me just use that here and also here. Okay, so this is how we're going to be providing a type for the useRef. And now let's just use that inside our component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this div, and I'm going to change the with this form. I'll just remove this form from here, and now I'm going to provide my input field, and that input field will take the type of text. We're going to be also providing a placeholder which will say like enter your name, and also I'm going to be defining my ref. Come on, my ref, and it's going to be referencing to this name. Okay, so I can totally duplicate that a few times. I'm going to just change that to email and also to the password as well. Okay, so I'll also change these to email and also this one to password as well. So if I save my file, that's everything that we have to do for now. But I'm going to also create a button which will say submit. Okay, and we're going to be also providing a type for that, and the type will be set to submit. Now underneath there we want to show our data, so I'm going to just write a section. And now inside this section, I'm going to write my h1, which will be set to name. And first of all, we have to grab our submitted data, and we're going to be using the dot name property on the case. So as you can see right here, so we have our submitted data, and we have the name, we also have the email, and also the password. If you want to see all of the data, so I'm going to just duplicate that like a few times. We have to change that to the email and also change this one to the password as well, just like this. So I'll just change this one to the email, and I'm going to also change this one to the password. So if I save my file, and that's everything that we have to do for the UI. But now we are going to be attaching our event on the form. So when somebody submit that form, like when somebody fill that form and submit there, and if you want to provide our arrow function right here like this, we don't have to specify a type for that. But if you want to extract all of that logic into a separate function, so for that we have to specify some sort of a type for that. So I'll just use like handle submit, and I'm going to copy there, and let's just create our handle submit right here. Okay, so I'm going to be using like const handle submit. It's going to take the event, and as you can see right here, we are now getting this error. So to fix this error, we have to tell our TypeScript that we are using a form event, like we are using a event on the form right here. And we also have to tell it that we are going to be firing this function on the HTML form element like this one. Okay, so we also have to tell it there. I'm going to be using like HTML form element, and now if I hit enter, so this is how we are going to be telling our compiler that we are going to be firing this event on the form event, and then we are going to be using that on the HTML form element. Okay, so I can just use like event dot prevent default, so it's going to just prevent our default behavior. And now I can just grab like const name value, like whatever user type inside this input field right here, like the name input field. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use like name, and I'm going to be getting a current property. That's because of this name right here, which is now set to this reference. And now if I just use the dot value, and what are we getting? We are now getting an error. If I hover my mouse over to there, it is now giving us like name dot current is possibly null. It is null, not possibly, because we already set that to null. So how can we fix this error? To fix this error, we can use the null insertion operator right here, which we already covered in my TypeScript course. If you guys don't know about this, so you can definitely watch my TypeScript course. But if you guys already know that, that's cool. So basically we are now telling our compiler like, you don't have to worry about this code, like it can never be null and it can never be undefined. We are now telling this to our compiler like, you don't have to worry about our code. Okay, so now I'm going to just duplicate there like a few times, maybe 2 times more, and I'm going to change this variable name to like an email value, and I'm going to also change this one to the password value as well. Okay, so we can totally log that to the console, or we can just submit that to our DOM. So I'll just use like set submitted data, and we are going to be providing our object. Let's just provide a name, and for the name we are going to be providing like a name value, which is this variable right here. I'm going to also provide a comma, and let's just provide an email, and that's going to be the email value. And also for the password, we are going to be using the password value, or password value rather. So if I save my file, now we no longer have any errors right here, because we successfully types or we successfully provided a types for everything. And now here you can see we are now getting this UI. So anything I type inside there, like for instance, if I specify my name of Hussein, and my email will be test@gmail.com, and what is that? Password. Enter your email, and enter your password. There we go. So if I save that, now I can write like my real password. And now if I submit there, here you can see, oh, we are getting Hussein once again. And I'm providing a test and my real password. Why is that? Oh, that's because we are using a name again and again. We have to change that to the email, and also we have to change that to the password right here. So if I save my file now and if I submit there, now we are getting a name as Hussein, email as a test@gmail.com, and password my real password right here. So if I just refresh there and let me type something at gmail.com and something cool. And now let me click on this submit, and this is how we are going to be getting all of that data right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing types for the prompt, for the form, and also for the event, and also for the useRef. Create a file with the name of focus_input.tsx inside the src directory, and define a component that uses useRef to focus on the input field when the button is clicked. Type the ref appropriately. So that's going to be the first part. In the second part, create a file with the name of contactForm.tsx inside the src directory, and then define a form component with the type of state and form handler. After that, create a file with the name of eventhandling.tsx inside the src directory, and define a component that demonstrates typing different event handlers. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my focus input.tsx. I'm going to use my RAFC inside there. Go to my app. First of all, let's just save there and register my focus. Oh god damn it, FOCUS. Oh my god, FOCUS. If I can type it today. So focus input right here. And now if I check this out, so here you can see we are now getting our focus input, which is looking cool. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using the useRef, which not a reducer, useRef, which will be coming from the React.js. And here we are going to be providing the initial value of null to them. I'll store it in the variable with the name of like input ref, and that's going to be equals to this useRef. And we will also annotate them with the HTML input element, which will be coming from the definition file. So if I hold control and click on there, and here you can see we can now get like all of that, what do we call it, their types from the TypeScript. So yeah, that's the first thing. Now next we have to use this. So I'll just write like input field with the type of text, and I'm gonna also write the ref, and we will just reference that to the input ref. Let me define my placeholder, which will say like click the button to focus me, like so. And finally we are going to be also providing a button, and when somebody clicks on their button, we're going to be firing a function which will be a handle focus. Handle focus will be fine, and focus input will be the label. Now let me create this handle focus right here underneath this input ref. So I'll just use like const handle focus, and that's going to be an arrow function. We're going to be getting our input ref dot current value, and we are going to be only using the focus inside there. So now let me save my file and check this out. So anytime I click on this input field, so it's going to focus my input field, and this is how we are going to be annotating this. So that was the first step. Now for the next step, we are going to be creating our contact form. So contact form .tsx, and here let's just use our RAFCE and register there right here. So we have our contact form and register there and save there. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to use my useState, and here we're going to be providing our object, and inside this object we will have our name, and also we would have our email like so, and we are going to be destructuring the form data and also set form data, and it's going to be equals to this useState. Now for this form data we are going to be annotating there with the interface. So now let me just create an interface for that. So we're not going to be doing anything crazy. You can either create a type if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to create an interface with the name of like contact form stat, and basically you can give it like any name that you prefer. And I'm going to write a name and annotate there with the string, and email and annotate there, come on, email with the email and annotate there with the string as well. So I'm going to copy there, and I'm going to annotate my useState with this contact form state right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this div, and I'm going to replace that with the form, and I'm going to also replace this other one to the form as well. So let's just create our div. Inside this div we're going to be creating our label remove this HTML4 from there, and I'm going to also provide my name inside there. First of all, we are going to be registering the input field, and this input field will have the type of text. Name will be set to name, and we're going to be also providing a value, and that value will be coming from the form data dot name. Okay, so we are going to be also providing the on change event handler, and when somebody types something inside there, so we're going to be firing this handle change event. Now let me duplicate this div right here for the email. So I just duplicated there and changed there to email, and also change this text to email, and we're going to be also changing the name to the email as well. Okay, so change the name to the email, and in this case we're going to be still providing this handle change, and underneath this div we're going to be creating our button which will say like submit, and for this button we're going to be providing a type of submit to that. Okay, like so. And now finally we have to just create our handle change function inside this component. So I'll use like const handle change. It's going to take the event object, and we're going to be annotating there by using the change event. So let's just write our change event, and here for this change event we're going to be using there on the HTML input field. So we also have to explicitly specify that HTML input field as well. Okay, so from the event.target we're going to be destructuring the name and also the value. So now let me just destructure the name and also the value out of this event.target. Okay, so here we're going to be using like set form data, and let's just provide our previous state to there, and once again we are going to be making a clone of our previous state, and here we're going to be defining a name, and then we have to provide a newer value which we are now getting from this event.target right here. Okay, so now I'm gonna save there, and that's gonna be it for our handle change. Next we also have to define our on submit function. So whenever our form is submitted, so we're going to be firing our handle submit function. I'm gonna copy there and create my handle submit right here, provide our event, and we will annotate there with the form event, and here we also have to tell it that we are going to be using there on the HTML form element, HTML form, and then element like so. Okay, so here we have to use our arrow function. We're going to be preventing the default behavior, and also underneath there we have to just log to the console or form data, and here we are going to be using some sort of a label like form submitted like so. Okay, that was a lot of talking, and yeah, you know what, let me just test this out. So here you can see we have our name and email. For the name I'm gonna specify my own name. For the email I'll just write like test@gmail.com, and now if I click on this submit and open my console, so it's gonna give us all of their data right here, but we are getting some sort of error. I type Hussein and test@gmail.com and click on there. Now we are getting our form submitted and also our email and our name data. So which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work, and this is how we are going to be providing an annotation or TypeScript for our event object, and this is how we are going to be providing there, or this is how we are going to be creating an interface for our state. Now let me create the final component which will be for the event handling. So we are going to be using like event handling.tsx. I'm going to use my RAFCE inside there, go to my app and register that component right here. So event handling, and I'm going to just call this component. Check this out, and we have our event handling which is looking amazing. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my h2 which will say like event handling example, and now underneath there I'll just create a button, and that button will say like click meh. And here we also have to provide the on click event handler, and when somebody clicks on the handle click, so in that situation we are going to be just firing this function like handle click, and we are going to be also creating an event for this one. So like when somebody mouse enter, so in that situation we are going to be firing this function like handle mouse enter. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define both of these functions. So first of all, let's just define this handle click one, then we're going to be defining this handle mouse enter. Okay, so I'm going to copy there and create my handle click. It's going to take the event object, and we're going to be annotating there with the mouse event, and we also have to explicitly tell it that we're going to be firing that event on the HTML button element like so. And here inside there we're going to be logging to the console like event.current, come on, current current target, and also we have to just provide some sort of a label like button clicked or something like that. I'm gonna save my file, and we are getting some sort of error. Oh, that's because we have to write a react dot. So I'm gonna use react and hit enter, so it's gonna grab this react from the React.js. That's the first thing. Now we also have to define this function. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define there right here. So const handle mouse enter. It's going to also take the event object, and we're going to be annotating there by using react.mouse and mouse event, and then we're going to be telling it that we're going to be firing there on the HTML dev element. Okay, so I'm going to also provide what do we call it, console.log, and here we're going to be using like e.current target right here, and I'm going to also provide some sort of a label which will say like mouse entered or something. Now let me save there and test this out, and here you can see we have our label, and we also have our button. Let me just refresh there, and whenever I hover my mouse over to there, so it's going to give us that mouse entered, and it's gonna also gives us, let me just show you that it's gonna also gives us that specific div. So now inside this div we have our event handling example and also our button, and now if I hover my mouse over to this click me, it's gonna also gives us like mouse enter. It's gonna give us that data. So yeah, that was example, or that was a challenge for the, let me just show you the focus input, contact form, and also the event handling. Now let's talk about how we are going to be using a TypeScript with context API. So to do that, I'm going to create a folder with the name of context, and now inside this folder I'll just create like my context.jsx, and now inside there, first of all, we're going to have to import our create context from React.js. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create an instance of that. So I'll use my export and then const my context, and that's going to be equals to the create context. So we are going to be creating an instance of that. And now for the initial value, I'm going to provide a count, and count will be equal to 0. And we're going to be also creating an increment function which will just return nothing for now. And then we are going to be also creating one more function for the decrement. Okay, so I'm going to save this file. And now if you want to add a TypeScript for our context, so this is how we are going to be doing there. You can either create a type, or you can also create an interface if you wanted to. So I'll just create my interface right here, and I'm going to give it the name of like my context props. And now inside there we have a count which will be a number, and we also have an increment function, and from this increment function we are going to be only returning the void, like nothing for now. Then we are going to be also creating one for the decrement. So now let me just duplicate there and create our decrement function. And now if you want to add there, so I'll just write my less than sign, and then I'll write like my context prop, and I'm going to close there at this way. Okay, so this is how we are going to be defining our context. And now let's talk about how we are going to be creating our provider. So to create our provider, I'm going to just write like const my provider. Come on, my provider, there we go. It's going to take a children as a prop, and then inside there we are going to be using like const and then count and then set count. This is going to be the state which you want to pass into our component. So we are going to be using like useState, and the initial value will be set to 0. So it is now taking a children, so we have to provide a type for that as well. So I'll just use like my fc, like my functional component, which will be coming from the React.js, and then we have to provide our prop right here. So this is how we're going to be creating there. I'll use my interface and then my provider. Yeah, that's going to be fine. We're going to be providing a children, and that's going to be coming from the React node. And if I hit enter, so it's going to auto import there right here. Okay, so now I'm going to take there and I'm going to put there right here, save my file, and now it's going to give us an error because we have to use it. Now first of all, let me just export this so that we can use it in other files. So I'll use like export default and then my provider. Come on, my provider, like so. Save my file, and now inside this my provider, I'm going to just return first of all my context. And come on, what the hell am I doing? And then I'm going to use the provider method on there. Okay, so I'll just close there. Inside this provider, I'm going to have to pass some sort of a data. So I'll use like value, and for the value we are going to be passing a count which we've already defined right here. And now let me just use my increment and decrement function. So I'll use like increment, and now inside this increment we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but I will just use like set count and then count plus 1. And I'm going to also create one more function for the decrement as well. So I'll use like decrement right here, and I'm going to decrement my value right here. I'll just write a minus, and I'm going to also copy both of them and place there right here along with the count. So I'll just place the increment, and I'm going to also copy the decrement, and I'm going to place there. Okay, so if I save my file, and here you can see all of the errors are now gone, and obviously we have to use these children inside our JSX. So I'll just put it there right here like so. So if I save my file, and this is how we are going to be providing a type for our context. Now I'm going to go into my main component, and we have to use that right here. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my provider right here. I'm going to copy that from there, and let's just use that on all of the entire app. Okay, so I'm going to put there here, save my file, and this is how we are going to be successfully adding there. But now I'll just create a counter component. I'll write like component and then counter.tsx would be fine. I'm going to use my RAFCE, save my file, go into my app component, and let's just register that counter right here so that we can see what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to just register my counter component right here. And now we have to use our context inside this counter component. So to do that, first of all, we are going to be importing the useContext from the React.js, and then we are going to be also importing our own context like my context, okay, from the context folder. And now to use that, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to write my FC. So I'll just use like FC for the functional component, and I guess that's going to be fine. And inside there, I will use my useContext. I'm going to provide my own context to there, like my context, and we are going to be destructuring a lot of things from it. So like I need the count and also the increment function and also the decrement function from my context or my useContext. So now inside there, let's just use the inside our component. I'm going to remove this div from here and provide my paragraph and provide the count, and the initial value for this count will be set to that count which is coming from our context. We're going to be also creating a button which will say like increment, increment, and also let's just create one for the decrement and attach event handler on both of these buttons. The first one will take the increment and the second will take the decrement. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our count. If I click on this, so it's going to increment my counter, and if I click on this one, so it's going to decrement my counter right here by 1. So yeah, this is how we are going to be providing a TypeScript for our context. Now let's talk about how we are going to be providing a type for our useReducer. So I'll just create a components folder, and inside there we are going to be creating our counter.tsx, and I'm going to use my RAFCE so that I can see something on the screen. And here we are going to be registering our counter component. So if I save my file and check this out, so here you can see we are now getting our counter, which is looking amazing. Now inside this counter component, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import the useReducer from the React.js, and then we have to use the inside our counter component. So I'll use like useReducer. It's going to take the reducer function and also the initial state. So we're going to be providing like count, and count will be set to 0. Okay, so we are going to be destructuring our state and dispatch functions. So I'll just use like state and also the dispatch. And now that we have to create our reducer, and also we have to provide a type for this state. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my reducer function right here. I'll just give it the name of like reducer. It's going to take the state and also the action. And now in this function, we are going to be using our switch and cases one more time. And first of all, we are going to be providing if the action.type, let me just write a type, is set to increment. increment, there we go. So in that situation, we are going to be only returning the count, and count is going to be coming from the state.count plus 1. And if that's not the case and the case is decrement, so in that situation, what do we have to do? We have to once again return our count, and count will be coming from the state.count minus 1. Okay, and also if that's not the case, so for the default value, we are going to be providing our state right here. I'm going to remove that, and here you can see we are now getting an error like what is a state and what is a action. So to do that, we are going to have to provide a type for that. So now I'm going to just create a type right here with the name of action or actions. I guess action would be fine because we are going to be doing only one action, and I'm going to provide the property of type to that, and that type can be either increment or that type can be, let me just write type can be set to decrement, as we've already specified there right here, like either increment or decrement. So now that we have to use that right here for this action, so I'm going to just annotate there with this action. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to take care of this state. So we are going to be also creating a type for the state as well. So I'll use like type, and then let's just use a state. And now inside there, we are going to be specifying a count, and count is now set to number. And we have to take this state, we have to provide there right here, and we are going to be also returning a count property from there, so we can also annotate this entire function as a state. Okay, so this is what we have to do. First of all, we have to create an action type, and we have to specify there for the actions. Then we have to create a state type, and we have to specify there for the state. Okay, so this is what we have to do for this reducer function. And now let's just use this state and also this dispatch function inside this UI. So to use them, I'm going to be using a paragraph, and I'll just provide a count. And that count will be coming from the state.count. And now underneath that, we are going to be creating a button which will just say like increment, and also we're going to be creating one for the decrement. decrement. There we go. I'm gonna provide an on click event handler on both of them, which will just fire this dispatch function. Let's just fire this dispatch function, and we're going to be providing the type of increment for the first one and decrement for the second one. So let's just use our decrement. There we go. And now if I save my file, and everything should work the way we expect him to work. So if I click on this button, it will now increment our counter, and if I click on this button, it's gonna decrement our counter. Okay, so yeah, this is how we're going to be providing a type for our useReducer. This is a lot of instructions. So basically you're going to be creating a counter by using the useReducer, and you're going to be also providing the appropriate types to them. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and I'm going to give you my solution. So here, first of all, I'm going to just create like a folder with the name of reducers, and inside there we're going to be defining our counter reducer.ts. And here we're going to be just defining our reducer. So I'll use like counter reducer, and it's going to take the state, and it's going to also take the action. And here inside there, we're going to be using our switch and cases, not like that, but switch and cases like so. So for the switch, we're going to be defining our action.type with the E. And for the first case, we're going to be providing an increment to there. Okay, so if that is set to increment, we're going to be returning the count, and count will be coming from the state.count plus 1. We're going to be only incrementing there. But if the case is set to decrement, so I'll use like decrement, decrement, decrement. So we're going to be returning the count, and let's just get that from the state.count, and let's just write a -1 because we're going to be decrementing there. After that, let's just remove that. After that, we're going to be also providing a default state to it. So for the default, we are going to be only returning our state. Now that's totally done, but we also have to provide a type for the state and also for the action, and we're going to be doing that totally separately. I'll write a type with the name of counter state, and here we're going to be only writing like count, and count will be set to a number. We can also make that as a one-liner. We don't have to split that in multiple lines. We can also write a type for the increment action, which will also take the type, and the type will be set to increment. So let me just write an increment, or you know what, let me just copy that from here. In a lot of time I misspell things, so now let me just duplicate that, and I'm going to change that to the decrement. So I'm going to copy and place there, and also instead of writing an increment counter, I'm going to change that to decrement, decrement action. Now let me make that as a one type, so I'll use like type and make that as a counter action, and that's going to be equals to the increment action or the decrement action, like so. And finally, I'm going to also export this so that we can use that in other file too. I'm going to also export this counter, so I'll just use like export right here. And finally, we're going to be also exporting the first one, so now let me just use export for this one as well. Now it's time to annotate our state with our counter state, and also our action with our counter action, like so. So now that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and create my counter.jsx or tsx component. I'll use like counter.tsx inside there. I'm going to use my RAFCE, save my file, go to my app, and register that component right here inside my app. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my useReducer. So I'll use like useReducer from the React.js. We would also need to grab our counter reducer and also the counter state. From where? From our counter reducer. So now underneath that, we have to define our initial state. For the initial ITIAL initial state, we are going to be annotating there with the counter state. That counter state is coming from this useReducer, which we've already defined. Like count is now set to number. That's going to be equals to the count, and count will be equals to 0. That's totally done. Now we have to use our useReducer to get our dispatch function and also our initial state. So I'll use like useReducer, and here we're going to be passing our counter reducer and then the initial state inside there. Let me destructure my state and also the dispatch out of that useReducer. And now I'm going to create the UI for that, like not a magical UI, but a very simple UI like count. And here we're going to be only using our state.count to see our counter. We're going to be also creating a button. The first one will just increment our counter, and the second one will be decrementing our counter. So I'm going to provide the on-click event handler on both of them. So the first one will increment our count, not interface, but increment, increment, and the second one will be decrementing our counter. Okay, so now let me just go ahead and create the increment and also the decrement counters. Increment, and there's going to be an arrow function, and this arrow function will just dispatch, and here we have. Now the final thing that we are going to be learning in this section is that how we are going to be providing a type for the useEffect. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to first of all create my components folder, and I'll just give it the name of like my component.tsx inside there. Let's just use our RAFCE, save my file, go to my app, and use that my component right here. I'm going to call this save my file, and check this out. So here you can see we have our my component, which is looking amazing. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab our useState, because we would need some sort of a state to store our data, and we would also need the useEffect as well. Okay, so now we are going to be using that inside our component. So this is how we are going to be doing that. First of all, we are going to be creating our data and then set data, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and we are going to be providing the initial value of null to it. I will also annotate that as a null value. Now that we have to fetch our data, so to fetch our data, you already know how we are going to be fetching our data. So we are going to be using the useEffect right here, and now inside there we are going to be passing the callback function and also our empty dependency array. Now the first thing that I want to do is that I want to use my fetch data function. That's going to be coming from this asynchronous function like so, and inside there we are going to be using our try and catch block, and if we have some sort of an error, so in that situation we are going to be using like console.error, and let's just use like error fetching data. Okay, and we will also specify our error right here. And if that's not the case, so for the try block, we are going to be getting our data by using the fetch method, and we are going to be getting our data from this API, which is jsonplaceholder.com and /product, and we are going to be getting only the first product. Okay, so we have to also change the or convert our response to JSON, and we have to store then some sort of a variable like so. And I'm going to also set the data to, set the result to our set data. So this is how we are going to be fetching our data. And now let's just execute this function so that we can successfully fetch this data. So if I save my file, and now if I click on this, it's going to show us all of that stuff right here. Like it's going to give us the ID, the title, and also the description. And we have a few more things like discount percentage and so on and so forth. So for all of that data, we are going to be creating a product type. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to be using like, first of all, we have to go ahead and create our type right here. So I'm not going to waste a lot of your time, but we will just create this type right here. So first of all, we have a product type. It's going to have the ID, title, description, price, discount percentage, rating, stock, brand, category, thumbnail, and images. Okay, so these are all of the data that we are going to be using inside our app. So that's why we now successfully created a type for that. So we can now annotate our state by using that type. So I'll just provide a type or null. And now that's done, the next thing that I want to do is that I want to render all of that data right here inside my UI. So to render that, first of all, we are going to be checking like if you already have the data or not. So if we have the data, in this situation, we are going to be rendering our data. But if we don't have the data, we are going to be using a paragraph. Come on, let's just use our paragraph. And inside this paragraph, you will select loading ... Okay, and I'm going to also close my paragraph right here. Okay, so if we have the data, so in that situation, what do I have to do? I'm going to create here another div, and now inside this div, we're going to be rendering all of our content. So I'll just use like paragraph, and this paragraph will have the ID, and we will use like data.id. Basically, you can also render your data or destructure your data right here if you wanted to, but I'm not going to. I'm going to fast forward the video because this is just a UI stuff, and we can probably do that a bit quickly. So I'll just use like data.title. Now if I save my file and check this out, so here you can see we have our ID, we have the title, price, the discount, and so on and so forth, and we also have our thumbnail right here, so which I can copy and place there here. It's going to give us the thumbnail of our product. So if you want to go into like another product, so we can just choose like second one, save our file and refresh this. So now it's going to give us the updated data. I can totally copy that. I can totally render there if I wanted to, but you know what, I guess that's going to look better. So yeah, this is how we are going to be providing a type, or this is how we are going to be creating a type for our useEffect. So now we are going to be using a Tailwind CSS inside our React.js project. So if you guys don't know what a Tailwind CSS is, I have a complete course on there which is about like almost 4 hours of content. Plus you are going to be also building 3 amazing responsive projects. So if you care about learning Tailwind CSS, I promise this is going to be the best course for you. So now let's get into it, like how we are going to be using Tailwind CSS inside our React.js project. So to do that, first of all, I'm going to just click on this getting started button. Then I'm going to go into the framework guides. Now we are going to be choosing Vite, and if you want to choose some other framework, you are more than welcome to use that. I'm going to just choose Vite right here. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create our Vite project. So I'm going to copy that from here, and now I'm going to open my terminal right here. I'll just right click on this, so it's going to paste my command right here. First of all, we are going to be using like npx create Vite project, and I'm going to just give it the name of like my project, and we're going to be using the React.js template. So now you want to go into their project by using a cd command. Now I'm inside their project. I'm going to use like npmi. Let's just use npmi. So it's going to install all of their packages by which your React.js is depends on right here. While it's doing its thing, I'm going to also copy there. So it's going to install a few things like Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and also Auto Prefixer. It's going to also initialize our Tailwind CSS inside our project. Okay, so now that's successfully done. I'm going to just copy there once again. And now let me place it right here. And finally, we have to initialize our Tailwind CSS inside their project by just using npx Tailwind CSS init-p. So I'm going to just hit enter. So it's going to initialize my Tailwind CSS right here. And I'm going to open that by using my VS Code. So now inside there, we have to go into our Tailwind config.js file. So I'll just copy there and place it right here. So now we are inside this Tailwind config.js file. So we have to replace this content with this one right here. Okay, so we only want to provide our index.html file, which is inside the src file, and we want to select like all of these extension right here. Okay, so we just have to replace that, and also we have to go into our index.css file. I'm going to copy that from here, and now let me just go into my index.css file. I'm going to select every single thing and replace that with these 3 directives right here. Now finally, I'm going to copy this h1, and I'm going to go into my app, not app.css but app.jsx. And I'm going to remove every single thing from there. I'll just use my RAFCE and replace their div with this h1. So I'm going to save my file. Now let me use my npm run dev to start my server. So here you can see we are now getting the styling. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into the components. Then I'm going to go to the browse component. And now I'm going to just choose this component right here. Okay, so we can totally copy the HTML code. I'm going to just select a few things, like maybe I'm going to just select this div right here and copy there, because I just want to test my code. So I'll just remove that from here and place these divs right here, save my file, check this out, refresh there, and we're not getting anything. Oh, that's because we are using a class instead of class name. So we have to select all of that and change that to the class name instead. So if I save my file and now refresh there, and it has the class of hidden, so I'm going to just remove that, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting these kind of a component. They are not looking that great, but yeah, trust me, you can do a lot of crazy stuff with Tailwind CSS, and I have a complete course on there, and if you want to check that out, here it is. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be using a Tailwind CSS inside our projects. Okay, so time for another challenge, and I guess that's going to be the final challenge for our React.js and TypeScript series. So what you have to do is that you have to fetch your data from this JSON placeholder.type code, and this endpoint will give you a lot of users. So it's going to give you the user data structure like this. You're going to have the ID, and ID will be a number. Then we will have a name will be a string, username will be a string, email will be a string, and phone will be also a string. So use the useEffect to fetch the data, use the useState to store that data, and then finally just render it in some sort of a table or something like that. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And here is my solution. So I'm going to just create my, what the hell, user list.tsx, and I'm going to use my RAFCE, save my file, go to my app, and render there right here like user list, like so. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a few states. So we are going to be creating a state for the users, like so, and also the set users, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to empty array. Okay, so let's just create an interface for this array. I'm going to place this interface right here. So we have our user, and we have the ID, which will be set to number, and the rest of the stuff will be set to string. So we are going to be annotating our state by using this user, and we have to provide our array inside there, like so, and we have to close there. Now underneath that, we have to use our loading and then set loading, and it's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to true. And we also have to annotate that as a boolean because we are storing the value of boolean inside there. Now finally, we also have to create one for the error, and that's going to be set to the set error, and we have to use our useState one more time, and the initial value will be set to null. Okay, so I'll annotate that like it's going to be either a string or null. Okay, and we have to close this. So that's going to be it for our state. Now we have to fetch our data by using the useEffect. So I'm going to be using like useEffect, and here we have to specify our callback function. And for this callback function, we're going to be providing our empty dependency array, and we're going to be also creating a function which will allows us to fetch the users like so. And there's going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this function we're going to be using our try and catch blocks. For the catch, we'll be using like set error, and we have to provide our error an instance of, come on, that error will be the instance of error. If that's the case, we're going to be getting like error.message out of that. But if that's not the case, we're going to be just saying like an error occurred like so. We're going to be also providing the finally state, finally, and for the finally we're going to be setting the loading to false. Okay, and now let me take care of the try block. So for the try block, first of all, we're going to be fetching our data by using the fetch API, and I'm going to specify this URL inside there, and let me just store it in some sort of a variable like response like so. And I'm going to also check if we don't have the response, if the response is not okay. So in that situation, we are going to be throwing a new error which will say like network response was not okay. And if that's not the case, we're going to be getting our data. So I'll use like const data, and we're going to be annotating there by using our user like so. And it's going to be coming from the await and then response.json, and we have to convert our data to the JSON response. We also have to push our data to our user. So we're going to be using like set users, and let's just push our data inside there. So now that's totally done. So I'm going to hide, or you know what, we also have to call this function inside there like so. And now we have to hide this useEffect. Now I'm going to be checking. So if loading, so in this situation, we're going to be returning our loader. So I'll just write like dev, or I can also write h1, which will say like loading ... And we can also duplicate there and change that to the error. So I'll just change that to the error like so. So I'm going to also render my error inside there. And here we have to just write an error. So if you have some sort of an error, we're going to be displaying there. Now for the UI, I'm going to remove this user list from here, and I'm going to have to change that to a table, and also change this div to the table. And inside this table, we are going to be defining our t head. Okay, and inside this t head, we have to define our tr. Inside this tr, we are going to be defining our th with the name. Let me just duplicate that a few times. We also have to write a username, and we also have to write the email. And finally, we have to write the phone. Come on, phone like so. And underneath this t head, we have to write our t body. And inside this t body, we are going to be iterating over through all of the users by using this map. It's going to take the user as a parameter. And here we have to specify our tr. And for this tr, we are going to be also providing a key, which will be a user.id. And here we also have to use our td to render our elements. So I'll use like user.name. And also I'm going to just duplicate that a few times, change that to the name. Yeah, you know what, that was the user ID, and this is going to be the name. And we also have to change that to the username, and change this one to the email, and finally change this one to the phone. Now let me save my file and check this out. So here you can see we are now getting the name. It shouldn't be the name. We also have to provide the ID. So let's just duplicate that, change that to ID. Now let's talk about the DaisyUI. So what is a DaisyUI, and how are we going to be using them with React.js? As you can see right here on their landing page, they are saying like DaisyUI is the most popular component library for TailwindCSS. So if you guys already know what a TailwindCSS is, you will love DaisyUI. So you can choose different themes if you wanted to, like dark, and we have a cupcake and so on and so forth theme. Okay, so in my case, I'm going to only choose this dark theme right here. And inside their landing page, you can learn more about that. Like instead of writing all of these TailwindCSS classes, you no longer have to write all of these TailwindCSS classes. Now you can use DaisyUI to only write a few classes. It will give you the same result right here. Okay, so you can choose different kind of themes. You can choose a lot of things inside the DaisyUI. And if you guys want me to make a separate course on DaisyUI, I can totally do that. Or maybe a crash course. And I want you to notice this animation. These are the themes that you can choose from the DaisyUI. And if you want to learn there, as I said, you can either learn it from their documentation, or if you want me to make a separate course on there, I can totally make a course on there. But now let's talk about how we are going to be using there. To use there, we only have to run this command right here and also just provide there. But first of all, we have to make a TailwindCSS setup. So I'm going to go into the TailwindCSS right here, and I'm going to go to my framework guides one more time. Then I'll choose the width, and I'm going to copy there. Then I'll open my terminal right here. I'm going to place this command, but I'm going to also change the name of that to like something else. DUI would be fine. And I'm going to hit enter right now. Then I'm going to go into my DUI component. And now I'm going to just use npm I to install all of the packages. Now I'm going to open that in my VS Code, and then I'm going to install all of their other packages and stuff. So now it's time to install DaisyUI inside our project. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just open my terminal right here, and let me just place this command, which is npm I and then DaisyUI at latest. So it's going to install DaisyUI inside our project. So now that's successfully done. Now I'm going to select the ESM, and I'm going to copy this command right here. First of all, let me just copy the import. And then we will go into the tailwind config.js file, which is this tailwind. Come on, where in the what is that? Okay, so I'll just use, oh, I forgot to install my tailwind CSS. I installed this one, but I forgot to install my tailwind CSS. So I'm going to copy there. And now let me run this command right here. So it's going to install and configure my tailwind CSS inside my project. Let me just hit enter. So it's going to initialize my tailwind CSS right here. Now that's successfully done. And we also have to copy there. We have to go into our tailwind config, place there right here, save my file, and we also have to copy these, go to our index.css file and replace them with this component. And yeah, we are totally done with the tailwind CSS, but we also have to copy there. Now we have to go into our tailwind config.js file, which is this file, and I'm going to just place it right here. And also let me just copy this DaisyUI. We have to go inside the plugins and just place it right here. And now we have to use some sort of a component. So I'll just go ahead and go to the components. And in this case, I'm going to go to the buttons, and I'll just copy the code for that. So maybe I'm going to go to this one and copy the JSX code from there. Let's just copy there. Now I'm going to go into my src folder, and then my app component folder. So I'll just replace that with my rafce and remove this div. Or you know what? We're going to be just removing the app, and I'm going to just place all of my code right here. So if I save my file, now let me run my npm run dev. So it's going to run there right here. And here you can see we are now getting all of these buttons, like just a simple button, and we have a neutral, primary, secondary, ascendant, ghost, and so on and so forth button right here. We can go ahead and do lots of stuff right here. Like we can get the model if you wanted to. We can get the accordions if you wanted to. We can do a lot of stuff. Like if I click on there, we can get this model. So I'm going to just copy all of these code. And now let me just replace that with this code right here. So if I save my file, now if I go there, click on there, we are now getting our model. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using a DaisyUI inside our React.js projects. Now let's use another component library, which is called Radix, inside our React.js project. So here you can see Radix is an open source component library optimized for fast development, easy maintenance, and accessibility. Just import and go on. So here are the live demos. So these are the amount of things that you can do by using the Radix component library. So these are just the themes. We can also go to the primitives. We can check out the icons. We can also go to the colors, and there are a lot of stuff going on. So I'm going to go into my Radix one more time, and now to install there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to make a React.js setup. And now let me show you how we are going to be doing this. So I'll just open my terminal right here, and I'm going to write npm create width and latest. And if I hit enter, so it's going to ask me for the name. I'm going to give it the name of like Radix project, or demo would be fine. I'll just give it the name of like Radix demo. I'm going to choose React.js as a framework and JavaScript. I'm going to go into the Radix, and I'm going to open that in my VS Code. Let me open my integrated terminal, and I'm going to use npm I to install all of my packages. So now while it's doing there, I'm going to click on this getting started button, and here you can see this is how we are going to be installing there. So we just have to copy this command. I'm going to copy this command right here, and now that's successfully done. So I'm going to just paste this command here and hit enter. Okay, so while it's doing that, I'm going to go into my global main component, and I'm going to just place this command right here. So I'm going to copy there, Now it is doing its thing, and now they're successfully done. So I'll go into my main component, and inside this main component I'm gonna also import the Radix right here. So I'll just save there. Next we have to go into our main component, and we have to use our theme context. So I'm gonna copy that from here, and now I'm gonna also import there right here. Okay, so let's just import that. I'm gonna wrap my entire application by using this theme context like so. Okay, so let's just close there, hit enter, and wrap my entire application by using this context. So if I just remove that, next we have to use that in some sort of a component. So I'll just copy this component from here, and I'm gonna go into my app component, and I'll just remove every single thing from there, and I'm gonna use my RAFCE, or you know what, let me just place this component right here, cut that from here, use that right here. I'm gonna use my app, copy them, and just change the name of my function to app. So if I save my file, and now I'm gonna use npm run dev to start my server, and here you can see we are getting this result right here, which is saying like hello from the Radix theme. And I guess we are not getting that much cool result. That's because we are now getting these stuff right here. So I'm going to remove every single thing from the app.css, and now let me just refresh them. I'm going to also remove every single thing from the index.css as well. And now if I just refresh this, hello from the Radix themes, and let's go. Okay, so this is how we are going to be using a Radix inside our React.js project. Now let's talk about the copy pasta component library, which is called the ShadcnUI. And ShadcnUI is by far the most popular and the most powerful front-end UI library. So to install them, and I'm thinking about making a course on there, but anyways, that's other story. So to install them, I'm going to just click on this getting started button right here. Then I'm going to go into this installation, and I'm going to just choose wait right here. And first of all, we have to make a setup, so I'm going to copy that from here, open my terminal one more time. Now inside this terminal, I'm going to place this command and hit enter. I'm going to give it the name of like shadcn demos, and now I'm going to just choose React.js and TypeScript. Now I'm going to go into my shadcn demos, and come on, cd and then shadcn demos, and now let me just open there right here, and I'm going to open my terminal one more time and use npm I to install every single package. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to install TailwindCSS inside our project. So I'm going to copy them, and now we have to use that right here. Okay, so that's done. Now let me place this command right here. So it's going to take a bit of time to install TailwindCSS, PostCSS, and auto prefixer. And also it's going to initialize my TailwindCSS right here, which is amazing. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go into the tsconfig file, and I'm going to copy there. Let's just go ahead and go to the tsconfig file. So I'll just provide a comma here. Now let me just place my compiler options, and now let me just save there and close there. Next we have to go into our tsconfig.app.json file. So I'll just write there, hit enter, and now inside there we only have to provide this base URI and also this path. So I'm going to copy that from there, and now underneath this skip lib check, I'm going to just place my command right here. And now finally we have to install the TypeScript type. So I'm going to copy there, and we also have to install that right here inside our project. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to place all of them into our read.config.ts file. So I'm going to go into my read.ts or whatever file, and now let me just place all of them right here, save my file, and now we have to initialize our shadcnUI. So I'm going to copy them. Now let me open my terminal and place this command, which is shadcnUI, and initialize there, and we are getting some sort of an error. No TailwindCSS configuration found at this location. It is likely you don't have TailwindCSS installed or have an invalid configuration. So how is that even possible? We set up every single, oh, there we go. So we have to go into the not shadcn but TailwindCSS, TailwindCSS.com, and here I'm gonna have to copy this content and place there right here, save my file. And we also have to copy these components, and we have to go into the index.css file and place there here, save my file, and now it will work. Okay, so if I just rerun there, and now it's going to initialize my TailwindCSS right here. I'm going to just choose this New York. Neutral will be fine for the color, and we are not going to be using CSS variables, but I'm going to just set that to yes, and everything will work just fine. Okay, so now that's successfully done. Finally, we have to install something from the shadcnUI. So I'm going to go ahead and install some sort of a component. I'm going to go into maybe button. So this is how the shadcnUI works. It will give you a lot of component to choose from, and let's suppose you choose like button. First of all, you have to install that in your project, and then you would be able to use that. So in this case, I'm going to install my button right here. So I'm going to copy there, and first of all we have to install there, and here you will see a components folder right here, and here you can see we have a components folder. Inside this component folder we have a UI folder, and inside there we have our button right here. We're not going to be playing around with these buttons, but we are going to be just using them. And how are we going to be using them? Let me show you how we can use them. I'm going to go into my app.tsx, and I'm going to remove every single thing from there, and I'm going to just use my RAFCE, and now I want to use that button. Okay, so I'll just use like button right here, and here you can see we have this location like component, UI, and button. Now if I hit enter right here, and now we can just write like whatever I want to write, like learn more. And now if I save my file, run our server by using npm run dev, copy there, place that right here, and here you can see we are now getting our button right here, which is amazing. But that was a huge setup to make. Okay, so we can get like the card, we can get like come on, with the accordion we can get like a lot of stuff. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my card right here. So I'm going to copy them and run there. First of all, let me just terminate there and install my card inside my project. So it's going to install that card right here. That's successfully done. Now I'm going to go in there and copy all of that content, and I'm going to just copy all of that code right here. Now inside there we just have to use that. Okay, so if I just place this coding right here, you're now getting a lot of stuff. But in this situation I only want to get there, so I will cut that from here and remove all of that stuff from here, and we need all of these imports. So instead of providing this button, I'm going to only provide all of that stuff. So if I save my file, we're getting an input and also the labels we also have to install there. Okay, so we're getting a button twice. We don't need React.js, and we're now getting these error like we have to install the input, label, and also the select. So I'm going to go ahead and add there. So to add there, we are going to be using that same command, but we only have to change the component name. Like instead of providing a card, I'm going to write like input. I'm going to also provide the label, and also finally we have to add the select. Okay, and if I hit enter right here, so it's going to install there inside my project, and now that's successfully installed. And if I cut this file and open there once again, here you can see those errors are now successfully gone. Okay, so this is how it will look like. But now I'm going to use my npm run dev, and if I just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting our form. So we have our input field, we have also a select statement right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using a ShadcnUI inside our React.js project. So now let's learn about the React hook form library, which will allows us to provide easy to use validation for our form. Okay, so I'm going to click on this getting started button, and here you can see this is how we are going to be installing there, and this is how we are going to be using there. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to make a setup. So I'm going to open my terminal right here, and I'm going to be using npm create with add latest, and I'm going to give it the name of like React hook form demo would be fine, and I'll choose React.js and also TypeScript. Let me go into my React hook form, and I'm going to use npm-i to install all of the packages. So that's successfully done. I'm going to open there in my VS Code by using a code dot. So it's going to open there right here. I'm going to open my terminal and install the React hook form package from here. So we just have to write npm install or I, and then we have to write React hook form, and now I'm going to hit enter. So it's going to install there in my project. So here you can see that's done. Now let me just close there, and I'm going to be using npm run dev to run our server. I also made a cleanup, so now it's time to focus on the React hook form. So I'm going to create a folder with the name of components, and inside there I'm going to create my form.tsx component right here. I'm going to use my RAFCE and register there in my app. Okay, so first of all we have to just use like form, and we have to import that from the components folder. So now I'm going to save there, and this is how it looks like right here, which is looking amazing. So now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to grab our use form, from where we are going to be grabbing there from the React hook form. We're going to be getting all of our magic like form validation, form handling, and also the errors from this hook. That is why we call it as a React hook form. Okay, so we have to also execute there right here. And now from this use form hook, we are going to be destructuring a few things. First of all, we are going to be destructuring the register. We would also need to destructure the handle submit, and also the form state, and from this form state we are going to be also nested destructuring the errors, and also the is submitting. There we go. So I'm going to save my file, and now let me explain all of that stuff right here. So the first thing that we are destructuring is a register, and register is used to connect input field to the form. Then we have a handle submit, and this is a function which allows us to handle the form submission. Then we have a errors, which contains the validation error for the form, and then we also have a is submitting. So this is basically just a flag, which I'm going to show you in a few seconds. Okay, so yeah, that was just a bit of explanation about the register, handle, submit, and errors. So I'm going to remove that from here. Now we are getting this error, so we have to also resolve this error, so which is a TypeScript error. So I'm going to create my interface right here with the name of form data, and inside there we are going to be first of all defining my name, which will be a string, and also the email, which will be a string, and also the password, which will be a string as well. Okay, so I'm going to take this form data right here, and we have to put there or annotate or use hook with this form data. So here you can see that's now successfully done. We are now getting these errors because we have to use these. Okay, so now to use that, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to remove this form from here, and instead of providing this div, I'm going to change that to form, and I'm going to also provide the onSubmit handler to that. And for this onSubmit handler, we are going to be calling this function, which is a handle submit, which we are now importing from this hook. Okay, so we have to provide there. Now inside there, we are going to be providing our own custom function, which will be the onSubmit function. And now let me create this onSubmit function right here. Okay, so basically we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be just logging to the console or data. Okay, so we have our onSubmit, and it's going to take the data, and now inside there we are going to be just logging that data to the console. That's everything that we have to do. But I'm going to also provide my TypeScript magic right here. So we're going to be using like submit handler. Okay, so now let me just grab that from the React hook form, and we are going to be annotating there with this form data, which we have already defined right here. So the form submission is now totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our input field so that we can type something inside there. So I'll just create a div, and inside this div I will provide like a label, and for this HTML4 I'll just provide like a name, and I'm going to also provide a name as a label. Now underneath there we're going to be defining our input field right here. It's going to take the type of text, and we're going to be also providing the ID of name to there. Here now we are going to be using our register function. Okay, so I'm going to use ... and here we have to call this register function, which is now coming from this use form hook right here. So we are now calling there right here. So the first argument it takes is a name, as you can see right here, like argument name was not provided. Like you can provide the name of name or email or password or anything that you prefer. Then you have to also specify, like you don't have to, but if you wanted to, you can provide a validation data there. So instead of talking about the theory, let me just provide a name right here. Okay, and I'm going to provide a comma, and then we're going to be providing some sort of a validation rules. Okay, so I'll just use like required. This should be required, but if somebody did not specify the name, so we are going to be throwing this error, which will say like name is required. Okay, so I'm going to save my file. So this is how we are going to be making a setup for our input field. This is how we are going to be telling our React hook form that you have to take care of this input field. If somebody did not specify anything inside this input field, so we are going to be providing this error, which will say like name is required. Okay, so this is going to be our constraint or our rule, and this is how we are going to be registering there for our React hook form. Now what if somebody did not provide something inside this input field? So we are going to be just throwing some sort of error right here. Okay, so I'm going to use like my curly braces, and inside there we are going to be going into our errors, which we are also importing from our use form right here. We are going to be grabbing them, and here we have to use the dot notation. And from where is our error coming from? Our error is coming from this name, so I'm going to select that. So if you got some sort of error, we're going to be using this AND operator. Okay, so then we have to specify or show that error right here. We're going to be using like error.name, and we are going to be getting the message out of there. Okay, and now here for this paragraph, I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to that. So I'll just use like the color will be now set to totally red. I'm going to save my file, and now let me just test this out. Here you can see we have our input field, but so you know what, let me also create some sort of a button which will just allows us to submit. I'll just write like type of submit to the save my file, and now if I didn't specify anything to there and click on the submit, so it's going to give us like name is required. If I just write like, I don't know, maybe ABC, save my file, and now let me click on the submit button one more time, so it's going to give us that ABC right here. This is how we are going to be registering our input field. This is how we are going to be providing a constraint for that, and this is how we are going to be rendering that specific error right here. Okay, so then it's done. I'm going to also remove this button from here. Now let me take care of the email, and also so I'm going to create yet another div, and inside this div, first of all, we have to provide our label, which will take an email, and also we have to define our input field, and it's going to take the input or the type of email. Now that we have to tell our React hook form that you have to keep track of this input field. So we are going to be using the register function, and we are going to be providing an email right here. And I'm going to also provide a bit of rule today, like this will be required. If somebody provide invalid email, so we're going to be writing like email is required. That's going to be the first thing. And now we're going to be also providing our pattern, like what will be the pattern of our email. Okay, so for the value, if you know what a JSX is, cool. But if you don't know what a JSX is, but so this is how it looks like. To be honest, I also don't know what a JSX is. I just copied this snippet from a ChatGPT. So yeah, I'm using that right here. And we also have to specify some sort of a message right here, which will say like invalid email address, like so. Now I'm going to save my file. So now that we successfully tell our React hook form that you have to keep track of this input field, and also we are telling it if somebody did not specify nothing inside there, we are going to be showing like email is required. And also if the email is invalid, so we are going to be showing like email is invalid. Now underneath there, I'm going to also provide the ID of email, and the placeholder will also say email right here. I'm going to save my file, but we also have to show those errors. Okay, so to show those errors, we are going to be using like errors.email in this case. And if that is the case, so come on, if that is the case, so we are going to be just creating a div. And now inside this div, we are going to be rendering our error right here, like error email.message. And we also have to change the color of that to like color will be now set to totally red. Like so. I'm gonna save my file, but we cannot see there because we have to create our button which will allow us to submit this form. So I'll just use like submit, and the type will be also set to submit. If I didn't specify nothing to there, and if I click on this submit, it's gonna give us two errors right here. So it's gonna give us like name is required and email is also required. So if I just specify some sort of a name, and for the email I'm gonna write like I don't know, or you know what, test. Yeah, test would be fine. So here you can see we're now getting our invalid email address. So if I use like test@gmail.com, that error is now successfully gone. And now if I click on that, we are no longer getting that error. This is how we are going to be keeping track of that. Now outside from this div, we are going to be creating yet another div. Okay, so I'll just create a div for what do we call it, for the password. So I'll just create an input field with the type of password. And here we have to specify first of all our register function, so that we have to tell our React hook form that you also have to keep track of this input field, and we're going to be providing our password today. And also the minimum length will be value. Let's just provide a value, and the minimum length will be 8 characters. If the password length is less than 8 characters, so we are going to be showing this error like password must be at least 8 characters. And now outside from there, we are going to be also providing our placeholder, and the placeholder will be just a password like so. So if I save my file, and now underneath there, I'm going to also render my errors right here. So if you have some sort of an error inside the password, so we are going to be showing that error, and we are going to be also providing a color of red to there. So here you can see we have our name, email, and also the password, and we can also provide a label for that, but I guess like we don't have to. And now we are going to be creating our button, which will just say submit. And now we are going to be also providing a type of submit to there. So if I save my file, now let me just fill this form. So I'm going to just provide like the name of Hussein and test@gmail.com, and I'm going to only provide like 1 2 3. And now if I click on submit, so it's going to give us that error like password must be at least 8 characters. If I write like 4 5, still 7 8 9 10, and here you can see that it is now successfully gone. So yeah, this is how we're going to be working with the validation or the React hook form library. But I'm going to also show you the disable state. If you want to disable this button on the form submitting state, so for that we can use the disable. Come on, not this one, the disable. And here we have to specify the is submitting. So it's going to give us a boolean value. So if our form is submitting, so the button will be disabled. But if our form is not submitting, it's going to give us a false, and our button will no longer be disabled. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And I'm going to also change the text of that to like if it is submitting, let me just use like if it is submitting. So in that situation, we're going to be using like loading ... And if that's not the case, we're going to be using submit. Now let me just save my file, and now I'm going to just write like Hussein and this email, and also I'll just provide some sort of a random password. And here you can see if I click on that, you cannot see that because that's super quick. So you cannot see that. In the production, you will see that. So yeah, that was just the basics of React hook form library. Now let me give you one more example of the React hook form. So if you care about that, you can totally watch that, or if you don't, so you can go ahead and jump to the next section. And now let's just create another form which will be a bit of advanced form. It's not that much advanced, to be honest. Like, we're not going to be learning anything new, but this form is only for the practice. Okay, so let's just save there and go ahead and go to our app, advanced form right here, register there, save my file. And I'm gonna also go ahead and go to my src folder and use my style.css right here, and I'm gonna provide all of the css which you can find on my GitHub repository. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a bit of advanced form, not that much advanced to be honest, but the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab our use form. From where? From the React hook form. We would also need to grab the submit handler from this React hook form, and we also have to import our styling. So we are going to be using like style.css, save my file, and this is how it looks like right here, which is looking amazing. Now let me provide an interface of the form data. So we are going to be providing like first name, last name, email, city, state, zip code, country, and complete location. Okay, so I'm going to use that inside my component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use my use form once again. From this use form, we are going to be destructuring a few things. We would just destructure our register, which will allow us to register our input field. We would also need our handle submit whenever we are submitting our data, and we will also need a few state from this component. So we will just need like the errors. That's gonna be it. Now let me just annotate my form data right here so that we don't get those errors. So that's cool. Now I'm gonna just remove that from here and change this one to the form. So I'll use like, oh, you know what, we're not gonna do that. We are not gonna do that. Okay, let's just put a class name of form container, and inside this div we're going to be creating our h2, which will say like registration form, and now underneath there we're going to be creating our form. It's not going to take any action, but we are going to be providing our own submit handler, and whenever we are submitting this, we are going to be using the handle submit from the React hook form. And let's just provide our own submit function to there. So I'll use like on submit, and let's just create our own submit right here. So basically we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be just logging all of that data to the console. So I'll just use like on submit, and whenever we are submitting there, we are going to be using our submit handler, and let's just provide our form data to there, and that's going to be equals to this data. We are going to be taking that data as a parameter, and then we are going to be logging that data to the console. And now inside this form, what I want to do, I want to create a div. Inside this div, let's just provide our label, which will say like first name, and it's going to take like a first name as a label. We're going to be also providing our input field, and the ID will be set to first name like so. And we're going to be also providing our register. So I'll use like register, and here we have to use our first name. And now for the next parameter, we have to provide our patterns. So I'll use, or not a pattern, but our constraints. So I'll use like required, and that should be required. We have to provide like first name is required. There we go. Save my file. Let's just go back, and this is how it looks like. And now underneath there, we are going to be also rendering our errors. So if you have some sort of errors inside our first name, so in that situation, we're going to be rendering our paragraph, which will say like errors first name dot message. So we're going to be just basically grabbing the message from there. So that's done. Now underneath this div, we are going to be defining yet another div. Okay, so inside that div, we're going to be defining our label, which will say like last name, and inside there, let's just provide our last name right here. We're going to be also providing our input field with the type of text and the ID of last name to there. And now we have to register there, so we are going to be using our register function. Let's just provide our last name inside there, and here there's going to be required, so we also have to provide our required. Okay, so I'll use like last name is required. There we go. And finally, we have to render those errors. We are going to be using like errors dot last name, and let's just render our paragraph right here. And inside this paragraph, we are going to be using like errors dot last name dot message. There we go. Next, we also have to take care of the email. So let's just create our label for the email in lowercase email like so. And we are going to be providing our input field. And for this input field, we are going to be providing a type of email, the ID of email, and also let's just register there right here. Okay, so I'm going to be using like email, and inside there, let's just require there by providing an email address is required, and this should be double D. I'm going to also provide my pattern, and for the value of this pattern, we are going to be passing this pattern, which I copied from the ChatGPT, to be honest. Okay, and we are going to be also providing a message which will say like invalid email address. We also have to render our errors, so I'm going to be using like errors.email and we have to render our errors by using our paragraphs. So I'm going to be using like errors.email and then dot message. Now outside from there, we are going to be creating a div one more time, and inside there, let's just create our label for the city. Come on, city, and let's just also provide our city here, and also the ID will be set to city, and let's just register there by using dot 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 register function. We have to provide our city, and also that's going to be required. Okay, so if that is required, so we are going to be using like city is required. There we go. And also let's just render our errors by using errors.city. God damn it, why the hell am I not getting there? Errors.city. And if we have some sort of error coming from the city, we're going to be rendering our errors.city.message. There we go. There's gonna be a lot of typing. We have to create another div and also provide our label, and label will say state, and also provide our state here. For the input field, we are going to be providing text obviously, and ID will be set to state. Then it's going to be required, and we are going to be providing what state inside, not required, but that's going to be registered. We have to register that here. Okay, so it's going to take the state, and that is going to be required. There we go. So state is required. Now underneath this input field, we have to use our errors.state one more time, and I'm going to use my AND operator and provide my paragraph and change that to errors.state.message. And now outside from there, I guess I have to just duplicate that like a few times. So I'm going to create for the zip code, next for the country, and also one for the complete location. Okay, so now here that's going to be it for the state. We also have to create one more for the zip, so I'll just change that to a zip like so. Change this one to zip, or in uppercase zip. The ID will be set to zip, and the state will also be zip, and zip is required. Next we have to create a country, so I'll provide like country, and here we have to provide a country as a label, and ID will be set to country. The register, we are going to be registering our country, and country is required like so. And the final one that we have is a complete location, so I'll just write like complete location, LOCATION, and here we also have to provide our complete location. And for this text, I'm going to also copy them and place it here and place it here as well. And complete location is required, so I'll use like complete location is required. And we did not change the state, so instead of providing a state for all of them, I'm going to change that to zip, change this one to country, and also this one to the complete location right here. So now if I hit enter, oh, I also have to change this value right here. So I'm going to copy that, place that here. I'm going to also copy the country, place that to the state, and the complete location will also be here. Okay, so now finally if I save my file, and now let's just test this out. So here you can see we are now getting our form button, which will just say submit, and we are going to be also providing a type of submit to there. Save my file, and we are now getting our button right here. So if I didn't specify nothing to there and click on a submit, so it's going to give us these warnings. It's going to say like first name is required, last name is required, email address is required, city and state is required, zip, country, and complete is required, complete location is required. What the hell? Complete location is required. So it's going to give us like a complete location is required. So I'll provide like my own name, Hussein, last name is set to WebDev, and provide an email as a test@gmail.com, and also the city will be something, state will be, I don't know, the zip code will be 4312, and country will be and complete location will be god damn it, I'm gonna copy this something, then I don't know, then the zip code will be 5312, and also the country is, yeah. And now if I click on the submit button, we are not getting anything, but we can also go ahead and go to the inspect element. We can see all of that content right here. So we are getting these errors, and now if I, let me just refresh there, click on submit one more time, and now we are getting all of that data like city, complete location, country, email, first name, last name, state, and zip. So yeah, that was a lot about the React hook form that we've learned. So if you have a spare time, you can definitely go ahead and do some other stuff with them. But yeah, I am done with the React hook form. Welcome to the React 19 masterclass. So in this section, we are going to be covering every single thing that there is to learn about the React 19. And keep in mind, I'm going to be also making a separate video about the React 19 because I know there are a lot more features coming in the React 19 and I cannot cover that right now because they are not even released yet. I've met with a lot of meta developer and they tell me about a certain features which are coming into the React 19 but not right now, but I promise they are coming. So yeah, now let's talk about the biggest feature about the React 19, which is their own compilers. React 19 now includes its own compiler which will not only speed up the performance but also automate a certain tedious task, reducing the overload for developers. So yeah, we have a new compiler, hooray! Next, we no longer have to care about the memoization and the memorization and stuff like that. With React 19 new compiler, there is no need for the memorization or memoization, the process of optimizing a component to prevent unnecessary re-renders. Previously, we relied on the use memo and also on the use callback hook for these purposes, but now thankfully, they are totally obsolete because of the React 19 compiler. We also have another feature in React 19 which is called the metadata. So we no longer need to install third-party packages for SEO and metadata because React 19 now offers built-in support for these features. We can place the tags anywhere within our component and that will work totally fine in the client component and also on the server component. So yeah, that's also a big thing. Now let's talk about everyone's favorite topic, which is called the directives. So React 19 now includes built-in support for the use client and also the use server directives. We are not going to be covering the use server one because it involves some sort of a backend functionality, but we are not going to be covering that not right now, but I will make a separate video about this. Allow component to be rendered on the server, resulting in improved SEO, faster page load time, and more straightforward data fetching. So yeah, that was a few things, but now let's talk about what are the things which are now completely obsolete in the React 19. So we no longer have to worry about the forward ref. We also have to don't care about the React lazy loading and also the use context. I mean, like, yeah, we totally can use the use context, like nothing is stopping us, but we are not going to be using the use context. We are going to be only using use. That's it, which is something I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. We no longer have to care about the memo, the use effect, and also the use callback. We are going to be using the use effect for the side effects, but not for the data fetching. So yeah, that was a few things, but now let's talk about the use. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, where in the world is Hossein getting these amazing wallpapers? I'm going to show you from where, but first we have to make a setup for our course. Let's just make a setup for this course. I'm going to zoom in a bit, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to install React. I'll use like npm create read at latest, and then I'll get the name of like React 19 features or something like that. I'm going to choose React.js and also TypeScript. So now let's get into the React.js, and now we are going to be using npm to install every single thing inside there. That's done. Now React.js, by the time of this recording, React 19 version is not available, so we're going to be using the experimentals. So you just have to provide this command. So now let me just place there. So first of all, you have to use npm then React add experimental, and also React DOM add experimental. So I'm going to hit enter. So it's going to also install that inside their project. So now let me just open that in my VS Code, and this is how it looks like. So I'm going to remove the public folder. I'm going to also go into the src and remove this assets folder, remove the app.css file, and let's just empty out this app.tsx, and I'm going to only write my rafce inside there, save my file, and also I'm going to remove every single thing from this index.css file. And now I'm going to go into that TailwindCSS.com, click on the getting started, go to the framework and guides, choose read, and copy this command, open my terminal, place that here, and it's going to install TailwindCSS inside my project. I'm going to also hit enter, so it's going to initialize TailwindCSS inside my project. So I'm going to copy there, and let's just go into our Tailwind config and replace that with this new content. Okay, and finally we also have to copy this index.css stuff and place there here, and we have to run there by using npm run dev. Check this out. So I'll use like localhost, and yep, everything is working the way I expect them to work. So now let's talk about the use hook in React 19. So the use hook lets you read and load resources asynchronously, such as promises or context. So unlike any other hook, we can use the use hook inside the loops, and we can also use them inside the conditional statement. In certain situations, it can serve as a replacement for the useEffect when fetching the data, something which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. And it also streamlines the context usage by allowing you to use the use context, like just use the use and then provide your context inside there, instead of using the use context hook and then providing your context. So yeah, that's just a theory about the use hook. And now let's write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. I fast forward the video and created a component folder, and inside there we have our fetch-to-do.tsx file. And now inside this file we are now fetching our data. So now let me just show you every single thing. First of all, we are importing the useState and also the useEffect. Then we are creating an interface for our to-do, which will only hold the title, and title will be a string. Then we have our component with the name of fetch to do. Inside there we have a to do state, which will allows us to store our to dos inside this state. Next we also have a loading state, which will allows us to either show the loading or hide the loading. Then for the side effect, we are now using the useEffect, and inside this useEffect we are now fetching our data. Okay, so we are now creating a function with the name of fetch data, which is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this function we are now providing a try and catch block. So first of all, we are going to be fetching our data from this URL. If we don't have the data, so we are going to be throwing this response. But if we do have the data, so we are going to be converting that to JSON. Finally, we have to send that to our to do so that we can render there. If that's not the case, we are going to be getting some sort of an error, which we are logging to the console. And if that's also not the case, we are going to be providing our loader. Finally, we are just calling our function to get all of the data. So now let me just collapse them. We are also checking if we have the loading. So we are going to be showing this loader. And if that's not the case, so finally we have to just render our title from this to do. So yeah, that was our entire component. And now if you want to execute or call that component inside our app, so this is how we are going to be doing there. And now I'm going to render this component right here. So I'll use like fetch to do, and let's just close that like so. I'm going to try to import there. So this is how we are going to be importing this. So let's just save our file. And here you can see we're now getting our title right here, which is a random to do title, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. But we no longer have to write like all of that code, like using the useEffect and using the if and else statement and all of that crap. We have to just remove them. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to just use our component right here, which is a fetch to do component. And inside this fetch to do, first of all, we are going to be creating a variable with the name of data. And inside this data, we are going to be using the use. And where in the word is use coming from? Use will be coming from the React.js. So I'll just import the use from the React.js. Okay, so this is how we are going to be importing the use function or the use hook from the React.js. And now inside this use, we have to specify our promise. So I'll just provide a function which will be a fetch data function. And now we have to create this function separately. We can also provide our function right here if you wanted to. So I'll just create my function separately with the name of like fetch data. And inside this function, what do you want to do? Let's just write our asynchronous function. And inside this function, we're going to be making a request to this URL, which is https and then JSON placeholder dot type icode.com and then to dos and one. So we're going to be storing that in the res variable, and now we have to just return the res.json. Okay, like so. Now that we successfully fetch our data, now we are providing that to our use function. Next, we have to render the data to the DOM. So I'll just remove this fetch to do from here, and I'm going to only use data dot and then title. So if I use this, save my file, this also is going to give us an error. And why is that? Because whenever we want to use the use function or the hook, we have to wrap that inside the suspense. So I'm going to just select this div, and we have to convert that to suspense like so. Suspense is a huge topic which we are going to be covering in this course, but not right now. Okay, and here you can see we're now getting our title, which is looking cool. So yeah, this is how we are going to be fetching our data by using the use hook. So now let me just show you that once again. First of all, we are going to be importing the use hook, and inside this use hook, we are going to be providing our promise. Okay, so here we are now providing our fetch data function, and now we are creating that fetch data function. And inside this fetch data function, we are now fetching our data from this URL, and then we are converting that data to our JSON. Okay, so this is how it's going to allow us to fetch the data, and this is how we are going to be showing that data to the DOM. Now let me show you how we're going to be using the use hook with context. So first of all, I have my app component, and inside this app component, I am now rendering my theme component. So now let me go ahead and go to my theme, and whoa, that's a lot of coding, Hussein. That's a lot of coding. So now let me just explain all of them one by one. First of all, we are defining a type forward theme. It's going to be either a light or a dark theme, and then we are creating an interface, and then inside this interface we have a theme which will be coming from that theme, like either the light or the dark theme. Then we have a toggle function which will only return the white. Then we are creating our context, and this context will either take the theme context type or undefined. So for the initial value, we are now specifying undefined to there. Now we are creating our provider, and inside this provider is going to take a children, so we are now just annotating there right here. And now inside there we are now creating our theme which will be shareable for all of our components. So we are now just creating a straightforward theme, and the initial value will be set to light. We are also creating a toggle theme function which will allow us to either provide the light or dark, or toggle that to either a light or dark theme. Then we are just passing the theme and also a toggle theme function to our context provider, like theme context provider to be precise. And here you can see we have our theme component, and now inside this theme component we are now wrapping our card component by using our theme provider. Okay, and finally we are just creating a custom hook which is a use theme, and we are checking if we have the context. So cool, get the context. But if you don't have the context, then show this error like use theme must be within the theme provider component. So that's everything for this component. Now let me go ahead and go to my card component, and we are not doing anything crazy, but we are first of all importing our context from theme context, and we are now passing them to the use context. And if we don't have the context, so then we're going to be rendering this error. So if we have the context, so we're going to be destructuring the theme and also the toggle theme function from there. We're providing a bit of styling to there, and we are now rendering our theme totally dynamically. So if our theme is equal to light, then we're going to be changing the background color to totally white. But if that's not the case, we're going to be changing the background color to kind of a tealish color. Okay, and we are also providing our h1, providing our styling totally dynamically, and also we are creating some sort of a paragraph and providing our style to them. And finally we have our button which will allow us to toggle our theme. So this is how the UI will look like. As you can see, I have this UI, I have this theme card, and also some sort of a lorem ipsum. If I click on this switch to dark mode, it's going to make it as a dark mode. If I click on there once again, so it's going to make it totally light mode. So yeah, this is what's going on. Now using the React 19 version, we no longer have to use, what do we call it, this use context. So now we can totally replace that with the use function. So how are we going to be doing there? I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to be importing the use function or hook from where? From the React.js. And now we no longer have to use the use context. We're going to be only using the use. Okay, so now if I save my file, test this out, and click on there, still it works exactly the same. So yeah, that's the only change that we have to do for the React 19. So now let's talk about the actions in React 19. React 19 introduces actions, which are asynchronous functions designed to simplify form submissions. Actions can be utilized on both client and also on the server side. So yeah, that's just a basic theory about the actions. Now let's get into the coding part, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about actions in React 19. But first of all, I want to say that we're going to be only covering actions on the client side. We're not going to be covering them on the server side because we did not learn about the backend. So that's why we're not going to be covering them, not right now, but we will cover them very soon. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder, and inside there, we're going to be defining our form.jsx file. Or you know what, this should be a TSX rather. So now let me just change that to TSX. I'm going to use my RAFC component and go into my app and register my component right here. So let's just create our form and register this component. And here you can see we are now getting our form. So first of all, I'm going to provide my UI today, and then we will provide the rest of the stuff. So I'll change this div to a form, and now inside this form, we're going to be creating a label, and this label will be a name label. So I'll just write like label for the name, and we're going to be also providing an input field with the type of text, and we're going to be also providing an ID, and the ID will be set to name. And please do not forget this one, you have to specify a name if you want to work with a form. Okay, so you have to specify some sort of a name for your input field. So I'll just write like name for this one, and now I'm going to save them. So now underneath this one, we're going to be also creating, let me just write a BR right here. So we're going to be also creating a label for the email. I'll write like label, and I'm going to just write like email and also email there. Now let me just provide my input field with the type of, you know what, email would be fine. So I'll just change that to email. I'll also provide my ID of email. And once again, I can't stress that enough. You have to specify the name if you are working with the action. So we have to specify some sort of a name for that. And yeah, now underneath this one, we're going to be creating our BR once again. And let's just create one more label and also an input field for the password. So I'll just write like password and then password inside there. So I'll just use my input field with the type of password in this case. And we're going to be also providing an ID, and the ID will take a password. And once again, we're going to be providing a name, and the name will be password. So now underneath them, let's just create our button which allows us to submit our form. So I'll just write a BR. And now we're going to be creating a button for the submit. So I'll just provide a type, and the type will be submit. Okay. And yeah, I'm gonna just save this file. This is how my form looks like. I know it is looking super ugly. So now let me just provide a bit of styling to them. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna provide the styling to this input field, and also to this input field. We're going to be also providing a different styling for this submit button. So now let me just place this. So now if I save my file and check this out, so here you can see this is how my UI looks like. I know, super amazing, right? Yeah, it is amazing. So let's talk about the forms. So as I said, that forms are just an asynchronous function which we are going to be attaching for our form. So what we have to do, I mean like action or asynchronous function which we are going to be attaching for our form. I don't know what the hell I just said in the first place. So I'll just use like action. We just have to specify our action and change the to the PHP code. If you guys are aware of a PHP code, you guys already know all of that stuff, but if you don't, you don't have to worry about that. So here we have to specify some sort of a arrow function or some sort of a function. So I'll use like form action function, and this should be action form action function, and now I'm gonna copy them, and now let me just create that right here. So I'll use like const form action, and it's gonna take a special parameter which will be a form data. Okay, so now inside them, what do we have to do? We have to create some sort of a user data. So I'll use like const user data. It's going to be equals to this object, and now I'm going to provide the property of name to them, and that data will be coming from this form data. We are now attaching this function to this form by using our action. Then we are providing this parameter which is the form data. So now we are going to be copying and pasting there. Then we have a property inside there. So if I just use the dot get, and here we can now get our data. So where in the world is this name coming from? This name is coming from this name which we are now providing right here. Okay, so it's going to select that name form, or that name input to be precise. Now I'm going to provide a comma. I'm going to also provide an email, and for the email we're going to be providing our form data dot get method once again, and now we're going to be providing our email, and finally we have to also create that for the password. So I'll use like form data and then get method and provide our password, in this case password. There we go. Now I'm going to save my file, and now underneath them we have to just log to the console this user data, and now let me just save them. It is giving us an error, and you know what, let me just provide like any type to there. So yeah, we are now getting all of their data. So you know what, let's just go ahead and check this out. And now if I open my console, let's just go ahead and go to our console, and I am going to provide my name like Hussein, and then something or test@gmail.com and some random password. And now if I click on this submit button, it's going to give us that data right here. As you can see, I have my name data, I have my email data, and I also have my password data. So now you are totally free to do whatever you want to do with that data. You can totally modify that, you can send that to a server, you can do whatever you want to do with that data. So now let me just explain that once again. First of all, we are going to be creating some sort of a form, and then we have to specify some sort of a name for our input field so that we can select that specific input field by that specific name. We also have to use our action, and for this action we are going to be providing some sort of a function. So you can pass your function right here, or you can create this separately as I did right here. Okay, so now inside this function it's going to take this form data as a parameter, and you can totally get your data by using this form data dot get method, and here you have to specify your name. Okay, and then you can do whatever you want to do with that data. So yeah, that was just the basics of actions in React.js on the client side. We're not going to be covering the server side because we are not there yet. Now let's talk about the useFormStatus hook in React 19. So useFormStatus is a hook that gives you a status information about the last form submission. And this is how the syntax will look like. First of all, we are going to be using the useFormStatus, like we are going to be executing our hook, and then we are going to be destructuring the pending, data, method, and also the action. Totally self-explanatory. So now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what a useFormStatus is. So now let's talk about the most easy, a bit weird, and also not that much useful hook in React 19, which is called the useForm hook. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder, and I'm going to create my form.tsx inside there. And let's just use our RAFCE, save my file, and register this component right here. Okay, so I'll use like form and hit enter, so it's going to give us that form right in here, which is looking cool. So let's just remove them. And first thing first, I'm going to just remove them and change that to a form. And inside this form, we are going to be creating our div, and inside this div we have to provide our label, and for this label we have to provide some sort of a label like name or something. And now underneath there, we're going to be also creating an input field with a type of text. We're going to be also providing a class of border. All around will be, or not, yeah, all around will be set to 2, and the ID will be set to name, and we're going to be also providing a specific name because we're going to be using our action inside there, and this should be required. And now underneath this div, we're going to be defining yet another div. So let's just use our div and provide my label inside there, and we have to specify the email and email like so. Okay, so inside there we have to specify our input with a type of email, and we are going to be also providing a ID, and the ID will be an email. We also have to specify the name, and the name will be an email and this should be required too. And finally, we are going to be creating a button, but we are going to be creating there in a separate component, which will be a form button. Okay, so that's why I said that form status hook is a bit weird one, because whenever we have to use that function, we have to create a separate component, or use that hook, we have to create a separate component for that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and define or create my component right here with the name of form button.tsx. I'm going to only use my RAFCE inside there and just call this function, save my file, import this component right here. Now I'm going to also create an action for my form, so I'll use like action, and here we have to specify some sort of action, so I'll give it the name of like my action. I'm gonna copy them, and let's just create this action right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just create my action, and this should be an asynchronous action. Here we have to specify our form data, and inside this form data we're going to be using like await and then new promise, and that's the only reason we marked it as an asynchronous component, or action to be precise. And inside this promise we have to provide a resolve, and when this is resolved we are going to be firing this function, which is a set timeout, and here we have to specify the resolve function to them, and also we have to provide the delay of 2000. Now underneath there we are going to be getting our data, so I'll use like new post, or post rather, and inside there we are going to be first of all getting the name, and name will be coming from the form data, and then we have to use the get method to get the data by using our name. I'm going to also duplicate and change that to email, and also change this one to email as well. And now I'm going to be using like console.log of new post, and now let me just save my file. We are now getting this error, so I'll just annotate there with the any flag. Now this component is done. I'm going to go ahead and go to my form button component, and now let's just use our form status hook inside there. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my use form status. We have to grab them manually from where? From the React DOM, not from the React.js, but from the React DOM, like so. Now that we successfully get there, so now I'm going to be using this, so I'll use like use form status and execute there. I'm going to store them in some sort of variable like form or something. Now let me just log this form to the console. So now if I save my file, and now I'm going to go ahead and go to my console, and here you can see we're now getting an object. And so now if I just refresh there, so we have an action which we can provide for our form. We are not interested in there. We can also have a data which we can also render inside our component. We're not interested in there. We also have a different methods. I'm not quite sure what in the word is a method, but yeah, we have this flag which is a pending. So now it is giving us a status of our form. Okay, so we are now only interested in this pending, so I'm going to just destructure there. So to destructure there, I'm going to only use this bracket, and I'm going to use like pending inside there. Okay, so now if I just use like pending, save my file once again and refresh there, and now it's going to give us false right here. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove there and change the with a button component, or just a simple button. And we also want to provide a type, and the type will be set to submit, and here we have to specify our flag. So I'll just use like, if that is pending, then make this component disabled, but if that's not pending, so then we can just do whatever we want to do with it. And I'm going to also provide like, if we have a pending state, so in that situation we can just use like submitting dot dot dot. But if that's not the case, we can just write like submit, like so, submit. There we go. So now if I save my file and test this out, so now let me just refresh there, and yeah, you know what, let me just go ahead and provide a style to this one. I'll copy this style and place there right here inside this input field. So now both of them are looking cool. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to specify Hussein test at gmail.com, and now if I click on this submit and watch what happened, it is now giving us a submitting, and then it will submit their data. It's going to give us all of their data right here, and then it will give us their submit. Let me just try that once again. Okay, so I'll use like something and then something at gmail.com. There we go. So now if I click on there once again, let me just clear this out. If I click on there once again, here you can see it is now giving us a submitting, and then it's going to give us that data, and then it's going to give us that submit. I don't know why we are getting this error, but we are getting that. So this hook will only give us the status about our form. So now in this case, we are now only interested in the pending state, so we can totally use that. Now let's talk about the use action hook in React 19. So when I was recording this video, this hook used to be a useFormStat hook, but this is no longer a useFormStat hook. This is a useActionState hook. So that's the only reason I'm going to be making a separate video about the React 19 features, because I know there will be a lot of changes and I can totally guarantee that. So now let's talk about it. So what is a useActionState? So useActionState is a hook that allow you to update the state based on the result of a form action, and this is how the syntax will look like. First of all, we are going to be calling our useActionState. We can provide the function, we can also provide the initial value, and now it's going to give us the return value of array. And now inside this array, we can totally destructure the state and also the form action, which we can provide for our form. So this is the theory, and now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let's talk about the useActionState hook in React 19. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder, and inside there we're going to be providing our count.tsx, and now inside there let's just use our arrayfce and register this component right in here like my counter, or just a count, and execute that. And here you can see we're now getting our count, which is looking cool. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to call my useActionState hook. So I'll use like useAction, and then come on, useActionState hook, and now we are going to be grabbing that from the React.js. So I'll import that by using import and then use action. Come on, action state. It is still not giving me a suggestion. So we are going to be grabbing that from the React.js. Okay, import. There we go. So now if I save my file, still we are getting this error. I don't know why, but we are getting this error. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to try to explain that, but I want you to give me a few seconds because it takes a lot of things. We are going to be destructuring the state and also the form action which we can provide for our form. Okay, so we're going to be destructuring the state and also the form action, and for the initial value we're going to be specifying first of all the increment function, which will allows us to change our form, and we can also specify initial value, and the initial value will be like basically anything you want to provide. I'm gonna only provide 0 for the initial value. So let me just explain that once again. First of all, we are going to be providing some sort of a function which will allows us to change our data or our initial state or just our state. Then we can provide an initial value for our state, and it can be anything. You can provide a string, you can provide an object, you can provide array, you can provide anything that you prefer. But now in this case, I'm now creating a counter. So I'm now specifying a 0 value inside there. Okay, and we are going to be destructuring the state. We'll be holding the value of 0 inside there, which means like we are now destructuring there so that we can use there inside our UI. Then we have an action, and you already learned like what is the action. So I'm gonna also show you that in a few seconds, which means like we're going to be using that inside our form. So now let me just save there, and I'm going to change that to a form once again, and also change this one to a form. So now let's just remove this count from here, and I'm going to be using my h1. Come on, this h1, and I'll just say like I'll just render my state inside there, but it will give me an error, and you guessed it, why it will give us an error. So I'll just provide a styling of like text3xl. It's going to give us an error because we have to create this function right here, or this action, whatever you want to call that. So I'll just use like async flag and create my function inside there like so, and the name will be increment. So it's going to take a few parameters. Now let me provide like previous state, and it's going to also get the form data. If you don't want to provide this previous state, you don't have to, but if you want to get the data, you have to specify the form data to there. Okay, so I want to use my previous state, so it's going to also give us a previous state right here. So now if I want to log to the console my data, so I'm going to be using like form data dot get method, and here we have to specify the name inside there. And why is there? Oh, we did not create our what we call it, we did not create our input field, but yeah, we are going to be getting our data by using this name. And also let's just use our return statement, and here we have to specify our previous state plus 1. Okay, so now I'm going to save my file. I know it is giving us a lot of errors, but we don't have to worry about the errors right now. We only have to care about this use form actions. So this is how we are going to be rendering our data. And now let me show you. So here you can see we're now getting the initial value of 0 because we are providing a 0 to there. But if I change that to this number and save my file, and now let me just refresh there, and here you can see it's going to give us that number right here. So I'm going to make that as a 0 right here once again. And now we have to create our button which will allows us to increment or change our state. So I'll use like button, and inside this button I'll provide my increment flag right here. And also I'm going to provide a bit of styling, like background will be set to totally tail of 300, and also padding will be set to 2. And I'm going to be using my form action inside there, and here we have to specify our form action, okay, which we are providing right here. I'm going to provide my br, so I'll use like br, and now underneath there we have to create our input field, and the type will be set to text. We're going to be also providing a placeholder, and I'll just say like please enter your name, enter your name, like so. And also I'm going to provide a bit of classes to it, so like border will be set to 2 pixel all around. And now let me just use that name. And what did I provide right here? We are now getting our data by using this name, so we have to specify that name, name right here. So now if I save my file, test this out, and here you can see we're now getting a lot of weirdness. But now let me just refresh there, and yeah, if I click on this increment function, so it's gonna allows us to increment our counter. And if I type something inside there and click on this increment, it's gonna also give us the data inside there. So yeah, that was our useActionState. Let me just explain that once again. This function will take an increment function or some sort of a function which will allows us to change our initial value, and this is how we are going to be providing an initial value to there. It's going to give us a state which we can render inside our UI. It's going to also give us a form action which we can execute on our specific button or on our specific action. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our increment function. It's going to take a previous state, and it's going to also take a form data, and now we are logging that data to our console, and we are also just incrementing our counter by 1. And yeah, that was just it about the useActionState in React 19. Okay, so now let's talk about the useTransition hook in React.js. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder, and inside there we're going to be creating a lot of components. So I'll use like home.tsx. I'm going to also use the contact.tsx, and also the post.tsx. So I'll use my RAFCE inside this component. RAFCE, 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 give me a Pepsi, or what? What the fuck am I saying? So let's just create our state. So I'll use like active tab, and then set active tab, and it's going to be equals to this function which is a useState function, and the initial value will be set to home. And now we have to create a function which will allows us to render our content. So I'll use like render content, and here we're going to be just creating a function, and here we just have to use our switch and cases, baby. So I'll use like active tab, and for the active tab case we're going to be providing a home, and now we're going to be returning the home component from there. Okay, so let's just import there, remove this break from here, and also provide a case for the post, like so, and return the post. There we go. And I'm going to also close that. Now we also have to use the case, and the case will be set for the contact. And if that's the case, so we're going to be returning the contact component. And first I want to give you the example without using the useTransition hook, and then we're going to be refactoring that hook. Then we are going to be refactoring that code to use the useTransition hook. So now I'll use like home and import that right here. Okay, everything is working the way we expect him to work. And now we have to create our UI. So I'm going to go ahead and create my UI right here. I'll use first of all my div with the class of tabs, and inside there we have to create our button, and I'll just use like home, and then change that to post, and then change that to contact. And now I'm going to be calling my function on there. So when somebody try to click on this function, we are going to be firing these functions. So like set active tab, and let's just provide our tabs inside there. So I'll use like home, I'm going to also provide a post inside there, and I'm going to also provide a context. So now if I save my file, and underneath there we are going to be rendering our content. So I'll just create a div with the class of content, god damn it, content, there we go. And now we have to render, or what do we call it, render content function inside there. Now let me just save my file, but here is a bit of catch. If I go ahead, and I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to these buttons, so I'll just select there and provide a class name of border2 and save my file. Yep, that's cool. So I'll use like pairing for all around will be set to 4, and I guess that's looking better. So if I click on the home, so it's going to give us a home. If I click on a post, so it's going to give us post. If I click on the contact, it's going to give us a contact. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to the post, and I want to just render a lot of post. So I'll just generate a lot of post. Okay, so to do that, we're going to be using our post, and inside there we're going to be using array.from method, and let's just provide our length and how many you want. So I'll just provide like 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and then we don't need the data, we only need the index, and I'm gonna just write like post inside there, or just a simple post, and render my data inside there like index +1. There we go. So now it's going to give us a lot of post, and now we have to iterate over through all of that post by using the map method and render there. So I'll use like post.map, and here I'm going to only provide a post inside there as an arrow function, and I'm going to also create a div, and inside this div we have to specify our key, and the key will be set to post, and provide a class name of post, and inside this div we have to render our post. Okay, so now if I save my file, and now if I click on this post and watch what happened, everything is now freezed out. I cannot click on the home, I cannot click on the contact. You know what, let me just say that once again. If I go ahead and click on this post once again, now I can click on the home, I can go to the contact page. Until I render all of that data, it will not let me to go to any other component, and everything is now totally freeze up. So if you want to try this code by yourself, you can totally go ahead and try that by yourself, but I think I'm demonstrating that a bit cool. If I click on this post, I cannot go to any other component until all of that data is rendered. Okay, so it is taking a lot of time, and now for this kind of situation we are going to be using the useTransition hook. We are not going to be using a useTransition hook in the day-to-day life. That's just the thing you have to keep in mind. But whenever you want to render a lot of data, like I mean this amount of data, so for that situation you may use the useTransition hook. And yeah, let me just show you how we can refactor our code to use the useTransition hook. So to do that, first of all I'm going to go into my app component, and I am going to import the useTransition hook from the React.js. So I'll just use like useTransition. So I'll just create first of all, or you know what, let me just call this useTransition function, and I am going to store them in some sort of a something or something like that. I'm going to store them inside the something and log that something to the console. So now if I save my file, and I'm going to go ahead and go to my inspect element, go to my console, and now let me just refresh there. So it's going to give us a few things. It's going to give us first of all the false. It's going to also give us a function. Okay, so that false will be the state, like is it pending or not. Okay, so if it is pending, it's going to give us true, but if it is not pending, it's going to give us false. No, so now in this case it is not pending, so it is now giving us a false. And yeah, we have a function which we can provide for our loaded data. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to destructure my what do we call it, is pending, and I'm going to also destructure the start transition function from there. Now I'm going to delete this line of code. Next, we only have to refactor this code, so I'm going to also collapse there, and now I'm going to go ahead and just change the, instead of using this set active tab, I'm going to change that to like handle tab change or something. Okay, I'm going to copy the name of there and provide there here, and also I'm going to just replace that with this handle change. Now I'm going to go ahead and just create that handle change function. So I'll use like const handle change. It's going to take a tab as a parameter, and now inside this function we are going to be using our start transition function, which is coming from this useTransition. So we have to just, it's going to give us an asynchronous function which causes a state update that can be deferred. I know this is a bit mouthful to say, but yeah, I am going to provide my arrow function inside there, and now inside this arrow function I'm going to be using a set active tab and provide my tab inside there. I'll basically call this set active tab, and we have to specify this tab inside there. which we are providing right here. Like we are now providing a home, we are also providing a post, and we are also providing this contact right here. Okay, so I'm gonna also use my flag right here. So if it is pending, so I'll use like if it is pending, in that situation we only want to show some sort of a loader. So I'll use like paragraph, and I'm gonna say like loading dot dot dot, and let's just save our file, and that's the refactor that we have to do. So now I'm inside the home tab. If I click on this post, so it's gonna give us that loading, and that loading is coming from this is pending flag. Okay, so it's gonna give us that that loading, and then it's gonna render all of our content right here. Let me just refresh them. I am now inside the home component. If I click on the post, then I can also click on the contact, and it's gonna brings us to the contact. So yeah, that was just the basics of what do we call it, the useTransition function, or hook to be precise, in React 19. Time for our tabs project setup. So I'm going to use npm create read at latest, and the name will be tabs. I'm going to choose React.js and TypeScript, and now let me go into the tabs project and install every single thing for them. Then's done, I'm going to also install the React icons library. I don't even know if we are going to be using React icons or not. So I guess that's going to be it. So I'm going to open that in my VS Code right here, so close that. Now let me make a cleanup. So I'm going to remove this public folder, and I will also remove this assets app.css, and also we will remove every single thing from the app.tsx and replace it with our own custom component. I'm going to also remove every single thing from there, and the rest of them is fine. So now let me just click on this getting started and go to the frameworks and guides, choose read, and copy this command. And now let me open my terminal and place it right here. So it's going to install TailwindCSS in my machine. So I'm going to go back. Now let me hit enter. While it's doing that, I'm going to copy that, and let's just go into my tailwindconfig.js file and replace it with this content like so. I'm going to also go ahead and copy that and go to my index.css and place my styling there. And let me just test this out. So I'm going to copy this line out, go to my app, and replace it with this new h1 right here. Save my file, and now let me use my npm run dev. So it's going to start my server, and let's just refresh there. We are now getting our hello world with the styling, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to remove this h1 from here, and we are going to be rendering our sidebar and also our profile. But first of all, let me just create a div, and inside this div we are going to be rendering both of their components. So I'll just create a component with the name of, or you know what, a folder with the name of components, and inside there we're going to be defining our sidebar.tsx and also our profile.tsx. I'm going to go into the sidebar, use my RAFCE inside them, go to my profile and use my RAFC inside there as well. And now let me render both of these components. So I'm going to use like sidebar and render them. I'm going to also use the profile and also render this component, and this is how both of them looks like. So I'm going to start working on the sidebar. So I'm going to go into the sidebar component, and we're not going to be doing anything crazy inside the sidebar, but we are going to be providing a lot of styling. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove this div, and I'm going to replace it with the aside, ASIDE, there we go. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the class name of sidebar fixed, and top will be set to 0, left will be set to 0. Let me go back for a few times, and height will be set to screen, which means like totally full. Width will be set to 20. I'm going to also provide a background color of 1A, 1C, and 1E. That's going to be the background color. I'm going to also change the text to totally white, and inside this sidebar, let me just zoom in a bit. We're going to be creating our UL, which will have the classes of pairing for all around will be set to 4, flex and flex will be set to column. And let's just write our justify like so. Justify will be set to between, and items will be set to center. For the height, we are going to be setting there totally full. Let me just save my file. I'm going to create a div with a class of top, and inside there we are going to be creating our li with a class of margin for the bottom will be now set to 2, and create a div with a class of flex, and also items will be set to center. Inside their div, we're going to be just creating our fa home, and there's going to be our icon, and I'm going to also style this icon. So I'll just write like class name of margin for the right will be set to 2, margin for the bottom will be set to 3, and the size I'm going to increase that to 18. Save my file, and this is how everything looks like right here. We only have our home icon, and which is looking cool. Now underneath this li, you know what, let me just duplicate this li for like a few times. Let's just duplicate that one time, and I'm going to change that to fa user, and grab that from the React icons. Let me just save that, and yeah, we are getting the user, which is looking cool. And I'm going to also duplicate that for the final time, So let's just duplicate that and change this icon to FA search, like so. And yeah, we are now getting our search, which is looking cool. And now underneath this div, we are going to be defining our bottom div. Like that was for the top UI. Let me just collapse there. That was for the top UI, which you can see right here. Now we are going to be pushing our icons to the bottom. So for that, we are going to be creating our bottom div right here. So let me just give it the class of bottom, and you can basically give it any class that you prefer. I'm going to write a li. Inside the li, we are going to be using our IOMD settings, SETTINGS, and I'm going to also provide the size of 18 to them. And now underneath them, we're going to be also rendering our FA user from or React icons, and provide a class name of margin for the top will be set to 5, and the size will be set to 18 semi-file. And now we are also getting these icons right here. Basically, you can change that anything that you like, but in my case, that's looking better. So that was it about for the sidebar. Next, we're going to be working with the profile component. Now let me just zoom in a bit, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a state for the banner URL and also for the profile URL. So I'll just create a banner URL in lowercase, and then set banner URL, and that's going to be equals to the useState. And for the initial value, I'm going to specify this string. Okay, so which is going to be basically just a prototype or a simple image. Let me just show you there. If I go to a new screen, and we're going to be getting like 1500 x 400, so this is going to be basically our banner image, and just for prototype, and we would be able to change that in a few seconds. Okay, so that's going to be for the banner. We're going to be also creating a profile URL, so I'll just create like profile URL and also set profile URL, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and this useState will have this link right here, which is just a placeholder image with 100. So now let me also show you that one. So this is how, god damn it, I'm gonna have to copy only the image link, and let me just place that here. And yeah, this is what we are going to be getting for the profile. Now let me go into the UI. So I'll just remove this profile and provide my class name to there. So it's going to be relative, and width will be set to 94%, just like that. And the margin for the left will be set to 5 rems. Inside this div, we're going to be creating a div with the class of relative, and inside this div, we're going to be defining our image, and I'm going to remove them. Now we're going to be providing our banner image, so I'm going to copy them and place them right here. And for the alternative text, I'll just provide like some sort of a, background image or something like that would be fine. And for the classes, I will provide like width will be set to totally full, and height will be set to 60, and also the object will be set to cover, so it's going to take the entire div. So now let me show you that, and here you can see we're now getting our banner, which is looking cool. Now let me also take care of the profile, but now underneath that, we're going to have to create our button. So this button will include a lot of classes, so now let me just provide all of them. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to make it so that this is going to be absolute. This is now relative, so this button will be the absolute for this relative. Top will be set to 2, and the right side will be set to 2. Background will be gray of 800, 800, and text will be set to totally white. Pairing for all around will be set to 2, rounded totally full. And whenever somebody hover over there, we want to change the background color to gray of 600, like so. And inside there, let me just save my file. Inside this button, we're going to be creating our label, and you know what, we're not going to be providing any HTML4 today, but we will provide HTML4. So I'll just write like banner upload or something like that, upload. And we're going to be also providing a class name of cursor to pointer. Label, we're going to be creating a FA camera icon. Let's just get that from the React icons, and I'm going to increase the size of that to 24. Now let me just save that, and yeah, this is how we are going to be getting our icon. Now underneath this label, we are going to be defining our input field. So I'll just write an input. Type will be set to file in this case, because we are going to be uploading some sort of an image. Okay, so I'm going to also provide the ID of banner upload to this one, because we've already specified this banner upload for the HTML4. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the accept flag, so it's going to accept every single image. And also we are going to be providing a class name of hidden to that, so it's going to hide there. And when somebody try to change something, we are going to be firing this function, which is a handle banner change. Okay, so now let me save that. It's going to obviously give us an error because we have to create this function. Okay, so let me just create this function right away. So I'm going to go to the top, and here I'm going to define my banner image. So I'll use like const banner or handle banner image or handle banner change. It's going to take the event. We're going to be first of all creating our file. So I'll just use a file, and it's going to be coming from the event.target.files, and we only want to get the first element out of there. Okay, I'm going to explicitly define that as any, because this is just a file, so it doesn't really matter the type. And we're not going to be doing anything crazy. And now let me just check if we got the file, if we have the file. So in that situation, we're going to be running this set banner URL, and we want to change that to the URL.create object URL, and here we're going to be specifying our file. So now what in the world is this URL and then .create object URL? This line of code is used to create a temporary URL that point to the blob or file object in JavaScript. So yeah, this is what we are going to be doing right now, and we are totally done with this one. So now let me just test this out. First of all, I'm going to go to my YouTube channel, and then I'm going to download my own banner. I'm going to save that to my desktop, and now I'm going to click on this icon, and here I'm going to just choose my banner right here. So whenever I click on there, it's going to add my banner from my YouTube channel, and it's going to add there right here, so which is looking cool. But we also have to take care of our profile image as well. So now underneath there, we are going to be also creating a logo or a profile image, whatever you want to call there. So now underneath this div here, we're going to be defining our channel logo. There we go. And here let's just take care of our channel logo. I'm going to create a div with the class of flex, and items will be set to center, margin for the left will be set to 4, and margin for the top will be set to arbitrary value like 2 rems. And now inside this div, we're going to be defining our image, and for the image text, we're going to be providing our profile URL, which we've already set up above. And now for this alternative text, I'm going to write like channel logo or something like that. And for the class name, I'm going to provide a width of 40, and the height will be also set to 40, and object will be set to totally cover. Okay, and I'm going to also make it totally rounded full so that we get our perfect circle. I'm going to also change that to border totally white and relative relative. There we go. So now I'm going to save my file, and yeah, we are getting our profile kind of a logo but we also need a camera icon there. So now let me just provide a camera icon there. Okay, so I'm going to first of all create my button with the class of absolute, and inside there I'm going to also provide the margin for the left of 3.6 rem, and margin for the top will be set to 10 rem, and background will be set to totally gray of 800, and text will be set to totally white. Padding for all around will be set to 2, rounded will be set to 4, and whenever somebody hover over there, we are going to be changing the background color to gray of 600. And inside this button, we are going to be rendering our FA camera icon, and I'm going to also provide a class name, or not class name, but the size of 24. So if I save my file and check this out, so okay, we are getting something. This is not what we want, so I'm going to cut there and create my label first of all. And for the label, I'm going to provide like a profile upload, and we are going to be also providing a class name of cursor, and which will be set to pointer. And inside this label, we're going to be providing our camera, and I just specified these two classes and I removed their other ones. So here you can see we are providing a margin for the left, but we are now reverting them by using the minus, and I just specify 6 rem, and we are also providing a z index so that we can see our icon. So if I remove this, we are not able to see there. If I do provide my z index, we are now able to see our icon there. I'm going to also provide the margin for the top of 2 rems so that we can see there, or 6 rem would be fine. God damn it, 8 or 9 rems. 9 rem is looking cool. Yeah, 9 rem is looking cool. Now underneath this label, what do you want to do? We just want to create our input field, so I'll use like input, and the type will be set to file. Here we also have to specify the ID, which will be set to profile upload. Okay, like so. We are going to be also providing the except flag, which will be set to image and every single image. Okay, and class name will be set to hidden, so we just want to hide there. And when somebody try to change there, we are going to be firing this function which will be handle profile change. I'm gonna copy the name of there, go to the top and create this function. Underneath there, I'll just use like const handle profile change. It's gonna take the event, and that's gonna be set to any. And here I'm gonna write like file, not files, but just a file, which will be coming from the event.target.file, or god damn it, files, and the first file. And now underneath there, we just have to check if we have the file, so in that situation we are going to be using like set profile URL, and we are going to be providing a URL API, and then inside there we have our create object URL, and then just paste our file inside there. Okay, so here you can see if I click on there, but before I do, I'm gonna have to save my profile image and also save there. Now let me click on this icon. I can choose my image, and who is this amazing guy? Awesome. So yeah, I can change the background color, and I mean like background image, and I can also change the profile image. Now underneath this button, we're going to be providing our channel details. There we go. And now underneath there, let's just create our div. The class of margin for the left will be set to 4. Margin for the top will be also set to 4. Okay, so h1 with the class of text to XL, and font will be set to bold, which will take my own name. You can specify your own name if you wanted to. So I'll write like Hussein WebDev baby. So if I save there, we're now getting there, but that's not looking that cool. So just provide a margin for the left of 4 rem would be fine. And now underneath there, we're going to be creating our paragraph with a label of 1 million views. Did I even get a 1 million views? I'm not quite sure about that. But create a paragraph with a class of margin for the top of 2, and which will have a bit of description. I'm going to just place this description right here. Like, this is a short description for the YouTube channel. It gives the overview of the content and what viewer can expect, or yeah, expect. So I'll also provide the margin for the left of 4 to this one, 4 rem. Copy there and create a class name for the paragraph and place that there. Still amazing. Finally, I'm gonna create a subscribe button, and you guys should subscribe to my YouTube channel. So margin for the top will be set to 4, and background color will be set to red of 600. And I'm gonna also provide a text of totally white. Padding for the y-axis will be 2, padding for the x-axis will be 4, and totally rounded. And whenever somebody hover over there, we are going to be doing that arbitrarily. So I'll just write like background totally red and 500 inside there. And inside this button, I'll just say like subscribe baby, save my file. Now we are getting our subscribe button, but we also have to specify the margin for the left of 4 rem, like so. And yeah, this is looking better. Now that we have to create our tabs component, so I'm going to create a component with the name of tab.tsx, or tabs rather, and I'm going to be using my RAFCE inside there. Now let me just save this file, and here we have to call our tabs component right here. Okay, so I'm going to save my file right now. Check this out. So here you can see we have our tabs component, which is looking cool. So what I'm going to do is that, first of all, let me just zoom in a bit. I'm going to place the tabs data right here. Okay, so here you can see we have our tabs array, and inside this tab array we have a few objects. So each object will have the ID, icon, label, and content. So this is how our content will look like. First of all, we are going to be creating an array with the 6 item, and then we are going to be iterating over through each of that item. Then we are creating a card component, and that card component will accept the key prop, title, description, and also the image. Okay, so yeah, here you can see we have there like a few times, and we are going to be iterating over through there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just import all of that icons. Like, first of all, we're going to be importing the FA home, and we are going to be also creating this card, or you know what, let me just create this card right away. So I'm going to just create a component with the name of card.tsx, and let's just use our RAFCE inside there, and I'm going to also import there right in here. I'm going to remove this D and rewrite there and hit enter, so it's going to import there right here. Okay, so let's just import this icon, and we're going to be also creating the about component, so I'm going to also do there right now. Okay, so let's just create our about.tsx and use the RAFCE inside there, save this file, and go to this tabs component and import my about right here. Okay, and we're going to be also importing this icon. Let's just import this icon. I'm going to also import this phone icon, and I guess that's going to be the last one. We also have to create this contact component, so I'm going to create a component with the name of contact.tsx, and I'll just use the RAFCE inside there, and now let me import there right here. So if I save my file, so that's going to be like all of the data. So I'm going to collapse there, and yeah, that's done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our state for our tab. So I'll just write like active tab, and then set active tab is going to be equals to the useState, and for the initial value we're going to be providing all of their tabs data, and we are going to be getting the first tab out of there, and from that first tab we are going to be getting the ID. Okay, so that's done. And now let's get into the UI. So I'm going to remove this tab from here. I'm going to provide a class name, and padding all around will be set to 4. Margin for the top will be set to 3 rem. And inside this div, we are going to be creating a div with a class of flex and border for the bottom, and also border gray of 200. Let me just go back, and inside this div, now we are going to be iterating over through all of their tab. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write like tabs and then iterate over through all of their tab, and let me just provide a tab like so. Inside there, we are going to be creating our button, and this button will have a lot of styling, but you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna just do that right now. For the key, we're going to be getting the key by using the tab.id. I'll also provide the class names to them, but they will be dynamic, so I'm gonna have to use the template literal for that. So I'll use like flex1. Text will be set to totally center. Padding for the y-axis will be set to 2. Padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, and font will be set to medium like so. Text will be set to totally small, and we have to render our active tab right here. So if our tab is active, and let me just write like triple equals to tab.id. So if that's the case, so in that situation, we're going to be changing the border to border bottom of 2. But if that's not the case, we're going to be setting there to text gray of 600 right here. Let me just write a 600. God damn it, 600. And when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function. So I'll just use like this arrow function, which will say like set active tab. And here we have to specify the tab.id inside there. Inside this button, we're going to be creating a div with a class of flex and then items. Let me just write items and center. We're going to be also providing a justify of center. Space will be set to the x-axis of 2. Inside this div, I'll just use like, what do we call it, tab.icon. And also underneath there, I'm going to create a span which will take the tab.label. I'm going to save this file. So we are now getting these tabs. If I click on the about, it's going to give us the about section. If I click on the project, so it's going to give us the project, courses, and also the contact. So that's looking cool. Now underneath this div, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a div with a class of margin for the top will be set to 4, padding will be set to 4, and also totally rounded large. And inside this one, we are going to be using tabs.find, and here we have to specify the tab. And now we just have to use the tab.id. That's going to be triple equals to the active tab. Let's just write our active tab. And if that is the case, we only want to get the content out of there. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like card that much time. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into my card component, and now let me just take care of that. Time to create the card component. So we first of all need the title, description, the image, and also the link from our props. And for them, we are going to be also creating an interface. So I'll just create an interface with the name of card props, and inside there, let's just provide our title, and that's going to be a string, and description will be also a string, and the image will be string, and finally we have to provide the link. Everything is a string. Okay, and we have to also annotate there with our card prop right here. Save my file. Next we have to use there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this card, go back, and inside there we will first of all define our card by providing a max. Come on, let's just provide our max width of small, and also provide the mx, like margin for the x-axis will be set to auto, and margin all around will be set to 1 rem. And let's just provide the background color, and background color will be set to 1a, 1c, and 1e like so. And we're going to be also providing a rounded large. Shadow will be set to medium, and overflow will be set to hidden in this case. Now let me just use my image, and for the image we are going to be rendering our image totally dynamically. So I'll just use the image. I'll just write like title right here, and I'm going to also provide the class name, which will be set to totally full, and also height will be set to 48 like so. And object will be set to totally cover so that we can see all of this. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of their images, which are looking great. Now underneath there, we're going to be defining our div with the class of padding all around will be set to 6. And now inside there, let's just use our h2 with the class of text to XL, and the font will be set to totally bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 2, and here let's just render our title like so. We are going to be also using a paragraph with the class of text totally set to gray of 700. Margin for the bottom will be set to 4. And let's just render our description right here. So I'll just use our description, and now underneath that we have to create our anchor tag, which will not take anything, but we are just going to be providing our link right here. So I'll just use a link, and I'm going to provide a lot of class names to it. So I'll just use like inline block, and also pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4. Pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. Background color will be set to totally white. Text color will be set to totally black. Font will be semi-bold like so, and totally rounded large. And shadow, whenever somebody hover over there, so we just want to change the background color to gray of 600. And also on the hover, text will be set to totally white. I'm going to also specify the transitions, and duration will be set to 200. Inside this anchor tag, we will just say like learn more. If I save my file, and this is how it looks like, but they are looking awful. They are looking super awful. To fix that, I'm going to go into my CSS and provide this line of CSS. So we only want to change the background color to this one and provide a text color to that one. Okay, so now if we change there, and that's not looking that cool. Yeah, it is not looking that cool. Remove that. Once again, also remove the text color, and yeah, it is looking cool. Yeah, it is looking great. So we can do lots of stuff with them, but you know what, I don't have a lot of time for this UI. You can change the UI to like however you want, but I only want to focus on the logic. So let's get into the about section. The about section will be super straightforward, so I'll just go ahead and remove the about right here and change that to section, and also change that one to section as well. And let's just provide our class name of background gray of 100, and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 12. Pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4. And for the smaller screen size, we are going to be setting the pairing for the x-axis of 6. And for the larger screen, pairing for the x-axis will be set to 8. Okay, 8. And inside this section, we're going to be creating a div with the class of max width, which will be set to 4 pixel. And also margin for the x-axis will be set to auto. Inside this div, let's just create our h2 with the class of text to 3xl to be precise, and font will be set to extra bold. Okay, and the text will be also set to gray of 900, and margin for the bottom will be set to 4. God damn it, 6. There we go. And I'm gonna write like about Hussein, and you can specify your own name. And here you can see we're now getting our about Hussein, which is looking great. But now underneath this h2, what do you want to do? You just want to create our paragraph, in which will say like text of totally large, and text will be set to gray of 700. Now let me just place all of that stuff about myself. You don't even have to worry about any of that, and you can also copy and paste that, or you can just ask ChatGPT to write there for you. And now underneath there, I'm going to also create a paragraph once again with the class of margin for the top will be set to 4. Text will be set to not extra large but just large. Text will be set to gray of 700. So I'll just write a 700 and hit enter, and inside them I'm going to place my more content. So these are just the videos if you want to watch there, and this is just about section about me. Now let me just go ahead and go to the projects, and that's also done. We also have to go into the courses, that's also done. But finally we have to take care of this contact section, and we are done. Now let me go ahead and go to my contact. Let's just provide my context section right here. As you can see, I have a links array, and inside this array I have a few objects. Each object will have the reference, the label, and also the icon. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also place all of that icons right here, so that errors are now successfully gone. If you want to provide your own links, you are more than welcome to do that. But if you want to provide mine, so you can also go ahead and copy that from my GitHub repository. So let me just close that, and now we are going to be iterating over through there, and then we are going to be rendering there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this contact from here and select this div and change there to a section. I'm going to provide the class name of background gray of 100. Pairing for the y-axis will be set to 12. Pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4. And for the smaller screen size, we're going to be providing pairing for the x-axis of 6. And for the large screen size, we're going to be providing pairing for the x-axis of 8. Inside this section, we're going to be creating our h2 with the classes of text 3xl, and font will be set to extra bold, and text will be gray 900, and margin for the bottom will be set to 6. So contact me, and save my file. Now here you can see we're now getting our contact me section right here, and now underneath there, let's just create our div with the class of links, and items is now set to center. And here we're going to be iterating over through all of that links. From here, like as you can see, we have all of that links, and now you want to iterate over through all of them and provide each of the link. Inside the links, we're going to be rendering our anchor tag, and I'm going to remove this href and change that to link.href. I'll also provide the key, and for this key I'll just render like link dot label, we also have to provide the target, and target will be set to dash blank. Provide the relation and also the classes. So for the classes flex and items will be set to center, space will be set to x-axis of 2, and text will be set to gray of 900, and somebody hover over there, so text will be set to gray 600. Margin for the right will be set to 2 rems, like so. Rem, 2 rem, rem, there we go. And now inside this one, what do you want to do? You just want to write over link dot icon, save my file. And now underneath this link icon, let's just create our span. The classes will be text large. That's gonna be it. And here we have to render our link dot label, like so. And that's gonna be it for the context section. So let's just check this out. Here you can see we have a Twitter or X nowadays. We have a YouTube, GitHub, and Instagram. Okay, so that's the context section. We have a courses, projects, about, and home. We can also provide our own profile image. We can also provide the banner image from our computer. And this is just our basic project. Time to make a setup for our third project. So let's just write npm create read add latest. The project name is blogs, and I'm going to choose React.js with TypeScript. Go into the blogs, and now let's just install every single thing. Now I'm going to go into the TailwindCSS, click on the getting started, go to the framework and guide. Now let me copy this command and place it right here inside my integrated terminal. Hit enter to configure TailwindCSS. And also I'm going to copy this content. Let's just copy there and go into my Tailwind config and replace it with this content. So let's just do that. I'm going to also go ahead and copy every single thing from there. Go to the index.css file and replace it with this new one. Okay. And I guess that's going to be it. But I'm going to copy there. Let's just go into the app.not.css but app.tsx and remove every single thing from there. And I'll just write a RAFCE. And let's just write this h1 right here. Okay, so I'm going to open my terminal once again and use npm run dev, and let's just check this out. Yep, we are getting a hello world, but I'm going to also make a bit of cleanup. So I'll just remove this assets folder, the public folder, the app.css folder, and yeah, I guess the rest of them will be fine. Next, we are going to be defining our navigation. So I'll just create a div, and inside this div we are going to be rendering our navigation. But first of all, let me just create a folder with the name of components, and inside there we are going to be creating our navigation.tsx. I'll use the RAFCE and register there right here inside the app component, like navigation. This component, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our navigation, which is looking cool. So let's just style our navigation, then we're going to be jumping into the next stuff. So I'll change this div to nav because we are creating our navigation, and I'll provide a class name of border2, and text will be set to totally black, border will be gray of 200, padding will be set to 4, and it's going to be a flex, justify will be set to between, and items will be set to center. Inside this navigation, we're going to be creating a div with the class of flex, and then items will be set to center, border will be set to 2 and totally rounded, full, padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, max width will be set to medium, and margin for the left will be set to arbitrary value. So I'll just use like 5 rem. Inside this div we are going to be rendering our icon, but first of all we have to install there. So I'll use npm I and then react icons. So it's going to install there in my machine. Now that's done, let me use my npm run dev once again, and I'll just use like fa search from where, from the react icons. So let's just render them. Now underneath there we are going to be using our input field with the type of text. I'm going to also provide the placeholder which will say like search ... and I will also provide the class name. Background will be set to totally transparent, and also outline will be set to none, and width will be set to totally full. Okay, I'm gonna go back so that you guys can see everything a bit better, and this is how it looks like right here. I know it is looking awful, but yeah, it is looking still a bit better. Now underneath this div we're going to be creating a section with the class of flex, and then items, come on, items will be set to center, and I'm going to also provide margin for the right of 5 rem, like so. And inside this section, let's just render our fa user circle. Okay, render them, and I'm going to provide the class name of text will be set to 3xl, margin for the right will be set to 2. If I save my file and check this out, so here you can see we are now getting our icon, and we are also getting this search field right here. Now I'll go to my app.tsx once again, and here inside there I'll create a div with the class of flex and justify center, And inside this div, we're going to be creating our main area right here, but not right now. Now underneath there, we're going to be creating our div with the class of width, and the width will be arbitrary value like 30%. And let's just close there. Inside this div, we're going to be defining a few components. Let's just start from a people to follow component. So I'll just create a component with the name of people to follow.tsx, and I'm going to use my RAFCE inside there and render people to follow right here, semi-file. And here you can see we are now getting our people to follow component, which is looking great. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to place these people to follow, and we have a few people names and also the following list. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to iterate over through there and render them into this component. Okay, so I'll just remove this people to follow. I'm going to provide a bit of classing to it. So background will be set to totally white, and padding will be set to 4, and rounded totally large shadow. And now underneath there, create a h3 with the class of font semi-bold. Text will be large, and margin for the bottom will be set to 4, which will say like people or who to follow, whatever you want to call that. Then create a div with the class of space y. Inside there, let's just iterate over through all of that people to follow. So I'll just put that right here, and I'm going to use the map method. It's going to take the person and also the index, and inside this arrow function we are going to be creating our user card, which will take a key as a prop, and inside the key we are going to be providing our index, and then it's going to also take the person as the main value. Okay, so I'm going to close there and create my card component right here. I'll just use or user card.tsx. Inside there, let's just use our RAFCE semi-file and render that right here. So we have to render our user card component, and here you can see we're now getting user card a lot of time. Now let me go into this user card and create that. So it takes the index and it also takes the person. Okay, so let me just create interface for this. So like user interface, user card props or something like that. I'll provide an index which will be set to a number, and I'm going to also provide a person which will be set to a string, and I'll annotate that with the user card prop. And now let's get into the UI. I'm going to remove this user card from here, and I'm going to provide the class name to there. So let's just provide a flex, and items will be set to center, and justify will be set to between in this case. Inside this div, we're going to be creating a section with a class of flex, and items will be set to center. Inside there, let's just render our icon, which is FA user circle, and render there right here. With also these classes like text will be set to 3XL, margin for the right will be set to 3, and text will be set to totally gray of 500 like so. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting their icons right here, which is looking cool. But now underneath there, we're going to be also creating a span, and let's just render our person.name inside there. And yeah, this is how it looks like, and they are looking cool. Now underneath this div, or this section to be precise, we're going to be creating our button, and inside this button we will just say like person FOLLOWING. If that's the case, we are going to be saying like following, but if that's not the case, we will just say like follow. And here you can see we're now getting the follow button and also the following button right here. Now let me just style that a bit, but that now let me go ahead and create another component with the name of trends list.tsx. And I'm going to use the RAFCE inside. Come on, RAFCE inside there once again, and go to my app.tsx and render this component right here like trends list. Yeah, and render there. This is how it looks like. I'm going to render all of their trends right here. So you can also copy that from my GitHub repository if you wanted to. So basically we have array with the name of trends. Inside there we have a few objects which will have a title and also the author. Okay, so you can also create that by yourself if you wanted to, but if you want to copy that from my GitHub repository, you can totally do that. So I'll just remove this trends list from here, and I'm going to provide the class name. Background will be set to totally white, padding will be all around set to 4, and rounded large. Shadow will be also provided, and margin for the top will be set to 8. And inside this div, we're going to be creating our h3 with the class of font semi-bold, and the text will be set to totally large. Margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and I'll just say like today's top trends or something like that. Now if I save my file, so this is how it looks like. They are looking great. And now let's just use our UL with the class of space on the y-axis will be set to 4. And I'm going to iterate over through all of their trends by using the map method. It's going to take the trend and also the index. So inside this function, what do you want to do? We just want to get our li, and inside that li, first of all, let me just provide a key, and the key will be their index. And I'm going to also provide a class name. Let's just write a class name. Class name will be set to flex, and flex will be set to colon. Inside that li, we're going to be using our span like so, and provide the font of medium to it. So in this case, we're going to be using trend.title, and now underneath this span, we're going to be creating our span once again with the class of text small, and also the text will be set to gray of 500. Okay, and by who? By the trend, and then dot author. Come on, go to the top, remove that icon from there, and change this one to trend.author. Now that's done. Let me check this out. So yeah, that's other component which is also looking cool. Now I'm gonna go to the app.tsx file once again and create my topic list component. So I'll use like topics list.tsx and create my component right here and register that topics list component here. I'm gonna save my file, go there once again, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to just place these topics like we have technology and design and thinking and so on and so forth. I'm going to place that here. Now I'm going to go into my UI. So I'll change the background to totally white. Padding will be set to 4, totally rounded, large, and shadow margin for the top will be set to 8. And inside this div, we're going to be creating our h3 with a class name of font semi bold, and also the text will be set to totally large. Margin for the bottom will be set to 4, which will say like topics for you. Save my file once again, and we are now getting our topics for you right here. Now underneath there, I'll create a div with a class of flex, and also flex will be set to wrap and wrap like so, and gap will be set to 2. Inside this div, we're going to be iterating over through all of their topics by using the map method and provide my topic. Let's just write a topic and also the index inside there. And this span will have pairing for the x-axis of 3 and pairing for the y-axis of 1. Background will be set to gray of 200, and the text will be set to gray of 700 like so. If I hit tab, and I'm going to also provide a text of totally small and rounded full. Cursor will be also set to pointer, and when somebody hover over there, change the background to gray of 300. And I'll also specify the key, and the key will be our index. Inside this span, what do you want to do? We just want to render their specific topic. And now let me just save my file and check this out. So here you can see we're now getting all of their technologies and stuff topics right here. Now let me create my context. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a folder with the name of shared, and inside there we're going to be creating our blog context.tsx. and here we will need a few things like create context. We would also need the useState and also the useContext as well. Okay, and now underneath there, let's just define our context. I'll just use like create context, and the initial value will be undefined, and I'm going to store them in some sort of a variable like block context, and it's going to be equals to this context. So now let me also create an interface for there. So let's just create our interface, and here it's going to take like block context type. And inside this one, first of all, we are going to be creating our blocks. This will be a huge block, so I'm going to separate that into a separate file. So I'm going to go ahead and create my file right here with the name of types.ts, and I'm going to just place these types right here. So we have an ID, which will be a number, the title will be string, description will be string, the image will be string, and the time will also be string. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to grab that right here, and underneath that we're going to be also defining our add block. There's going to be a function which will take a block as a parameter. We're going to be also providing the blocks as a type, and it's going to return the void. And now also let's just provide our update block. It's going to be set to the block once again, and here we have to annotate there with the block, and inside there we're going to be only returning the void, and also we have to delete the block. So let's just provide our ID, and ID will be set to a number, and it's going to return the void. Okay, so now that's totally done. I'm going to annotate my context by using this block context type or undefined. So initially we're providing the value of undefined to there, so that's great. Now that we have to create our provider, so I'll use a const and then block provider, and here we are going to be annotating there by using React.js and then functional component. Okay, so if you want to annotate them, we're going to be providing a children, and for this children we're going to be using react.react node which will be coming from the React.js. And now let's just create our context right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to only provide my children. Now let me just save that. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to just use my useState, and the initial value will be set to this empty array. And I'm going to also annotate that with the block, and here we have to just write a block of array. I'm going to destructure the blocks and also the set blocks out of there. Now we are going to be also creating a function which allows us to add a block. So I'll use like add block, and it's going to be equals to the block, and I'm going to also annotate that with that block. Okay, and inside there we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but I'll just write like set blocks. And first of all, we have to clone our existing blocks, and then we have to add one new one. Now underneath there, we're going to be also creating one for the updating a block. So I'll just use update block, and here we have to write like update block and annotate the with or blocks type. Inside there, I'm going to use my set blocks because we are going to be mutating them, and here we have to iterate over through all of the blocks. So I'll use like blocks.map, and let's just provide our block to them. And here we're going to be checking if block block.id is triple equals to the updated block.id. In that situation, we are going to be rendering our updated block. Come on, updated block. But if that's not the case, we're going to be rendering our block just like that. I'm going to copy this updated block, and now let me just put that here. And finally, let me create one more function for the delete block. So I'll write a delete block. It's going to take the id, and id will be a number. And inside there, we're going to be using our set blocks. Here we have to provide our blocks and use a filter method, and it's going to take the parameter. So we're going to be providing the block as a parameter. We're going to be removing that specific block whose id is not equal to the id which we are providing for the parameter. Okay, so now that we successfully created our state, the add function, update function, and also the delete function. Now let me provide that by using my provider or context provider. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just return, and inside them I'm going to be using my block context which we've created up above, and here it has a provider property, so I'm going to call them. And now for the value, I'll just provide my value right here like blocks, and then add block and update block and also delete block like so. Now inside there we're going to be also rendering our children. That's going to be it for the block. Now I'll also create a hook for myself. I can totally create that in the separate file, but I guess I don't have to. So I'm going to export that because we're going to be using the into multiple file. So I'll use like use blocks, and inside there we're going to be first of all consuming our context. So for that we're going to be using our useContext and provide my block context inside there. And I'm going to also store that in the context variable. So I'll just use like context. And now underneath there, I'm going to be checking if we don't have the context. So in this situation, we're going to be throwing new error, which will say like use blocks must be used within a block provider. And now underneath this check, we're going to be just returning our context, and that's going to be fine. Okay, so now we are totally done with this provider, but we also have to export that so we can use them. So I'll just use like export, and then we would be able to use that. Now I'll use my provider to provide all of that value. So I'll just use like block provider, and then I'm going to close that right here like so. Now here inside this main area, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a section with the class of margin for the x-axis will be set to auto and padding will be set to 6. And inside this section, we're going to be creating our div and then create a button, and which will have a few classes like let me just put a bit of classes to it. Like margin for the left will be set to 7 rem, background will be set to totally black, flex and justify will be set to center, and items will also be set to center, text will be set to totally white, and pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, totally rounded, margin for the bottom will be set to 4. Inside there for the label, I'll just use like add new block, and here we're going to be adding a new block. So I'll just use like io md add circle and hit enter. So it's going to add there right here. And for the class name, I'm going to provide the margin for the left of 0 of 0.5 rems. Okay, so now if I save my file, check this out. So here you can see we are now getting our button, which is looking cool. But we're going to be also attaching an event handler on there. So when somebody clicks there, we're going to be firing this function, which will be open model or new block. Okay, so we're going to be creating this function in a few seconds, but first of all, we have to create our state. So I'm going to go to the top and create my state right here. I'm going to define these two states like is model open and then set is model open. And inside there, we're going to be also getting our use state and also editing block and set editing block. and we're going to be getting our block types from this types file. Okay, so now underneath there, we also have to define two functions. So for the first function, we're going to be defining like open model for new block. Inside this function, what do you want to do? Set editing block, you want to set that to null, and then set model open, and you want to set that to true. Now underneath this function, we're going to be defining one more function for the open model for edit, and here inside this function we're going to be saying like set editing block, and the initial value will be set to block, and also set model open. Here we're going to be setting that to true. Now that's successfully done. I'm gonna go to my UI once again. Now underneath this button, what do you want to do? Here we're going to be also rendering our article list component, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. But now I'm going to check if our model is open, then show this UI. But if our model is not open, then don't show anything at all. And I'm going to first of all create my model component, which I am going to do in a few seconds. So I'm going to close there, and it's going to take a lot of things, and it should be a model like so. I'm going to copy there and place it right here. And now let me just go ahead and create this model component inside my components folder. So I'll use like model.tsx and define my model component right here. So I'll use my RAFCE inside there. And here what I want to do, I want to use my React and then functional component from the React.js, and here it's going to take a children. So I'll just write like children, and that children will be React.React node, just a React node like so. And I'll also close them. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we also have to specify the onClose prop, and it's going to be a function, and it's going to just return the void. Okay, so that's totally done. I'm going to close there like so. Now for the actual props, we're going to be only returning the children and then the onClose right here. So now if I save my file, so this is how it looks like. And now for this UI, I'm going to first of all provide a lot of classes like fixed, and then insert will be set to 0, and background will be set to totally black. Background opacity will be set to 50 in this case, and also flex items will be center, justify will be center. And inside this div, we are going to be creating yet another div with a class of background totally white. Pairing will be set to 4, totally rounded large, and also shadow in this div will be relative like so, and provide my children inside there. And now underneath there, we are going to be also creating a button, and which will just say X like cross. And we are going to be also providing a classes for this one as well, like absolute. Top will be set to 2, right will be set to 2, and text will be set to gray of 500. 100 like goddamn 500, there we go. And when somebody clicks on this button, so we're going to be firing the onClose function, which it is taking as a prop. Now our model is totally done. We have to import that model right here, and I'm going to just hit enter, so it's going to import that here. For this model, I'm going to pass my onClose function, onClose, and that function will be just an arrow function, which will just say like set model open, and here we have to specify the false value inside there. And inside this one, we are going to be also providing our block form, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So now let me just save my file and create this block form component. So I'm going to just use like block form.tsx, and I'm going to use my RAFCE inside there and import my block form component right here. Check this out. So if I click on there, it's going to give us that block form. It's going to also give us that X symbol. So if I click on this, it's going to make it disappear. Now let's start work on this block form component. So it's going to take two props. So the first prop it will take is the existing block. That's going to be set to the editing block, which we have defined up above. And I'm going to also provide the onClose. So onClose, and it's going to take the arrow function. So I'll just use like arrow function by providing a set model open, and I'm going to change there to false. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and let's just go into this block form component. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab our custom hook, which is the use block. Okay, we already defined that in the content. And what I want to do is that I want to just destructure the add block and also the update block from where? From the use block. Okay, and now underneath there, we're going to be also defining our title and then set title, and that's going to be equals to the useState. And for the initial value, we're going to be first of all destructuring our existing block. You know what, let me just go ahead and grab the name of them. So I'll just copy the name of that, put that right here, and I'm going to also get this onClose and put that right here. So now it's going to give us a lot of errors. So I'm going to use my React functional component and annotate that with the block form props. And now let me just create their types right here. So we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but we're going to be creating our interface with the name of blog form props. It's going to take the existing blog and we have to annotate them with our blog, which we're going to be getting from these types. And now we also have to provide the on clause, and it's going to be just a function which will just return the void. That's already done, and we're now successfully annotating there. And now we have to use the inside our component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also create a state for the description, and then set description. It's going to be equals to the useState. And here I also forgot the initial value for this one. So if we have the existing blog, and then we are going to be getting a description out of there. So if we already have there, so then use there. But if you don't have there, then we are going to be setting there to empty string. And now for this description, we are going to be also providing the existing blog. And from this existing blog, we're going to be getting a description. And for this one, we are going to be getting a title. There we go. Okay, so if you already have the existing description, then use there. But if you don't, then just provide the empty string right here. And now underneath there, we're going to be also creating a state for the image, and then set image, and it's going to be equals to the useState. And we're going to be using the existing data, existing existing blog. If you have this, we want to get an image out of there, but if you don't, so we just want to set that to empty string. Now let me just provide one for the time, and then set time. It's going to be equals to the useState, and we are going to be getting our data from this existing blog. If we have that data, then use that data, but if we don't, then we are going to be setting there to empty string. Now we are going to be using a side effect. So like whenever our component first renders, so we just want to fill all of that field. I'm going to be providing my existing blog. Okay, so whenever our component first renders, so it's going to take all of that data and it's going to fill there inside their input field. So I'm going to just write like, first of all, if we have the existing blog, come on, existing blog. So in that situation, we are going to be getting the set title, and we have to provide our existing blog data to there. So I'll use like existing blog, I'm going to have to copy there, and I'm going to use my title. And now we are going to be doing exactly the same thing for the description. So existing blog dot description, and also the set image whenever our component renders. So we are going to be also providing the image, and finally for the time. Okay, so I'll just write like existing blog dot time, and that's going to be fine. Okay, so that's it. Now let me just go back, and now let's get into this UI. I'm going to remove that from here and provide my class name. So for this class names, the background will be set to totally white, padding for all around will be set to 6, rounded large, and also width will be set to 30 rem, and also margin for the x-axis will be set to auto. And here we have to use our h3 with the classes of font, semi-bold, and text will be set to extra large, and the margin for the bottom will be set to 2. Text will be set to totally gray of 800. Okay, inside this one, we are going to be checking if we have the existing blogs. So then we will say like edit blog. But if you don't have that, then we are going to be changing there to add blog. Okay, so now let me just save my file and test this out. So here you can see we have like add new blog. So if I click on there, now it's going to give us like add blog, because we don't have any data inside there. So that's why we are now getting like add blog. So that's cool. Now underneath this h3, we are going to be defining our div with a class of space on the y-axis of 4. And then inside there, we're going to be defining our input field with a type of text, and also the placeholder will be set to title. And here we are going to be also providing the value, and the value will be coming from this state. So I'll just get the title and put that right here inside this title. Okay, and then we are going to be also providing the on change event handler. Whenever somebody types something inside this input field, we're going to be firing this set, not time, but set title. There we go. And we're going to be providing that value which we are getting from this input field. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just specify these classes, and that's going to be done. Now if I click on there, so here you can see we are now getting our input field with the placeholder of title. So that's looking great. Next we have to define our text area. So I'll use like text area, and we're not going to be providing any IDs and names. I'm going to remove that from here. And for the placeholder, I will just say like description. And we don't want to close that separately. We want to close that as a one-liner. And for the value, we are going to be passing our description, which we've already created up above. And when somebody types something inside this, we are going to be firing this function, and we will say like set description to e.target.value. And also, I'm going to be placing these classes for the styling. So let's just check this out. If I click on there, and this is going to be my text area. Now underneath this text area, we're going to be defining our input field once again. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just provide my placeholder image URL and also provide the value, and the value will be that image value. When somebody types something inside there, so we're going to be firing this function which is a set image and provide my event.target.value inside there. And also for the classes, we're going to be placing these classes right here. Now underneath this input field, we're going to be defining, or you know what, underneath even this div, we're going to be creating a section with the class of flex and justify will be set to end, and margin for the top will be set to 6, space on the x-axis will be set to 4, and inside this section we're going to be creating our button. And for this button, we will first of all check if we have the existing block, then we will just say like update, but if we don't have the existing block, we will just say add. Now for this button, we're going to be attaching the own click event handler, which will allow us to submit our form. So we are going to be providing like handle submit, and we're going to be also creating this function in a few seconds. Now let me just place the styling, and that's going to be it for this button. And now underneath this button, we are going to be defining one more button with the class of, you know what, we're not going to be providing any classes today. We are, but I'm going to just copy and place there. And when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing this on close function. Okay, and it's going to just say like cancel, and now let me just style that a bit, and that's gonna be fine. Now we have to copy that and create that up above. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my handle submit function, and inside this handle submit, first of all, we're going to be creating a blog, and I'm going to also annotate that with my blog, and here it's going to be equals to the id, and the id will be the existing blog. If that's the case, we're going to be firing the existing blog.id, but if that's not the case, so we're going to be using that.now for that new second or for that new time. Okay, we're going to be also providing the title, description, description, and also the image and the time. So that's going to be basically my blog. Now we have to check that if you already have the existing blog, so in this situation, we are going to be using the update blog, and we are going to be also providing the blog inside there, like all of the existing data. But if we don't have the existing data, then we are going to be creating a new blog and providing that newly created data, which we've already created, and all of their data is coming from their appropriate state. So you know what, let me just show you there. This title is coming from this title, this title, and then description, then image, and also the time. And we are now providing them inside this blog. Now for this blog, we're going to be providing our blog, and also we have to close them by using the onClose function. Okay, that was a lot of talking. So now let me just test this out. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to click on there, and now it's going to give us like the title, description, image, and so on and so forth. And I'm going to just write like I don't know. Oh my god, vlogs, Wikipedia blogs, top 50 blogs. I'm going to choose that first one, and I need some sort of a blog, so I'm going to go into that first one. Yep, I'll go to the Reddit and copy some stuff from there. Okay, so 3 months of whatever this is, so I'm going to copy them and place there. And for the description, I'm going to only place this first portion, and for the image, I'll just copy the image from somewhere. So I'll just go to the unsplash.com, go to the unsplash, and copy some sort of an image. So I guess no, that's bad one. I'm gonna have to choose some sort of a free image like this one. Now let me right click on there and copy the image address, place that here, and click on the add. So it's gonna add that right here, but we cannot see there. And the reason we cannot see there is because we have to create our article component so that we can render our articles inside there. And we're going to be rendering our articles right here. There we go. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my article list.tsx component, and I'll just provide my RAFC inside there, save my file, and render that article list component right here, article list, and hit enter. So it's going to render there right here. And yep, we are getting our article list, which means like we are providing some sort of a data inside there. It's going to also take one prop, which will be the on edit, and we're going to be providing the open model for edit right here. Now let me go into that article component, and let's just create that right here. The first thing that we want to do is that we want to grab my use blogs, and we want to use it right here. But first of all, we have to destructure the blogs and also the delete blog. So I'm going to save there. Next, we're going to be also annotating this component, so I'll just create an interface for that with the name of article, article, article list props, and inside there we are going to be also returning the onEdit, and this is going to be a function which will take a block, and we are going to be annotating there with our blocks type. And let's just return the void out of there, and I'm gonna copy there and annotate my component by using React.fc for functional component, and annotate my component like so. It's gonna also take the onEdit as a prop. That's done. Now for this UI, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to provide the class name of margin for the left will be set to 5 frames, and inside this div we are going to be iterating over through all of their blocks, and I'm going to provide a block as a perimeter, and inside there we are going to be rendering one more component which will be an article card component, and we are going to be creating this article card component in a few seconds. It's going to take the key, and we are going to be providing a block.id as a key. We're going to be also providing an article, and that article will be that entire block. We're going to be also providing the onDelete so that we can totally delete there if we wanted to. So in this situation, we're going to be finding this function like delete block, and here we have to specify our block ID, and also the onEdit will allows us to edit that block. So we're going to be finding this function which will allows us to edit our block. So I'll use like onEdit, and we have to specify our block inside there. Now let me go ahead and create this article card component. So we'll just create my article card.tsx, and inside there I'm going to be using my RAFCE, save my file, and grab this component right here. Let's just save our file, and now let me test this out. So if I click on there, we can just write some sort of a gibberish like so, and now if I click on the add button, so it's going to give us an article card, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. Now what I want to do is that I want to first of all create my interface for all of that props. So I'll use like article card props. Inside this one, first of all, we are going to be providing our article article, and that's going to be our entire blocks. We're going to be also providing the onDelete, so we can also delete there. And for this one, we are going to be returning the void function, and onEdit you would be also able to edit our card. So let's just provide the void inside there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to annotate there with the React functional component like so, and I'll just provide my article card prop inside there, and from this one we are going to be destructuring all of our props. So I'll provide my article, the onDelete, and also the onEdit like so. Okay, so that's cool. Now for this div, I'm going to provide a lot of styling. Place this styling, and for this label, I'm going to remove there and render my image. And for this image, I'll just say like article dot, not this one, but article article dot image. And we also have to specify some sort of alternative text for there. So I'll use like article dot title, and we also have to specify some sort of a classes for this. So now let me just go back. Width will be set to 36 like so, height will be set to 24, and object will be set to totally cover, and totally rounded large, shadow will be medium, and that's gonna be it. And here you can see we're not getting any image. That's because we are providing some sort of a gibberish to there. Let me just refresh there and add a new block, and I'm gonna copy this image from there and put that image, and if I click and if I hit on this add, now it's gonna give us that image right here, which is cool. Now underneath there, we're going to be also creating a div with the class of margin for the left will be set to 6, and flex will be set to 1 flex, and then flex will be also set to column and h3, and let's just put our text of totally extra large, and font will be set to semi bold, and text will be set to gray of 800, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2. Cool. And we also have to render our article dot title inside there. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our article title, which is also looking awful because we did not specify nothing inside there. And let's just take care of the paragraph. So I'll just write like article dot, god damn it, article article dot description, and provide a styling to this. So I'll just use like text of totally small, and text will be gray 700, and flex will be set to 1. Save my file, and yeah, this is how my description looks like. Underneath this paragraph, we are going to be defining our div with the class of flex, and items will be set to center, justify will be set to between, margin for the top will be set to 4, text will be set to gray of 600, and inside this div, we are going to be creating our span with the class of text small, and inside this one, we are going to be using article.time. Save my file, and we cannot see the time. I don't know why. Let me go ahead and go to my blog form, God damn. Go to the blog form. So we have a title, then we have description, then we have the image. Yep. We forgot to include the time. So let's just render the time as well. So I'm going to create an input with a type of date, and placeholder will set time, and also provide the value which we've already specified as a time. Or did we even specify the time or not? I forgot. Yep, we did. Yeah, we totally did. So here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide the onChange event handler, and when somebody try to change there, we're going to be firing this function which will take like event.target.value, and we're going to be also providing a bit of classes to there. So I'll just go ahead and place these classes, and now if I just refresh there, here you can see we have our timer. I can write whatever I want to write, copy the image of that, place it right here, and I'm gonna set there to today. Now if I add that, and here you can see we are also getting their time. Now let me go to my article card, and underneath this span I'm gonna be creating yet another div with the class of flex, and space on the x-axis will be set to 3, and inside there this is render over fa bookmark like so, and I'm gonna be providing a classes to it. So I'll just place these classes, and now underneath this bookmark we're going to be also providing the fa edit, and also import there and provide a classes to this one as well, like so. When somebody try to edit there, so we're going to be firing this function and provide our own edit inside there. And also let's just render our final icon, which will be fa trash, and hit enter, and here we have to specify the final icon like so. And we're going to be providing the onClick event handler. When somebody tried to click on there, we're going to be removing their specific article. And we are totally done with that. Let's just test this out. So if I click on this edit, okay, that's not working. If I click on the delete, that is working. So what's up with that edit? Let me just test this out. So I'll just provide some date, enter there, and click on the edit. Go to my inspect element, and we're getting some sort of error. Blog is not defined, and that is coming from a 23. Let me go into the app, go into the 23. Blog is not defined. What do you mean by that? Oh, here we have to specify that blog. So I'll just write a blog in here. Now it is defined. So we are going to be also annotating there with the blog like so. Now it is defined. So now let me just refresh there. Add a random blog here, like so, enter there, and now if I click on the edit, so it's going to give us all of their data. Okay, that's working. If I change that to my own name like Hossein WebDev, and change this description to hello, I am Hossein WebDev, amazing YouTuber. And for the image, I'm gonna go into my github.com and search for my own image, which is Hossein WebDev. Go there, copy the image, and place it here. And now I'm gonna just update that to 14. Click on the update. Okay, the update spelling is incorrect. Okay, let me just fix that. I'm gonna go into the card, and where is my update? Where in the world is that update button? I'm gonna search for updtl, updte. Search for that, and here we have to change that to update like so. Now this is looking better. Okay, so this is how we're going to be adding our blog. This is how we're going to be editing there. Like, let me just edit there with some random gibberish, and click on the update. So it's going to also update there, and I can also totally delete there. That was a lot of talking, and that was our blogs project. So now let's make a set of 4 our projects. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to install React.js in our machine. So I'm going to be using like npm read or npm create read at latest. I'm going to give it the name of like projects, and I'm going to choose a React.js and TypeScript. So now let me go into my projects folder, and I'm going to install every single thing inside there. Now that's successfully done. I'm going to open that in my VS Code like so. And first of all, we have to remove this public folder because we don't need that. We're going to be also removing these assets and app.css and index.css, but we have to remove every single thing from there, and also remove every single thing from the app, and just provide like rafc inside there. Go to the man, and that's going to be fine. Okay, so now let me install TailwindCSS in my project. So I'm going to copy there, open my terminal, and place this command here. Hit enter to initialize my TailwindCSS. And now I'm gonna copy this content, go to my Tailwind config file, remove that and replace it with this new one. Okay, so that's totally done. And we also have to provide these directives inside our index.css. So now let me go ahead and provide that, save my file, and that's totally done. So you know what, let me just check this out. So I'm going to be using npm run dev to run my project. So here you can see we are now getting an app, but I'm going to copy this h1 and go to my app.ts one more time and place that right here. And we are now getting our hello world with the styling, so which means like everything is now successfully working. Next, I'm going to create my utils folder, and inside there I'm going to define my data.ts file. Okay, so now I'm going to place a lot of data, and you can find all of their data in my GitHub repositories. So here you can see, first of all, we have a data, and we are now exporting there so that we can use that in other file. Okay, so we have an array. Inside this array we have an object, and inside this object we have a client, country, email, project, progress, status, date, and also different images for each of the client right here. Okay, so yeah, we have a lot of data, and if you're interested in all of that data, you can totally go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and grab all of their data from there. But if you want to just provide like your own, you can totally do that by yourself. Okay, so that's done. Now let me just go ahead and create my components folder, and inside there, first of all, I'm going to be defining my dashboard.tsx, and I'm going to use my RAFs, come on, RAFCE, save my file, go to my app and register there right here. So I'll just remove that, and I'm going to replace that with dev, and inside this dev, let me just render my dashboard component. Okay, so let's just save our file, and here you can see we are now getting our dashboard, which is looking amazing. Next, let me just go to this dashboard, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to just make a bit of UI. So I'll just write like class name of flex, and also the height will be set to screen, and inside there we are going to be rendering first of all the sidebar, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, and we are going to be also providing a div with the class of flex1 and background of totally gray of 900. And inside this one we are going to be rendering our project table, like the main table in which we are going to be rendering all of our content. So now that's totally done. So I'm going to go ahead and work with this sidebar. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my sidebar.tsx file right here, and I'll just use a RAFC inside there, and I'm going to go ahead and go to my dashboard and remove this sidebar and replace it with this actual sidebar component. Now let me go ahead and just style this sidebar right here. So I'm going to remove that and provide a lot of styling to it. So first of all, we are going to be providing the width of 16 to it, and we are going to be also providing a border, and border color will be this color, like 24, 24, 24. This is provide a bit of padding of 4 pixel, and also flex will be set to column, and items will be set to center, and space on the y-axis will be set to add, and that's going to be it. And now inside this div, we are going to be defining first of all our text of totally white logo. So I'll just write a logo right here, and now underneath that I'm going to just create like text of totally, come on, text of totally gray of 400. It's going to take this icon like folder icon or something. So I'm going to just place this folder icon, and now let me just duplicate there and change the icon to like a person. Like basically here you can just specify any kind of icon that you prefer, but this is just a sidebar and we're not going to be providing any functionality to it, so that's why I'm just providing these icons. So I'll just write like settings or gear would be fine. Now let me just save there and check this out. So here you can see we're now getting our sidebar, and which is looking amazing. So that was it about for our sidebar, and now let's get into the main table. Now let me take care of this table temporarily. So I'm gonna go ahead and hide there and iterate over through all of my data. So for the t body, I'm gonna just like cut every single thing from there, and I'm gonna be using a projects, which is that state in which we are defining all of their data. Okay, so we're going to be iterating over through them by using our map method. So I'll use like map. It's going to take the project, and also it's going to take the index as a parameter. And now inside them, we're going to be defining all of our data. Like we have our tr and also our tds. And I'm going to select these projects and just select all of them by hitting Ctrl D and remove this S out of there. So now it's going to give us their project, and now inside their project we have our image, client, country, email, and project. And now if I save my file and test this out, so here you can see we are now getting all of our data, which is looking cool, but we have to take care of this image and also this UI. So now let's just do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take care of the image. First of all, I'll provide a class name of width will be set to 3 rem, and also we are going to be providing a height, which will be also set to 3 rems. Okay, and for the object, which will be set to totally cover, so that our image will contain all of the data. Okay, so we are going to be also providing a rounded full. Save my file And now we are getting this amazing UI, which is looking cool. And you know what, underneath this TD, we're going to be also providing our project. So for that, we are going to be creating our TD with the class of pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, and also pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. Inside there, we're going to be defining our width with the class of 20, like div with the class of width 24, and height will be set to totally 2. Just height will be set to 2. And we're going to be also providing a background color of totally gray of 700 and totally rounded. Okay, so now inside this div, what do you want to do? We just want to create our div once again, and it's going to take the height of 2, and we're going to be also providing the background of totally green 500 and totally rounded. So now if I go ahead and save my file and check this out, so here you can see we're now getting our progress, which is looking cool. Now underneath this TD, we're going to be defining yet another TD with the class of pairing for the x-axis of 4, and pairing for the x-axis of 4 and pairing for the y-axis of 2. Width will be set to this arbitrary value, so I'll just write a width, and that's going to be equals to 10 rems. Inside this TD, we're going to be defining our span, and here we just have to write our project.status, and now we are getting like all of their project statuses. I'm gonna also render my date, so I'll just use like td pairing for the x-axis of 4, pairing for the y-axis of 2, and render my project.date like so, and we are getting the date. And finally we have to take care of that action button, and that's gonna be it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my td with the class of pairing for the x-axis of 4 and pairing for the y-axis of 2. Inside there, we're going to be defining our div with the class of relative. So I'll use like relative. I'm going to provide my 3 dots icon. So I'll use like bs3 dots. We're going to be rendering them. I'm going to also provide the class name of cursor. And we are now getting these 3 dots, which is not doing anything, but we are now totally done with this UI. I know this is not looking that great UI, but we will take care of the rest of these stuff. Now let me just remove this sidebar from here, and we're going to be defining our table component right here. So I'll just use a RFC inside there. Let's just register that inside our dashboard. So instead of providing this comment, so I'm going to write like table component like so. So if I save my file, here you can see we are now getting our table, but which is not looking that great. So we are going to be taking care of the styling right now. I'm going to go ahead and provide a bit of state and also the styling to it, so I'll just remove there. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to grab my data, like this entire data that we've specified right here. Okay, so we're going to be grabbing them inside our table component. So I'll use like import data from where we want to get that data from. Let's just go ahead and go to the utils folder, and we want to select this data. That's totally done. Now we have to store that data inside our state. So I'm going to be using like useState for that, and here we want to provide all of that data. Okay, and here we just have to destructure the projects and also set projects. From where? From this useState. Now let me go back because we are going to be writing a lot of JSX and a lot of classes. So I'm going to just select this one and provide a classes to this. So pairing for all around will be set to 4. Width will be set to 93%, and also margin for the left will be set to 5 rems. Okay, and now inside this div, we're going to be first of all defining our sorting, and then we're going to be defining our main table, and after that we're going to be defining our pagination. So let's start from this sorting. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a div with a class of flex, and also the items will be set to totally center, and margin for the bottom will be set to 5. Inside there, we're going to be creating our button with a class of border, and border will be set to gray of 700. This is right, or 700, and we're going to be also providing a flex, and items will be set to center. Justify will be set to center, and text will be set to totally wide. Padding for all around will be set to 2 and rounded. And inside there, we're going to be rendering our icon, which will be bi sort, and that's going to be coming from the React icon. So we have to also install this. I'm going to be using npm I and then React icons. Now they're successfully done, so I'm going to use the npm run dev to start my server, and now we have to grab this icon from that React icons. Okay, like so. And I'm going to also provide the class name of margin for the right will be set to 0.3 rem. Okay, now let me just save my, and we're going to be also providing a sort as a label to it. And now let me also render my AI outline down. We also have to get this icon, and I'm going to provide a class name of margin for the left will be now set to 2. Let me remove this empty space from here, and this is how my icon looks like right here. Of course, we're not providing any functionality to it, but this is just for the UI. Now let me go ahead and take care of this main table. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my table with a class of minimum width of totally full, and also the table will be set to auto like all around, and we're going to be providing a rounded and also border gray of 700. Text will be set to totally white. Inside there we're going to be defining our t head, not thread but t head, like so. And then let's just define our tr, and inside each of these tr we are going to be defining our th with a class of pairing for the x-axis of 5 and pairing for the y-axis of 3, and text will be set to left. And let's just provide an image right here for the first level, and I'm going to duplicate that like a lot of time. Okay, I'm going to remove this image and replace that with name, and also replace this one with country, ERY by COUNTRY. There we go. And email, then we have a project name. We also have our task progress, status, date, and finally we have our actions. Okay, so I'm going to remove the last one, save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. So that's going to be it for the basic header. Now we are going to be also providing a filtration for this one, but we are going to be taking care of that in a few seconds. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that underneath this t head, we are going to be also defining our t body. So it's going to allow us to give us all of that body. So I'm going to write like t body, and inside this t body we're going to be using our tr, and that's going to have the border, and also border will be set to totally gray of 700, like so. And inside this tr we are going to be defining our td with the class name of pairing for the x-axis of 4 and pairing for the y-axis of 2. I'm going to also render my image, but you know what, yeah, I'm going to just render some sort of an image right here, and that image will have the value of project and then image, IMAGE, and we are going to be also providing our alternative text. So I'll use like project dot client. So now you might be wondering like where in the world is this image coming from and where in the world is this client coming from. So if I hold control and click on this projects, so it's going to bring us to this thread. And now if I hold control and click on this data, so it's going to bring us to this data. Okay, so we are now grabbing this image and also this name of the client, and we are now putting that inside this image right here. So it's going to give us the image of that specific person. It's going to also give us the client right here. It's not going to give us any data because we're not iterating over through our client, so that's why, or our array to be precise, not a client. But you know what, I'm going to just complete the UI and then we will take care of the functionality. So underneath this td we're going to be defining yet another td with the class of pairing for the x-axis of 4 and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. And here we have to define our project.client as a name, and I'm going to just duplicate there a few times. I know we are getting a lot of errors, but there's just a TypeScript error. So now let me just define a country and also the email, and finally we have to just write the project right here, like so. Now if I save my file and check this out, still we are not getting any data because we are not iterating over through nothing. Okay, so you know what, I'm going to take care of the rest of the UI in a few seconds because you are not able to see anything. But yeah, I'm going to take care of that in a few seconds. So you know what, I'm going to just hide this entire main body, and we're going to be also taking care of the pagination. So let me just create a UI for this pagination right here. Okay, so I'm going to create a div with the class of flex, and justify will be set to end, and also pairing for the top, not pairing but margin for the top will be set to 4. And inside there we're going to be defining our button with the class of pairing for the x-axis will be 4 and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. Background color will be set to gray of 700, and we're going to be also providing the text of totally white to it, totally rounded, and margin for the right will be set to 2. And disable, DISABLED, will be set to opacity when it is disabled, so we're going to be changing the opacity to 50. There we go. Okay, so now inside this button, what do you want to do? We just want to write a previous, PREVIOUS. There we go. And yeah, that's going to be fine. So now underneath this button, you know what, let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And we are going to be also creating a span with the class of pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4 and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. Text will be set to totally white, and inside there let's just write our page. Okay, so it's going to basically give us like page 1 out of 2 or page 2 out of 3 or something like that. So in this case I'm going to only provide like page 1 of 4 would be fine. let's just check this out. So here you can see we are now getting our previous button, and we are also getting, this shouldn't be a project, it should be a page. Okay, so yeah, we are now getting a page 1 out of 4. Now let me just copy this entire button and let me just place that right here. Instead of providing a previous, I'm going to change there to next. Save my file, and now we are getting this next button, which is looking cool. So now let me take care of these drop down menus. So I'll just define a state with the name of drop down visible, and then set drop down visible, or you know what, set drop down visible, and that's going to be equals to the useState, and initial value will be set to false, false. There we go. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI, which is the sorting. So I'm going to go ahead and go there, and when somebody clicks on this button, so what do you want to do? We just want to fire this function. So let's just write like on click event handler, and we want to fire this function which will just set the drop down menu to not false. Okay, so I'll just use like drop down menu like so. So if our drop down menu is set to true, this will make it false. So if our drop down menu is set to false, it's gonna make it true. So which means like if it is hidden, it's gonna unhide there, and if it's not hidden, so it's gonna just hide there. Okay, so now that's totally done. Next we have to show our content based on our true or false state. So what I'm going to do is that here we are going to be defining like if our drop down menu is visible, then we are going to be showing this UI. But if our drop down menu is set to false, then we are not going to be showing anything at all. Okay, so I'll just create a div with a class of absolute, and also top will be set to totally full, and the left side, come on, the left side will be set to totally 0. Margin for the top, come on, margin for the top will be set to 2, and background will be set to totally gray of 800, and border gray of 700, totally rounded, and shadow will be set to large. And inside this div we're going to be defining our button, and here we're going to be just writing a name. I'm going to duplicate, or you know, we're going to be duplicating that in a few seconds, but I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to it. So like block, and pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, text will be set to totally white, width will be set to totally full, and when somebody hover over there, we're going to be changing the background color to 700 of totally gray. And also when somebody clicks on this button, so we're going to be firing this function which will be handle sort option click. And here we're going to be also providing a client to there. We're going to be creating this function in a few seconds, but now let me just save my file. And also I'm going to have to duplicate this button a few times. So I'm going to just duplicate the one for the country and one more time for the date. I'm going to change the values of there. Instead of providing a click, I should have to provide like client, not click. Okay, and here we also have to specify the country, and also country here. Change this one to date, and this label to date as well. So it's going to give us an error obviously because we have to create this function. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the top and create this function. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like const handle option click, and it's going to take a key, and that key will be a string. And inside this function we're going to be defining our set drop down visible, and we have to set there to false. We also have to do a lot more things inside there, but you know what, let's just check this out. So if I click on there, we are not getting anything. So you know what, let me just take care of the set sort project. So we are going to be using like sort projects, and here we have to define our key. And now let me just create these sort projects up above right here. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to just write like sort project. It's going to take a key, and that key will be the type of string. And here what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to just make a clone of all of their projects right here, not this one but this one, to make a clone of all of their projects. So basically what we are going to be doing is that we're going to be using this spread operator. So I'm going to use like ... and clone all of the projects right here, and we also have to store them in some sort of a variable. So I'll use like let sorted projects, and that's going to be equals to this clone of this data. Now outside from there we also have to define one more state for the sort configuration. So I'll just write like sort config, and also we have to write like set sort config. That's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to null, but I'm going to also annotate that with this object, and this object will have the key, and key will be set to string, and we're going to be also providing a direction. So I'll use like direction, and direction will be set to string. Otherwise, if that's not the case, we are going to be only providing a null, which this is right here. Like initially the value is now set to null, and now we have to use this sort configuration inside these functions. So we already made a copy of these projects. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our checks. I'm going to provide a check right here. So if our sort config, like if we have some sort of a sort config, in this situation we are going to be defining yet another check. So if our sort configuration.key is triple equals to the key which we are now taking as a parameter, so if that sort.key is equal to that key, so in that situation we are going to be providing the sort config.direction, and that's going to be set to ascending, ascending, like so. And I'm going to have to use triple equality operator right here. If this expression is true, so in that situation we are going to be sorting our item by using like sort projects, which is going to be the clone of our projects, and then we are going to be using the JavaScript sort method on there. Here it takes two parameter like a comma b, and what do you want to do with them? We just want to fire a function, and here I'm going to be doing a bit of magic, and then I'm going to explain that magic. So I'll use like a and key, and also if that is greater than b dot b, not dot key but just a key, so in this situation we are going to be returning -1, but if that's not the case we are going to be returning only 1. So now let me explain like what in the world is this line even mean. You already know like this is going to be the clone of our project, and then we can use this sort method on them because this is array. Inside the array we have a lot of objects, so which means like we can use the sort method on there. This is an arrow function that takes two parameters like a and b, which represent two elements inside the project's array to be compared. Like it will first of all compare, let me just show you there. It's gonna first of all compare this element with this another one, like the second one. So this is what's going to happen for the first step. And now let me explain this line of code. So this is an expression that compare the values of a and b at the property of key, which we have already specified right here. So if the a key is greater than the b key, then the function will return 1, which means like a should compare with b in the sorted order. So if the a key is not greater than the b key, for example, like if it is a less than or equal to or something like that, it will return 1, meaning the b should come before a. Okay, so I hope it makes sense. But if it didn't, so you can just quick Google search or something like that. We are going to be also using our set sort config, and here we have to define our key first of all, and also we have to give it the direction. So I'll just write like direction. Come on, what the hell? direction, and the direction will be set to descending, descending, like so. So that's going to be it for the first case. And what about the next case, like for the else clause? Like if that is not the case, then we're going to be jumping into this else clause, and for this else clause we're going to be copying and placing both of these code, and here we only have to change that -1 to 1, and also we have to provide a minus for this second one right here. Like basically we're just reverting our expression, that's it. And we also have to change this one from descending to ascending, ascending, like so. And finally we have to push that to our projects. We are going to be using like set projects, and we have to push our sorted projects in there. Okay, like so. It should be a sorted. Okay, so I'm going to copy them and place it right here, and now that error is successfully gone. Let me just refresh there and check out the UI. So if I click on there, I don't know why we're not getting their drop down menu, so let me just take care of that. And I forgot to include the relative div right here, so I'll just create a div with the class of relative, and I'm gonna cut that div, and we have to close that right here. So now if I save my file, and now if I click on this drop down menu, so it's gonna give us that name, country, and date. So if I click on the name, it's gonna sort my data, but I cannot see that sorted data. We will see that in a few seconds, but we also have to take care of the filters. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my filters right here underneath this div. We're going to be defining our filters. So I'll just create a div with a class of like relative, and also margin for the left will be set to 4, width will be set to totally full, and inside there we're going to be once again defining our button with the class of border, and border will be set to totally gray of 700, and also we are going to be providing a flex class to it, and items will be set to center, justify will be also set to center, and text will be set to totally white, padding for all around will be set to 2, and totally rounded. Inside this button we are going to be defining our MD sort as the icon, so let's just grab them. And also I'm going to provide a class name of margin for the right, and that's going to be equal to 0.3 rems. Outside from there I'll just define my filters and also provide my AI outline, and down, there we go. Provide a class name of margin for the left will be set to 2, so it's gonna give us that button right here, and this is not something that we want, so we have to cut this div and we have to put that inside that div. And now let me test this out. So here you can see we're now getting our filters and also our sorts. Now let me also take care of this drop down menu here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just define my drop down menu, and when somebody clicks on this button, so we're going to be firing this function. Okay, so this function will have like set filters, come on, set filters not filter visible, like so. So we're going to be defining this filter visible and also set not filter visible right here as a start. So now underneath there, I'm gonna just create my filter visible and also set filter visible, like so. That's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to false, and this should be set filters visible. Now let me just save my file and go ahead and take care of the rest of these stuff. Okay, so now our filter will show up over UI, but we also have to create our UI to see there. So to see our UI, first of all, we're going to be rendering our UI totally conditionally. So I'll just use like filter visible. If that is the case, we're going to be rendering this UI. But if that's not the case, so which means like if this is not set to true, so we're not going to be showing nothing. And if it is true, so we're going to be creating a div with a class of absolute, and top will be set to 4 and left will be set to 0. And I'm going to also provide the margin for the top will be set to 2, and background color will be set to 800, like so. Border and also border will be set to totally gray of 700, and I'm going to provide the rounded border, and shadow will be set to totally large, and padding for the y-axis will be, or you know what, padding all around will be set to 4. Inside there, we're going to be creating our div with a class of margin for the bottom will be set to 2, and label will be just like, you know what, we're not going to provide any HTML4, but I am going to provide some sort of a class name to it. So block, and text will be set to totally white, and here we have to define our filter by and then name, like so. Okay, so now underneath there, we are going to be creating our input field with a type of text, and also the name will be set to name. And I'm going to also, you know, we are not going to be providing any ID today. So for the value, our value will be coming from the filters dot name, come on, or filters and then the dot name, and we're going to be also providing the own change event handler. So you know what, we're going to be taking care of all of that stuff in a few seconds, but you only want to see the UI. So I'm going to provide a class name, and background color will be set to totally 900, and text will be set to totally white, and I'm going to provide the rounded padding, come on, padding for the y-axis or padding for all around will be set to 2, and width will be set to 4. Now if I save my file and check this out, so if I click on there, we are not getting anything. I don't know why, and it is not working because we have to cut this code and we have to put that underneath this button right here. So now if I put that here, and now we are getting our filter by name, and we can just provide our filter like some sort of a name right here. Okay, so now you can click on this, so it's gonna unhide there, and now if I click on there once again, so it's gonna hide there, or the other way around. I just said that wrong. Yeah, now underneath this div, what do we have to do? We have to define yet another div. So I guess I'm gonna have to copy and paste this one. So I'm going to just copy therefore the filter by country, filter by email, filter by project, and filter by status. Okay, so now let me just change these values. So we have like filters. I'm going to just remove that from here. We have a filter by name. We also have a filter by email, or you know what, let me just change that to filter by country. Name will be set to country, and also we have a filter by email. So I'll write like email, and the name will be set to email, like so. I'm gonna make the uppercase E. Filter by projects, so I'll just use like project, and also provide a project right here for the name. Okay, then we have a status, so I'll just change that to status. And finally, we also have to change this name to status right here. Now let me just save my file and check this out. So we have a filter by name, by country, email, project, and status, so which is looking cool. Now let me go ahead and take care of the filtration. So I'm going to go to the top, and first of all I'm going to define my filtration state right here. So I'm going to just create a filters, or yeah, filters will be fine, and then we have a set filters that's going to be equals to the useState, and the initial value will be set to this object. Object will have the name, and here we just have to provide this empty array, or not array but string, and country country will be also set to empty string. We also have to provide the email will be set to empty string, the project will be empty string, and also the status will be empty string. So now we have to use the inside our project. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my filtration and use the right here. First of all, I'm going to provide a value to this, so I'll use like value value will be coming from the filters.name. We are only interested in the name in this case. And when somebody types something inside this, we are going to be firing this function, which will be a handle filter, or filter change. Okay, so now let's just provide there for this one. So for the value, we are going to be providing like filters.country, and also when somebody clicks on there, we are going to be firing this function, which is a handle filter change like so. Next, we also have to provide the value for this one, and this one will take the value of filters.email. And when somebody tries to type something inside there, we are going to be firing this function. Then we have a value, and for this value we are going to be providing our filters, and when somebody types something inside there, we are going to be firing this function. And finally we have a status, so we just have to write a value, and value will be set to filters.status right here. And when somebody types something inside there, we are going to be firing this function. Okay, that was a lot of talking. So now let me just create this function. I'm gonna go to the top and define my function right here underneath that one. So we're going to be using like const and then handle filter change. It's going to take the event object, and we're going to be using this event object on the React.change event, and we're going to be using that on the HTML input element. So we have to explicitly define. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be using our set filters, and inside that set filters we are going to be first of all making a clone of all of the filters that we currently have, and then we are going to be using like e.target.name, and we have to set that to e.target.value. That's all that we have to do. But now we also have to take care of all of that filtration logic. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like filtered projects, and that's going to be equals to our entire projects, which means like in our entire data, which is now set to this entire data right here. We are going to be defining our filter method on the project, and here inside there what I want to do, I want to just create my UI. But first of all, we also have to create yet another state, which will be for the search query. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to the top, and now underneath there I'm going to define yet another state for the search query. So I'll use like search query and then set search query, and that's going to be equals to basically like the useState and empty string inside there. Okay, so now let me just go ahead and use there inside this project. But you know what, we don't have to specify this curly braces. I can use my parentheses, and inside these parentheses I'm going to be first of all providing this condition: if search query is triple equals to, like if search query is equal to empty string, we have object dot values, and we are going to be just providing our object inside there. And inside this object dot values and project, we have to fire this sum method on there, and then we have to provide a callback function to this sum method. So we're going to be passing a value for this sum method, and we're going to be making that as a lowercase. So I'll use like value dot to lowercase, and here we are going to be also using the includes method on there. Okay, so here we have to just specify our search query, and we also have to make that to lowercase like so. I'm going to save my file. So this is how my currently code looks like, and that's going to be it for the first condition. So now let's just provide more conditions. Okay, so I'm going to just write like my parentheses right here. First of all, we have to just write the and symbol. So if that is the case, then we are going to be using like filters dot name, and if that is equal to empty string, so in that situation we are going to be getting like all of the data, and we only want to get the project out of there. Then we have to make that as a lowercase, because we don't want to get like the casing conflicts. So we just want to change that to lowercase like so, and we have to use the dot method and check if it is including filters dot country and then dot to lowercase like so. So in that situation we are going to be getting our data. So that was it for the name, and now let me just provide for the email. So let's just write an and symbol and use our filters dot email, and if that is triple equals to empty string, or project dot email dot to lowercase. I'm gonna also have to change that to lowercase, and then use the include method on there, and here we have to specify our filters dot email and change this one to lowercase as well. So that's gonna be it for the email, and now we have to use that for the project. So I'll use like filters dot project is triple equals to empty string, come on, or we have to write our project and then the project inside there. We also have to change that to lowercase, come on, what the hell, to lowercase like so, and we have to check the includes method on there. So if we have the filters dot project dot to lowercase, So let me just save my file. So we have to fire this function right here. And now for the final one, we are going to be using them once again. So we are going to be using like filters.status is triple equals to empty string. So in that situation, what do we have to do? We have to just get like project.status, and then we have to make their two lowercase like so. I'm going to execute this function and check out the includes method on there and use the filter.status dot two lowercase right here. So now if I save my file, and that's totally done. And now we have to use that inside our UI. So this should be filters. There we go. I just paused the recording and sat back and enjoy the code, and it turns out that I made two mistakes. The first mistake that I made is this one. So what, let me just go to the top, and here you can see inside this sort, we are not going to be using a sort projects. We are going to be using a sorted project. So sorted project right here. Okay, which is that sorted project array. So I'm going to copy them, and now let me just place that right here for this one as well. So now if I save my file, and now if I try to sort something by either the name or country, so this is how we are going to be doing there. If I click on that, and if I click on this name, and it's gonna sort there by name. If I want to sort there by country, so here you can see we have first of all the Canada, then we have a South Korea. So if I click on the countries, so now it's gonna give us Argentina and Australia and Canada and so on and so forth. I can also sort there by date. So here you can see we have like 27/9/2023, and now if I click on there, it's gonna sort there from 1. So now that error is now successfully gone, and I made a lot of errors in this function right here. So I want you to take a look at that, and then I'm going to remove this entire function, and I'm going to replace it with this function. And as you can see right here on the other function, I did not specify these parentheses right here. Like this is going to be my opening parentheses, and this is going to be the closing one. And here you can see I just provided these parentheses, and that's it. So I want you to pause the video and I don't want to like retype all of the entire function. So this is how you're going to be doing there. So I want you to pause the video and type all of that code. Or if you don't want to type there, you can totally get there from my GitHub repository right here. So everything else is exactly the same. Like I did not change any code, but I have to specify these parentheses right here on their exact same places. Pause the video, and if you want to type there, so feel free to type there. And you know what, I'm going to hide there from here. And now let me just copy this filtered project. Now to take care of the pagination, I'm going to go to the top, and underneath this filtered project, I'm going to start work on pagination. Okay, so now underneath this comment, I'm going to first of all create a state which will allows us to take care of the current page. So I'll write like current page, and then set current page is going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to 1. Like we want to basically start from the first page, so that's why we specified 1 in there. Now let me just write items per page. So per page you want to set the items, so let's just write per page. On per page you want to set the items to only 5 elements. Like here you can see we have like plethora of a lot of people, but we only want to set the 5 people on per page, nothing else than there. So that's going to be for the second one. And now let's just write a start index. So I'll write like start index, and that's going to be equals to let's just write the current page, and then -1 from there. So it's going to give us basically the last index, and now we want to multiply there by items per page. Okay, so here you can see we have the items per page, which simply means that we're now multiplying all of them by 5. Let me just undo there, and now underneath there we're going to be getting the current project. So I'll use like current projects, and it's going to be equals to the filtered data or filtered projects to be precise, which is that filter project. So in this filter project we have all of that logic about the search query and the filter name, country, email, and so on and so forth. You get the idea, and we're going to be using that right here. And then inside there we're going to be using the slice method, and then first of all we have to specify the start index, which is this variable right here, and then we have to specify the start index plus the items per page, and that's it for the current projects. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to get the total pages. So I'll just write like total pages, and that's going to be equals to the math.co, and here we have to specify the filtered projects right here. Come on, filtered projects dot length, and we have to divide them by items per page. Okay, so that's going to be it for the total pages. And finally we have to take care of the handle submit, but we're going to be doing that in a few seconds. So I'm going to go to the very bottom, and here we have to specify all of their values right here. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to provide a disable state on there, and it's going to be disabled if the current page is triple equals to 1. Like if you are on the first page, so we are going to be setting the previous button to disable, and when somebody clicks on this button, we are going to be firing this function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, which will be a handle page handle page change, and here we're going to be specifying the current page and then -1. Now for the next button, we're going to be also taking care of that, but instead of providing this 1, I'm going to just replace that with dynamic value, which will be the current page and also how many pages we have. So I'll just write like total pages. Okay, so it's going to give us like the current page and also how many pages that we have. Now let me also provide that for the button, so I'll just write like disable, and this button will be disabled if we have the current page triple equals to the total pages. Like if you have the last page, then we're going to be disabling this next button. Okay, so if that's not the case, we're not going to be disabling them. So when somebody clicks on this button, we are going to be firing this function, which is the handle page change. Okay, so let's just write our handle, and here we have to specify the current page +1, and now I'm going to save them. Now let me create this handle page change on the top. So I'm going to go to the very top, and underneath all of that, we're going to be defining our function. We're not going to be doing anything crazy, but I'll just write like const. This should what the hell am I doing? Let's just remove the and const handle page change, and that's going to be equals to the page number, and that's going to take a number as a parameter, and we are going to be using the set current page, and we only have to specify the page number inside there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the entire thing. But now I'm going to copy this current project, and instead of providing all of that filter data, we are going to be using this current page right here. So now if I save my file, and now let me just test this out. So here you can see on the current page, we only have 5 people. I can also increase the size of that if I wanted to. So I'm going to go to the top and change that to like, I don't know, maybe 7 or something. Now it's going to give us that 7 people right here. I can also make that like 10, and I guess 10 would be fine. You know what? Let me just change that to 9, or 8 would be fine rather. And now that's looking better. I can also click on the next page, so it's gonna bring us to the next page right here, and now we are getting like page, and we are now in this page, like the second page. So now here you can see this button is disabled, like I cannot click on that. And now if I want to go back, I can click on this previous one, so it's gonna bring us to this previous right here. Now I can also sort anything by name. I can also sort it by country, and I can also sort it by date. We can also provide a filtration like, I don't know, let's suppose if I want to get like Lucas, Lucas, so it's going to give us that Lucas right here, and everything is working the way we expect him to work. Anyways, so that was it about for this entire project. So here you can see we are now getting the images, we are getting the sidebar, we can sort our data, we can filter our data by using name, country, email. We also implemented the pagination, so we can go to the next screen, and if you have like a lot of data, we're going to be getting like a lot of pagination right here. So yeah, that was the simple project for the TypeScript. This is what we're going to be building in this project by using React.js, TypeScript, and TailwindCSS. So now let me show you the functionalities that we are going to be implementing in this project. The first thing that we have is a filter, so we can select the cheap products. As you can see, this one is the cheapest one. We can also select the expensive one. Here you can see we have an expensive product. We can also select the popular one, and this one is the popular one right here. We can also search by the product name. Suppose if I want to search for a Rolex, so I'll just write like Rolex, and here you can see it's going to give me all of their products which have the name of Rolex. So I'm going to remove that from here. We can reset our filter, so I'm going to click on that. We can also search by a minimum price and also the maximum price. So suppose if I just write like the minimum price of 20, and then I'm going to also provide the maximum price of like 200. So here you can see it's going to only give me their 2 products right here. And we can also select by a category. So if I just select like beauty, so it's going to only give me the beauty products. We can also select by a different kind of thing. Let's suppose if I click on the furniture, it's going to only give me their furniture right here, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now let me just refresh there one more time. We can also select by a keyword. So let's suppose if I click on the Apple, it's going to give me all of their Apple product right here. We can also search for the watches, fashion, trend, shoes, shirt, and so much more. Okay, so that was the first thing. So now let me just reset there, and we also implemented the pagination. So if I click on the second one, and here you can see it's going to bring us to the second page, and I can choose like different kind of pagination and so on and so forth. So I can click on the next button, it's going to show me the next page. I can also click on the previous one, so it's going to bring us to the previous page. And now if I click on a specific product, so I'm going to just choose like watches, and now if I click on a specific product, and as you can see right here, it's going to bring us to that specific product page. So we have the product image, we have the product name, description, price, and also the rating as well. Okay, so we can go back to see all of the products once again. We can also follow someone and unfollow someone if you wanted to, and these are totally dynamic people. Like, we're going to be sending a request to the random users API. If I refresh there, so anytime I refresh there, it's going to give me all of that random people right here. And finally we have these blogs, and they don't do nothing. So now let's get into the setup of this project, and I'm going to see you there. Let's talk about the requirements for this video. So for this video, you will have to know the JavaScript. So if you don't know what a JavaScript is, so I have a complete course on there. You also would need to know a TailwindCSS, so I have a complete course on there. You also have to know a TypeScript and React.js, and also you have to take this course, which is Advanced TypeScript Types for Next.js. But this course is not only for the Next.js developer. I made this course for both React.js developers and also for the Next.js developers. If you complete these courses, I can totally guarantee that you're going to be calling yourself as a TypeScript and React.js monsters. Now let's get into the setup of this video. Now let me make a setup for my coding journey. So I'm going to open my terminal right here on my desktop, and I'm going to just paste this command, which is create a new project by using the void. And I'm going to just give it the name of like React Ecom. You can give it any name that you like. And I'm going to just hit enter right now. I'm going to write Y and hit enter. And now I'm going to choose the React. I'm going to also choose the TypeScript, because in this video, we're going to be also using a TypeScript as well. So I'm going to go ahead and go to that folder, which is React Ecom. And now let me use npm I to install every single thing. Now then, successfully done. So I'm going to clear this out. And now we have to install more packages, which is Axios, Lucid Icon, and also a React Router DOM. I'm going to hit enter, so it's going to install that in my machine. Now then, successfully done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go ahead and go to the TailwindCSS.com, then docs, guides, and void. So once we are there, so this step is now successfully done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to copy this command, and I'm going to place that right here, paste it anyways, and I'm going to also hit enter, so it's going to initialize my TailwindCSS inside my project. Now then, it's totally done. So I'm going to open my VS Code right here inside that specific folder. Next, we have to copy this configuration, and we have to go to the tailwindconfig.js file, and we have to place that right here. So I'm going to save my file. And now let me just scroll down. So we also have to go to the index.css file. So I'll just write index.css, and now let me just place that right here. Okay, so now let's just remove that from here. And finally, I'm going to go ahead and go to my app.tsx, and I'm going to just replace that with this code. Okay, and finally, now let me just run that. I'm going to be using npm run dev, and it's going to run there right here. So, and we are now getting our hello world right here, which is amazing. So now let me just do a bit of cleanup. So I'm going to just remove these assets from here. I'm going to also remove this app.css, and I'm going to go into my main, and yeah, I guess that's going to be it. So you know what, let me just check this out. Let's just refresh there, and yeah, that's going to be it for the setup. And you know what, we also don't need the public, so I'm going to also remove the public from here. So that was it about for the setup. Next, we have to create our components folder, and I'll just give it the name of like components. And now inside there, we are going to be creating first of all our sidebar.tsx, and I'm going to just create my component by using arrayfce. Now inside this component, first of all, we have to create our state for the categories. So I'll just write categories and then set categories just like that, and it's going to be equals to the useState, and not transition but the useState. I'm going to set that to empty array, because here we are going to be storing all of our categories. And now I'll just annotate that with the string of array just like that. Okay, so that's going to be our first state. Now I'm going to also create a state for the keywords, but now in this case we are not going to be changing our keywords. So I'll just write like keywords, and I'm not going to just write like set keywords or something like that, because we are not changing our state. So I'll just write like useState, and all of these items I'll just place that right here, and I'm going to also annotate that with the string. Okay, so string of array. Underneath there, we are going to be fetching our data by using the useEffect. And now inside there, first of all, let me provide my empty dependency array. Now inside there, we are going to be creating our fetch categories, and it's going to allow us to fetch our categories by using this function. There's going to be an asynchronous function, because we are going to be calling some API. Okay, so I'll just write a try and catch block, and for the catch block, I'll just write like console.error, and then error fetching products. Okay, and I'll just pass my error right here. And if that's not the case, so first of all, we are going to be getting the response by using the await. We're going to be fetching our data from HTTPS and then the dummy json.com and / products. And now let me get a JSON data from that response. So I'll just write data, and then it's going to be equals to it's going to be equals to the await, and then we're going to be using response.json. But I'm going to also create an interface for that, so I'll just give it the name of like fetch response. And now let me just create that right here up above. And first of all, we are going to be creating an interface for the product itself, and I'll just write like category, and it's going to be equals to the string. And now underneath there, we're going to be creating an interface for that fetch response, and it's going to be set to the products, and then that products interface which we've created up above. Okay, and it's going to be set to this empty array. So that's there. And now let me just log my data to the console. So I'll just write like console.log of data, and also let me just call this function right here. Okay, so I'll just use like fetch categories, and now let me just execute this function. I'm gonna save my file, and nothing will happen right here. Why is that? Because we did not register this component anywhere. So now let's just do that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my app, and here now let me just register my component. So first of all, what you need a few things. So I'll just import first of all my browser router. So I'll just write like browser router is router. I'm going to rename that to the router. And also let's just import our component, which is a sidebar component. So I'm going to copy that from here, and now inside there, let's just remove that from here. I'm going to write my router first of all, like the opening and closing of router. Inside there, we are going to be creating our div with a class of flex and also the home of screen. And now I'm going to hit enter right here, and now inside there we just have to call our sidebar. I'm going to save my file, and now let me test this out, and now let's just refresh there. And here you can see we are now getting all of that data right here. So we have our products. Here you can see each of that product will give us the category of beauty, but we want only the unique ones right here. We don't want to get like beauty again and again. We only want to get the beauty one time. Okay, and then we want to get like, I don't know, maybe something else like this one. I can't even pronounce this word, but yeah. We only want to get the unique categories. We don't want to get all of them. So how in the world we are going to be getting our unique categories? So we are going to be using like array.from, and now inside there we are going to be passing our new set to there, and that set takes an iterable, and it will only give us the unique value out of there. So I'll just use like data, and then we are going to be iterating over through their products, and now we have to use like map method for that. So I'm going to just write like product, and then I'm going to be using like product.category. So now it's going to give us only the unique ones. So I can totally store them in the variable like unique categories, and it's going to be equals to that code. And now let me just log to the console my unique categories. So if I save my file, and now let me just run there, and here you can see we are now only getting these 4 categories right here. Okay, so we have a beauty and so on and so forth. So yeah, this is how we are going to be getting a unique values from our data. So I'll just remove that from here, and I'm gonna just set that to my category. So I'll just write like set categories, and we are going to be only passing a unique categories to there. Okay, so this is how we are going to be fetching our category, and now it's time to render this. So I'll just remove that from here. I don't know what's happening with this JSX. Maybe I'm gonna have to restart my VS Code. Okay, now it's better. So first of all, I'm gonna have to just provide a few classes to it. So I'll just write like width of 64, and padding all around will be set to 5, and height will be set to screen. That's gonna be our first div. Now inside there we are going to be creating our h1 with the class of text 2xl, font of totally bold, margin for a bottom will be set to 10, and margin for a top will be set to 4. And I'll just give it the name of like React Store. You can give it any name that you like. I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our React Store right in here, which is looking amazing. I'm gonna also hide this sidebar from here. Now it's looking better. Underneath there we are going to be creating our section, and now inside this section we are going to be first of all creating our input for our text, and I'll just write like the class name of border 2 pixel, and also totally rounded. Padding for the x-axis will be set to 2. On the small screen size, we are going to be providing margin for the bottom of 0. Okay, and I'll also provide the placeholder of search product. Okay, and in this case, I'm not going to be providing any values to this, so I'm going to save my file. Okay, so that's going to be it for the first one. Now I'm going to also create a div with the class of flex and also the justify of center. And we are going to be providing the items of center as well. And now inside there we are going to be creating our input with a type of text, and I'll also provide a class name of border 2. Margin for the right will be set to 2, padding for the x-axis will be set to 5, padding for the y-axis will be set to 3, and also margin for the bottom will be set to 3, and width will be set to totally full. And I'm going to also provide the placeholder of min. I'm going to duplicate this line of code and I'm going to also provide a max right here. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. I know it's looking awful, but yeah, we will change that. Next, we have to take care of our categories. So I'm going to come underneath this div. Now I'll just write like categories section. First of all, we have to create our div with a class of margin for the bottom of 5, and we have to create our h2 with a text of extra large, and the font will be semi bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 3. And now let's just write our categories inside there, and this is how it looks like right here. So that's amazing. Now underneath there, we are going to be iterating over through all of that categories which we've provided right here. So we are going to be iterating over through all of them, and then we are going to be rendering like only the unique ones. So I'll just write like categories, and now let's just use our map, and here I'm going to provide my category and also the index. And now inside there, first of all, let me provide my label. And for each label, I'm not going to be providing any HTML4. I'm going to provide my key of index right here. And also let me just provide a class name of block, and margin for the bottom will be set to only 2. Okay, so now let's just go inside there. And I'm going to be creating my input first of all. And for this input, we are not going to be using text, but instead we are going to be using a radio. I'll just provide a name of like category. And I'm going to also provide the value of category as well. And you know, I'm not going to be providing any on change or anything like that. So I guess that's going to be fine, but I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to it. So like margin for the right will be set to 2, width will be now set to 16 pixel, and height will be also set to 16 pixel. So now let me just save my file. And this is how my categories looks like right here. But now we have to render our categories, and to do that, we are going to be using my category, category, just like that. I'm going to be using 2 uppercase. If you don't like the uppercase, you can totally change that, but yeah, in my case that's looking better. So yeah, we are totally good here. So that's looking amazing. Now you know what, I'm going to also take care of the keywords as well. So, and I just realized that I'm going to have to wrap that in some sort of a section, so I'll just cut that from here. And now let me just put that right underneath there. And now let's just take care of the keywords. So I'll just write like keywords and section. Okay, so now let's just take care of this. So first of all, we are going to be creating margin for the bottom of 5, h2 with the class of text extra large, and also the font will be set to semi bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 3, and let's just write our keywords right here. So I'm going to save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. We can also provide like some sort of a margin for the top of 4 or something. I guess that's looking pretty good. Underneath there, let's just create another div. And now inside this div, we are going to be iterating over through all of the keywords. And let's just use a map right here, and I'm going to pass my keyword and also the index as well. Okay, so now inside there, we are going to be creating a button. You can create like any kind of UI if you wanted to. And I'll just pass like the key of my index, and also let me just style this. So I'll just write block. Margin for the bottom will be set to 2, padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, and width will be set to totally full. Text will be set to the left. And let's just provide a border and also rounded. Once we hover over it, so we want to change the background color of gray to 200. Okay, so that's going to be it. And now inside this button, we want to use like keyword dot to uppercase. If you want to change that, you are more than welcome to change that. Okay, so here you can see I have my buttons right here, the keyword buttons right here, which is also looking amazing. And now finally, we have to take care of that one button. Okay, so I'll just go down here, and now let me just create a button right here. And let's just style there a bit. So I'll just provide the width of totally full. MB margin for the bottom will be set to 4 rem, and padding for the y-axis will be set to 2. Background will be set to totally black, and text will be set to totally white, and rounded. Margin for the top will be set to 5. And I'll just provide the label of like reset filters. I'll just save my file, and here you can see this is how my reset filter will look like. So we are now totally done with this UI stuff. But now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to take care of the functionality. We are going to be making some sort of a changes inside this sidebar.txt file, and we want to render that change data inside the main content.tsx file, which we are going to be creating very soon. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, the first way is to use a Redux toolkit, or Redux, whatever you want to call that. And the next way is to use the context. So this project is not the big project, so we're going to be using only the context. So I'll go ahead and create my context right here. So I'll just give it the name of like filter context.tsx, not text but tsx, just like that. And inside this context, first of all, we are going to be importing a lot of things like we have to import our create context, we also have to import our use context, and also we have to import our useState, and also we have to import our React node. So we are going to be importing all of that from the React.js. Next, we have to create our big interface. So I'll just write like interface, and I'm going to give it the name of like filter context type, and I'm going to just make it as uppercase. And now inside there, first of all, we have to write our search query. And you know, let me just zoom in a bit right here, and it's going to be set to string. We already know that. We also have to write our set search query, and it's going to be set to a function which will take some sort of a parameter of query, and that's going to be a string. And now we have to provide our void right here, and also we have to write our selected category, and it's going to be set to a string. We already know that. And then set selected category will be now equals to this function, which will also take a category as a parameter, and that's going to be a string. Okay, so we also have to set that to the void. Let me provide my minimum price, and that minimum price, we already know that it's going to be either a number or it's going to be a totally undefined. We don't want to accept anything else than that. Okay, so either a number or undefined. Then we have to write our set minimum price, and it's going to be set to this price, and that's going to be totally a number, okay, or maybe undefined. Okay, so let's just provide our void right here, because that's going to be a function. And let's just provide for the max price, and max price will be either a number or undefined. And also the set max price will be now set to this function, which will be a price. And now let's just provide either a price or the undefined. And now we also have to return the void, because this is going to be a function, or a method rather. And now let's just provide our keywords, or keyword singular, and it's going to be set to a string. And then we have to provide our set keyword, and that's going to be a function which will take the keyword as a parameter, and that's going to be a string. And now we have to just return the void inside this. So let's just go back, and this is how we are going to be creating our filter context types. That's going to be only the types. Okay, so let's just create our filter context right here. So I'll just write like create context, and now here inside there, we're going to be providing only the undefined right here. But for the type, we are going to be providing first of all the filter context type or undefined. And now let me just close them. I'll just write like const filter and then context, and now we have to store them in this variable right here. Okay, so everything is looking good, but we have to just use these unused variables. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our provider. So I'll just write like export const filter provider, and you can give it like any name that you like. And I'm going to be using like react.functional component right here in this case, and we're going to be providing our children, so that's why I'm using the. So we're going to set the children, children to the React node. And now we have to just set that to equal to this children right here. Okay, and now finally we have to go to the body. So now let me just save my file. It will give us that error, but I want you to just ignore that for a few seconds, because it will fix itself. Okay, this is just a TypeScript error. So first of all, we have to define a lot of states. So we are going to be defining like the search query state, and also set search query, and it's going to be equals to the use state. And now inside there, we are going to be setting there to empty string. So I'll just set there to only a string. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be the first one. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our selected category, and then set selected category as well. It's going to be equals to the use state. And now inside there, we're going to be also setting there to the empty string, just like there. And also we have to set the minimum price, and also set min price. It's going to be equals to the use state, and we have to set that to undefined initially, because we don't want to set the initial value to anything. And you will see there why I'm providing an undefined right here, okay, in a few seconds. So now let me just annotate that with the undefined. And I'm gonna just, I'm not gonna duplicate that. So I'll just write like the max price, and then the set max price, and it's gonna be equals to the use state, and we are going to be providing the undefined as the initial value. Okay, so let's just provide either the string or undefined. And why am I providing a string? These are the prices, so we have to set that to number. Underneath them, we have to create our keyword, and let's just write our keyword, and then the set keyword. Okay, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and we have to just set that to the empty string, just like that. Now we are totally done with that. So I'll just write like return, provide my filter context dot provider. Okay, so now inside there, we are going to be also providing a children right here. So I'll just write like children, and I'm going to also provide my values right here. So I'll just write like value, and I'm going to destructure them. So I'll first of all provide my search query, and I'm going to also provide my set search query and selected category, and also the set selected category minimum price, and also the max, or set minimum price as well, set min price. and also the maximum price and set max price, and also the keyword and set keyword, just like that. So I'm going to save my file, and then finally we have to just create our use filter. Okay, so let's just use our export const use filter. It's going to be equals to this function right here. And now let me just provide first of all my context. You can give it any name that you like, and I'm going to just use my use context right here, and we're going to be providing our filter context to there. Okay, and now we have to check if we don't have that context. So what do you want to do in that situation? We just want to throw the new error, and we want to say that use filter must be used within a filter provider, just like that. And if that's not the case, we just only want to return our context, just like this. So I'm going to save my file, and that was a lot of talking. I don't know where in the world this use transition came from, but yeah, that's everything that you have to do for the filter context. Now that we successfully created our context, so now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go ahead and go to our main, and we have to register that right here. So first of all, we have to import our filter provider, and now we have to wrap every single thing inside this. So I'll just write like filter provider, and I'm going to close that. And let me just put my app inside this filter provider. So that's totally done. Next, we have to use this filter context inside this sidebar component. So how are we going to be doing that? First of all, we have to destructure every single thing from there. So we are going to be using like use filter. And now inside this use filter, we are going to be destructuring all of their properties. So I'll just put that right here. And yeah, we did not use that. So that's why we are now all declare element are unused. So that's why we are now getting this error like we have these variable but we did not use this. Now let's just use them. First of all, we have to take care of the first input field, which is this input field right here. So I'm going to provide the initial value of the search query, and I'm going to also provide the on change. And once we change something inside there, so we're going to be using like set search query, and we're going to be providing e.target.value, like what did we type inside their input. Okay, so that's going to be the first one. And next, we have to take care of this input field right here, like the minimum and also the maximum. Okay, so for the minimum, we're going to be providing the value right here, and the value will be either the minimum price, which we are now getting from the top. And now if that's not the case, we are going to be only setting there to empty string. Okay, so once we change something inside this, we are going to be calling this function, which is handle min price change. This is not a big function to create it separately, but you know what, I don't want to clutter my UI, so I'm going to go to the top, and now let's just create that right here. So I'll just use like const and handle min price change, and it's going to be taking that event object. And now inside them, we're going to be first of all getting the value from this. We can use like e.target.value, and we can also just set that to the minimum price right here. So value, if we have some sort of a value, and convert our value to that floating point number. And if we don't have the value, so we just want to set that to undefined. And now let me take care of this event error right here. Just use like react.change event, and now we have to just pass our HTML input element right here inside there. So this is how it's going to resolve that error right here. Okay, so that's going to be the first one. Now let's take care of that maximum one right here. Okay, so we're going to be providing the value to there. So let's just write our value, and the initial value we're going to be setting there to the maximum price. And if we don't have the maximum price, so for that we are going to be using the empty array. Not empty array, but just an empty string. Okay, so then we have to use our on change when we want to change something inside there. So for that we are going to be using like handle max price change, kind of a long function name. So we just have to create that right here. So I'm going to be using that. It's going to also take that event. So you know, I'm going to have to copy this entire thing from here. Now let me just paste that right here, and let me close that. And we're going to be doing the same thing, like we have to get the value by using the e.target.value, and we also have to change the set maximum price, and then we have to provide our value if we have the value. So we have to change that to the parse float, and if we don't have the value, so we just want to change that to undefined. Okay, so I'm going to save this file, and that's going to be it for the handle max price change. Okay, so let's just see what else is left. And here you can see we also have to take care of this input field right here, which is not going to be that much of a problem. So what I want to do is that I want to provide my, what do we call it, I'm going to provide my on change, and it's going to be taking this function as an input handler. So I'll just use like handle radio change categories, just like that, and we are going to be passing our category inside there. And I'm going to copy that from here. Let's just go to the top, and I'm going to just create that right here. We are not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be just creating this function, and it's going to be taking the category as a parameter, and that's going to be a string. And now inside there we have to just write like set selected category. Let's just provide our category inside there. Underneath this class name, what do we have to do? We have to just provide our checked, and we are going to be setting there to the selected category, and if that's equals to the category, so only just check there, and if that's not equal to the category, then make it disable. Okay, so that's going to be for the checked. And now let's just take care of these keywords right here. When somebody clicks on this button right here, so what do we have to do? In that situation, we want to change the handle keyword click. Okay, and we're going to be only passing the keyword inside there, so I'm going to copy that from here, and we have to just create that right here inside underneath this handle radio change category. So I'll just create that right here. It's going to be taking a keyword, and let's just provide a string to that. Now let's just change our set keyword, and we're going to be only passing our keyword inside there. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and I guess that's going to be it for the functionality, if I am not wrong. Yeah, I am wrong because we have to take care of this reset filters as well. Okay, so how we are going to be doing that? To do that, first of all, we have to provide our handler right here. So we are going to be just writing like on click handler. So we are going to be passing like handle reset. Okay, so I'm going to copy that from here, and let's just go to the top and set everything to the empty string. Okay, so I'll just write like const handle reset filters. And now inside that, what do you have to do? First of all, we have to write our search query, and we have to set that to empty string. We have to get our set selected category. We have to set that to empty string. We have to get our set minimum price. We have to provide the undefined inside there. We have to get our set maximum price. We have to set that to undefined, and also the set keyword to empty array, to empty string. So I'm going to save my file, and I guess that's going to be it. So you know what, the functionality is now totally done. But now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to render our content right here. The sidebar is now totally done. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the sidebar, and now let's just create our main content component. So main content main content.tsx, and I'm gonna just write like RAFCE and main content inside there. So I'm gonna save my file, and now let me go ahead and go to my app. Underneath this sidebar, we're going to be creating a div. I'll just provide a few classes to it, like rounded, and then the width will be set to totally full, and also the flex justify will be set to between, and also flex will be set to totally wrap. Okay, just like that. And inside there, we're going to be just providing our routes. You don't have to do that, but if you want to do that, so that's going to be a better idea. If you want to create a separate page, you can totally do that, but you know what, I'm not going to do that. I'll just write like route, and let's just get that from the React router, and let's just close it right here. I'm going to provide a path to that, and path will be just a home. And for the home, we are going to be just providing an element of our main content component, which we just created right here. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our main content right here, which is amazing. So I'm going to close that, and let's just close this filter and also this sidebar, and now let's just take care of this main content component. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to have to import a lot of things from what do we call it, from our use filter. Okay, so let's just execute them, and now inside there we have to destructure like the search query, and also the selected category, and also the minimum price, the maximum price, and also the keyword. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Come on, let me just go back, and I'm gonna save my file, and that's the thing that we have to import right here. Next, we have to create a few states like products, and then set products. It's gonna be now equals to the use state, and we can provide like basically anything anything for the array. Okay, so let's just provide our empty array right here, and also let's just create our filter, and set filter is going to be equals to the use state, and for the initial, not a use transition but a use state, and the initial value we're going to be passing all to it. And also I'm going to pass my current page, and then set current, come on, set current page, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and we are going to be passing 1 to it, like for the initial value. And then let's just also create for the drop down menu, because we're going to be also creating a drop down menu as well, and then set drop down open. Okay, so it's going to be equals to the use state, and we're going to be providing the initial value of false to it. Okay, so that's totally done, but I'm going to also create one variable, not a state but one variable, like items per page, and it's going to be equals to only 12 item. If you want to increase that, you can totally do that, but in my case only 12 will do. Let me take care of the UI, and then we're going to be going into how we're going to be fetching our data. Okay, so first of all, let me just change this div to the section, I'm gonna copy that from here, and now let me just replace that with this one. I'll provide a class name of like, for the extra large screen, what do you want to do? We just want to provide this the width of 55 rem. For the large screen, we want to change the width to 55 rem as well. And for the small screen, we want to change the width to 40 rem. And for the extra small screen, we want to change the width to 20 rem. And also for the padding all around will be set to 5. So that's going to be fine. And now we have to create our div with the class of margin for the bottom will be now set to 5. And we also have to create another div with the class of flex and also the flex of column. And the small will be set to, for the small screen size, we're going to be providing the flex of row to it, just like that. And you know what, I'm going to also provide a justify of between, and also the items will be set to center. Inside there, we are going to be creating yet another div with the class of relative, and also margin for the bottom will be set to 5, and for the top will be also set to 5. Okay, and we're going to be creating only one button inside there. That button will take these classes like border, and also pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, and totally rounded full. And flex will be also set to item center. Okay, inside this button, what do you want to do? We just want to provide our icon. Just for now, we are going to be only implementing our icon, which is tele3. Tele3, we are going to be importing that from the lucid icon, and I'm going to just provide a class name of margin for the right will be set to 2. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. So we're going to be changing all of that stuff inside there, but for now this is looking better. You know, I'm not going to do that later, I'm going to do that right now. So first of all, let me just check if filter is triple equals to all, which is already set to all right here, which we have already set there to all. So if that's the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to set there to filter. And if that's not the case, so we just want to get like filter dot character add, and you want to provide a 0 and then 2 lowercase inside there, not local but 2 lowercase. We also have to concatenate the filter dot slice and number 1. Okay, so I'm going to save that for now, and this is how it looks like right here. But currently we don't have any drop down menu, so that's why we cannot see that. But you know what, let me just create that drop down menu right here. Okay, so what do I have to do underneath this button? I'm going to just create my drop down menu, which we've already created up above. So I'll just write like drop down menu. And if that's the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to first of all create a div right here. I'll provide a few classes to it like absolute. We're now providing an absolute because in this case we're now providing the relative value, so this will be the absolute value for the. Okay, so now inside there, what do you have to do? We have to change the background color to totally white, and also I'm going to provide a bit of border, and border of gray of 300, and also totally rounded. Margin for the top will be set to 2, width will be set to totally full. For the smaller screen size, we're going to be setting the width to totally 40. Yeah, totally 40, just like okay, so now inside there we are going to be creating yet another button, and which will say like when somebody clicks on there, so we are going to be only firing this function which is like set filter, and we are going to be setting there to cheap instead of a full. You know what, let me just show you there right here, which was set to full. Now we are going to be setting there to the cheap one right here. I'm gonna also provide a bit of classes to it like totally block. Pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, width will be set to full, and text will be set to left. I'm going to provide the hover stat to it, so like when somebody hover over it, so you want to change the background color of that to like 200 of totally gray. So now I'm going to just provide the label of cheap inside there. I'm going to save my file, and you know, I'm going to just duplicate that a few times. So I'm going to just select this button, and we have a cheap, so we have expensive, and we also have popular one right here. So I'm going to just change there to like, instead of a cheap, I'm going to provide expensive, and here I'm going to also provide expensive, and finally I'm going to provide a popular. So popular, and here popular as well. So I'm going to save my file. Now if I click on there, so nothing will happen. So you know, I'm going to go into my drop down menu. It is now set to false, so I'm going to just set there to like true. Now if I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting a cheap, expensive, and also the popular one. I'm going to set that to false once again, and now we have to take care of the rest of the UI. So next we're going to be working with the card. Okay, so I'll just create a div with a class of like grid, and I'm going to also write a grid of columns and and I'm going to also provide for the smaller screen size, we're going to be providing the grid of columns. For the medium one, we are going to be providing a grid columns of 4, and also I'm going to provide a bit of gap to it, so like gap will be set to 5. And here we are going to be rendering the book card very soon. Okay, so first of all we have to take care of the filter product, and then we are going to be jumping into the book card. So we are going to be placing our card in a few seconds, but first of all we have to fetch our data, okay, inside this component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using my useEffect right here. So I'll just use like useEffect, and here we are going to be passing our function inside there and also our dependency array. So for the dependency array, we are going to be passing the current page when the current page changes and also the keyword. So you want to just pre-fetch all of our content. So based on that, first of all, we are going to be declaring our URL, and it's going to be equals to, let me just zoom in a bit right here, and we're going to be setting that to like HTTPS, and then once again our dummy json.com and then /products. And then here we're going to be providing a limit to that. If you don't want to provide the limit, so you don't have to do that, but in my case I am going to do that. I'm going to be rendering my content dynamically, so I'm going to change that to the template literal whatever you want to call that. I'm going to provide my dollar symbol right here, and then items per page, which is now set to only 12 item right here. You can increase or decrease that if you wanted to, and in my case I'm going to just set that to like 12, and 12 will do. And skip, let's just provide our skip right here, and that's going to be dynamic. So I'll just write like my dollar symbol, and let me just provide a current page -1, and then outside from there we just want to provide a times items per page. Okay, so it's going to give us our URL based on there. Now underneath this URL we have to check for our keyword. Okay, so if you already have our keyword, so you have to change our URL to this URL like https, and then our dummy json.com /products, and then search. Let me provide a keyword here, and here we are going to be rendering our keyword right in here. Okay, so that's going to be the next one. And finally we have to use our xuse to fetch all of our content. So you can totally use the fetch if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to just set that to like xuse. But to do that we already installed that, but we have to grab that right here up above. So I already imported that. Okay, so we have to grab our xuse, and now we have to just call our get method, and we have to pass our URL inside there, and then we have to pass our then. Okay, so let's just provide our response. And now for the response, what do we have to do? We have to set the products to response.data and then that product. Okay, so if you want to check it out, let me just show you that. So I'm going to just copy that from here, and I'm going to just log that to the console like response.data.products. But I'm going to also provide the catch statement, so if you got some sort of an error, so you want to see that error. Okay, so I'll just use like yeah, this arrow function will be fine. And I'm going to just, come on, what the hell am I doing? Let's just provide our console.error, and here we're going to be passing like error fetching the data, and I'm going to just use my error right here. So I'm going to save my file, and now let me show you all of that content. Okay, so here you can see, oh my god, we got some sort of error right here. Let's just check it out. So what's going on? It should be a products, not what the hell I just write like products. So I'm going to save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now getting all of their data right here by using our xuse. So yeah, that was a simple and easy stuff. The next thing that we have to do, I'm going to just remove that from here. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to take care of the filtration. Okay, so I'm going to be just creating my function right here like get filter item, like get filter product. So I'll just write like, this is going to be a huge function, by the way. I'm going to go back, and now let me just provide a bit of spacing right here, and let's just create our get filtered products. Come on, products. And now inside this function, what do you have to do? First of all, we have to set our filter products to that filter, not a filter but the products, which is a state which we have already defined right here, which is now set to the empty array right here. And now let's just change that. Okay, so we are going to be setting that to that filter products, and now underneath there, what do we have to do? We have to check if we already have the selected category. So what do you have to do in this situation? If you want to get the filter products, come on, the filter products, that variable which we just created right here. So I'm going to copy that from here, and now let me just place it right here. So filter products, and we have to call our filter method on there. And now here, what do you have to do? We have to pass our product inside there like as an arrow function, and then we are going to be checking like product.category. Come on, category is triple equals to the selected category. So I'm going to just rename that to like the filter products, which we've already defined up above. So let's just place that right here, and I'm going to save them. So if I save them, and now let me just log that to the console like products right here. So I'm going to save my file, but for that we also have to call this somewhere. So I'm going to call that right here. I'll just create a variable. I'll give it the name of like filtered products, and it's going to be equals to the get filter products, and I'm going to execute that. So if I execute that, so we also have to log that to the console. Oh, I'm not going to store that in any variable, not for now. So I'm going to save my file, and yeah, let me just refresh there, And here you can see here is my categories. So if I click on this first one, and it's going to give us all of their data based on that specific beauty right here. So this one will have the category of beauty, and all of them will have the category of, let me just show you that beauty right here. So if I click on the furniture, it's going to give us the data based on that furniture right here. And here you can see both of them will have the ID. Why am I saying ID but the category of furniture is right here? So now let me just refresh there, and that was the first filter. Now let me just take care of the rest of them, but I'm going to also store them inside this variable. Okay, so let's just remove that from here, and that was our first if check. Now underneath this if check, we also have to check for the minimum price. Okay, so if the minimum price is not equals to undefined, so you want to get our filtered products, and you want to set there to the filtered products. Come on, filtered products.filter, and now inside there we are going to be passing our product inside there, and you have to just check like product.price. Come on, price is greater than or equals to the minimum price which we have already defined up above. Okay, so now let me just go there, and here you can see we are now getting this minimum price from the use filter. We want to filter through like if the product.price is greater than or equals to minimum price. So in that situation we can totally log that to the console like filtered products, but it's going to waste a lot of your time. So if you have a free time, so you can totally go ahead and filter through that. So I'm not going to do that. Okay, so that was for the minimum one, but now let's just also provide for the maximum price is not equals to, come on, not equals to undefined. So in that situation you want to get our filtered products, and we want to set that to the filtered products.filter method. And now inside there we have to pass our product.price is less than or equals to the maximum price, which is also coming from the use filter context. Okay, so it's going to give us values based on there. And next we also have to take care of this search field as well. So I'm going to do that right now. And next we also have to take care of this input field as well. So if we search for some items, we are going to be rendering only that specific item. Okay, so let's just do that. I'm going to provide my if statement right here. So if search query, which is also coming from the context API, so we are going to be using like filter product, and now it's going to be equals to the filtered product that filter method, and we are going to be passing our product inside there. Okay, so let's just use our product.title. We are only interested in the title, and we want to set that to lowercase because there can be a lot of conflicts between the uppercase and the lowercase, so that's the only reason I'm changing there to the lowercase. I'll also provide the include method on there, and here we have to pass our search query and then to lowercase. Come on, lowercase, come on, to lowercase. There we go. And I'm gonna also execute that. Okay, so now that's totally done, and I'm gonna also take care of that filtering as well. So I'm gonna save this file, and now let me just show you that. Let me take care of, where in the world is that is now set to false, so I'm gonna set that to true. I'll set that to true, and here you can see now let me just take care of the cheap, expensive, and the popular one. So let's just go back. Okay, so let me take care of that, and I guess that's going to be the final filter. So I'll just use my switch right here, and I'm going to be passing a filter, the entire filter inside there. And now inside there we are going to be using the cases, like if the case is set to expensive, so what do you want to do in that situation? We only want to return the filtered products dot sort method. We are going to be using their sort method, and then we are going to be passing like two parameters like a and b. You can pass x and y, you can pass anything that you want. b dot price minus a dot price. Okay, so that's going to be for the first one, like for the expensive one, and I'm going to also just duplicate there for the popular one and also for the cheap one. So I'm going to just write like cheap in this situation, and then here we are going to be changing there from the b to a, and also this one from the a to b. Okay, so it's going to only give us that cheap ones, and we're going to be also searching for the popular one as well. And now in this case we're not going to be working with the pricing, we are going to be working with the rating, b dot rating minus a dot rating, like this. Okay, so then it's going to give us all of their data. If that's not the case, so we just want to provide a default state to that, and we want to only return the filtered products right here. So I'm going to save my file, and that's going to be it. So I'll just log that to the console, and now let me just show you all of them. So I'll just use like filtered products. I'm going to save this file, and now let me just show you all of that. So here you can see it's going to give me a lot of data. Let me just wipe this out, and first of all I'm going to be searching for something like ESS, and here you can see it's going to give us that data, but we cannot see that data because we did not render our book content, which we are going to be doing in a few seconds. So if I just expand there, and here you can see it's going to give us ESSENC and EIY and so on and so forth. So that was the first filter, which means like the first filter is totally working. If I write like the minimum value of 19 and then the maximum value of like 200 maybe, and here you can see it's going to give us the minimum value, and it's going to also give us max. Let me just show you the minimum ones. So I'll just expand there and check out the pricing. So it is now set to 19 because I provided the minimum value of 19 to there. And now let me just check the maximum one. So let me just check this out. No, that's not the maximum one. Let me provide 200 right here, but first of all, let's just clear this out. Let me provide a 200, and now it's going to give us, I guess, 200. Let me just see. Yeah, it is not equals to 200, but yeah, this data is totally coming from the API. So this is not my own API, so we cannot test that right now. But anyways, both of them are now working. I mean, like, all of these three are working. Let me check out the next one. So if I check out this beauty, and here you can see it's going to give us all of their beauty products. If I click on the apple, so it's going to only give us that apple product. And yeah, we got an error because we have to bind there. We did not bind there, so we are going to be doing that in a few seconds. So yeah, let me JSX. Oh, here you can see I made a mistake. I thought I'm going to be binding there, but no, we have to change that to, instead of us OCM, we have to change that to COM. I'm going to save this out, and now let me just try this out. So I'll just clean this out, and here I'm going to just choose the apple. It's going to only give us that apple product right here, like apple. And now if I click on the watch, it's going to give us all of their watches right here. Like we have a brown leather belt watch and so on and so forth, and everything is working. And now let me just refresh there, and now everything is working the way we expect him to work. But now we have to render all of that filtered content inside our screen right here. So how we are going to be doing that, let's just do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the bottom, and here we are going to be rendering our book component. But before I do that, we're going to be using like filtered products, and then we are going to be iterating over through all of the product, and we have to get the filtered one. And now inside there, here we are going to be rendering our book, book card. Okay, so I'm going to just render there right here, and I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to save this file. It's going to give us an error, but now let's just create our book card right here, card.tsx. And now inside there, first of all, we are going to be grabbing our link component, which you will see why I'm doing there. And then we are going to be just using our RAFCE, and let's just create our book component, book card component to be precise. I'm going to uncomment there, and let's just grab that right here, save my file. And here you can see we are now getting book card, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. For this book card, we are going to be passing a few props. Like, first of all, we are going to be passing the key like product.id, and then we are going to be also passing the ID itself like product.id once again, and we are going to be passing the title, so that will be equals to the product.title. And also let's just pass our image, because we are going to be also rendering the image, so we can use like product.thumbnail, NAIL, just like that. And then the price, and price will be set to product.price. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and that's going to be everything. I don't know why I'm getting this error, but we will fix that in a few seconds. First of all, let me just destructure all of their data. So I'll just use like ID. Let's just get our ID, title, and also image, price. We are going to be getting all of that, but first of all, let's just create an interface for that, and that will be a book card props. And now inside this interface, we are going to be providing the ID of string, and also not a comma, and the title will be also a string. Everything will be a string, so I'll just write like image will be a string, and also the price will be a number in this situation by using my React functional component. So react.fc for the functional component, and I'm going to just pass my book card, there we go, book card, card, and then props. Okay, so I'll just pass it right here, and it's going to be equals to this function. It shouldn't be equal, so I'll just remove there, and I'm going to just change there to this data. Okay, so that's totally done. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to use there. So to use there, first of all, let's just remove this book card, and I'm going to be providing a class name of border, and padding all around will be set to 4 and totally rounded. Okay, so now inside this div, we are going to be passing first of all our link, and then that link will go into the product, and also that specific ID. Okay, so now inside there, let's just render our image first of all, and I'm going to just remove this img from here, and let me just paste my image inside there. And I'm going to also change their alternative text to their title itself, and let me just put a class name of like width will be set to full, and also height will be set to 32. Object will be also set to totally cover, and b like margin for the bottom will be set to 2. Okay, so I'm going to save there. And now underneath this link, or you know what, instead of that link, underneath this image, we are going to be using our h2, and let's just provide a font of bold will be fine, or semi bold will be fine. I'll just change that to title, and now underneath there let's just render our paragraph right here. So I'll just write like, and I'm gonna save my file. And here you can see we are now getting all of our data right here, which is looking amazing. So we have the product image, we have the product title, and also the money, the price. So if I change there, it's gonna only give us that first one. And by the way, now let me just show you all of that filter. If I want to search for like this Dior, so I'll just write like DIOR, and here you can see it's gonna only give me there. And if I just write like Gucci, it's gonna only give me that specific item right here. And now if I want to search for the Apple, so if I click on there, it's gonna only give me Apple product right here. If I click on the watches, so it's gonna only give me the watches, the fashion, the trend, and it's gonna give me all of their data based on these filters which we have already done. So yeah, that's looking amazing. Now let's just take care of the final thing, which is called the pagination. Time to take care of the pagination. So first of all, we would have our previous button, then we would have our next button, and we will also have our 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth button right here. Okay, so first of all, let's just take care of the first button. I'm gonna also have to wrap that in some sort of a container, so I'll just use like flex, and also flex will be set to column, and for the smaller screen size we are going to be using like flex row, and also justify will be set to between, and then items will be set to center, margin for the top will be set to 5. Okay, so now inside there, what do we have to do? First of all, let's just take care of the previous state. Okay, so for the previous one, we are going to be creating first of all the button. That button will take a few styling like border, and then the pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, margin for the x-axis will be set to 2, and totally rounded full. Okay, and yeah, that's gonna be it. And here we are going to be just passing like previous, and I'm going to just duplicate there, and I'm gonna also change that to next one as well. Okay, first of all, we have to take care of the functionality, so I'll just use like, if somebody click on the previous button, so you want to just fire this function, which is the handle page change. We did not create this function, but we are going to be creating that in a few seconds. So it's going to take one parameter like current page and then -1. So let's just do that. I'm going to copy the name of that. I'm going to go to the top. Let me just create that function right here like const handle page change, and it's going to be equals to that page, and let's just provide one number inside there. So before I do that, first of all, we have to declare a few variables like const total products, like how many products do we want. We want only 100 products, and then const total, total pages, you would have like math.cl, and we are going to be passing the total products, and then let's just divide them by items per page. Okay, so it's going to give us the total pages right here. So we have to just check if page is greater than 0, and let's just provide our 0 right here, and page is less than or equals to the total pages. So what do we want to do in that situation? We just want to write like set current page, and we want to pass our page inside there. Okay, so now if I save my file, but it will not do anything because we have to first of all take care of the next one as well. Okay, so it will not do anything for now. Okay, so that's totally done, but I'm going to also provide a disable state for that. And to disable that, first of all, we have to use the disable attribute, and we have to provide the current page is triple equals to 1. So if our current page is set to 1, so you want to disable this entire button. If the current page is greater than 1, so you want to just do something about that, you want to change that. So that's totally done. I'm gonna also cut that from here. Yeah, I'm not gonna cut that from here. Let's just cut that and paste that right here. Okay, so that's going to be the next one. So now let's just take care of the next button right now. And I'm going to also cut that, and let's just place that right here for a few seconds. And now let me just take care of the previous button. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be passing my own click method right here. And for this on click, we're going to be using that handle page change one more time. And in this situation, we are going to be passing that current page, and what the hell am I doing? Let's just close that right here, and I'm gonna also remove that from here. So current page in this case will be set to +1. In this case we are now decrementing 1. In this case we are now incrementing there. Okay, so now that's totally done. And now we also have to provide our disable state on there. So for the disable state, we are going to be checking if the current page is triple equals to the total page. That was the only reason I made that as a global variable, so that we can use that right here. Okay, so if that is set to total pages, so you want to disable that. Now the previous button is totally done, and also the next button is done. Now we have to take care of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on buttons right here. Okay, so how are we going to be doing that? To do that, first of all, we have to just use, so I'll just write like flex, and then flex will be set to wrap, and then justify will be set to center. And now inside there, here we're going to be rendering our pagination button. So how are we going to be doing that? Let's just first of all create a function for that. So I'll go to the top, and we are going to be creating a new function for the pagination button. So I'll just use like const get pagination buttons, and it's going to be now set to this arrow function right here. And first of all, we have to get the buttons, so we are going to be using like buttons, and it's going to be a number. So let's just pass one numbers of array inside there, and now it's going to be set to totally empty array. Okay, so not numbers but just a singular number. There we go. So now let's just also take care of the start and the start page and also the end page. Okay, so let's just use like the start page, and it's going to be equals to math.max, and we are going to be passing 1 and also the current page -2. So it's going to give us the starting page. And now let's just take care of the end page, and the end page will be set to math.minimum, and here in this case we are going to be passing our total pages and also current page +2, not -2 but +2. And now let me just put a bit of conditional statement right here. If our current page -2 is less than 1, so in that situation we want to get the end page, and we want to set that to like math.minimum, and we have to provide our total pages and then end page right here in this case. And we have to also combine these two and then minus current page, and also let's just provide our -1 right here. Okay, in this situation this is going to give us the end page. So I'm going to also duplicate there, and let's just take care of the what do we call it, the starting page. So if current page +2 is greater than the total pages, so in that situation we are going to be just changing the start, like that, into the start page. And I'm going to just remove all of that stuff from here. Let me provide 1 for the first parameter, and then start page -2, and then minus total page, and then minus current page. So it's going to give us the starting page. Okay, so now let's just iterate over through all of that. So let's just use like let page is equals to start page, and then page is less than or equals to end page, and then finally let's just use our page ++. You can use I if you wanted to, but in my case page would be fine. So now let's just use a buttons.push method, and we have to provide our page inside there, not an edge but page. And finally we have to just return our buttons. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and this is how we are going to be creating our get pagination buttons. And now let's just use that right here inside this area. So let's just use that. I'm going to execute there, but first of all we have to wrap that inside these curly braces. I'm going to also remove this comment from here, and now we have to iterate over through all of their pages. So we have to use the map method inside there, and we're going to be only passing the page inside there. So I'll just first of all create a button right here inside there, and first of all we have to pass the key, and the key will be set to page. And we are going to be also providing the on click, like when somebody clicks on there. So we want to just pass our handle page change, and now in this case we don't want to do nothing with there, but we only want to pass the page inside there. Okay, and let's just provide a bit of styling to this. I'm going to be using like a few dynamic styling, like border. First of all, pairing for the x-axis will be 4, and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2. Margin for the x-axis will be set to 1, totally rounded and full. And yeah, in this case I'm going to be passing my page is triple equals to the current page. So in that situation we want to change the background color to totally black, and we also want to change the text to totally white. That's not the case. What do you want to do in that situation? We just want to set there to the empty string, just like that. And here we have to just pass the page name, and that's gonna do it. So I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our pages right here. So if I refresh my page, and here you can see we are getting like 1 2 3. I can click on the previous. I cannot click on the previous right now because we are now at the first page. If I click on the second one, it's going to render my content right here. I can also click on the next one, and here you can see it's going to also render all of that content. I can click on the fourth. I can click on the previous one, and now if I click on the previous one, it's going to just gives us the previous items right here. I can go to the next one, and so on and so forth, which is looking amazing. So yeah, I can provide a filtering in this situation, but I forgot to take care of this filter right here. So now let's just do that. I'm gonna go to the top where I have this drop down menu right here, or button, which you can see right here. So we have this button, and I'm gonna be just passing my on click handler. Come on, the on click handler when somebody clicks on there. So what do you want to do in this situation? We just want to set the drop down to not drop down open. Okay, so if that is currently set to false, so it's going to make it true. and if that is set to true, so it's going to make it false. Okay, so let's just check it out. If I click on there, I can go to the cheap item and I can totally select the cheap item, and I can also select the expensive one, and I can also select the popular one as well. So yeah, everything is working the way we expect him to work, and they are looking awful, so I'm gonna take care of that in a few seconds. But yeah, everything is totally working. I can click on the Apple, it's gonna only give me the Apple product and watches and so on and so forth. So now we are totally done with the main content page, but now let's just take care of the product page. Like if I click on this specific product, so we have to also take care of this product as well. Okay, so let's just do that. I'm gonna go ahead and create a new component. I'll give it the name of like product page.tsx. Let me just use my RAFCE and I'm gonna go into my app and let's just register there right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just duplicate this line of code, and then we want to go in, come on, product, and we want to go into a specific ID of that product. And now let me just render my product page right here. In this case, I'm going to save my file, and now let me just take care of that. First of all, there will be a few things that we have to take care of. So first of all, let me just go ahead and grab my ID. Okay, so ID will be coming from the use param, and which is coming from the React router DOM. And here we have to just pass the ID right here. So ID will be totally a string. It's going to be set to these parentheses right here. Okay, so it's going to give us the ID. Now we also have to get our navigation. So we are going to be using like use navigate for that, which is also a function coming from the React router DOM. And we will just store that in the navigate variable right here, navigate. Yeah, and let's just create our state. So I'll just use like product and also the set product right here, and it's going to be equals to the useState, and it's going to be set to initially null. And now I'm going to annotate that with the product, which we did not create, but we will create that in a few seconds, and also the null. Okay, so either the product or the null. So now let's just create an interface right here. So that interface will be their product, and now inside this product we are going to be providing the ID, which will be set to number. I'm going to also provide the title, and title will be set to string. And then we have our description, and descriptions are also a string, and the price will be set to a number. And I'm going to also provide the rating, and rating will be set to a number as well. And then finally we have our images. Okay, so images will be set to a string of this empty array. Okay, so it's going to take that as the, so we are going to be annotating our useState by using this product. And now let's just take care of the UI, but before I do that, I'm going to have to fetch all of that content right here. So I'm going to be using useEffect in this case. Now inside there, we have to first of all provide the dependency array of that ID. Like if that ID changes, so we want to just call this function. And first of all, we have to check for the ID. If we already have the ID, then we are going to be using the Axios, and then we are going to be using the get, and so on and so forth. So let's just get our Axios, and I'm going to be using the get method on there. I'm going to also annotate that as the product. Let's just do that. And I'm going to also provide the HTTPS and that same dummy JSON API. So let's just go to the products, and we have to render our ID dynamically. Okay, so if that's the case, so it's going to give us that response back. Okay, just like that. And we have to use our what do we call it, set product, and we have to pass our response.data inside there. Okay, I'm going to save this file. And now underneath this, then we have to also provide the catch statement as well. So if you got some sort of an error, so in that situation we are going to be just using like console.log. Okay, so console.error would be fine rather. So I'm going to just use like error fetching, come on, fetching product data, and let's just render our error right here. Okay, so I'm going to save that, and this is how we are going to be fetching our products right here in this component. So yeah, that's cool. And you know, I'm going to also provide a loader right here. So if you don't have the product, so in that case we just want to return h1 of loading ... would be fine. And now let me take care of this UI. So I'm going to go ahead and first of all provide my padding all around will be set to 5, and width will be set to 60% will be fine. Now inside this div we are going to be creating our button, and let's just provide our on click right here. And when somebody clicks on there, so what do you want to do? We just want to navigate -1. Okay, and also let's just style there. Okay, so I'm going to provide a few styling, like margin for the bottom will be set to 5, padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, and background will be set to totally black, and text will be set to totally white and totally rounded. So for this button label we will just say back. I'm going to save my file, and now let's suppose if I click on this icon, it's going to give me the loader first of all, but something is not right. Okay, we are still getting a loader. Let me go to the console. And we got some sort of an error. So error fetching of product data, Axios, it should be dummy. Why am I keep forgetting there? Let's just save our file. And now let me just refresh there. And here you can see we are now getting our back button right here, which is looking amazing. So that was the first thing, that we have to create our back button. Now let's just create our image. So I'll just use my image right here, and I'm going to be using, like, first of all, my product.images, and we want to get only the first image out of there. And now for the alternative text, we are going to be providing the product.title, and then for the class names, I'll just write like width will be set to 50%, and also height will be set to auto, and margin for the bottom will be set to 5. I'm gonna save there, and let's just refresh there. So it's gonna give us that image right here. I'm gonna go back and choose another one, like maybe I want to choose, yeah, this sofa would be fine. Is there a sofa, or I don't know what the hell this is. So yeah, here you can see we are now getting that image right here, and now we have to provide our h1. And I'm going to be providing a few classes, like text will be set to 2XL, margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and font will be set to totally bold. Okay, so let's just use our product.title, and let's just save our file. And here you can see we're now getting the product title. I'm going to also provide a paragraph with the classes of margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and text will be set to totally gray 700, and also the width will be set to the width is an arbitrary value, so we are going to have to do them manually. So I'll just use like 70% and close there. And now inside there we are going to be using product.description. I'm going to save there, and here you can see it's going to give us their description right here. And now underneath there we're going to be using a flex. You can provide more styling if you wanted to, but in my case that's going to be fine. So let's just provide our price right here. So we are going to be using product.price, and now underneath this paragraph we are going to be using like margin for the left will be set to 10, and let's just provide our rating right here in this case, and then product.rating. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our price and also the rating, which is amazing. So now I can go to any product that I like. So let's suppose if I want to go to the next page, and I'm going to just choose cat food. It's going to give us first of all the image. It is taking a bit of time because of my internet connection. So it is now giving me the image, the name, the description, also the price and rating. You can totally change like anything that you want. So that's there, and that was it about for the product page. And next we're going to be taking care of the top seller and also the blogs. That was it about for the product page, and now let's create our popular blogs and also the top sellers. Okay, so I'm gonna just create two components. I'm gonna give it the name of like popular blogs.tsx, and inside there let me just create my component, and then we are going to be also creating for the top sellers.tsx as well. So let's just write our RAFCE, and now let's just register that in our app component. So underneath these routes we're going to be creating one more div, and inside this div, first of all, let me just render my top sellers, and then we're going to be also rendering our popular. Come on, popular. So I'm going to save my file, and now let me go into the top sellers, and now let's just create there. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my authors state. So then set authors, and now it's going to be equals to the useState, and here we're going to be only passing array. Okay, so now let me just annotate that by using the author, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And now let's just provide there. Okay, so now let's just create that interface right here. So I'll just write interface and then author, and name will be a string. We are going to be also providing is following, and that's going to be a boolean, and also we have to provide the image, and image will be a totally string. Okay, so that's totally done. Now we have to fetch our data, so we are going to be using the useEffect. And now inside there for the dependency array, I'm not going to provide anything. And now inside there, first of all, let's just create our function. So I'll just give it the name of like fetch data. It's going to be an asynchronous function because we are now fetching some sort of a data inside there. So now let's just use our try and catch block. For the catch block, I'm going to be using console.error, and I'll just say like error fetching authors, and let's render our error as well. And for the try block, first of all, we are going to be getting the response by using the await and fetch method, and here we're going to be passing our HTTPS, and then the random user.me, and then API and question mark results equals to 5, because we only want to get 5 users. Okay, if you want to get more, you can totally provide there, like let's suppose if you want to get 10 users, you can just write 10 right here, but in my case 5 will be fine. Okay, so I'll just write like data, and now let me convert my response to JSON. Okay, and now we store the inside the data. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to iterate over through their data. So I'll just write like authors data, and here I'm going to be passing my author right here, and that was an array. Now it's going to be equals to data.results.map. And now here we are going to be also providing our parameter, which will be a user, and for now we are going to be only passing any right here because we don't know what kind of data we are now getting right now. Okay, and now inside that we are going to be providing first of all the name, and here let's just provide our user.name.first, and then we are going to be also providing user.name.last. Okay, so it's going to give us the username, and now for is following, come on, is following will be set to false initially, and the user image will be user.pictures picture.medium, and here we have to provide our commas, and that error is now successfully gone. Change our set authors and provide our own authors data to there. So that's everything that we have to do for this fetch data, and let me just call that right here, fetch data, and now I'm going to execute that. Let's provide our JSX. So first of all, I'm going to just change the background color to totally white. I'm going to also provide the padding for all around will be set to 5. Margin for the x-axis will be set to 5. Margin for the top will be 5 as well. And I'm going to also provide a border, and width will be only 23 rem and totally rounded. Now inside there, we are going to be creating our h2 with the classes of text XL, and also the font will be set to bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 5. And let's just provide our top sellers inside this. So I'm going to save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. Next we have to provide our UL, and inside this UL we are going to be iterating over to all of the authors, and then inside there we are going to be providing the author and also the index of the author. And then inside there I'm going to first of all write my li, and for the key I'll just provide my index right here. You can use the UUID and you can use all of that stuff, but for now I'm gonna only provide this index right here. And for the class names I'm gonna provide like flex and items. Items will be now set to center, justify will be set to between, and the margin for the bottom will be only set to 4. Inside that we are going to be creating our section, and section will be a flex, justify will be set to center, and also items will be set to center. Let's just render our image, and I'm gonna just remove that and replace that with the author.image. And for the alternative text we are going to be providing like author.name as well. And now let's just provide our classes like width will be set to 25%, and also the height will be set to 25%. Let's just provide our justify, center, and totally rounded off full. So if I save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. So underneath we are going to be creating our span with the classes of margin for the left will be set to 4, and let's just provide our author.name. If I save my file, and now they are looking amazing. Okay, so they are looking super amazing right now. Underneath this section we are going to be creating our button, and that button will have a few things like you know what, yeah, I'm gonna just provide first of all my author. So author.isFollowing, and if it is following, so we are going to be using like unfollow, and if that's not the case, we are going to be only providing like follow. If I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting the follow button. If I click on there, nothing will happen, and I'm going to provide that logic in a few seconds, but first of all we have to style there. So I'll just use like class names, and we are going to be rendering dynamic content. So for that we are going to be using like padding for the y-axis of 1, padding for the x-axis of 3, totally rounded. And here let's just render our dynamic content like is author dot author dot is following. If that's the case, so what do we have to do? We just want to change like the background color to totally black, like red, and also the text will be set to totally white. And if that's not the case, we are going to be changing the background color to totally black and the text color to totally white. So if I save my file, and let me just check this out, and here you can see we only have like these black color, and let's just provide that functionality right here. On click, when somebody clicks on there, so what do we have to do? We have to just fire this function which is handle follow click, and we also have to provide our index inside there. Okay, so I'm gonna copy there, and now let's just create there. I'm gonna go to the top, and underneath this useEffect we're going to be creating this function right here, and it will take the index, and index will be a number. And now inside there we're going to be setting our authors, and here we have to provide our previous author, and let's just use our previous author dot map, and here we're going to be providing the author and also the index. Okay, so let's just wrap the like as the author and also the index. And now outside from them we're going to be checking like index triple equals to the index itself. If that's the case, we just want to use like all of the author, and then we want to provide like is following, and we want, come on, affordable L or WING. We want to set the is following to not author dot is following. Okay, and outside from there we are going to be only providing our author. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and now if I click on there, and here you can see we are now getting like unfollow, and also the color is totally changed. So you can follow everyone and you can unfollow there if you wanted to. So that was the top seller component. Next we have to go into the popular blogs component, and here I'm going to pass an array, and inside this array we have an object, and inside that object we have a title, and their title can be anything, and then the author can be also anything, and likes can be anything, and comments can be like basically anything you want. Okay, so this is our blogs array. Inside this array we have a few objects right here which I just duplicated. So this is my blogs array right here, and now let's just iterate over through there. But first of all, let me just remove them, and I'm gonna style there. First of all, let me just provide the background color of totally white. Padding for all around will be set to 5. Width will be set to 23 rem, and I'm gonna also provide margin for the top of 4, and totally provide a border margin for the left will be 5 and rounded. Inside there we are going to be providing our h2. Text will be set to totally XL, and also the font will be set to bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 5, and let's just provide our popular blogs inside this. If I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our card. Underneath there we are going to be providing our UL, and inside this UL we are going to be iterating over through all of our blogs, and let's just use our blog and also provide our index as well. Okay, so now inside there we're going to be using our UL, like our li, and here we have to provide our key, and the key will be index, and also let's just provide our class name of margin for the bottom will be set to 4. And inside this UL we are going to be also providing first of all the div with the class of flex, and justify will be set to between, and items will be set to center. Okay, and inside there we are going to be also providing our span with a class of font bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 2, and let's just render our blog title. So let's just use our blog.title. I'm gonna save this file, and here you can see we are now getting all of the blogs titles right here. Underneath this span and div we're going to be creating yet another span, and I'm going to provide the classes of like text totally gray of 600 published by, and then the blog.author, and here are the author. Underneath this span we are going to be creating yet another div with a class of flex, and items will be set to center. Margin for the top will be set to 2, and here we are going to be rendering first of all the icon like message circle, which is now going to be coming from the lucid icon, and I'm going to also provide the size to this. So the size will be now set to 16, or just 16 would be fine. So I'm going to save there, and this is how we are going to be getting our icon. Let me provide my span with a class of text totally gray 500. Margin for the right will be set to 5. Margin for the left will be set to only 1. And inside this span I'm going to provide like blog.likes, come on, likes like that, and I'm going to close there. So outside from this span and also the div, or you know what, outside from just this span we're going to be rendering one more like thumbs up, and then let's just provide our size to this. So size will be set to 16, and now underneath there we're going to be using a span with a class of text totally gray of 500, and also margin for the right will be set to 2. Margin for the left will be set to 2 as well. So let's just provide our blog comments, and that's gonna be it. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting like all of the likes and all of the comments as well. So yeah, that's everything that we have to do for now, but we have to change a few things inside there. So we have to change the sizes of these, and let's just do that. There are a few changes that I made. So the first thing that you have to do is that you have to go into the app.tsx, and instead of providing a justify between, you have to change that to a justify center, and then you have to go into the main component and just provide the margin for the right of 10 rem, and then you have to go to the sidebar and you have to provide margin for the top of 3, and also you have to provide these stuff right here. Like we already provided some of them, but yeah, you have to provide like width of full, and this is how your UI will look like. So now let me just test that for the final time. I'm gonna provide like something, maybe I'm gonna just search for like red now, come on, now. So it's gonna give me that first one, and then if I search for like minimum price, so I'll just write like 10, or you know what, 19 would be fine, or 20 would be fine. Okay, and then 200. So it's gonna give me all of their products. Now let me just click on the reset. You can click on the beauty, so it's gonna only gives us the beauty item. Let me click on the reset one more time. I'm gonna click on the apple, so it's gonna only give me the apples product, and then if I click on the watch, so it's gonna give me the watches, and so on and so forth. Now I can also select the cheap one, I can select the expensive one, and also the popular one, and we can also work with the pagination. So if I go to the next page and so on and so forth, so it's going to give me all of that items right here. Okay, and we can also follow someone and unfollow someone, and this is how our entire UI will look like. So thank you so much for watching. If you like these kind of projects, so feel free to comment there below, and I'm gonna do my best to make an amazing project like these in the future as well. So I'm gonna see you in the next video. Thank you so much for watching, and bye bye.